football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Chicago, it's time for the Mully and Haugh pregame show with your host, executive producer of the Mully and Haugh Show, Dustin Rhodes, on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Good morning. All good here.
Morning, Chicago. Welcome to your Wednesday. It is the Mully and Haugh pregame show. We're broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Mully and Haugh, right around the corner, 5:30 until 10 o'clock, the plan of attack. 6 o'clock. Pick 6. We've got Zach Zaidman, the voice of DePaul Blue Demons basketball. Of course, you hear him on Cubs radio as well. He joins the guys at 7:44. 8:25, Score Baseball Insider. Bruce Levine joins the show. 8:44, Hockey Hall of Famer, former Blackhawk Chris Chelios stops by. And at 9 o'clock, Tony Granado, local guy, made good. Also, you see him on CHSN talking Blackhawks and on national TV broadcast talking about the NHL on TNT. The guests are brought to you by Atturo, the all-weather tire, Atturo.com. It's ATTURO.com. The Cubs are starting Shota Imanaga. Opening day in Japan. Quote, it makes total sense to have Shota going in Game 1. Worldwide fan interest is going to be off the charts. That from Cubs President of Baseball Operations, Jed Hoyer. More on Jed coming up. Cubs also signing Justin Turner, two-time All-Star, NLCS MVP, Roberto Clemente Award winner, and a World Series champ. Turner gets $6 million plus $2.5 million in incentives, and there is word out there that there was a bigger compensation package out there Turner turned down because he wanted to play here in Chicago. Friday, Cubs-Dodgers, 1:55 right here on the Score as Cubs baseball is on the air. White Sox full squad workouts continue. We'll hear from Chris Getz and skipper Will Venable. The Bulls at the All-Star break, sitting 22-33 overall. They're off until Thursday. That is tomorrow. They'll take on the Knicks in New York. Pregame right here on the Score beginning at 6:15. NFL free agency begins March the 10th. Bears have money to spend in excess of $60 million. Yesterday was the first day NFL teams could apply the franchise tag. This goes through March the 4th. Lions have added David Shaw as a passing game coordinator. The Blackhawks sitting 17-31-7 as they are on break until Saturday. They will then take on the Columbus Blue Jackets on the road. Saturday is the 22nd of the month. And the best hockey players of the world have gathered to play in the Four Nations Face-Off Tournament. The final is Thursday night in Boston, Canada, USA. Puck's going to drop at 7. You'll see it on the Four-Letter Network. Right now, the game is a pick'em. Both sides, minus 105. The total, 5.5 pucks. The under is a minus 135. This all per our friends over at Circus Sports Illinois. The USA is dealing with a problem on defense. The Bruins announced that McAvoy was admitted to a Massachusetts General Hospital yesterday undergoing tests for unspecified upper body injury. As a result, the American defenseman will miss Thursday's game, according to Daily Faceoff's Frank Caravelli. The injury was related to an infection that came from a previous minor injury. With the U.S. losing McAvoy's services, Coach Mike Sullivan revealed that the Canucks defenseman Quinn Hughes is traveling to Boston to take McAvoy's spot on the roster. Again, after the tournament, the Blackhawks will play the Blue Jackets. That's on Saturday, the 22nd. College hoops, number 11, Wisconsin, way too much for the Illini, 95-74. Number 14, Michigan State, took down 13th-ranked Purdue 75-66. And Loyola got a win over Davidson 77-69. If you're just waking up, welcome to your Wednesday. It's the 19th day of the month. It's the Mully and Haugh pregame show. I'm broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealer. 6 o'clock, we have the Pick 6. 7:44, the voice of DePaul basketball and Cubs baseball on the radio with Pat and Ron. Zach Zabin, your pre, post, and fifth inning man. 8:25, Score Baseball Insider, Bruce Levine. 8:44, Hockey Hall of Famer, former Blackhawk, and now BetMGM ambassador Chris Chelios is here. 9 o'clock, Tony Granado. You see him on CHSN and on Turner Sports talking NHL. These guests brought to you by Atturo, your all-weather tire. It's Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. Let's take you out to spring training. Like to be out in Arizona. Baseball right around the corner. That's going to make you warm up on another cold morning here in town. And yesterday, president of the Cubs baseball side, Jed Hoyer, talking about Shota Imanaga being named the Game 1 opening day starter in Japan.
Yeah, I mean, I think either he and Steele, they both deserve it, so to speak. I think obviously because we're going to be in Japan, it makes total sense to have Shota go in Game 1. I think it's going to be awesome, honestly. Like, I think they're starting Yamamoto. We're starting, Shota. I think that you look at that game we played in September, and the fan interest, worldwide fan interest, is going to be off the charts. I think it's an awesome thing just for the game of baseball. Dave Roberts and I were talking about that the other night. Just like, this is great for the game. And what better thing to have those two guys face off in Game 1? With Shohei, with Seiya in the lineup, and it's awesome. And I think like I said, baseball is going to benefit from this.
The big secret out of the bag, yes indeed, Shota Imanaga getting the ball, game number 1 for your Chicago Cubs. Of course, you will hear that game with Pat, Ron, and Zach right here on the Score. The other big news yesterday was the addition to 40-year-old Justin Turner. Here's Jed Hoyer on the importance of adding a veteran to the Cubs clubhouse.
Theoretically, I think important. I think that just trying to, fortify the roster in any way possible. I think that you always try to think about what things can go wrong, how to get better in each area, and I think that's kind of how we spent the end of this offseason, trying to think about where we felt vulnerable, and I think that that's an area that we felt particularly vulnerable.
That's Jed Hoyer talking about a veteran bat coming off the bench. Justin Turner, can add a little pop as well. He signs a one-year deal worth north of $6 million. Also has the ability to earn some more, over $2 million in incentives. Turner's a two-time All-Star, an NLCS MVP, a Roberto Clemente Award winner, and a World Series champion. Being a champion, something else that Jed Hoyer wanted to add to this roster.
Theoretically important. Like I said, you're always just looking at redundancies. It's not an area we have a lot of depth in the minor leagues. Not an area we have depth on the roster. So I think when you start looking at different ways things can obviously go awry, that was one of them. You always want to have guys that taking the biggest at bats in the game and can keep a slow heartbeat and can potentially teach young guys some of those skills. I think is always really important. You always want those guys in your clubhouse. It's about winning a World Series. I think it's more like the repetitive big games. I think that you watch playoff baseball. It's a different level competition. Every pitch is that important. Every swing decision is that important. I think that you always want to have guys that have been through that. And I think about our team in 2015 and watching sort of the anxiety on guys' faces going into those games and then watching how they reacted in 16. I just think you grow from those experiences, and I don't think you can't speed that up. It doesn't mean you can win with young teams for sure, but there are guys that have been through those at bats over and over and those experiences over and over. I think it helps to have some of that veteran know-how.
Cubs president of baseball operations, Jed Hoyer, meeting with the media after the Cubs inked Justin Turner, adding some depth over at first base, adding a little pop off the bench, and a guy who has been there and done that. Seiya Suzuki is going to be primarily the DH, according to the skipper, Craig Counsell. But Jed, yesterday, was asked how much outfield Seiya may get.
He'll definitely play in the outfield. I think we definitely can get him time. I feel like these things generally have a way of working themselves out. I know that sounds like a cliche, but guys get hurt, things happen, and I always kind of go back to 2016. I got all this stuff on our whiteboard on how we're going to fit all these players. When we signed Dexter and 4 games into the season, we figured out how we're going to make it work. And it's just you try to add depth, and sometimes you realize it may feel too deep at times early. It never seems to feel that way during the season. He's definitely going to play outfield, but guy was top 10 in the National League in OPS and top 20 in baseball in OPS. And, he's a really good hitter. He's going to hit for us a lot.
Seiya Suzuki, your DH for the Chicago Cubs, but Jed confident if needed, Seiya can take that mitt and get back out into the outfield. Craig Counsell, the guy filling out the lineup card every day, talking about, hey, not a tough decision to give the ball to Shota Imanaga game one as the Cubs open in Japan against the Dodgers.
I think that we got to get him there healthy, and then, of course, I think it was kind of a no-brainer, really, that Shota would be involved in that. So I think, it wasn't really a tough decision. I don't think it was.
All right, not a tough decision, but for some reason it was a secret who was going to get the ball in game number one for the Cubs. I guess we'll have to wait and listen to find out who will be the game two starter. You would assume it's Justin Steele, but with spring training opening up early, maybe it'll be a combination of guys, kind of a opener, if you will. And we've heard Counsell say that many of the starters will pitch in that opening two-game series. Justin Turner might play in that opening series as well. A veteran who's been there, done that, adding some insurance, backup, if you will, at first base, at third base as needed. Also pop off the bench. Here's Craig Counsell on the addition of Justin Turner.
In the organization, first base is a place where, not I shouldn't say in the organization, just major league ready and major league kind of capable. It's just we're just shallow depth wise there. So it's a position of need. And so it's probably, as you look around the kind of like depth chart, so to speak, at the major league level, it's probably the greatest area of need. We are an experienced club, like as we sit today. That can't be I don't think we use that as an excuse in any way. It shouldn't be. Players that have had great experiences in the game can help everybody, and so and generally, players in the later stages of their career really enjoy that part of their job in helping a team and helping players experience some of the things that they have, and then avoiding some of the things and mistakes that they made. That's a part of the job that I think guys in that stage of their career truly enjoy and cherish.
That's Craig Counsell, the skipper of your Chicago Cubs, talking about the addition and what 40-year-old Justin Turner brings to the Cubs as they prepare to start the season in Japan, taking on the Dodgers March 18th and 19th. You'll hear those games on the Score. And this Friday, Chicago Cubs baseball is on the air. It's a 1:55 first pitch. Cubs-Dodgers out in Arizona. Let's stick with the Cubs. Nico Horner, friend of the station, on with the Spiegel and Holmes show yesterday, hosted by Spiegel and Mark Grody. First thing they asked him about is how that flexor tendon is doing.
Doing well. Good bit into my throwing program and such. Still got no dates or big fancy announcements or things like that, but moving along well and making good progress. I think best way to put it is like a couple months ago, or like when I got surgery, like if you were to tell me I am where I am on February 18th, I'd be really happy with it. So I'm in a good spot.
Nico Horner in a good spot. A host guest yesterday over at the Score with our afternoon show, Spiegel and Holmes show. Yesterday, Spiegel and Mark Grody doing that one. Also, a good day to have Nico Horner on to get his reaction to the signing of Justin Turner.
Yeah, I got to be honest. Like, it's one that really, really fires me up. Just from a standpoint of, like, he's a player that I've really enjoyed watching hit for so long, and just have so much respect for him, and in so many ways as a player, from just as his offensive profile, and obviously it's been well documented, but how much he improved at the major league level, and then the sustained success in an era of baseball when players so quickly are not giving opportunity after, they're 31, 32, and for him to do it until he's 40 and just continuing to produce at such a high rate. It fits our lineup and our needs incredibly well, and I'm so excited to have him around and watch him do his daily work. It's going to be really, really fun.
Nico Horner pumped to have Justin Turner in with the Cubs. How about Matt Haugh over at third base?
It's hard talking about teammates that you haven't really gone through it with.
Yeah.
Like, really, the course of a season, I think, is when you learn so much about guys' character and just what it's like playing with them in competition and all. But so I've only really been around him in the complex settings, but I really appreciate his confidence. I feel like he moves from a place of knowing himself really well and knowing his strengths, but also being able to self-assess and look at parts of the game that he can improve on. And he just seems really committed to being a well-rounded player and doing all parts of the game well. And he's stolen bases at a really high clip in the minor leagues. He's hit for power, has defensive versatility, and is looking really good at third base. So, just exciting to have another athlete that can do pretty much anything on the field, and just excited for him. No matter what his opportunity is, I think he's going to be someone that seizes what's in front of him and continues to improve.
Nico Horner on the score yesterday with the afternoon show. Yesterday hosted by Matt Spiegel and Mark Rohde. Excited to be working with and maybe even mentoring Matt Haugh a little bit. One of the guys that Nico Horner is used to playing with, his double play partner, Dansby Swanson, addressing the signing of Justin Turner.
And obviously we've played against each other for a while. The only off the field encounter I've had with him was at Bueller's wedding a few years ago. But I mean, yeah, he's been a really good player for a long time, and I think that he's someone that we can really learn a lot from. Just his experience, and he's just such a pro at what he does. That'll, I think, really impact this group, especially from a position player standpoint and an offensive standpoint, and he's somebody that you definitely want to have on your team.
Dansby Swanson, Cubs shortstop, excited to pick the brain of 40-year-old Justin Turner, who is joining the Cubs on a one-year deal. Speaking of guys that have joined the Cubs, Jed Hoyer in charge of all of that. Dansby Swanson impressed with this group that Jed has assembled.
I really just think that he's done a great job of just putting together a complete group. I think that he's just been able to find really good players, at any juncture of their career, and putting them all together, knowing that experience, knowing that depth, and all those things, is what it takes for a 162-game season. It's obviously a long year. It's an 8th-month year, hopefully, and so it's really exciting to just see what we're capable of this season. But at the end of the day, we just got to go do it, right? I think that over time, we build up expectations, all this and that and the other, but the only thing that matters is what happens between the lines, and I think this group really understands that.
Dansby Swanson, Cubs shortstop, saying all the right things yesterday out at spring training. You'll get to hear maybe Dansby Swanson and his teammates on the radio Friday, 1:55 first pitch, as Cubs baseball returns to the Score airwaves. Cubs-Dodgers Friday, 1:55, something that will make you warm up as we are going through this little bit of a cold stretch, but this means that the spring is right around the corner. The other team playing baseball in town, that, of course, are your White Sox, and we'll hear from them next right here on the Mully and Haugh pregame show. This is 670 The Score.
Coming up at 5:30.
It's the grand opening of Raymond Kia in Antioch. Our new lounge is over 4,000 square feet with multiple TVs and workstations. We also have 18 service bays. The best part is we have more space for basketball. And more Kia models. Right now, get grand opening savings like this. Come in today and ring it up at the grand opening of Raymond Kia on Route 173 in Antioch.
Chicago, welcome to your Wednesday. It's the 19th day of the month. It's the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Mully and Haugh right around the corner. They'll be broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. 6 o'clock, we've got the Pick 6. We've got Zach Zaidman. You may know him as the voice of DePaul basketball, also the pre- and post-game host, and the fifth inning man for Cubs baseball right here on the Score. 8:25. Score baseball insider Bruce Levine live from spring training. 8:44. Chris Chelios, the Hockey Hall of Famer and the BetMGM Sports Ambassador. 9 o'clock. Tony Granato, local guy made good, former head coach of hockey with Wisconsin. You see him on CHSN and TNT talking pucks. The guest brought to you by Atturo, your all-weather tire. It's Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. The news out of Cubs camp, Justin Turner is in officially, one-year deal, a little bit north of $6 million, plus the opportunity to earn over $2 million in incentives. Also, Shota Imanaga will take the ball in Game 1 versus the Dodgers in Japan on March the 18th. And Cubs baseball back on the air this Friday when they take on the Dodgers spring training style. First pitch on the Score at 1:55. The White Sox also working out in Arizona. We heard from general manager Chris Getz about the mix of youth versus vets for the Southside baseball team.
You certainly want to balance, balance your club, and in this case, you look at our outfield, for example. We're pretty set, going into the year, barring any sort of injury. But to have a Michael Taylor come into an organization that not only can bring something to the table from a defensive standpoint, and he's been offensively productive too, but the way he goes about his business. We've got Braden Montgomery in camp, obviously with Louie and Slater and Benny. It's a pretty good group in regards to how they go about their business, and to have some of our younger players around that, I think is going to be beneficial in regards to opportunities and playing time and how that's going to play out. We feel very good about obviously a minor league system. We've got a lot of guys that are working towards the upper levels and knocking on the door. And we're going to have players that are rookies on our that are going to break with our major league club, and to have some veterans surrounding, and there's going to be playing time for all these guys. You're talking to Will and Walker and how we're going to deploy these guys and put them in a good position to get a runway and show us what they're capable of doing. But it's blending the continuation of development and also optimizing the talent that we have to perhaps reinvest, come the deadline, something along those lines for the future of the ball club.
That's White Sox general manager Chris Getz yesterday out in Arizona as the Southside baseball team gets ready for the upcoming season. We'll hear from Will Venable later on during the Mully and Haugh show, which is right around the corner because it is 5:30 on your Wednesday. That means Mully and Haugh time right here on 670 The Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
It's going to be cold today, but I say it's winter in Chicago.
But it's like -1 feels like -19.
It's cold, real cold.
Irene, thank you for the weather forecast.
Shut up.
We hope to hear from you tomorrow. Give us some more weather.
Fight me, you loser.
You don't want that.
What does this feels like?
I think it has to do with wind chill and all that stuff, maybe.
Wind chill. That's what we used to just call it growing up, just wind chill. Not feels like.
Feels like.
Feels like I want to stay in bed.
Feels like the first time. Feels like the very first time.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
Good morning, Mully. And David.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. The hype for the big game is getting going when you walk in the morning and everyone's talking about who's in and who's out for tomorrow's hockey game.
Morning, Mully. Yeah, we were talking hockey already.
Yeah.
Getting ready for tomorrow night. We've got a couple great hockey guests today. Chelly at 8:45. Tony Granato.
Oh, yeah.
At 9 o'clock. Chicago hockey royalty. And the big question about who's in, who's not, who will play. Will Austin Matthews be back? You said yes.
Yes, he'll be back.
And Cale Makar's back for the Canadians.
Not good.
Not good for Team USA.
No.
Good for them. And the most highly anticipated hockey game since Saturday.
Yeah, I was sitting there like, there was a lot of hype for the Saturday.
A lot
game.
of hype.
Yeah.
Blackhawks back on the ice.
Yeah.
Connor Bedard speaking. So it's the oddest of things. Not who.
I asked the question.
At 2, Mully?
Why isn't he on Team Canada? Well, they got a lot of depth. They got a lot of centermen. Yeah, he's not.
I wish he was taking
Get him
part
on
in
that
this.
team.
You really feel like he's missing out on something. The opportunity to grow, the opportunity to observe, all those things. It's got to be kind of a conflicting couple weeks because it's almost like he's being sent a message.
Oh, it's a message.
Not ready yet.
It's a message that I've received. I don't know if he has.
And how did you receive it? You interpreted it. You didn't necessarily receive it.
No, I got it. I understood what they were saying.
You're ready for it. He's not.
Yeah.
I'm
a little, again, opportunity to play a couple of good weeks of hockey. That's what's missing.
No doubt about it.
Wouldn't hurt him
at the
at all.
highest of levels.
That's it.
And tomorrow night is going to be a fascinating study in a lot of things. High-level hockey, high intensity in the crowd.
American politics,
no doubt about it. And the biggest question is how each team will respond to getting their players back and what will happen on the ice. The broader question about the experience will be, will the crowd in Boston boo the Canadian national anthem?
Yeah, they will, I would say. No question. Because,
you don't think it's a question? You think it's
I just don't think, I mean, with all due respect to the Boston hockey crowd, I think that theirs will be a knee-jerk reaction to what happened in Canada. There won't be any deep thinking as to why anything happened.
I don't disagree.
I think it'll just be knee-jerk, kind of underscoring the second word there.
I do think that you're right. There will be a visceral reaction almost, probably, to
better
the
word
anthem.
than jerk.
Well, I'm trying to.
I would say
try to
that's
clean it up
kind
a
of
little
where
bit.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate the
I don't
effort.
have to do that often.
No, but I am disgusted.
I think a lot of people understand that, and it's
just the lack of understanding of that's all.
And I think that'll set the stage. Here's what I hope doesn't happen again. I hope it doesn't devolve into 3 fights in 10 seconds or even 1 fight. I hope they start this game in a way that reflects where the focus should be, and that is having 2 teams leaving it all on the ice, but you don't have to start with the WWE type of beginning.
That's an interesting comment. Again,
do you think that they will have dropped the gloves?
I
before
didn't
they
think
drop
so
the puck?
until we started talking about who's going to be booing what. I feel like the tenor is going to be ugly now. And I said yesterday that no, they're not going to drop. You know why? Because I thought the game was too important.
Mm-hmm.
But then what did they do about it? What exactly happened to the people that dropped the gloves? Was there any real punishment?
No.
Did the league come down and say anything? Did the tournament reach out and say, hey, we're not having any of that? The next guy you throw
the refs who were mic'd up or close enough to players who were mic'd up thought it was cool.
Exactly. It was like, wow, there's real emotion. Look,
it was embraced, it was applauded, and it was celebrated.
So there could be more.
There
For
could
that
be
reason,
repeated.
There was a sort of, what do you call it? Maybe just sort of stamp of approval. Is that by not kind of responding in any way, by not telling anyone, knock it off?
Silent affirmation.
Yes.
I think you're exactly
That's
right.
So
I think it's going to come down to the deeper team, the hotter team. I wonder if the home ice advantage will be a thing.
Healthier team?
The healthier team. No question, because you don't know the condition of the Kachucks.
Right.
And Austin Matthews coming back, you figure that was more of a.
They said that was like that was
load
sort
management type of decision.
There was just he's a little beaten up, but it wasn't like a specific lower upper deal. I think they called it upper, but it's just one of these deals where he's taken enough kind of abuse. They didn't need him in the game, so they sat him out.
I kind of love this week-long, if it's that long, conversation about these hockey debates about
Mm-hmm.
what Makar means to the Canadian defense, what Matthews means to the Team USA's ability to score, how will the Kachucks react, is Connor McDavid really the best player in the world? All these
Right.
things are fun if
Right.
you follow hockey, if you love the sport, and these are things that we don't typically talk about.
If that's one of the fears if you're a U.S. fan. If Connor McDavid is the best player in the world, isn't this the moment to show
Yes,
it?
that's exactly in the context I was referring. You're
Yeah.
exactly right. And if that's the case, you want that guy on your side because he can explode and dominate. And you worry about that from a Team USA perspective because they may have the deeper team, they may have the more healthy and dangerous team, but if you have the best player on the ice at any given moment, any given shift, you like your chances.
Yeah,
Oh,
you know,
Canada.
one of the questions had been, how is Canada going to handle the Kachuk brothers? Because they're a different entity together than separate. And yeah, maybe we see that, or maybe they're not up to their, even if they play, they're not
are
up
healthy,
to their, yeah.
and they both are playing, they have to be on the same line.
Well, exactly.
And that is recency bias, but you only are in a 2-week tournament. You're only playing a select number of few games. You want to take advantage of every shift. Once it worked, go back to it. So they better be on the same line. I think they both will play. But yeah, we're going to have some time and fun counting down to really the game that will be the focus of the sports world on Thursday night.
Yeah, it will be. It's a
'Cause
huge game. I mean,
The
it
Bulls
should
come
be
back.
fun.
You know, they play the Knicks tomorrow
Yes,
night.
yes, they do.
NBA resumes tonight, I believe. There's a game tonight, perhaps. I think there's a game tonight. And Lakers are back with Luka and LeBron. LeBron playing tonight?
LeBron, he'll wait till like warm ups to let you know he's got like a little ankle issue.
Yeah.
But will Luka play more than 23 minutes?
Probably.
He's yet to. I wouldn't imagine
He's
will.
had a few days off. Now he can get on I'm sure he's been on the exercise bike. I think he's probably in better shape, ramping up, as they say. You don't think so?
I think
he's worthy of at least 30.
I think they've got serious problems with those guys moving forward because they're going to take turns trying to get as much attention as possible to whatever their phony
Why are you down on
injury is.
Luka now?
Because he only played 23 minutes.
I know, but
he really hasn't played. He's missed a ton of games, and he's got a calf issue. And he came out of the game the last time and said that it's still not.
Still not
feeling good.
100%.
Yeah.
He's had a couple days off. He's 2 games only, so it's a small sample size with the
Right.
Lakers.
Right.
And they're 1-1.
No more than 23 minutes in either game. Just saying. And I mean, they made that trade, biggest trade ever, and the one guy got hurt immediately.
Yeah, but you're not winning anything in
Anthony
February.
Davis.
You're
I'm
not
not
winning anything.
saying you. I'm not. I'm
Ramp
just
it up.
saying. I wonder if they're going to play much.
They're going to play. They're going to play as much as it makes sense
Okay.
until they gear up toward. It's all about the playoffs. In the Western Conference, you're just trying to get in. You're just trying to get in. It's wide open. It's like the Suns and
Would
Kevin
help-
Durant.
It would help to have your team.
It would help to have your team, but you want your team healthy in the playoffs. So you've got to. You can't rush Luka. You can't rush greatness.
You can't rush Luka. Yeah, it'd be nice though if he were able to actually play.
So they're back tonight. We'll keep an eye on that. And then
Yep.
tomorrow, a more full schedule in the NBA. The Bulls, and I think they're at Madison Square Garden playing against the Knicks in the return to action. They've been off forever, it seems. And you don't know what version of the Bulls will. Well, you kind of know.
Yeah. I think that whatever fear they had of doing well, I think you can let that go.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any. I think they're going to do a nice job of improving their draft status between now and the end of the season.
Right.
How's that for a positive outlook?
That's right. That's
Their draft status is going to be continually enhanced on a nightly basis. So they can look forward to the best of this draft, and they'll have to look forward to the draft lottery. We'll have to figure out exactly what night that is because that's a big night here in Chicago, as per usual.
Yeah.
Little college basketball action last night. Your Ramblers win.
Yes. Go
Good
Ramblers.
win for the Ramblers.
Good win. Couple in a row now. That's good to see.
February 19th. About time to start thinking college basketball a little more intensely.
We a big loss for the Illini last night. They didn't They just didn't look very good, and
Wisconsin
they're
does
injured. Wisconsin looked
play
great.
well at this time of the year,
and then
they're well coached.
And then Illinois aiming toward that weekend matchup, which is super weird.
It's Duke.
It's just weird
at
to
Madison
have it.
Square Garden.
That's what I'm saying.
I
It's
can't-
kind of
why
in the
would you
middle
do
of the
that?
season, even though it's
There's
kinda,
marquee value, but I don't know what other value there is.
Yeah. Well,
to build your resume,
resume, recruiting. I mean, they're just torn up by the flu right now.
Yeah, but that's why
anytime you have the opportunity to take your team and play at Madison Square Garden against a Duke, you do it.
Okay.
I think. I mean, it's college basketball. They're going to get to the tournament. Illinois is
Don't
going
be
to,
so sure.
They're going to
my
be
friend.
They're going to be in the tournament.
Illinois?
Yes.
Probably. But that wasn't a good performance last night.
No, but they're missing a ton of guys, and they're sick. They're
know.
so sick. Did you see what happened after the game with
No.
the handshake line?
No, what
This
happened?
is unbelievable.
At the end of the day, guys, we don't have very many healthy bodies. Tommy didn't make the trip with us. He drove up, before the game because he said he wanted to try to play, and Jake Davis got sick right after pregame and said he wanted to try to start, but he didn't even join us at halftime. He was in the restroom. That's why we didn't shake hands with them after the game. They don't need this. But 38 years, I've never seen anything like what's gone through our team.
So the two coaches go to meet, and Underwood basically gives the head coach of Wisconsin the Heisman, stand back. And at first you think something's up, right? Because you don't know what's going on necessarily. And then that's what you heard. So they didn't want to pass along what's going through their locker room with the hand-to-hand high five, good job, little hug, fist bump, any of that. They just didn't want to pass it along, which I think is a classy move by the Illini and Coach Underwood.
Smart move. It's unfortunate, it really is. But in that context, and they have no business going to New York City and Madison Square Garden and spreading it all over.
Start spreading the news.
That's a bad.
Start spreading the flu.
I'm heaving today. Sorry, that was bad. I didn't know they were that ill. I did not see the handshake line. I watched part of the game, and I will challenge you on whether or not they're in the tournament. They're 17-10, my friend. They're in the Big Ten gauntlet, and I don't know if you can count on that. I hope they do. It's always more interesting of a tournament if they're in it.
Will the flu get brought up and be part of the resume?
You wonder.
It's a good question.
How many other teams are suffering from this kind of flu because it is going around?
Yeah, there's flu in different sporting events. Let's be honest about it.
It's a tough week, though. You play Wisconsin and then Duke. And both those teams are tournament teams, good teams in this time of the year.
When did Wisconsin all of a sudden learn how to play offense? Right? I mean,
Good question.
before it was you play Wisconsin, the first to 50 would win. Now all of a sudden, Wisconsin's scoring north of 70 every night.
It was funny. Who did I hear? Someone was saying it's 25 years since the Big Ten won a national championship. And I immediately was like, well, no, Michigan lost. Oh, yeah. Well, what about, and I was going through a list of teams that all.
Yeah, Wisconsin made a couple Final Fours, right?
That's it. They didn't win it, though.
I don't want to quibble. Can I get back to that thing, the decision not to shake hands, though?
Sure.
Yeah.
They just played against each other for 40 minutes.
That's different. You can't cancel the game.
I know. But you've already, to the extent that you can.
Fluid?
It's just one more touch that you don't
on
need.
Bodies that you probably will pass along if you're ever going to pass it along.
So you're saying unsportsmanlike on
I'm not saying
Brad
unsportsmanlike. I just think that it's an odd time to
decide you're worried about
invoke that precaution.
Would you rather they forfeited?
No. Well, or I don't know if you're that ill.
I think
postponement.
Maybe elbow bump.
Everybody grab a mask and a bottle of hand sanitizer.
We've been through those kind of protocols, unfortunately.
I know.
But it's too bad. The Big Ten, 5 teams are ranked in the Big Ten, I think, now. And you look at Wisconsin.
But all 10 and under.
Yes.
The highest ranked team in the Big Ten is Wisconsin. Right?
Yeah, Wisconsin. And
last night you had Purdue and Michigan State 13-14 play, and Michigan State won against Purdue. First time in 5 or 6 attempts.
Now Michigan State has had a couple victories in a row with after kind of not playing as well as they would have liked. But I don't know if they're the best team in the conference. I don't know who the best team in the Big Ten is right now. The parity is real in that league, and I don't think it's the best team in America this year.
Well, I hate to say this, but as long as they're sitting down and meeting for football reasons, they ought to get into some basketball talk because the SEC, believe it or not, is having an excellent year.
That is
and
unexpected.
has a ton of really good teams.
Starting with Alabama and Auburn.
That's right.
Not in that order either. Auburn, number 1, Bruce Pearl, wins wherever he goes at a high level. And then Alabama, Nate Oates. He's got a program going there.
Who was I talking to? So was it St. John's? Aren't they playing DePaul tonight?
St. John's and DePaul, 8 o'clock right here on the Score.
St. John's lost to Georgia earlier in the year. Georgia's got 4 wins in the SEC. I'm just saying, like they're proud, and that's like St. John's having a really good year in the Big East, but they did lose to a Georgia team that is getting pounded in that league. That's all I'm saying.
It's a good point. It's a good topic. Zach Zaidman, 745. He can talk to Paul basketball, college basketball. We talk Bears. We can talk Cubs. Yeah, Zach's a man of many talents.
We kind of need to talk a little Cubs with him.
We do. Yeah, I think we do.
But he hasn't been in Arizona. He just wanted to let us know that. He hasn't been out there yet.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
He wanted to make sure that's not why we were bothering him. I said, no. I said we want to talk Cubs and Demons.
I think because tonight, Rick Pitino bringing St. John's into Chicago is a relevant game in college basketball because of what he's done at St. John's. And he is a guy that you look at his college coaching resume. Wherever he goes, he turns things around relatively quickly. And he is one of the best college basketball coaches still coaching.
Like 100 years ago, I was covering the Bulls, and they played a preseason game in Kentucky. And I did a couple of stories. They went through New Orleans, and they went to Kentucky on this trip. And I drove to LSU and did a story because Jamie Brandon from King High was down there, and they had this guy, Shaquille O'Neal.
That guy?
He was just starting his career, and I interviewed Shaq, and then I wound up going into the office with Rick Pitino. He was at Kentucky.
No comment, Mully.
And believe it or not, that game was Sean Kemp's first NBA preseason game. I'm just telling you.
Sean Kemp, Jamie Brandon, and Shaq.
Can you believe that?
Walk into a bar in Baton Rouge.
I know.
That's awesome.
No, but those are different trips.
References.
It was the same road swing for me.
But those are big names.
Oh, I know,
in college
man.
basketball.
Yeah.
That was memorable.
It was, it was memorable as I was standing there, and there were like some of these reporters, and I turned to Shaq, and I just had a couple minutes with him, and I asked him a question about Jamie Brandon and coming down to LSU. They had that other guy. What was the guy's name? Some giant. And Shaq shoves this gigantic hand out and engulfs my hand and introduces himself to me and asks me who I am and where I'm from. And we had like a chat for a while. He was just such a good dude as a, young man making his debut. They had, what was the guy's name? They had another 7-footer.
Stanley Roberts. Twin Towers.
You thought they were going to be absolutely.
Stanley Roberts did play in the NBA for a while, I believe.
Well, he was a
no
giant.
Shaq.
He was not in great shape, and it was interesting because I believe that was they were playing the freak defense in those days, and it just was. You just took a look at that team and you thought, oh, they're going to be a national champion.
And that coach was a colorful figure in college basketball. Dale Brown could talk with the best of them.
Yeah.
And, that's a nice little trip down college basketball memory lane. Stanley Roberts and Shaq, they were the Twin Towers. So that was circa, let's see, late 80s, I would think.
Well, Jamie Brandon was Mr. Illinois basketball in 1986.
Okay.
86.
Wow. So late
80s. King and Simeon played for the state championship in 1986.
So just consider this. Rick Pitino, who will bring his St. John's team, top 20 team, into Wintrust Arena tonight. back in those days,
Yeah.
he went to Kentucky in 1989.
Okay.
He's 72 years old, still coaching at a very high level. That guy has
That's
transcended
unbelievable.
so many different careers and generations. You got to give him credit. He's not always popular. He's got himself in trouble at times, but he still comes out always having turned around whatever program he's at.
I remember saying to him, "Hey, is it fair if I ask you how long you think you'll be here, just given your resume?" And he said, "Well, I don't like it, and I don't want to answer that question, but I guess it's fair." And then he had a great answer for it. He was great.
I mean, at one point when the DePaul had one of their many openings, I mean, I think we talked about the possibility of Rick Pitino, and it's like they couldn't, at that point, he was a little too toxic at that point.
I thought about that yesterday. We were talking about. I was talking to someone else about Pitino, and I think at one point in time he was a candidate at a lot of different places. He was a perennial candidate. He was a perennial candidate to go back to the NBA. When I was I can remember being back in South Bend when he was bringing teams into play Notre Dame, and Notre Dame was like always wanting that to be, oh boy, imagine he would love to be there. He would have been perfect at any program. Indiana has an opening. Rick Pitino is a candidate. He's 72 years old.
Right. It's crazy.
Because people want what he has to offer in terms of charisma, organization. He knows the game, and he can coach. So that's tonight. Can't wait to talk to Zach, by the way.
And we will. We'll talk to Zach about all of that stuff and get into it. Yeah.
What was that?
That's Zach. That's his.
Oh, that's Zach's. That's the little
his
signature thing?
What was that? He was doing like the phone was ringing and he had.
He's talking about the phone noise and he makes the phone noise really well, and then you tried to do it.
And I couldn't do it. It was hilarious. I was with Zach one time, and we were I don't know who we were talking to, and some guy calls up, and we went to the phone lines, and he said something very nice to me, and I said something. I believe I said, "Thank you, my buddy." I may have said these words, "Thank you, my buddy," which I don't think I've ever said before. And the two of us, the guy started talking. The two of us, we were roaring, laughing. I mean, we couldn't continue. We were like hunched over. Zach is
sometimes it hits you.
He's so
Especially
much
with
fun.
Zach. Yeah.
Oh, he's so much fun to hang out with.
Zach is the king of he has that little wry smile.
Great guy.
And he'll crack you up.
He's so
very
funny.
Underrated sense of humor.
Oh my God, we had a hard time composing ourselves to finish.
I could see that.
Getting to a break.
I can see that.
Oh my God, it's just so dumb.
So he's at 7:44.
Yes.
Bruce Levine 8:25. Chelly 8:45. Tony Granato at 9. This is going to be a fun show.
That's a show. That's a show right there. That's
a Wednesday.
All right, this is the one.
This is the one.
Send this one out. This is going to be the one they remember. It's Mully and Haugh. We got the Pick Six next on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard Update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on those dental implants. Do it today. Shota Imanaga will get the ball first for the Cubs when they have their 2 games in Japan against the Dodgers. Also, keep in mind, Cubs baseball back on the air this Friday, 1:55, right here on the Score. They will be taking on the Dodgers in that one. The White Sox continue to work out in Arizona. We heard from Chris Getz and Will Venable yesterday. We'll share that audio with you later on tonight. Don't forget, Thursday, the Four Nations Face-Off title game, Canada, USA, 7 o'clock. The puck's going to drop. You'll watch it on the Four Letter Network. Right now, the game is a pick'em. Both teams minus 105. The total, 5.5 pucks. This is per our friends over at Circus Sports Illinois. College hoops, number 11, Wisconsin, too much for the Illini, 95-74. Loyola, 77-69 winners over Davidson. This hour of the program brought to you by Cahill Heating and Cooling. Visit callcahill.com.
It's Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh starts now.
How much better do you feel about the Cubs' depth after yesterday's signing of 40-year-old Justin Turner, 1 year, $6 million? What about Chris Flexen? He made 30 starts last year for the Sox.
Yeah, I think that it's I don't think Chris Flexen is part of the question, but I do think the positional depth improved with Justin Turner getting that 1 year contract. I do think that he can play some first base for an extended period of time. He could probably do a spot start at third base, and certainly he can be a DH. So he also gives you firepower off the bench, one of the things we had talked about not having when we were discussing it yesterday before he signed. So it's good. It's a good signing. It will help. I don't think it solves all problems or really fixes anything, but it's a good guy to have around. And if his ability in the locker room is as good as advertised, that's a great thing to have.
There's nothing wrong with having a guy that's been there, done that.
Mm-hmm.
I also think it was interesting to hear from guys like Dansby Swanson. Nico Horner was on with the afternoon show yesterday talking about how much they're looking forward to picking his brain, watching his approach, that kind of thing. We're seeing a theme here with Jed. The guys that he has brought in, minus Chris Flexen, have big game experience, have been there and done that. The Chris Flexen thing, it is part of the question, so I'm going to address it. I think what makes sense about it is his durability, and we've heard from Craig Counsell that they're going to use, especially with this Japan trip, a almost opener type mentality where you're going to see the starting pitchers pitch a couple of innings, but you may see all 5 or 6 potential starting pitchers pitch in those games. And because they're reporting earlier, they need additional arms. He's almost like a camp arm or a spring training arm, if you will. And if somebody goes down, it's not a bad backup to have a guy who at least is durable and shows up to work every day.
Yeah, I think that Justin Turner is money well spent. $6 million for the kind of quality depth you get from a veteran like him. He is not only a skilled hitter, but a guy who knows how to talk hitting the way it sounds from Ian Happ and Dansby Swanson. Dustin Kelly, I wonder if he had some overlap with Justin Turner in L.A. We know that Michael Bush spent some time around him early in his career. They had probably intersected during spring training, so there's a familiarity there. And apparently the news is interesting that he turned down a more lucrative offer to come to the Cubs. So there must be a desire on his part. I know his wife is reportedly from Indiana, and so he might like to try to play in the Midwest. This is something that's new for his career. He was in New York, then L.A., and then Toronto and Seattle. So this is he's well-traveled. But I think that he's well-traveled, and he's been around for a while because he's a good guy to have in the clubhouse. He's versatile. Nobody is suggesting that he's there to play 100 games at third base. But he is a guy that has played a lot of games at that position throughout his career. It's not like it's not like there would be a degree of difficulty. You don't want to have to count on that, but he certainly provides some insurance to Matt Haugh, a guy that you want to succeed, you think's going to succeed, but there's no guarantee that he's going to succeed. So this was a smart signing by the Cubs.
It's a great question.
Voice of Zach Zaidman. He's here at 7:45. If you're the Cubs and winning in 25 matters most, what would you be willing to trade to the Blue Jays for Vlad Guerrero Jr.? Who on the Major League team would you consider including, and how many prospects?
Well, you have to have this thought exercise. If you do what we do and you are the Cubs and you're thinking about what you want to be this season, but you've got to determine that before you have this conversation. If you're Jed Hoyer and Tom Ricketts and Carter Hawkins, what do you want to be this season? Do you want to be the best team in the NL Central? Or do you want to be a team that challenges the Dodgers for the NL pennant? And there is a difference there. It affects your ambition. It affects what your willingness to do, what you're willing to give up. If you have circled 2025 as the year to go for it, because you have Kyle Tucker for one season, more than likely, then you will put together a package to entice the Blue Jays to part with Vlad Guerrero Jr. He is that guy. He is a young star. You, at the end of last season, were a team that didn't have any stars. You added Kyle Tucker. Nice start. Here's another guy who could be there for the taking. Would you take Seiya Suzuki and 2 prospects? Would Seiya Suzuki waive his no-trade clause to go to Toronto so he can play in the outfield and be happy? Maybe. Don't know. This is all hypothetical. But when a guy goes public with his desire to play one more year in Toronto and be open about the fact that they couldn't come to an agreement, this is an invitation for teams like the Cubs to make their best offer. So, Jed, make your best offer.
Well, for all the hand-wringing, if I'm using it right, I'm sure if I'm not, I'll be told in a minute, about how much the Ricketts spend, and they're in the middle, and they should spend more, and I mean, Kenny Rosenthal's personal vendetta against Tom Ricketts, that's something that I don't really understand, and you could look into if you're into journalism, and I just question Kenny Rosenthal. We're going to get into that more in a minute. But they've positioned themselves, the Cubs have, by staying under the luxury tax threshold that everybody likes to talk about. They're in a position that if they do what Tom Ricketts and Jed Hoyer believe they can do, which is definitely win this division and play in October, we'll leave it at that for right now, we won't have any fun at that, play in October, now you've put yourself in the position to be able to go and do something like we're suggesting. Go get a Vlad Guerrero, but of course, at what cost? But David, if the Cubs are where we all want them to be, Seiya Suzuki is going to be a big part of that. So, again, it's just why do the Cubs always have to give up something good to potentially get something good? Give
up something good to get something better.
Okay. Here, if we're worried about not being able to retain Kyle Tucker because his number starts with a 4, Bruce says that all the time.
Yeah.
The number for Vlad Guerrero Jr. probably starts with a 5.
Well, he said that they offered him $340, a contract worth $340 million, and he said it was not even close. So you're probably right. So the question, it becomes real simple. And I know you want to win right now, but given all the financial constraints and all the lack of movement on different fronts, and finishing 4th among 4 teams that are trying to woo Bregman here, do they want to pay him a number that begins with a 5, or do they want to see what happens with? So, in other words, it's not that he isn't value and he couldn't come here, but wouldn't you prefer it if you were trading for a guy that you were then going to sign. And if you have no intention, if he's just a rental player, then the price you pay for him is significantly less. The price you pay to get a guy for a year is significantly less than what you would pay for him if he was in your long-term plan. And is their long-term plan impacted by what's going on with baseball economics? And we don't know the answer to that question. But
with that uncertainty, would not it make sense if you were going to circle this season as one you want to win?
Like I said, I'm talking about what the value is that you give up for him. So
yeah.
I would not give up one of my, whatever, top 8 the top players, whoever's the national, like in the top 100. I wouldn't give up a guy like that to get Vlad Guerrero for 1 year. It's a lot. You're asking a lot. But I would certainly make a package that would be presentable enough, and I'd take him for a year. I just think it's like you got a Kyle Tucker problem, right? You already have a guy that you're not willing to pay.
Really 2025 solution.
Well, okay. I mean, that's the way of looking at it.
It's a good debate.
It's a worthy debate. I'm just saying, I don't see them coming up with a number that starts with a 4 or a 5, right? For Vlad Guerrero. I don't see him doing it. I don't see the Cubs splashing out $1 billion at the end of the year for Tucker and Guerrero. I just don't. I think you'd probably be choosing one or the other, and I'd rather get Tucker.
There's a lot of questions in there.
There he is, the voice of Tom Ricketts. How about a day after Kenny Rosenthal went after Cubs and Tom Ricketts over the Cubs spending? It was the four-letter network's Buster Olney's turn. The four-letter network national baseball guy pointed out the Cubs were outspent this offseason by, wait for it, the Rays from Tampa, while the Cubs have a significantly higher payroll, $185 million to $72 million. They're spending nearly $30 million less than they did in 24. Why is that?
Yeah, it's a good question, frankly. I mean, there's got to be a reason, right? But they did not. They made some moves. They brought in some players. They didn't make the kind of splash we thought they would. And the fact is that Tampa has some serious issues. Tampa has all sorts of problems because they don't have a building. They're going to be playing in the Yankees, the Yankees minor league building. So it's 11,000. So they're trying to do something to make sure they get some people going out to it because they don't have a home stadium this year. The thing that Buster Olney said and that all these guys are kind of concentrating on is that the Cubs have been valued, I think it was Sportico, valued them at $5.4 billion. So, they're spending good money. It's not like they're not spending any money. They have the highest payroll in their division by a mile. But the thing is, there's no team in their division that's worth as much as $2 billion. According to these rankings, they're all in the 1.5 kind of area, 1.5 billion, where the Cubs are 5.4. Now, that's not money in hand, but holy cow, is that a lot of money? And they could afford to pay a lot more. And if you are worth more, you're the fourth highest valued franchise in baseball, shouldn't you have a higher payroll than that? Shouldn't you not be trimming payroll from 1 year to the next? But that's all just our opinions. We'll see what it looks like.
Concrete costs a lot of money. Okay, they put a lot of concrete into Wrigley Field. I can't believe I'm going to actually, quote unquote, carry water for Cubs ownership with my aunt. This is getting crazy because the Cubs haven't. It is not a one-way ticket to World Series success. And the Cubs were never going to spend as much as the Dodgers and the Mets and the Phillies have spent. That's the latest one. Is everybody saying, well, okay, so the Cubs are 12th or 13th in spending, but do you realize how far away they are even from the Phillies? The Phillies have $100 million more than the Cubs, and the Cubs are basically $200 million. That's a baseball problem. Okay, that's not. And Steve Cohen, the Mets owner, saying, I will blow the budget because I want to win. Steve Cohen's in a different economic stratosphere than the Ricketts family, who are also in a different stratosphere than every other regular people. But I don't think you can kill the Cubs over this. At some point, you got to let these guys that they've accumulated over all these years play. I mean, sure. Listen, let's see what happens with Kyle Tucker. Assuming that Kyle Tucker has the year that he wants to have, that the Cubs want him to have, I'll be willing to get upset next year if the Cubs are, well, we're going to offer $399 million. So is that a game? They're suggesting that they played a game with Alex Bregman. They just decided to be in the conversation to appease us and be the bridesmaid, as I like to say. So let's see what happens with let's see next year with Kyle Tucker if they're in the actual conversation. He's worth it.
You often see these trends in journalism, and it's become open season on the Cubs from a national baseball reporter perspective. You heard from Ken Rosenthal and now Buster Olney. Bob Nightingale's been consistent, and our guy John Heyman has chimed in. And the tone of it is that the Cubs have not spent enough this offseason. And I think with our show, I think we've held them responsible, or I've wondered why you haven't reallocated the resources you save from getting rid of Cody Bellinger. That's been my problem. I'm less fixated on the Bregman miss as I am the Bellinger mistake.
Money dump.
It was a salary dump, and it can't be if you are serious about winning in 2025. That's my problem. Now, I can see why people look at the Bregman offer and they compare it to the way the Red Sox structured it and be very disappointed, and exposes maybe Tom Ricketts for not wanting to go over a certain threshold. Fair criticism. He is the chairman of the Cubs. He should be able to handle that. It's not inaccurate necessarily. It might be out of context at times, but I do think that it's valid. You are a big market team, and you got outbid, and you weren't ready to go and use mechanisms like deferrals, and you really haven't explained why yet. So I think that what this is, as much as anything, I don't want to say it creates a mandate, but certainly an opportunity for Tom Ricketts to defend the Cubs. He did it at the convention. Bruce and I interviewed him, and he talked about the breaking even every year. And
he referenced that in his story, Buster Olney.
And I think that was something that he talked as much as he could have, but I think you have to follow up now that they missed on Bregman. I'd like to talk to Tom Ricketts again, ask him similar questions, and understand a little bit better why they are where they are in terms of payroll. And you know what? The thing about Wrigley, they did rebuild the neighborhood, and it is a credit to the ownership, but at the same time, that explanation always falls short. They're benefiting from that as well.
Oh yeah,
they profited from that as well.
And see, that is the thing that isn't tangible when you talk about it. They're looking to break even in terms of the baseball expenditure. But the value of the franchise is going up by the billions.
And because of the baseball, they're able to benefit from everything around it. And that is profit that's not taken into consideration. So I think more than anything, I'd like to hear next from Tom Ricketts.
Terrific question. Need to get that answered. Don't have it for you today.
That's Bruce's voice. He's here at 8:25. How about our guy, Bruce Levine, Score Baseball Insider, reporting the MLB Commissioner Rob Manfred saying the Cubs are working hard with Mayor Brandon Johnson and MLB security to tie up some important issues and be eligible to be able to host the 2027 All-Star Game at Wrigley Field. Shouldn't all the Cubs' young prospects be All-Stars by then?
That's a great little add to the question. I love that. Yes, they should, and the Cubs should dominate that infield and outfield. Owen Casey batting third for the National League. We're short on time, but Bruce, if they do have the All-Star Game in 2027 at Wrigley Field, they should honor Bruce before the game because he has been dogged on this. He got Rob Manfred to talk about this. Crane Kenny has talked about this. This is more likely to happen than not happen, it seems like. So good for all of the planning, and let's hope it all works out.
Can we find out what the issue is security-wise? Like what they need to do? What are these loose ends specifically?
Shutting down the perimeter of Wrigley Field with ways of blocking streets and being able to do that.
So like the salt trucks that are being used right now would then have something to do in July. Okay, I got it.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
You just asked a question. You didn't comment on it. Hey, look, I think it's time, isn't it? Don't we deserve another All-Star game in Chicago? It's been a long while. It's been a bit of a drought. So yeah, bring it back. That sounds good. I would hope that some of those young Cub players are All-Stars by that point. I don't know that they're going to load the thing up, but yeah, I think it would be great if there were an All-Star game in Chicago and the Cubs had some All-Stars in it. I don't know how that works with the White Sox timetable, the 2027. Maybe they got a couple pitchers in the All-Star game by then, but we'll find out. I'm all for it, though. I think it is. It's been too long since we've had an All-Star game, and I think it'd be a great event.
It's a good question.
Chris Chelios' voice there. He's with Mully and Haugh at 8:44. Joey Gallo spoke at White Sox camp and said he was just hoping to make the team. What are the chances he doesn't, and what is Gallo's ideal role with the Sox?
Yeah, I think he's going to make the team, and I think that his relationship with the manager is probably one of the reasons. It's probably a reason that he came here is because it's an easy team to make, and I think his role will be to supply power and to hit home runs. I hope he doesn't strike out as much as he's done of late, and I hope that he can kind of recapture some Fountain of Youth stuff. But I liked his comments about the vibe of the guy. You meet certain people in baseball, and you know they were going to be a manager. You know, the guy's a little bit smarter than everyone else, and the guy's got more copped on, and he's looking at the game in a different way, and he's studying it a little bit differently. I thought it was really good to hear from him about a guy that was effectively a manager in waiting when he knew him as a teammate. So I thought that was a good thing, and it's also just a reminder that there is a place for him because he has that connection, has a really good connection to have.
Adam Dunn not available, so we turn to Joey Gallo.
Cheaper version.
I think, and I joked about this before, but now that we've heard Joey Gallo talk, I think this is about the fact that Will Venable is looking for somebody to hang out with. I mean, seriously. I mean, he's looking for somebody that's around his age that he actually played the game with. And listen, we're seeing it with the Cubs. It can only help to have a veteran around. Let's assume that Joey Gallo, despite the strikeouts, carries himself like a professional, prepares like a professional. That's a good thing it's one thing for Will Venable to say, when I play the game, but now here's Joey Gallo to show you how to do it day in and day out.
Not only that, but if he does make the team as expected, he's a guy that can vouch for the manager to people who don't know him. And that's a big issue. It's not any bigger with Will Venable than any other first-time manager, but you like to have guys that can help interpret your message or can say, you know what, he's not such a bad guy, or boy, wasn't that interesting, you should have seen him when he was in Texas. All these kinds of things. It helps to have, there's strength in numbers, and the more guys who know Will Venable, the better in that clubhouse, especially with a young team looking for a little direction. And Joey Gallo, despite some struggles at the plate, seems to be, at least his first impression and his reputation is, he's a consummate pro. He's been on some really good teams and some really strong organizations, and now he comes to the White Sox. His biggest value right now, besides the ability to hit the long ball, if he can connect and make contact, is his example.
This will be a pick six. There's your ball game.
What do you think of Adam Schefter tweeting that the Chiefs won't apply the franchise tag to guard Trey Smith, but could use the transition tag? The transition tag pays out an average of a top 10 salary at the position instead of top 5 and allows the team to match any offer the player receives from another football team.
Interesting twist, not terribly unexpected. They want to have the ability to retain him. I think they want to have the ability to make a decision based on their own budget. And maybe this allows other teams to set the market for a guy if that's the way it's going to work. And it's a risk perhaps, but it also gives them buys them a little bit more time. Trey Smith is somebody who, if he hits the open market or if he's even available, the Bears, it should be their number one priority. It should be their top player on the board because the free agency comes first, and they'll make decisions on their own guys. I don't think they're going to get involved in the tagging process this offseason. But Trey Smith, transition tag would be something that if you're the Chiefs, you want to definitely do what you can to try to keep a top player.
I think this is a brilliant move by the Chiefs. They're not the only ones that saw the tape like I saw. Trey Smith, like many Chiefs, did not have a good Super Bowl Sunday. So let's see what the rest of the league thinks about you, Trey. I mean, some people, I can't believe people would let one game. Yeah, it was the biggest game. It was the biggest stage. He's been talked about how back up the Brinks truck, pay that man his money, blah, 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 blah. And he was getting pushed into the backfield by linebackers that weigh 70 pounds less than him. So go ahead, Trey. Let's see what the rest of the league thinks. Let them set the price. And I think center might be a bigger issue than guard for this Bears team as far as the free agent market goes.
Yeah, there's a guy out there at center, the Atlanta center, if he's on the market, and it looks like he would be. Could be a guy, young guy you could bring in. I got to tell you, I think that I think if the Bears have made Trey Smith a priority, this is good news, because what happens, even though you get the right to match a contract, what happens is if you have the kind of capital that the Bears do, you just put like a poison pill in it.
Bingo.
And that would be like a big-ass payment to open up the contract.
Because it kills their cap.
And
they want to stay away.
And they don't want to.
And it's a lower average because it's a top 10 rather than top 5.
Yes. So, I mean, this is good news for the Bears. It's
unless you don't want them.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, if that is indeed one of their priorities in the offseason, they got to get people in here that can play. They got to get guys that can actually play and can be available, and he's been both those things.
Just for the record, you think that Trey Smith still can play, right?
I do. I believe he can play.
All right.
Wait, nobody said he couldn't play. Did I say he couldn't play?
I didn't say you said he couldn't.
I think I heard him say he doubted whether he could play.
Yeah, he can play. He can
at a high level.
I doubted whether he should be paid $20 million based on the fact that his rear end was pushed into the backfield on Super Bowl Sunday more times than not.
That is he's getting paid more than that. That is the reality of where you're at. He's going to make. What is the franchise number? I mean, he's going to make.
Well, it's going to make a lot 25 because offensive linemen include tackles.
Yes. 25 is the franchise number, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
23 is what he makes under the transition tag. It's a lot of money, man.
A lot of money.
You got to wrap your mind around it, but they got a lot of money and they got ways of getting more.
And the Atlanta Falcons center you're referring to is Drew Dalman.
Yeah, he's
from
good,
Stanford.
He's a pretty
good player. Hits the open
Yep.
market. He'd be the center that Dustin has been longing for.
Yep, he's a young guy too. How old is he?
Yeah, he's 26 years old, so his best football is in front of him.
That's what you need. You need guys.
You get
like
Drew
that.
Dalman, you get Trey Smith. All of a sudden, you draft Will Campbell. Boom.
Yeah,
You're back.
Let's see who's available in the top 10. That is the
I know.
worry.
I know.
You might have to go with a tackle or an end and then double back and get more. I mean, I agree with you. I think 2 of their first 3 draft picks need to be offensive linemen, but I don't know if Will Campbell's going to be there, and I don't know who's going to be there. So you might have to kind of assess things in the real time.
No doubt about it. A lot of time to talk draft. But if Will Campbell or Kelvin Banks are there at 10, and you get a rookie left tackle, you get the center from the Falcons, you get Trey Smith, the right guard, you got Darnell Wright, you're talking.
Now we got a plan.
Now you got a plan.
Yep.
Now you got a plan, Dustin.
That sounds good. All right, we've got the extra point next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of the score.
The Spiegel and Holmes.
It's the grand opening of Raymond Kia in Antioch. Our new lounge is over 4,000 square feet with multiple TVs and workstations. We also have 18 service bays. The best part is we have more space for basketball. And more Kia models. Right now, get grand opening savings like this. Come in today and ring it up at the grand opening of Raymond Kia on Route 173 in Antioch.
I got screwed out of one of these by a marketing company.
You made a half-court shot?
No, but when I won the national Dick Vitale sound-alike contest, I was promised
give me your Dick Vitale.
I was promised. I've done it a million times. I was promised $500 and a lifetime supply of Windex. It was sponsored by Windex.
So what happened?
I cashed the $500 check immediately. The marketing company went bankrupt. And I was promised a lifetime supply of Windex.
And you're still here amongst us.
I haven't gotten a bottle.
You never even got your first bottle.
Never got a bottle.
That sounds like a lawsuit to
me. But you did cash that first check.
And every time I buy Windex, I am bitter. And
I would be too.
Do you buy the off-brand?
I should buy Sparkle.
The
You're
non.
Right. I should buy. I don't
know what Windex is biggest.
Windex is too good.
Yeah, Windex is. There's no replacing Windex.
I've never used non-Windex. I guess that makes me bougie in my cleaning habits.
It is superior. But I did talk to Dick Vitale about it years ago.
What did he say?
He felt awful. He was there at the contest. It was on ESPN, the whole thing, and he felt so bad. Oh no, I had no idea. And so he's like, what can I do? What I can do? And it really genuine because he's a doll of a guy.
You can buy me some Windex.
Hey, Dick, come on, give me a hookup, man. No, but he really genuinely felt bad.
Well, if he didn't make some kind of commitment to buy you lifetime Windex, then he didn't feel that bad.
No, what's he gonna do? I mean,
somebody explain this to me.
Give me your dick one more time.
Whoa.
Your Dick Vitale. Yo.
Super Bowl Friday, baby.
Dan just left the studio.
Go get it, baby.
Understandable.
Yeah,
Dick
Vitale. Yes. I was talking about Dick Vitale. It's understood. Dan's gonna come back at some point. No, he says he's done for the day.
I know I can't spell. I know I can't read. I can't write. I have no math skills.
Freeteeth.com. Save on those dental implants. Do it today. Team USA, Charlie McAvoy to miss the Four Nations Face-Off title game tomorrow night in Boston against the Canadiens. It's a 7 o'clock puck drop. You'll watch it on the Four-Letter Network. And right now, the game is basically a pick-em as both sides are minus 105. The total 5.5 pucks per our friends over at Circa Sports Illinois. The NBA returning to the court tonight. The Bulls return on Thursday. You'll hear it right here on the Score. 6:15 pregame. Bulls at the Knicks. The Blackhawks, they return to the ice on Saturday when they're in Columbus taking on the Blue Jackets. We also found out that the Cubs will indeed make Shota Imanaga the opening day pitcher March 18th out in Japan. Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on those dental implants. Do it today.
Set up this extra point.
It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Are you concerned that injuries will destroy the USA chances of winning the championship of the Four Nations Face-Off on Thursday night? Boston defenseman Charlie McAvoy already been ruled out with word that he was hospitalized in Boston on Monday. The Vancouver Canucks captain Quinn Hughes is going to be in Boston for the game, but can only play if the U.S. has fewer than 6 defensemen available. He's been out with a lower body injury. Sounds like Austin Matthews and the Kachuk brothers, Matthew and Brady, will be on the ice.
Yeah, injuries are always going to be part of it. Quinn Hughes was reportedly at Vancouver's practice, so we'll see if that's in play or not, even if it makes any sense for him to go back and forth. Austin Matthews is the big one. And the Kachucks. They all are going to try to play, and they're all going to play through whatever injury or pain they have. This is as big of a game as they probably played in a very long time, in some cases maybe ever, for the young players. And injuries are part of why Canada was compromised in the first time around. They didn't have Cale Makar, who's one of the best players in the world. So all of these things factor in. It's going to be more emotion than injury. It's going to be more execution than anything. And it's going to be who can rise to the occasion in a hostile environment. That will be as good of a sports competition as you might see in 2025. This is as good as it gets. High-level hockey with the best in the world doing what they love, and it may come down to who has the brightest star. Can the Kachucks as a tandem be able to carry the Americans past Connor McDavid if he explodes and does what he's capable of doing, or will be somebody unsung? It will be riveting. It will be appointment television. And I don't think that ultimately it will be decided by who's healthier. I hope not, because I think that would be fluky, and this tournament has definitely not been that.
As fun as Saturday night was, the family got together on the couch for a sporting event that does not happen all the time in my house. It will mean absolutely nothing if you can't finish the job Thursday night.
I'm really looking forward to this game, and I hope that it lives up to the expectations. It is a bummer that Charlie McAvoy is out and can't play, and we don't know. Even if Quinn Hughes does make the trip and does get to play, he hasn't played since like January 21st or something. He's been out for a long stretch. He actually made this team and had to pull out in February. I think he was going to be on this team, but he had to leave because of the injury, and so now they're in the championship game. I saw yesterday that Jack Eichel, who will be on the ice with the Kachuk brothers if they keep that line together, that he said this is like a Stanley Cup Finals Game 7. It's like there's nothing you can compare this to. This is the biggest game a lot of us are going to ever play in, and it's like a Game 7. I thought, wow, that is really a great way of looking at it. And they're in Boston, which is a hockey-crazy town. They have the tournament every year with all the college hockey teams there. It is fun to see that go on. This should be fantastic. It really should be, and it's an opportunity to win a tournament for the first time in forever for the U.S. It'd be a great thing to get done just because it leads you into next year's Olympics with a real high and feeling really good. Either way, there's going to be a lot of bad blood that comes out of this one. So
bad blood.
Can't wait to see
some bad blood.
Yeah, I hope that everybody is healthy and up to snuff, and I hope that for Canada too. I want to beat them at their best.
No excuses.
I don't want to hear any any nonsense about who was there, who wasn't there. And bring it on. Let's go. This is going to be a lot of fun. I'm all for it, and I hope everybody's up to playing. I saw a guy in a Stanley Cup get 7 teeth knocked out and stay in the game. So, I mean.
That's hockey, baby.
Hockey players are pretty damn tough. That's
yes,
what
they
we
are.
know. All right. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
That's hockey, baby.
It's my desire.
Well, then you don't want it to be there because the people who want the extra leg room but are not tall enough to take advantage of that extra leg room, those are bad people.
Like United has just randomly. I don't have Stetson. Oh, I have an extra jack.
No.
Is it stuck in the?
Is it in there?
Is the rest of the jack stuck in the?
What did you do?
I don't know. It broke off, and I'm getting a shock every time I touch it.
Well,
okay,
then
don't touch it. Don't touch it.
You know what?
That music is so appropriate.
This is what you get for complaining about your equipment. It finally listened and just bit you back.
I don't think you can. Yeah, I think you're gonna have to. That's a death. That thing is broken. That's not a broken off.
Hey, Dan, don't stick your finger in there.
I don't think he's listening to you. What am I gonna do for the podcast later? Oh, you'll figure it out.
That headphone jack is detachable.
Yeah, they're gonna have to fix that jack. I'm sure an engineer is already on the call.
No, you just
the jack.
Get a pair
the
of
jack
pliers.
itself is jacked.
Hold on, you just get a pair of pliers.
I understand,
Let me see
but
your
we don't have pliers on us.
Pass me his headphones. I have an extra jack.
Okay, so Dan's under the table.
Now he's just being silly.
This is one of those days. Okay, you can hear us if you take your
clearly
headphones
can
off.
hear.
Yeah, don't touch
give me
anything.
Give me the headphones.
He got shocked. Don't touch anything. Now you can hear us because you took the headphones off.
Give me the
It's going to be
headphones.
fine. It's going to be fine.
Dan keeps purposefully showing.
Why don't you move
himself.
over here, Dan? But I don't have headphones. I know. We'll get you.
Okay,
we're
I am trying to tell you that
sucks.
I am trying to tell you that I have a headphone jack.
Come in now. Yeah,
Yeah,
don't
we
wait.
need a babysitter.
We need the extra pair of headphones.
Can
we
you
need that
read
immediately.
These are done.
Let me see them.
Yes, they're broken.
No, it's
the jack itself
Can
is
you
broken.
take the
Can you
end
unscrew
of
that?
it off?
Unscrew that, please.
Then I have another one that I can put on
Oh
top.
no, that one's broken too.
It's broken.
That's broken too.
The whole thing is.
He's getting pliers.
Yeah, we're getting pliers to get the headphone out of the jack. We need the jack removed.
This absolutely sucks.
Yeah, you know what? Things happen. You can only control what you control. What's done is done. Let's move on. I don't know that I'll ever get over this episode that I just witnessed right here, where we told Dan, "Do not put your finger," and he just shocked himself
Dan,
by not
don't
listening
put your
to us.
finger in there.
And then he said
What
he couldn't
does Dan
hear,
do?
and I told him maybe you should take those headphones off.
Puts finger in there, and then
They're
I
obstructing
say
your
he's being
ears.
silly, and then he was like,
weird. I'm like,
It's okay.
Things on, I can't hear
It's
anything,
okay.
Like, feel
It's
naked,
okay.
and, like this is now it's like an anxiety dream because I'm here, but I don't have headphones.
You don't need headphones to do
How
it.
can you do a radio show without your headphones? All professionals would bring headphones.
No.
That's what would happen in the dream.
We're just all talking, so it's fine. There's no guest. There's no sound to throw to. We're just.
Yeah, but I don't know what they're playing. They could be making fun of me.
What? I mean, we're not making fun of you. The people on
I mean, they
Twitch,
played that,
the text
that
line, they're
instrumental
probably.
music that was like, do, do, do.
Anyone who saw this unfold is definitely making fun of you. I'm not. I'm a good teammate.
This is no time to panic.
I'm a neutral teammate.
Okay, tell me if you got it.
Check 1 2.
Can you hear yourself?
I can.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Dan,
Layla?
can you hear this? What I'm saying to you? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Look
okay,
at that.
we did it. Wow.
Look at us fixing the situation in less than 5 minutes.
And here we were going to kill it with fire.
Cubs are working through with local people. We're hoping that we get in a position. We think Wrigley would be a great host for an all-star game. But once, I think you will have an announcement once those issues are resolved, assuming they can be resolved.
Wow. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is Rob Manfred. That what you just read stopped me cold.
Well, Crane Kenny was on inside the clubhouse back in January. Bruce and I interviewed him about the possibility of the All-Star game coming to Chicago, Wrigley Field, and likely it will. And the big question is how they logistically shut down the roads surrounding the ballpark, not only before the game but during it, because 40,000 people in a stadium, as Crane Kenny alluded to. And we'll get that comment, and we'll hear it in his own voice before we get out of here, because he put it in some pretty stark terms. But they need to make sure that it's a secure place and stadium. And once they answer some of these security concerns, and they're working with Mayor Brandon Johnson to do that, it sounds like Rob Manfred's ready to rubber stamp it in 2027. Is that or 2020? The Cubs could be awarded the 2027 Major League All-Star Game. So that would be.
No, I don't want to go.
Here before you know it.
You ruined it for me.
I didn't ruin anything. I didn't ruin anything. It would be. It's been a long time.
It's been too long.
Been too long.
Yeah.
1990, I believe, was the last time the Cubs last hosted the All-Star Game, and the American League won that one 2-0. In an All-Star game, the National League had just 2 hits. So that was quite a
not a great All-Star game.
Not a great All-Star game. But the Cubs have been down this road before with Mayor Rahm Emanuel, with Mayor Lori Lightfoot, now with Mayor Brandon Johnson, and most of the issues have been related to, or most of the holdup has been the perimeter, securing the perimeter during the game. And now they feel like they're in a better position for whatever reason to do that. So it would be good for the city. It would be good for the North Side, and certainly good for baseball, I think.
Yeah, it would be wonderful.
The All-Star game to be here.
It'd be great. And that's an incredible place, having lived around there at various parts of my earlier life, is great to be around that area. It's just like a hot, happening area, the ballpark right in the middle of it. It's there's tons of people in apartments. There are families. I mean, there is a lot to be aware of and concerned with. And I understand how you can close down streets and it stops the whole movement of the neighborhood, but it is a larger security issue.
And just to give you this, I'll quote Crane Kenny directly. Even going back to so this is what's been happening internationally. There's a scoring system for each ballpark in terms of perimeter security, and we are last in baseball. The beauty of Wrigley is we play in a neighborhood. That means active streets during the game, 40,000 people inside, and a U-Haul truck that could have fertilizer in it rolling past the gates. That's no good. And the commissioner made it very clear that's no good. Those streets need to be closed, not just from the moment the game starts, but during the game. Progress was made, and then Rahm left office. Honestly, Mayor Lightfoot made a lot of progress with the commissioner and a plan, and then was not reelected. So we picked up the torch with Mayor Brandon Johnson, and he's been making a lot of progress. And I think it's very realistic, the expectation for 2027, based on the conversations I'm aware that are happening. That's Crane Kenny back in January, and we heard from Rob Manfred yesterday. Seems like this could be happening in 2027. And Bruce has been pushing this for a long time. And good for him that he stayed on top of this. He asks this question. He's been persistent with the commissioner, with Crane Kenny, with Tom Ricketts, and this has been something that he definitely believes is on the verge of happening.
Well, that's good. That's good. It'd be great, but it is security more than anything else, right? You just got to be aware of where your place in the world is, and
it's the world we live in, unfortunately.
Yeah,
and you got to
awful.
You got to take care of first things first before you can have that enjoyment. You got to make sure all those tough questions are answered.
Yeah, that's It's just a chilling comment. That's all. I mean, we'll get the audio and play it, but a truck with fertilizer that drives by during the game, holy mother of God. Help, help, help.
So yesterday was media day out in Arizona. A lot of questions for Craig Counsell. Jed Hoyer spoke about, in general terms, about Justin Turner because I think he has to pass his physical today.
Right.
So the Cubs have a new bench guy, depth piece in Justin Turner. Shota Imanaga is the opening day starter. We'll talk Cubs when we come back.
Yes, we'll get to that next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
The Bernstein and Harris Show.
How did the punch come about?
Started doing it in college, believe it or not. One of my coaches, Rodney Southern from Copper's Cove, Texas, played a team, and he just kind of put it in my ear and said they run like a triple option. And he goes, man, if you would have just swatted at the ball, you could have had 10 forced fumbles. I think that game I was playing safety, and I had about 20 tackles. And I just ran the alley left or right, and my guy was the option player, so I just ran by the quarterback and I just kept hitting the tailback, and he just kept saying, "It's like, man, go after the ball." So at that point, I just kind of made it my thing, and I just started punching out football.
And so did Lovie Smith accentuate it, or who were the defensive coaches in the NFL who said, "Oh, you should keep doing that, and can you teach some of our other players how to do that?"
No, Lovey just preached takeaways. He didn't care how you got the ball out. He just would preach takeaways. I think my unique ability to punch it out I think that was kind of different than anything he had ever seen. So he was just like, I remember Lovey would come up to me in games, it's like, "Hey, I need one of them little punch out things now. Come on now, buddy. I need you to punch out that ball. Come on, go get it for me."
Come on, big guy. Come on, big guy.
Come on, big guy. Come on, big guy. I need you that little punch out thing. I know you can do it. I'm counting on you, big guy. All right.
So did you have to measure the value of trying to get that done and please your coach, and also make sure you wrap somebody up and tackle them so they don't get by you? That's a tricky balance sometimes.
It is. The one thing I used to do in college is I would purposely take bad angles in college. And, man, I wish I could talk to some of my old teammates. I think Ricky Calais was one of them. He was a linebacker. And he would, he missed a tackle, and he's like, "Oh, don't worry, Peanut going to get him." And they would see me purposely take bad angles so I could sneak up behind the guy to kill the tackle, and I'd punch it out. Clearly, you can't do that in the NFL because everybody's fast. I can't curse, well, I'm not going to curse.
Don't curse.
I did not. I was going to say the SH word, but I just kind of just was like, well, damn. I can say damn, right?
Yeah,
you're good.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I just said, well, damn. I got to figure out a way to punch it out and make the tackle at the same time. So my first game, we played San Francisco, Old Candlestick, and it was a special teams play. I was a gunner. I was a dope gunner, too. So running down the field, and I don't know who the return man was, but punched it out, first one. He had that thing like a loaf of bread, and I just punched it out. And I was just like, oh, yeah, I could do this in this league. And I just started punching them.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants. Do that today. The flu and the Wisconsin Badgers ranked 11th in the land, just too much for the Illini last night up in Madison. They fell 95-74. Number 14, Michigan State took down number 13, Purdue, 75-66. And Loyola were winners over Davidson. That one 77-69. The Four Nations face-off final is Thursday in Boston, but the United States will be down a man as Charlie McAvoy is out with an injury on defense. The Circus Sports Illinois sees this game as basically a pick'em, as both sides are minus 105 the total, 5.5 pucks. After the tournament, the Blackhawks back on the ice Saturday on the road against the Columbus Blue Jackets. Meanwhile, the Bulls are back right here on the Score on Thursday. It's a 6:15 pregame as they're taking on the Knicks in New York. Shota Imanaga getting the ball for the Cubs on opening day in Japan. That, of course, on March the 18th. And this Friday, Chicago Cubs baseball is on the air. Cubs-Dodgers, 1:55 first pitch. This hour brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Theoretically, I think important. I think that just trying to, fortify the roster in any way possible. I think that you're always trying to think about what things can go wrong, how to get better in each area, and I think that's kind of how we spent the end of this offseason, trying to think about where we felt vulnerable, and I think that that's an area that we felt particularly vulnerable.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That's Jed Hoyer talking yesterday out in Arizona, and that's the good news, that Justin Turner does give them a little more leeway, a little more pop off the bench, a little something that they didn't have before yesterday.
Yeah, you feel good about it.
Sure.
I think you feel good about it because you're tired of feeling bad about losing Alex Bregman. If you're a Cub fan, you rationalize how this is a smart signing and it's a good clubhouse guy. Versatility. He's got a bat that'll still be effective, you think, at this stage of his career. It's hard to assume anything about a 40-year-old on a one-year deal for a reduced rate, even at $6 million. But he's not getting paid $6 million necessarily to sit and maybe have 200 at-bats. He's going to be used and utilized. And there's going to be a need for a designated hitter. There could be an injury in the outfield. You don't know what to anticipate. You hope not, but they're protected now. Their bench is better than it was a year ago. Right now, I think at least in infield depth, John Birdie and Justin Turner give them more certainty off the bench than they had a year ago. And I think that's a small thing, but not insignificant.
Yeah, I think it comes down to how the younger stars are developing and how the younger players are doing. And obviously Matt Shaw is one of the most important Cubs going into this season. And he by all accounts, good young guy, but that moving from prospect to established player is always the tricky turn of events for anybody coming up. And
it takes years. Plural.
It'd be nice if you didn't. It'd be nice if you landed on one of these guys. We see them around baseball who come up and fit in immediately.
You'd like that to happen. You'd like that to happen in
just
Matt Shaw have a Rookie of the Year type performance
from day one. Just go, and that's the
certainty.
You see that in different places, and then you look at the local teams.
You thought that was going to happen a little bit with PCA last year. You thought that maybe he would be a guy that, and by the end of the year, I think you did have more polished product.
Yeah, he was good.
But I don't know, did he remove all doubt? Does a prospect really ever do that until he's established? I wouldn't say Pete Crow Armstrong is established at center field. He's a guy that you still need to see take another step. And Miguel Amaya, even though his second half was encouraging, he fits in the same category. Matt Shaw, what you're describing is to have a type of rookie season that you see other rookies have, but seldom happens, it seems. You want him to have a Chris Bryant-like rookie season.
Well, I mean, that's
the comp.
You hate
Let's
to
face
say
it.
that. You
That's
hate to say
2015 and Chris Bryant.
because that's asking an awful lot. But that's exactly correct. That's what you would in the best and the most ideal of all worlds, it would be that.
I would say that was a long time ago because it was.
It was a long time ago.
It was a decade. And people will feel old hearing that, but it was 10 years ago that Chris Bryant in 2015 was the Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
And that team set the stage for a World Series champion. And will that be this year's version of the Cubs? That's probably overly optimistic. But I would love to see 10 years later Matt Shaw do a pretty good impersonation of Chris Bryant and hold down the fort at third base in a way that makes him all-star caliber. That would be great.
Yeah.
Is he capable? He's a good enough hitter, one would think. Defensively, we saw last year how defensive uncertainty at third base can hurt a team. Christopher Morel, until he got traded, was a liability at a position that you don't want to have any liabilities.
You know, it was really tough with Morel because, you watched him. He came up. He was kind of a contributor. He was fairly impactful. You felt good about, and then you moved him into a position, and it never took. And then you moved him out, and you brought in Isaac Paredes, and guess what?
That didn't work either.
That didn't work.
That worked so well that he was trade bait.
Yeah.
Although it didn't work well enough, it got you to Kyle Tucker, or maybe a year of Kyle Tucker.
There you go.
But he was expendable, and that's your point. And yes, you definitely have questions again at third base that
they're familiar questions.
They're familiar questions. Is that the position you labeled the other day, the boogeyman position for the Cubs?
I felt that it had become that after.
I think it's a good question. You asked Coombe that question.
Yeah.
And Coombe liked the idea of signing Justin Turner.
Yes, he
Looking
did.
forward to talking to him later this week, maybe.
Yep.
Because his thoughts on that position and what Justin Turner might be able to offer a team at this stage of his career, especially if he's motivated to be here. That's a little nugget of the story that I think I wondered, how important is that to you? How important do you think that is to notice that Justin Turner reportedly had a more lucrative offer from another team but chose the Cubs?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean that much to me. I know it means a lot to Cub fans. I know it means a lot for, but
that's
to
so
me,
why I asked.
But to me, no, I'm just saying.
I know it doesn't.
To me, it's like, here's a guy who's made a fortune.
Mm-hmm.
He's like nearing the end. He still loves the game. He's hanging on. His missus is from this part of the country. I mean, it just makes a ton of sense that he's not a guy that needs to take every last dime. He needs a quality of life thing.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be great buzz at Wrigley, as there always is. That will energize anybody.
But you want him to come here because of what they're able to accomplish on the field and in the standings, not necessarily just for the experience of being on the north side.
Well,
and beer and sunshine and enjoying all the benefits of being at Wrigley on a daily basis.
But David, if you were making that decision, if you're figuring out where you're going to spend the rest of your life, are you going for the most money you can get, or are you going to try to have the best experience?
If I've made what Justin Turner has made as a major league player,
does $1 million
I'm
matter?
checking that final box in my career, and I'm saying, okay, this is on my bucket list. I want to play a season at Wrigley. Here we go.
There you go.
Here we go.
So I mean, and I know that sounds like I'm not being as appreciative of his leaving, $15 on the table, but it just seems like
might have been a little more than 15.
Well, how much?
I don't know.
I'm just saying, like it just
probably not as significant as we're making it out to be.
That's all. So so you turn to me, you know exactly what I'm going to say. You agree with me, but you want me to articulate it because that way I'm the jerk.
You're not the jerk.
That's what that was what you were chasing.
You're not the jerk, but okay.
I feel about as set up as I've ever been.
This is definitely, you were set up. You know me well, so I think that. I kind of agree with that because you don't want somebody who's just here to tour a baseball museum and to say that he was part of that history.
Yeah.
You want somebody who's motivated to contribute, and I think that he will be, but I think that was part of it, and I think you articulated it quite well. So Justin Turner coming to the Cubs is maybe this is his final season. If he's got something left, 350 at bats, and he can help your team, it is money well spent.
Yeah,
it's a good investment.
Fair enough. Yeah,
fair enough.
I'm glad they got him.
But I liked your first idea. Matt Shaw, just go imitate Gunnar Henderson. Win the Rookie of the Year. Be to the Cubs what he is to the Orioles or was last year.
We see a lot of guys come up like that.
That's a great example.
And that's a really good example.
And Matt Shaw drafted not that long ago, and he's made a meteoric rise through the system, 35 games at AAA. And you know, back of your mind, the concern comes, the hesitation comes just because of how quickly he has arrived.
And I think it's unfair to compare him to Chris Bryant because they wouldn't let him arrive. They let him kind of, rot on the vine a little bit, right?
Yeah,
he was like a fine dessert wine when he showed up. Because they had left him in the minor league. It created bad blood between him and the team.
That lingered
for years.
That lingered for years up until he left. Yeah. And I think that's unfortunate because that's part of his Cub legacy, that he was dealt with in a way that made service time a thing. And I don't know that you're dealing with that with Matt Shaw at all.
No.
And I like that pivot. I like the fact that it's not an issue.
I don't know how I feel about it because I go back to when Theo was here. And didn't he say things? Now, I don't know if he was just saying this because he was justifying why they weren't moving Chris Bryant as quickly as possible. But he talked about the requirements of playing a certain number of at-bats at each level of the minor leagues. And I kind of always had that in my head, that you watch people and they've got to
every level.
Just a certain
succeed at every level.
You got to do. You got to get just kind of keep.
Don't skip a step.
Don't skip a step.
But Matt Shaw, I think we'd agree, 35 games at AAA.
Looks like he's
starting opening day, third baseman. He'd be skipping a step. Is there any scenario that you would envision that Matt Shaw wouldn't be the opening day third baseman besides injury?
My mind went immediately to injury.
Yeah.
That's obviously a very possible thing. Does he have an oblique issue of some sort?
Yes, he does. It started slow. I'm not quite sure where he is, but that's. Yeah, on February 19th, you don't want to overreact to an oblique injury, even though it's nothing to dismiss. But I just wonder, could he have the kind of sprain that creates more doubt that exists now and would be somebody that you look at and say, okay, he's not ready yet? I think it would be a really disappointing turn for the Cubs if that's the case. So I wonder if he struggles in the spring, if they would start him anyway and see what they've got.
Boy, for the Bregman crowd out there,
wow,
of which you are a member, I think that would be especially embittering if he did take a step back and said, and they concluded, not quite yet. Probably needs another 6 months, whatever.
Boy, that would be a setback.
It would be.
That would be a tough setback.
Mentally, yeah.
All right.
Gonna do? That's it. That's how you. So there were kind of three issues. You had Turner. Mm-hmm. You had talk about what is going on. You had the announcement of an opening day starter. So Shota Imanaga will start the first game in Japan on, what is it, March
18th.
18th.
March 18th, and Shota was the guy. There's no real choice here, and there's no real secrecy.
Is that because he's Japanese
of
and you're
course it
playing
is.
in Tokyo? I'm just asking.
No, okay. I shouldn't say
because
that. Because
Justin Steele started last year.
Justin Steele was your opening day starter.
Yes.
Justin Steele did not have as good of a season as Shota Imanaga, correct?
He got hurt, though.
He got hurt. Doesn't matter.
Day start.
Bottom line is Shota Imanaga earned this designation as your opening day starter for 2025. Now, you could debate that if the opening was at Wrigley Field or whatever park in the United States. It is in Japan, as we know. Shota Imanaga, Japanese. This is so much
largely ceremonial.
This is it's both. It's a great luxury here. You have the ceremony. You have the fact that he earned it. You have a reward for Shota, but also the honor of being the opening day starter for the Chicago Cubs in your homeland. That's a huge plus for Craig Counsell. There was no secrecy. There was no secret. I know Dustin was just kind of making fun of that, but there's no secrecy. There shouldn't have been, and this was going to happen all along. Yeah. Makes sense.
He said he was going to start one of the two games. So
yeah.
Now it's the opening game.
So Justin Steele would probably start the second game. It'd be probably a bullpen game.
I think
you're
even
going to use your starters.
It's going to be a bullpen game. They're not going to. Yeah, they're not going to be going out and pitching whatever. I don't think that anyone will go 6 innings, 5 innings. It's just they're breaking camp to go start opening day in Japan and then come back to camp. It is bizarre when you think about it that they are in the midst. They're going to play a game that counts, 2 games.
It's so weird.
That count
It's just weird.
In the midst of spring training baseball. So you will leave spring training, you will go there, play 2 games that matter in the standings, but then you'll come back and you'll go back immediately to playing fake games.
Yeah, I don't understand that except for
Super weird.
Gives you some time for your regulars to rest and reset and maybe get ready for the regular season and work on things that didn't work in the first 2 games against the Dodgers if you return home 0-2.
It's just wild.
You might return home 0-2.
Yeah.
And what kind of momentum would you have if you're 2-0? And what does it mean? Those 2 games, they count. They count.
Will Ohtani hit a home run in Japan?
Absolutely.
Will he hit 2 home runs?
Probably.
1 in each game. Will he pitch at all?
No, I don't think so.
He's
not
been
ready
on
to
the
pitch
mound.
until May, right?
Vegas Haugh here. I mean, these could be prop bets. Okay? These could be prop bets.
I saw him pitching. He looked really good.
Yes, he's actually pretty
I saw that
good
footage.
pitching. Yeah.
But aren't they going to slow play him back to the mound?
I would think so.
I wouldn't think the first 2 games he's going to be ready to go.
He might be able to.
As long as he's able to participate in the Japan games, I think that'll be enough.
Yes.
Right. He doesn't need.
What if he starts and hits a home run and then closes?
Starts the opener.
Yeah.
Homers in both games.
And then closes.
Gets a save in game 2.
That's it.
That's the Ohtani
Pitches an inning
parlay.
or 2 innings.
That's the Ohtani parlay.
Boy, thanks a lot, Mully.
What?
Mully's got him returning 0-2.
No, I'm saying
already.
Like he's the best
There's
player
where
in the
Mully's bet is.
world. He's going. No, I don't. It's like spring training. I'm just asking questions about Ohtani because he's the star of stars. Will Seiya Suzuki play in the field in Japan?
You you don't think no shot? I think there could be a shot.
Or just because.
No, I don't think there's a shot. I don't think it makes sense
He doesn't want anyone to know he's a DH.
It's a real trick bag because you're not resting Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker should play 150 or more games.
Well, he should take 9 at bats in Japan.
And also play right field.
He could DH one of the days, but he should have
Tucker?
at least he should have 9 at
Yeah,
bats.
I don't think that Seiya Suzuki should go in the outfield just because
he's in Japan.
I don't
As
have
we
the
keep
same
talking about it, I think there's a
homeland.
better chance that he does play right field in Japan.
One of the 2 games?
The second game.
Just to give him
for both reasons. Number one, you don't need Tucker on his legs that much right off the bat. And number 2, because of the internationalness.
Yeah, I guess
of
I'd
the
be
game.
fine with that. It's
Boy,
game
you
2.
You just did.
I
that.
just
That's
total
like-
flipped.
Yeah.
Well, you talk it out loud. That's why we're here.
My neck.
No,
hurts
don't
from-
think out loud. Not in this show. It'll come back and
Don't worry,
it'll
Mully
be
still
used
got the
again.
Cubs. Mully still got the Cubs 0-2.
I
That
did.
hasn't
I
changed.
never said that.
You just gave a scenario where they're at least 1-1.
And did you notice how big he grinned when he was giving the
I hope
scenario?
people watch on Twitch.
That is just mean spirited from the 2 of you. I mean, I have nothing but love in my heart. I'm saying we've seen Shohei Ohtani have big moments internationally.
Yes.
Like when he struck out Trout to win the World Baseball
We've seen him have big moments in Japan.
Yes,
Against
that's
last year, he
all
fired
I'm
his
saying.
interpreter while he was over there.
Speaking of Mike Trout, he might have more big moments, right? He decided to genuflect and I'm not going to play center field anymore. I'm going to go over to right.
He's going to right
Boy,
field.
I mean, that's his Mike Trout baby voice, right? That's because Mike Trout doesn't play in Wrigley.
He's where the Angels open. He'll be playing right field at the rate because they open against the White Sox.
Is that the dumbest thing you've ever heard? The Angels
Yeah.
open up the
Right.
baseball
Just so
season
they
at
can
the
get-
rate
so they
in
get
March.
rained out.
In March
Yeah.
or
Yeah.
snowed out.
Well, I,
Right.
for one, am looking forward to that game. Seeing Mike Trout in right field, Yohan Moncada at third base, and Tim Anderson at shortstop.
How many games will Mike
You're the
Trout
one.
play in right field against the Sox?
If it's a 3-game
If
series,
it's
he'll
a
play all
3-game
3.
series, all 3?
All 3.
I'll
Oh,
bet
no.
against that.
No.
Better question is if he does play all 3, how many will you attend? Since you're always complaining about Mike Trout not being
Mike Trout.
See,
that's a
if
safe
Mike Trout
cut.
is in town, you have to go to one of those games.
Well, if Mickey Mantle, if he's the Mickey Mantle of baseball, then I mean, look at the attendance when Shohei Ohtani showed up to town. Okay?
If
the unicorn was here,
if he is,
and you still had to have like a massive giveaway to
Dustin,
get people to
if
show
he's
up.
the Mickey Mantle of baseball, then he's going to drink his knees dry.
Shohei Ohtani is the best player in baseball. That is no longer in doubt.
And how
At
many,
one point in time,
games
Mike
did you
Trout
go
was
to?
that
How
guy.
many of those games did you go to when he was here?
I don't remember last summer. I don't remember last week.
I don't even know what day it is.
If the unicorn of baseball, that just stopped us all cold.
All right, when we come back,
If the unicorn of baseball comes to Chicago, you should know if you went to the game. You vote for the Hall of Fame.
why the attack? I know I vote for the Hall of Fame. It doesn't mean I was available that night when Ohtani was in town. I can't remember. I probably didn't go then. I would remember seeing Ohtani in person. All right.
312-644-6767.
Can we talk about this Vlad Guerrero possibility when we come back?
I mean, again,
I want to talk about that.
Let's play fantasy baseball.
All
Let's
right.
pick a team,
Let's
and
do
then
that.
we'll have all of them come.
We'll do it.
I got Bregman. 312-644-6767. Following on the score.
This is Chicago's.
It's the grand opening of Raymond Kia in Antioch. Our new lounge is over 4,000 square feet with multiple TVs and workstations. We also have 18 service bays. The best part is we have more space for basketball. And more Kia models. Right now, get grand opening savings like this. Come in today and ring it up at the grand opening of Raymond Kia on Route 173 in Antioch.
That's exciting, Coach. We appreciate your perspective, and thanks for joining us from a really cool room at your house in Florida. I love the
Well,
decor.
you know what? Here, come here. I'm gonna see. Let's see what we got here.
Let's
Right
go.
now. Hold on.
Behind the scenes
Hold
with
on.
Lonnie.
Let's go on a trip.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see what we got in the room.
House tour.
Can you see that now, or do I have to turn the camera? Can you see it?
Let's see. Oh yeah, now we can. Yeah, when you turn it toward that. Yes.
Okay, that's me, our trainer Jimmy, and our attorney Nick Christian. Look, we caught a few fish that day.
Oh yeah, just a few.
This is at the White House after the national championship at Miami.
Awesome.
Hey, here we go. You'll like this one. This is after the last road playoff game that the Bears won, the last road playoff game.
Lonnie, I had that jacket.
Yes, there you go. That's when I was working with Fox, Carissa, Tony Gonzalez, Colin Coward. That's when I was a player, okay? The last time the Dolphins won a playoff game, there's that picture. That's Lamar Smith, our running back. That's before our first Super Bowl, Jimmy and I. That's my man, Ricky Williams. This is when I was at Dallas assistant coach of the year. I don't know. What else do I got around here? Let me see. I got some of Pat Riley and Don Shula. I got one right here. Lawrence will like this one. Where's Spig? Spig's okay. Here we go. This is a good one here. Me and Coach Shula.
Oh.
See this right after he won the Super Bowl. That's our whole staff. Tony Wise, Norv Turner, Jimmy. We rented a boat and we took off for about a month to the Keys. No, it was like a 2-day trip. I'm kidding. Okay.
That is
like a month.
Epic photo right there.
It absolutely is.
That's when I was riding a Harley. How about that, Lawrence? And the only problem was we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's Zach. That's Jason Taylor, Zach Thomas. The problem was all the players started buying Harley Davidsons, and everybody started riding them to the games. And I said, you know what? This is crazy. And so I said, hey, that's it. No more Harleys to the games. We are done. I don't want to see guys riding those damn things. So we put an end to that. But yeah, it was getting contagious. It was getting a little bit crazy down there in Miami.
As it tends to do.
We got a lot of stuff. We got a lot of stuff here. A few footballs, a few helmets, a few Super Bowl trophies. Picks. Yeah. So we're good.
Just a Super Bowl trophy.
Yeah,
just hanging out in your office.
It's a trophy.
My wife Jan just yelled, "Stop the tour! You're wasting." Sorry, people.
all along. I changed it a little bit. I tried, but still, it just didn't happen.
Were they close?
No.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. So that is the voice. The no was the voice of Vlad Guerrero Jr. You did hear his interpreter there. So he used an interpreter, but then when he was asked if they were close, he said no himself.
No. And that's pretty universal, the language of rejection. And that's exactly where they are. So if you're the Blue Jays and you are envisioning one more year of Vlad Guerrero at this stage of his career, and he's still a very young man, what do you do with that news and development? Do you keep him and try to work something else out later? Do you trade him and get something for him before he walks? And that's where it gets interesting for teams like the Cubs. And I understand that there is an element of fantasy baseball here, but I do think that there's not an obligation, but an opportunity to talk through it, because if you are the Cubs and we accept the premise that 2025 carries a sense of urgency, then why wouldn't you at least inquire, if you're Jed Hoyer, about what it would take for a 25-year-old power hitter that would give you some clout in your lineup, especially if you can envision him batting behind Kyle Tucker? Goodness sakes.
Okay, where is he playing?
First base.
Okay.
DH. I think that the trade would have to open up an opportunity. You'd have to be willing to part with a guy like Michael Busch or a guy like Seiya Suzuki. If he were to approve a trade to Toronto, he might be more willing to do that. Who knows?
Nico Hoerner could be potentially a guy.
I thought he was off limits.
That was Dustin's suggestion, not mine.
But then why did you immediately said potentially could be?
Well, I don't want to rule it out just because he's my favorite Cub. I'm trying to keep open-minded here. I think if you look at the possibilities of guys you could include in a deal, the major leaguer and 2 prospect package, which is what got them Kyle Tucker from Houston, then I do think that it would be conceivable, or it's not inconceivable.
So just help me out. If you're trading Hoerner, and let's say you're trading Michael Busch and Hoerner.
No, I don't think you trade both of them.
Okay, so you're trading Hoerner.
I'd rather trade Michael Busch than Hoerner. I'm sorry if that offends anybody.
Well, you approved the trade of Hoerner. I'm just saying, who's playing? Who then is your second baseman, and who's your backup shortstop?
These are good questions. Your backup shortstop is maybe Nicky Lopez if he makes the team.
I think he's down in the minor leagues right now.
But he could be called up.
He'd be,
I think the bigger question is, I think you're right. There's one everyday player that's got to go back.
Okay.
There's one. It's who are the 2 prospects. So, are you going to go for a World Series and is Ben Brown and Owen Casey and Michael Busch too much?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that might be a bit much.
Here's the thing,
I do.
Guys. Okay. What did they give up for Kyle Tucker?
Was nasty?
Yeah.
Cam Smith and Paredes.
Okay. So you want a deal kind of like that.
Yes.
That's kind of where you're going. And you have to remember that Kyle Tucker is probably just a 1-year rental player. And so that's exactly what you're doing again here.
I think you're right. You're right, Mully. But I think that, again, not to quote Ken Rosenthal, but he did have a nice reference and reminded us in 2016 when Theo Epstein did say, if not now, when. If you're Jed Hoyer, don't you have to be asking a similar question?
Well, for Jed, you need to ask that question because he's the guy that's looking for an extension.
Well, that's my point. That's my point. In the context of your team president, of looking at what to expect and how to make it happen this year, then you're more likely to entertain this hypothetical and to not dismiss it out of hand because you don't want to give up too many prospects who are going to develop into major league players when you may not be here to watch them blossom. So I think that you have a 25-year-old power hitter who had numbers last year that were very impressive and is on the verge of having quite a career. Yeah, you're interested in finding out exactly what it would take. What are the Blue Jays looking for before you make that deal? So it's everything is on the table.
Apparently the offer He said he set. I'm talking about Vlad Guerrero. He said he sent a 9 p.m. deadline where they had to contact him Monday by 9 o'clock, and then he was going to go. He wasn't going to sign with them, whatever. Well, they called him at 10:30, and they made him an offer, which you heard him say. The question was it even close? No. That offer was reportedly $340 million on a contract extension, and it wasn't close. He didn't even think about it. He just rejected it. So he apparently wants something in the 4s, maybe the 5. Who knows? Who knows what he wants? So my point is, you're probably not going to be able to bring him. I still have
that's
this.
a different conversation,
it's
though.
It's not, because I still have this idea in my head that while Kyle Tucker is a 1-year deal, he's going to, knock the lights out, and you're going to potentially spend cash on him and bring him back. And if that's even if that's not true, if I can convince myself into believing that, I can justify the cause of anything they gave up for him. I don't know that I can do it twice, because I don't feel like they're going to be signing 2 guys to that kind of money. See what I mean? And I don't know why, but if it's a pure rental, then I want to spend less for the guy than what we're talking about here.
I understand why you would say that. I think this has got to be independent of the Kyle Tucker conversation, because you're not likely to keep him either.
I know.
If you are looking at this, it's strictly because you value 2025 over everything else.
Yeah, but I don't know how much I value 2025 over everything else.
Then you're probably going to lose your job.
I don't know how much they value.
You're going to probably lose your job then. If you don't get back to the playoffs, I don't know how you bring everything back as is. I think you've got to make the postseason, and you've got to make some noise in October.
But you might right now. Nonetheless, do you have to make this over the top, seal it move? Or can you make it now, and then when you sit down with ownership, say, hey, not only did we make the playoffs, but look at the minor league system.
If not now,
anybody. Well, it's because it's not now. When? It's maybe next year, maybe after you get an extension, maybe 2 years from now. This is what I'm saying. If not now, when? I don't think they're in that position, because I think the problem is the Dodgers are probably better than them no matter what they do.
I think you're probably right, but I want to know that you've done everything possible to challenge that premise. And I just don't know if you are totally out without even you got to explore it. You got to explore it.
All you did with Bregman was window dressing. You were never really in that. You were never really you chased Bregman like teams chased Ohtani.
That was money. You have prospect capital that is probably deeper than your pockets. And I think that if you're the Cubs, you've got to be willing to part with some of that.
See,
you get what you pay for.
And I think that if you've built up your minor league system and you've got all these guys,
good debate.
Why give it away when you're not willing to spend the money?
I wonder what Zach thinks.
All right, we'll bring him in next. It's Mully and Haugh at Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Pedro Grifol. He got a real doozy here. He cooked this one up. He couldn't wait. Here's what we're going to do. I've got an acronym, and we're going to play fast, said Pedro Grifol. Fearless, aggressive, selfless, and technically sound. So fasts. But he had it for you. And then here came new Jacksonville head coach Liam Cohen, not to be outdone.
It takes complementary football at all 3 phases to be great. Offense, defense, and special teams. How do we want to play the game? And that's fast. Fundamentally sound, attacking, situational masters, and tough, both mentally and physically. You see players in the room right here, guys that I've had conversations with already. It will always be about you. Always. It is players over plays. How do we make this as much about the players and making this about bringing out the best in you? That's what this is about.
Oh, no! And if you really go through that, it's like fast and mentally, physically. It's that's all over the map.
Fundamentally sound, attacking, situational masters, and tough.
Yeah, that's not.
That's Phasazmit.
That's fast.
No, it's Phasazmit. Fundamentally sound, attacking, situational masters, and tough. If we have the and in there,
add the and. I think the and helps it.
Phasazmat.
It's like, do you need to wear
close.
How do we want to play
hazmat
the
suit? Do you need to wear a hazmat suit to do? What's it called? Say it again.
Phasazmat.
Phasazmat.
No, Phasazmat.
Oh man.
Come on, man.
Poor guy. Poor Liam Cohen.
No, not somebody. Just tell him, hey, kid, come here.
Not
Duval.
Oy vey.
Okay. I had to.
He's 39 years old.
Guys, can I tell you?
That sounded like Count Floyd. Scary Duval.
Do you know the
Scary
origin?
football team.
You know the origin of Duval, right? Like it is
Duval
the county.
Yeah, Duval. Did you grow up with county pride?
I mean, Denton County. I come from
Like,
the county seat of the county. So
Like we were like
no.
Lake County rules. Who's your favorite actor from The Shining? Duval.
It actually originates, you'll like this, it originates from a
Lonesome
radio
Dove.
drop.
Right.
DJ Eazy-E, then of 92.7 The Beat in Jacksonville, made it into a radio drop and popularized it. And then that's how it took
And
off.
he
Yeah,
stole-
he also stole someone's name.
Yeah, quick question. We could just steal the names of hip hop legends.
Radio. Cubs Radio pregame and postgame host.
The 2-1. Hot fly ball hit to deep left center field. Forget about it. Long gone. Seiya Suzuki leaves the yard.
Former Bears Radio sideline reporter.
Down here with Jay Cutler. What were you guys trying to do on that play to Martellus Bennett? Try to score.
A man with a great head of hair.
And what color would your hair be, Zach?
Luscious red locks, Pat. Thank you so much for asking. It's real and it's spectacular. Some would refer to it as Syracuse orange.
Zach Zaidman.
The ginger-haired genius. He was a hit yesterday, right, guys?
With Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to Zach Zaidman, and he joins us on the Score Hotline, brought to you by Atturo, your all-weather tire, Atturo.com. Zach, good morning, buddy. How are you?
Mully, it's been way too long. How are you?
Oh, living the dream. Just absolutely thriving, Zach, to be honest with you.
Great to talk to you, Zach.
Can't believe how well things are going.
Yeah, well, do you have some heat? Because it is freezing outside, by the way. Hi, David. How are you?
Doing well.
I'm very excited about this baseball season. I think there's been a lot of talk about what the Cubs haven't done, but I think sometimes because of that, we don't actually take a look at what they have done. And when you look at that, plus zoom out a little bit, take a look at the landscape of the National League Central, there's a lot to like about the possibilities when it comes to this season, in my opinion.
Okay, zoom out then. Pros and cons of inquiring about Vlad Guerrero Jr.'s availability from the Blue Jays.
There's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with inquiring. I just think that at this point in time, when I look at the National League Central, and this is what I'm going to say about zooming out, right? I don't think Milwaukee is as good as it was last year.
Right.
You can't look at the Brewers and say that that's going to be the same team. Now, maybe they get an infusion of youth that all of a sudden performs at a high level, but you're asking to replace two guys that were major contributors for that team a year ago. Willie Adames, the shortstop who left in the offseason to sign with the San Francisco Giants, and then they traded Devin Williams, their closer, to the Yankees. So it's a very different team right now than the team that made the playoffs last season. St. Louis right now is in a stage where the Cardinals are trying to rebuild, but they haven't quite done it successfully because they've had to navigate through some of their no-trade clauses, and they're trying to rebuild their farm system. So they're in a rebuild effort in St. Louis. Cincinnati is a team that scares me a little bit because, you know, I look at the hiring of Terry Francona as the manager there, similar to what the Cubs did when they brought in Joe, where you feel like you're ready to take that next step with a lot of young players who are ready to ascend. And Pittsburgh has, you know, arguably the most famous young player in baseball in Paul Skeens, but there's not much around him, and I think they've been on a treadmill for many years. Then you look at the Cubs, and did they do as much as you probably wanted them to do if you're a diehard Cub fan this offseason? No, but they did do enough to make themselves, I think, better than the team that ended last season, and there's a lot more depth on this team, and it's good enough, I think, to win the division.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. I also think that Kyle Tucker's going to have a monster season. I think he's headed to a payday. He knows what this means to him, and he's going to be really good. And there'll be a lot of kind of fanfare around that. I think that when we look at this season, a lot of people are concentrating on kind of what they didn't get done. But if indeed Matt Shaw is as good as advertised, and I don't know if that's the case or if it's going to take longer, but it would feel as if they've got enough and they've got young guys. There's always somebody that could surprise you, that could come out of nowhere and take another step that you didn't anticipate. So I think that's the beauty of prospects. We'll see exactly how it goes down, but I think they could get a hidden help from somebody that we're not talking about right now.
Well, what you're looking to do, and this is where the acquisition of Tucker was very big for them, I think. What you're looking to do is avoid what's plagued them the last couple of seasons. And it transpired, actually, when Cody Bellinger got hurt. You saw the offense go into this prolonged slump. And I'm not talking about just a week or 2 weeks. I mean, we're talking about a month or nearly 2 months the last couple of years where you didn't quite see anything from an offensive standpoint that you needed to put yourself in a position. And then at the end of the year, yeah, they started September. They were in it with an opportunity to potentially make the playoffs, but it was too much to overcome those games that they squandered much earlier in the season with the huge prolonged offensive slump. So having a big-time bat like Tucker, I think, may help shorten those lulls that occurred during the season. In terms of Haugh, I don't know what. I think anyone who tells you that they're confident that they know what he may bring this season, they don't know. How could you with any rookie? So I think that's a little bit of a concern, which is why they went out and tried to sign Alex Bregman. And I'm seeing this stuff on Twitter. You see a lot of stuff on X or Twitter or all social media kind of comparing Justin Turner to Alex Bregman. There's no comparison. One is 10 years older than the other. Turner's 40, and while he does give the Cubs a lot of depth, the guy did hit .259 last season. He's an excellent bat, a professional hitter, loads of experience. He's an excellent pinch hitter, hit .254 with a .738 OPS over the course of his career as a pinch hitter. He can play first. He's a DH. Occasionally you might use him at third, but that's not why you signed him. Bregman was going to be slated as your everyday third baseman. There's a big difference there. Now where you do get better is last year off the bench, and really the last 2 years you were relying on guys like Miles Mastrobuoni and Nick Madrigal. Coming into this season, now you're relying on guys like John Birdie and Justin Turner. That changes the dynamic a little bit off your bench than the last couple of years. But, to your point, Mully, about guys that may surprise you, Haugh may be one of those guys, but he kind of has to be, because now that Bregman's here, he has to be a contributor. And if you look at everything he's done over the course of his brief professional life, all he's been is a contributor, right? 13th overall pick in 2023, was the AA Southern League MVP, boosted the production when he was called up and moved up to Iowa, where he hit .298 in 35 games, hit .400 for Team USA in that tournament in November with 14 RBIs in 7 games. That's all you can judge him on, is what has he done as a pro so far. And all he's done is hit. They're hoping that can continue. But does Michael Busch take that next step as a professional player at first base, where you get even more than what you got last year, which was pretty darn good, both defensively and at the plate? And do you get a consistent Pete Crow-Armstrong in center field, where the guy that you saw during the second half of the season returns at the beginning of this season, and you don't have two very different halves from that guy? And is the bullpen to start the year significantly better than what we've seen the last 2 years, where you know what you're getting out of spring training, so you don't have to go through a month and a half of trying to figure out the roles for everybody in the pen?
Great Cubs thoughts, Zach. And you are a man for many seasons, though. And tonight you'll be calling DePaul basketball, 7:45 pregame right here on The Score. DePaul welcomes St. John's, one of the bigger surprises in college basketball, 22-4. Rick Pitino, 72 years old, has done as good of a job with St. John's as any college basketball coach in America. How much fun will tonight be?
I think it's going to be fun to watch. I don't know if I'm wearing the DePaul uniform if it's going to be fun. It offers a great opportunity, but it's a daunting task, right? I mean, St. John's has won 11 of its last 12 games, including a victory over number 24 Creighton over the weekend. And DePaul's a lot better than the team that won just 3 games last season. DePaul's got 11 wins right now, including 2 in conference play. They lost every single conference game they played a year ago. They're trying to build a new culture with Chris Holtman in his first year as the head coach. But, man, St. John's is really, really good. Elite defensively. They're not the best offensive team, which makes that 22-4 record really impressive that you talked about, David. This was a team that the other coaches in the Big East didn't think was going to be that good, right? They, in the Big East, finish 5th. They're in first place with that 22-4 record because, and when you watch the game or listen to the game on The Score tonight, it just seems as though they've got all these long players, that they're that new age positionless group, right, where everyone looks the same. And it almost feels like they've got 6 guys on the floor defensively when you're going up against them. They pressure full court. It's just really hard to get into any kind of offensive flow against St. John's because that defense is elite, and that's been the trademark for Rick Pitino for many, many years.
Are they the best team you've seen this year, or have you seen better teams? I'm just saying live.
In person, yes, they're the best team
Okay.
I saw this year. In the first matchup back in December in New York,
Right.
DePaul had its starting point guard back then, a really good guy from Mundelein by the name of Connor Enright, transfer from Drake. And he is one of the best floor leaders. He's second in the Big East in assists, but he injured his shoulder. He's out for the rest of the year. But in that game, even he had difficulty handling the full court pressure that Pitino brings. What's interesting, though, about this St. John's team, Mully, is that usually when you think of that prototypical Rick Pitino team, you think of threes, right? You think of guys who can just knock down threes at will. He was way ahead of the metrics that most of these teams use now, and that's going all the way back to 1987 when he led Providence and Billy Donovan, who was very young back then, to the Final Four. But I think that when you look at this St. John's team, they don't shoot the ball well at all, and yet they still have won 22 games because they don't let you score, and they do a terrific job on the boards. They're just very difficult for any team to prepare for in a short amount of time, and that is something that I think will give them an advantage come tournament time.
Great stuff,
Great stuff, Zach. Thank you, buddy.
Have fun tonight.
You got it. Thanks, guys.
That is Zach Zabin. Always fun to talk to Zach. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on the score.
Bernstein and Harris, 10-2 on the
Pretty cool. Chris Tannehill and Shane Reardon are in a tiny little love shack across the hall. Anybody watching on Twitch has just seen the bird flipped. My goodness.
Yeah, you can't cut that, can you, Tanny?
I
Yeah,
mean,
you felt pretty helpless there with that middle finger going up. Nothing you can do about that.
Tell you what, you drop.
I hate it here, dude.
We're in this tiny little room.
It would have been hilarious if Tanny tried to tackle him.
Dude, nobody's touching the control room today.
No, you guys look adorable in there.
I've been meaning to say something.
I've got a damn card table over here that I'm working on. Dustin's calling me this morning. Hey, the computer doesn't work that well. Can you have my back and tell them to get a different computer in here?
Computer doesn't work really well. It's like, you better be wearing a vest in there. It's very warm. You don't want to do that.
The schedule is thumbtacked on the wall up here. Just
Are you surprised the computer wasn't working on day one of the new rollout of the studio?
It sucks in here, dude. We've
Wait
got
a
like a
minute. couple
more weeks.
Was that Dustin reading a pick six question?
That
was
Thank you.
so
That's
good.
Tanny's go-to.
Really good.
No, that was really good.
Are you surprised?
Yeah, the reflection is spot on. I hadn't heard that or hadn't gotten that.
Oh,
Wow.
no, I know. I should have done that. It should be in all of our Dustin impressions.
No, that's really good, and I like that Shane has sort of adopted your impression.
Right.
The more I hear it, the better it sounds.
Sure,
but-
he's like doing Dempster's version of Will Ferrell's Harry Carey.
It's Harry.
That's how it works.
Yeah, that's the bad one, by the way.
You guys, is there a Murphy bed in there that can just drop down so you guys can get a little rest during the breaks, perhaps? I guess not.
Mike Murphy's bed's
Yeah.
here. Yeah.
You got to
That's
mention
the card table. Yeah.
Got to mention in the speech last.
Yeah, no,
night.
this is stupid. I hate this.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on those dental implants. Do it today. Bruins Charlie McAvoy out Thursday night in Boston as the Team USA and Team Canada rematch in the Four Nations Face-Off title game. It's a 7 o'clock puck drop. You'll watch it on the Four-Letter Network. After the tournament, Blackhawks playing the Blues on Saturday the 22nd out in Columbus. Last night, number 11 Wisconsin, too much for the Illini, 95-74. Saturday, it's the Illini versus number 3 Duke at MSG. 7:40 tonight, right here on the Score. Number 10 St. John's in town taking on DePaul. The Cubs named Shota Imanaga their opening day starter in Japan. That one will be March the 18th. This Friday, Cubs-Dodgers, as Cubs baseball is on the air at 1:55. White Sox full squad workouts continuing. The Bulls at the All-Star break sit 22-33. They're back at practice, and they're taking on the Knicks Thursday. That's tomorrow. It's a 6:15 pregame right here on 670 The Score. This hour of the show brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Miles Garrett's coming to the Bears. That's what I need to happen. Yeah, come.
Make your
come
pitch.
to NFC North. Yeah, no, Miles. Come on, bro. Come on.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the voice of Roma Dunze. He is going to recruit, apparently. He's got Miles Garrett on the way.
That his offseason plan? That should be the goal of every Bears player, perhaps, to get a guy like that, but I don't think it's conceivable. I don't think that's realistic. I do think the Bears are in a position, though, to head into free agency, which is, I think, about a month away.
March 1st.
But everybody's going down to the Combine beginning Sunday.
Yeah.
It's every team is gathering their people, getting them ready, preparing for Sunday, arriving in Indianapolis as the NFL convention known as the NFL Combine.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of deals are struck. A lot of ground is covered. You know how this is basically a time where the tampering begins.
That's right. That's exactly right.
It's very implied. It's very covert. It's very real. And this is where you lay a lot of the groundwork for deals that are made in free agency, which is why when free agency hits and the legal tampering period arrives, within 10 minutes, you're like, so-and-so comes to terms with Team A.
Yeah, because you already this is open season.
Open
a lot
season.
of these. This is where you get a lot of work done.
Yes.
Everybody is there. It's a good spot. I mean, there's already a lot of ideas. People already have a lot of
ideas
of things exchanged. I wonder, do the Bears need to clear out more money? Would you say? Would you condone them clearing out more money?
Well,
just because they can, just to get more money. I know they got over $60
here's what they need to
million.
do, and I don't think it's necessarily a financially driven direction. You have guys who don't fit.
Yes.
And Everett,
Gerald Everett,
their tight end is one of those guys that just doesn't fit.
He's got
I don't think.
He's got 1 year left at $6.5 million. There's $1 million buyout. You save $5.5 million.
Okay.
I want to say he had 8 catches last year.
I'm good with that.
I mean,
cut him and move on. You're not going to miss him.
Shane Waldron brought him in to fit that offense.
He serves little purpose here. This is cutting season, so you're going to see around the league guys who, because of what you just described, bloated contracts, unfulfilled potential, all those things will be cut loose. And the Bears need to do some trimming. But I think that's unrelated. They don't need to.
No, they don't.
But it always helps.
Okay, let me ask you one. Ryan Bates. Ryan Bates he played 3 games last year.
Mm-hmm.
He had the shoulder that he had to go down to Panama and get the stem cell on. He got a concussion at the end of the season.
Right.
He has a $4 million cap figure next year.
Right.
0 buyout or anything. So you could cut him.
I wouldn't do that.
Save $4 million.
I wouldn't cut an offensive lineman that has experience. You might take a chance that he's healthy and supplies some depth. I wouldn't promise him anything, but I wouldn't cut him.
What about cutting him to $2 million.
I know that he's
What
a trigger
about-
for a lot of people, just like Lucas Patrick would trigger you before. I understand why. I don't think so. Maybe you trim his salary. I think that's a conversation that between him and his agent and what else are you looking at. But I just don't know that you are looking at your biggest need as the offensive line and you're going to get better by cutting a depth piece.
He's not a depth piece if he played 3 games.
Well, but again, that's last year. I think that you're starting over, fresh look at everybody. If you're Ben Johnson, if you think he's injury prone, cut him. But I don't think that you don't have the luxury of making that assumption right now. I think that you've got to see if he can stay healthy. If you've already given up on him, then I don't know that you are being fair or really smart, because that is your biggest need position. I'm not suggesting he's starting, but you don't have anybody that it's a body count right now. I know you're cringy, but I think I'd bring him back. I don't think that he's neither of those two guys are top of your priority list. You have
no. But I'm saying you pick up $10 million roughly, right? You pick up $9.5 million. Maybe that could allow you to go get an actual player.
Well, you need to get a player. You need to get several players in free agency. The good news is they have room under the cap to do so. Everett is expendable, different offense. Bates I would keep because of your depth problem at offensive line.
I think I'd let him go.
Okay.
I just don't know what he offers. If he
I think he offers you depth, but
I mean he
well, let's not get caught up on Ryan Bates. I mean,
I think it's a good one to get caught up.
Yeah,
I like it.
He's not that important to your overall plans. You are going to be replacing Ryan Bates, Tevin Jenkins, and possibly Braxton Jones on your offensive line.
I think Braxton Jones, he's under contract and he stays.
He stays, yeah.
You know, because of the reasons.
But you could be replacing him.
You could get somebody that
you could draft somebody who's better,
and
you could sign somebody who's better.
Right, but you're right. They do not have the numbers. They have like 5 guys that are unrestricted free agents that there's no reason to bring any of them back. Maybe Matt Pryor, but you don't want him starting. But he's the kind of guy that you could give another 1-year deal to and get depth in a couple different positions.
Yes, but you're talking about guys who are contributors, role players. Right. I want the Bears to think big as we sit here days before the NFL Combine, and I want them to look at free agency as an opportunity to not just supplement their offensive line, but redefine it. You need to rebuild it, and you need to go into free agency aggressively seeking guys like Trey Smith, like Drew Dalman, which I think is interesting because the Falcons center, the 4th-rated guy, according to PFF, is a free agent. He's 26 years old from Stanford. He'll be out there. You need a center. Trey Smith, we heard yesterday, and this, I think, is what the Bears need to work through and focus on. The franchise tag could be used on Trey Smith by the Chiefs. That would take him off the market. I don't think they're going to do that.
They claim they're not. The reports are that they're going to throw a transition tag. I think
the transition tag. Yeah, the transition tag is different from the franchise tag because the transition tag allows you the right of first refusal. You let somebody else set the market for him. Bears. You let somebody else determine what he's worth. Bears. So if you think that Trey Smith is a $22.5 million a year guard that's going to change the complexion of your team for next year and be the cornerstone around which you build your offensive line or rebuild it, Bears. Then you set the market, and you give the Chiefs a chance to match it, but you structure the deal in such a way that it kills their salary cap if they do so.
Yeah, here's the deal. Like, he's probably worth more to the Bears than he's worth. In other words, like that is top dollar stuff, but they don't have. They have to get 3 players to start a center and 2 guards.
Can we agree on one premise? One premise about free agency.
Bears.
You've got to overpay.
Oh, that's the whole point.
You've got to be willing to overpay.
But that's free agency is you're paying top dollar for draft mistakes.
This is the off season of overpaying. Would you agree that maybe $13 million for a first-time head coach might be overpaying?
That's overpaying.
Okay, fine. Continue the trend. Yep. You're not in a position to be frugal, and I don't think the Bears will be.
And but you just made me pause because I was kind of like Ryan Bates. Like, what do you really have there? What don't you have? And you were like, I wouldn't even worry about it. And then you said that I feel about him like I do about Lucas Patrick. And I thought to myself, these are the kind of players they brought in. Lucas Patrick and Ryan Bates. Like, you want to know what the problem is? Is that you don't draft linemen, you don't develop linemen, and then you sign guys that are not top-level players.
Fairness alert. Darnell Wright and Braxton Jones were 2 decent draft picks.
No doubt about it.
Decent draft picks. So I think those are 2 examples of pros, but the cons are outweighing the pros.
To have Braxton Jones, a 5th-round pick, as your starting left tackle is like, regardless of how you feel about how good he is or whatever, that's like hitting it out of the park. Unless you feel like you didn't invest enough in your starting left tackle. But he's done very well for being a 5th-round pick.
He's done very well. He's serviceable.
The problem is that
he's also injured.
You need a lot more.
You do
of that, and
so
you
that's my
needed
plan.
to be drafting guys like
that's
that.
the Bears' plan
years ago.
That should be the Bears' plan. You look at this offensive line. You want a blueprint for success. Then you
pay big money for a guard, and you get a decent money for a center. And then you can line up your team. You get depth pieces.
Yes, because the draft allows you that luxury. The 3 picks in the first 41 picks overall gives you that kind of autonomy that you can be.
The failure to invest in the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball, and I mean, I'm not counting like money investment. I'm talking about draft pick investment. That means that you have little choice but to draft those positions this year.
You can't get cute with this draft.
No.
As much as we could talk ourselves into the idea, some of us, into Ashton Genty at number 10 or trading down, it doesn't make a lot of sense. Don't talk to me about the tight ends that are there. Tyler Warren is a great guy, a great weapon. It doesn't really make any sense. What does make sense is if you're sitting there at 10 and either Will Campbell or Kelvin Banks from Texas, the left tackles are there, you take them. And
take a left tackle. If you have to. There's a guard from Alabama. It's pretty good.
Maybe
might be a little high.
That's a little high. I trade down.
But there are a couple of defensive tackles and a couple of pass rushers that you should take there if neither tackle is available.
Well, let's talk hypothetical then, because here we are in February, days before the NFL Combine.
Will Campbell, by the way, is not like he's got one of these,
He's got the short arm issue.
He's got this issue.
He's got the short arm issue. I know you get caught up on that. It's true.
I get caught up in that because it's real.
I know it's real. I know it's real. Did you see Jake Butt the other day on the Big Pro Football Show talk about his experience with short arms and his example? He's talked about what you're just describing. When in camp he was trying to block Von Miller, and he was a short arm guy at the Combine.
And
Clay
was?
Jake Butt.
Oh, Jake was a short arm guy?
Yes. And he remembered being evaluated by a scout butt from the Packers, and they were looking at him and they were measuring him, and he looked at him like, and he shook his head when he measured his arms, like it was right away. And then he found out later what they meant because it was more difficult. So it is real. I don't want to dismiss it. Yeah. But Will Campbell's a guy that if he's there at 10, Mully, I think that you're going to be compelled to take him if you're the Bears.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue with that. He's a really good player. He can do a lot of different things, but you would be concerned. And I know this sounds crazy, just like an inch and a half, 2 inches.
He might be. There's going to be concerns with every draft pick.
Serious issue.
But if you find your left tackle in the draft and you go out in free agency and you say you sign Drew Dahlman from the Falcons and you overpay for Trey Smith from the Chiefs.
Then you're on your way.
Then you're on your way. What have you done to your team?
You've upgraded everybody.
Are you a playoff team if you rebuild the offensive line this offseason, or are you a team that can win more than they lose? Or are you?
I'm not sure you can rebuild your offensive line in this offseason. I think you're going to be a player short. I just think that they'd have to
competition at left guard, a left tackle you draft, a center you buy, and a right guard you buy. So then you have Darnell Wright at right tackle. That's a pretty good improvement over last year.
Yeah.
Theoretically,
I mean,
that was the plan.
Also get a pass rusher and a defensive tackle.
That's all.
That's it.
I I don't know if you can do everything.
You need more, is all I'm saying. You need more. I'm talking about just in the trenches.
You're always going to need more. But I just don't know if that's realistic to get more. And all those things that you need is back to the original thing we came in with. I would not be willing to give up the draft capital necessary to get Myles Garrett at this stage of his career. I don't think it would be worth it for the Bears to even get in that conversation. You need too much.
I mean, I would have to look at it, but I'm all for Myles Garrett. I think he's an absolute monster. I think
after everything we just said, you would trade the draft picks for Myles Garrett, two firsts?
Well, I mean, you're talking about next year's draft. You're not talking about.
Well, I think it would take probably maybe a first this year, a first next year, or
do
maybe
they get
two.
the extra threes? Are they gonna? Is Ian Cunningham getting a GM job? Can we please get some extra threes?
Well, will that affect your Myles Garrett conversation?
Yes, because it give you more, more power to trade.
Ian Cunningham is a finalist in Jacksonville. He's one of 5. He could get the job, but who knows?
Get that job.
They have not made that decision yet. You really think that Ryan Poles, based on his history with third-round draft picks, gives you a lot of confidence he'll know what to do with that?
I told you. What you got to do is you got to make that a scout round. You just you have the scouts pick that.
That's the Ben Johnson round. You let your new head coach pick out a guy because
you can't.
You haven't shown an ability to. Zach Pickens, Velus Jones.
Yeah,
and there was a third rounder.
It was Zach Pickens was last year. It wasn't Noah Sewell, was it? Who was it?
No,
it was.
They struggled.
I know who it was.
They've struggled at that position, drafting, and I don't know, but it would be a good benefit. You'd get a third round this year and a third round next year, and so that would be worth. So you're saying way to go.
Kieran Amagaji, Zach
Kieran
Pickens, Velus Jones, David Montgomery,
that's
Jonathan Bullard.
We're just talking about just polls.
I know. I'm just talking about these are the most recent third-round picks I'm reading you.
Amagaji, Pickens, and Velus Jones are guys that are third-round picks that Ryan Poles has selected, and it's hard to see. Maybe Kieran Amagaji is the guy that moves inside at guard and competes for that left guard spot. Who knows?
21 and 20, they didn't even have a third-round pick.
Thank God.
Screw up.
But if Ian Cunningham comes back now, where does he fit into the Bears hierarchy in front office? Because that seat next to Ryan Poles is taken.
I see. You're saying
is he the director of pro personnel or the director of college scouting then?
I don't know, but that seat next to Ryan Poles, that confidant role is taken.
No, I think that he'd still be buddies and friends, and they'd kind of be reporting to the guy
the
who
voice
you
would be a
believe
lot
is.
less. It would not be
he's
as strong.
the new Joey Gallo of the Bears.
The voice would not be as strong.
The head coach would be kind of the guy they have.
Yeah, the head coach is got all the clout.
He's got the clout.
And then number 2 would be the general manager. And where does Ian Cunningham fit in that hierarchy? Not in the same way that he did before.
No. Everybody.
Jeff King has ascended it probably a little bit more.
Jeff King is their pro personnel guy. Is that right?
Yeah, I think that's his title. But he played a big role behind the scenes in getting Ben Johnson to Chicago. So he's valued, especially by Ben Johnson, I would think. So I think Ian Cunningham comes back. They let him interview for all these jobs. They freed him up from all the preparation moving forward. So he's got to kind of get one, doesn't he?
Boy, he needs to get one. He does, because you need those draft picks. All due respect to him. I mean, look, you're right. The power, there has been a shift in power, which started with Kevin Warren coming in and taking over, and now is the head coach seems to have a lot of power. So let's get him a lot of offensive line help, and don't fall asleep on the.
There's a suggestion out there in the NFL, as you know, that you don't build through free agency, you build through the draft, and doing so is dangerous. But I would look at the guys that we mentioned at least. Drew Dalman and Trey Smith are not guys on the wrong side of 30. They're not guys who have a lot of miles on those tires.
That's right.
They're Dalman's 26, and I think Trey Smith is 25. I think they're building blocks, and they are affordable if you're the Bears and Ryan Poles.
Yeah. All right, 312-644-6767. That's the telephone number. We're going to bring in our guy, Bruce Levine, and we'll talk about what's going on in Arizona with both sides of town, and we'll get Bruce's take on this All-Star Game stuff, too. I know he's passionate about it.
He is. He's been pushing it.
It's time. Let's get one here in Chicago. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 The Score.
We are Chicago's number.
It's the grand opening of Raymond Kia in Antioch. Our new lounge is over 4,000 square feet with multiple TVs and workstations. We also have 18 service bays. The best part is we have more space for basketball. And more Kia models. Right now, get grand opening savings like this. Come in today and ring it up at the grand opening of Raymond Kia on Route 173 in Antioch.
You already mushed the Bears, and like the whole year seems to be, it has the backdrop for a lot of people that you were the one responsible for getting the hope up. It's been just referenced so many times. You've avoided that wrath for the most part, or has it found you that you're responsible?
Yeah, because I'm not talking Bears and having my social media bombarded by both Chicagoans and people who are introduced to my particular brand of likability on the national stage. Yeah, I've completely avoided it. No, it's gone poorly. Because there was a lot of audio of me loudly proclaiming that Shane Waldron would be my first choice for Bears offensive coordinator. But it was under the guise of if they had to keep Matt Eberflus, I wanted them to fire Matt Eberflus. Listen, we all get things loud wrong, right? Some of us more than others. I'll point a couple of thumbs on that one. But, so I'll wear some of the mush powers on this. But Spiegs,
I would think long and hard about firing Matt Eberflus to retain Luke Getsy.
Oh, that's going back.
It's true. It's true. But I will say, listen.
Doing this to him? I know. I didn't even do that one. I didn't do that one, Danny.
Listen, we all have our misses, right?
Yeah.
Lawrence had Bryce Young as Drew Brees with mobility.
I'm not giving up on that yet.
You shouldn't. He's looked pretty good since he was benched. He's looked pretty good. I've been thinking about you a lot, and that takes since he's been benched. He has absolutely looked better. Spiegs, are you still enthusiastic? or has your enthusiasm waned?
It's been a tough year for me,
I
too.
I got to tell you.
It's been tough out here.
Watching the heel turn that's gone on here with this guy over the last 7 weeks has been amazing.
Yeah, it's true. Because I turned, Danny, I turned and I was like, I pointed a thumb, though, Lawrence. Remember, I pointed a thumb and I said, I was wrong. We should have fired Flus, and I was wrong in the offseason.
Bruce Levine.
It's great to talk some baseball.
Score Baseball Insider, covering the Cubs and White Sox for more than 30 years.
Bruce Levine is a newsbreaker.
Inside the Clubhouse co-host.
Great being with you, talking baseball.
Bruce Levine.
That's a really good question, Bruce.
See, Bruce asked the first hard question.
With Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Bruce Levine joins us on the Score Hotline, brought to you by Atturo, your all-weather tire, Atturo.com. Bruce, how are you, buddy?
Good morning, guys. Yeah, excitement here in Mesa, Arizona, as Justin Turner getting ready to join the Chicago Cubs. Commissioner in town yesterday talking to everybody. White Sox have their little news, not much, but where do you want to begin today?
Let's start with Turner. What do you see his role as, and what do you see his contribution being? Is he a better kind of intangible guy than actual physical player at this point?
Yeah, that's a terrific question because we don't know that. I think the intangibles we've talked about at length, even yesterday before he signed. The fact that he brings the idea of a playoff experienced guy, a guy that never gets rattled, can come up late in the game and win it with a pinch hit. Maybe go in and DH against tough left-handers, 25, 30 times during the year. Be there for that big pinch hit at the end of a ball game. Where Craig Counsell last year had to use Patrick Wisdom, he now has the gravitas and the player that's been there and done it in Justin Turner. So for $6 million, it's a lot of money for a backup player, but it shows that the Cubs are serious about having the extra men they need at the end of a ball game.
So, Bruce, Rob Manfred addressed the possibility of Wrigley Field hosting an All-Star game in 2027. I know this has been something you have been pushing for a very long time. What did Rob Manfred say that made you feel better or worse about the situation, and how, if it was at all different from what we heard from Crane Kenny back at the Cubs convention?
Well, I think the fact that Rob Manfred addressed it and said the Cubs are doing what they need to do. So I guess people will say, well, what do they need to do? Number one, foremost, is security around the ballpark, okay? The security of having barriers. The Cubs have practiced that with part-time barriers throughout the last two seasons around the ballpark when the game begins. Number two, maybe it's 1A, and that is the mayor being on board for a big event in Chicago. Is this something that he wants, that they want, that they'll work together? I think number three is the logistics of rerouting Clark Street and Addison Street buses, two mainstream lines for Chicago streets. And where do these buses go when they're being rerouted during the All-Star week? It's not just the All-Star game, it's Home Run Derby. It's an entire week of festivities. So how does that work for Chicago and the working people of the city? Those are the things that they're trying to tighten up right now before they get the game.
How close to that how close to fruition would that be? If they can get that done, is it a lock that they'll get the game? Are the Cubs, is MLB looking at this and saying, All-Star game in Chicago makes sense?
Yeah, they want them there, and they want them there in 2027. That's the next opening for Major League Baseball. And I think, if they can get some things tied up, I think Major League Baseball will announce that the Cubs are getting that game in 2027. I know the Cubs are keeping their fingers crossed. They want it, obviously. They haven't had it here in 37 years. There's 7 or 8 teams that have had 2 All-Star games already in their cities since the Cubs have had one in 1990. Cubs have only had 3 in history, going back to 47, 62, and 90. So it's way above time, 36 years.
It does seem odd, though, that the Cubs did have a World Series in 2016, and they don't have the security capability to host an All-Star game. I know that may be getting too far in the weeds on this, but it just seems to be a consistent obstacle that I wonder, had they already cleared. The World Series went off without a hitch, Bruce. That's got to be convincing to someone.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? There's probably an all-star game missing up until 1988 when they first got lights. Because when they started to make this game under the lights back in the late 60s, early 70s, that changed everything and really didn't have the ability to have that night game. So they probably missed one along the way. But again, it's more of a logistics thing. And security now compared to 1990 and the real threat of somebody, a terrorist or a group, something like that, doing something to a ballpark. It's so much more real now than we were facing, 35 years ago.
So, Bruce, we know the opening game in Japan, the first game of the season, technically, even though they're going back to training camp after the first two games, is starting Shota a reward for his season? Is it a nod to the reality of him and his homeland? Or what I'm asking is Justin Steele at all injured or damaged or peeved that he doesn't get to do it again? You thought he put together a nice run of starts.
As the Cub officials said off the record yesterday, it was a no-brainer. Yeah. Okay, I mean, here you have one of the surprise. Imanaga was one of the best pitchers in baseball, not the best Cub pitcher, the best pitchers in baseball. He was ignored as a Rookie of the Year candidate. Obviously, Skeens was going to win that, but when your team wins 22 out of 28 games that you start, and you are as impressive as he is, there's probably 4 games where he was bad and he got beat around. The rest, he was terrific. So I don't think there's, even if he wasn't Japanese and they didn't have a Japanese player, he would be starting. That's how good he was last year. And this one is, Yamamoto against him, Dodgers, and just the coming of age for Japanese players in Major League Baseball. Not just coming here, but being dominant players, some of the best players in the history of the game playing right now.
Bruce, how would you advise us to discuss, as we already have, the Vlad Guerrero Jr. news out of Toronto? He's entering the final year of his deal. The Blue Jays can't sign him. They basically he's now a rental player. If you're the Cubs, do you inquire?
You do, but you can't sign him and Turner, can you?
No, but that's not the question. The question is, how badly do you want to win this year?
Well, they want to win badly. I mean, it's a good question from that perspective. There's no doubt. I mean, he has a slug, and I think you could fit him in somehow in your salary cap. But I don't know. Are you going to give up 3 players for the 1 year of him? How much of your farm system are you willing to give up, David? You answer that question.
1 everyday player, probably Bush, Horner, or Suzuki, and 2 prospects.
Okay, for 1 shot.
For 1 shot. If not now, when?
And a year from now, you won't be saying to me, boy, that was a really bad trade for Guerrero.
I might, Bruce, but you know what? You only live once. YOLO.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
I'm with you. I mean, look, by all...
Holy look was priceless.
The perspective...
I think it was the YOLO. That was what got me.
The perspective is right. That's what they're doing, David. You're just responding to how they're going after Tucker, how they're going after, bullpen help one time, 1 year and out. It's a trend around baseball a little bit. I mean, you don't think the New York Yankees are going to pay him $50 million a year times 10 after 1 year of Goldschmidt playing first base for the Yankees?
Yep, no brainer.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be competition, but again, I like the trade for 1 year. I don't like giving up a huge amount of inventory for, a player that's pretty good in Bush. I mean, nobody really seems to like what he did last year or can project him that his improvement's going to be linear. It's hard to do that, but he was a pretty impressive player for a rookie year.
Great stuff, Bruce. Thank you, buddy. Always fun.
Thanks, Bruce.
Guys, have a great day.
You too.
That is our guy, Bruce Lafine. We're going to get to Chris Chelios. We got to talk to Chelly. We're going to have him break down this game for us. Very curious to see how Chris feels about a chance for the U.S.
He's
to win
been on the ice
tournament.
representing his country in the biggest of moments. He can relate to that
has.
intensity that we're going to see
Yeah.
on the ice Thursday night.
And does he believe that there will be some fisticuffs in this one starting early?
My sense is Chelly probably loved that.
Yeah, I bet he did.
I bet he did.
He's old time, old school. All right, Chris Chelios joins us next. It's Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 of the Score.
But you know what?
Yesterday was the 40th anniversary of the 1984 Chicago Cubs clinching the division, which was highly influential on my sports psyche and wanting to be a broadcaster and loving Wrigley Field and Wrigleyville and the team that caused heartbreak. So yesterday was the anniversary, and Marquee Sports Network was doing it justice by playing the game and some of the posts. First of all, that final out.
Listen to this crowd. Might as well join them. Cubs are the champion. The Cubs are the champion. The Cubs win.
Okay, there is a second part to this. And by the way, this team also proved that there is something called prepubescent depression. I found out in my life because ultimately the Cubs choked that season away. But here was the post-game locker room featuring some familiar voices.
There they come into the clubhouse. There's Bob Iback right there, publicity man, Yosh Kawada in front of them. They're on their way in. There's Vince Lloyd, who's handling the clubhouse for the WGN radio. Here's the ball. John Vukovic. All right, Steve, get them as they come in.
They're all coming in right now. One of the great moments in Chicago sports history. Rick Sutcliffe, the 20th win of the year. What a night here. The people are going crazy. Harry, it's just unbelievable down here. A happy bunch of Cubs, a well-deserved win. It's great to be in the locker room. I'll tell you what, this is something they've been waiting since spring training for. Nobody thought they could do it. As it turned out, they did. The Rick Sutcliffe, the man of the hour. Harry, you're going to be back to me in a little bit, so take it away and explain the game to everybody who is crazy in Chicago.
That's enough. I think just as much drama is on this field. These great Cub fans. There's Rick Sutcliffe. The Red Baron indeed. What a ball game he picked. The expressions. There's what made them a team. Genuine affection for each other. There's Popeye. There's Steve Trout. They have pitched the most important game of all. I guess no game would be more important than Larry Boa. Jody. There's Dallas Green. That's one of his favorite boys, the Sarge. There they are outside the dugout. John Cox being doused. Jim Fry and Dallas Green. Now our lives are complete. The Cubs are number one.
It's like he's listing the credits for a movie.
That is so great.
Warren Brewster. Dave Miska. Oh! That's what I felt like Miska needed to be there and all that chaos. Oh, get the microphone over here! Dave Miska.
Okay, they got some static out here. I'm trying to figure out where it's coming from.
Oh, God. Steve Hunter-Barris is here from the home day.
What the hell is he doing here?
Larry Mumphrey.
He hasn't been on the team since 1978 when he was doing commercials for Cy Sperling.
Yosh Kawada. Larry Boa.
Paul Ossenbacher.
Ken Reach. What the hell is Bobby Mercer doing here?
He's just like noticing random people.
Oh, that's...
Yosh Kawada was there, boy. John Vukovic.
Stone, what the hell is Stone even talking about? All right, that's enough.
Stoney, like, Harry, back to you.
Yeah,
I got to get out of here. I've got 3 10s back at my apartment waiting for me.
That was the best part to me. Was like Stoney was like, Harry, why don't you talk about the game? And he just goes back to names.
Yeah.
Harry, explain the game. I've got a hot dinner date.
Here's the recap of the game. Larry Boa.
Sean Dunston.
Chris Chelios.
Up the boards to Chelios with room. He shoots. Score!
BetMGM ambassador, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
Nice play by Chris Chelios.
Hockey Hall of Famer.
Chris Chelios is not human. I'm convinced of it. Not only will he go in the Hall of Fame, I think he should go in the Smithsonian.
Blackhawks legend.
Chelios will add defense, but he'll also add offense to the Hawks.
Steve Smith ahead to Murphy. Nichols at the line. Chelios moving in. Chelios scores! Chris Chelios has won it for Chicago.
Three-time Stanley Cup champion.
What a competitor Chris Chelios has been over the years, and he's been a winner every place he's ever been.
Chris Chelios with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Joining us now is BetMGM ambassador Chris Chelios. BetMGM, the sports book born in Vegas. And Chris joins us on the Score hotline, brought to you by Atturo. Atturo, your all-weather tire, Atturo.com. Chris, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. A little jet lag, but I'm good.
Back from Russia.
Russia, yeah.
Wow.
Beautiful Russia. It was a great trip. 3 hockey games, spent some time with my son, but really good time, quite honestly.
How'd it go for you, Grandpa? Everything go fine?
Well, that part didn't happen. He's still holding on to that baby, so I missed that part of it. But any minute now, I'm guessing.
Wow, that's something. So the U.S. playing Canada. You've been in these games before. This has been a really fun tournament to watch, and the first game was like it had elements of a lot of bad blood, 3 fights in whatever it was, 9 minutes. What are you anticipating tomorrow night?
Well, I don't think it's gonna have that type of start. That was incredible. I mean, everybody's talking about it. I was in Russia when it happened, so it was a 4 a.m. game. So me and Reed Simpson stayed up and watched it. But those Kachuk brothers put on a show, and I don't think you're going to see that. Unfortunately, the Kachucks are some type of injuries.
Right.
McAvoy's hurt. Also, who else? Matthews has got the bad back. So that's kind of disappointing that they're not going in healthy. But, they got Hellenbuck. Their D's been solid. It's going to be a great game. And after that first game, everybody's going to be looking forward to this. But I can't see that type of – I'm sure it's going to be physical. They sure hate each other, so that part's great.
How much do you attach the way the game started with the way the game went? And how much credit do you give that maybe spark of whatever emotional surge was created by 3 fights in 9 seconds leading to the victory?
Yeah, no question. It reminds me so much of '96. I think they showed some highlights of that too when Keith Kachuk fought Claude Lemieux in the first game of the best of 3. Billy Guerin fought Primo. I think Hatcher was tracing Lindros around. It was one of those deals where, we felt that we've been intimidated by them for years. And Paul Holmgren was our assistant coach. I don't know if you remember that name, Paul Holmgren. He's still involved with the Flyers. But he was, he got Kachuk and Guerin and these guys all wound up during practices. And we knew it was coming. So and it's just like, wow. And then you got the Kachuk boys. I've seen them, I've watched them race since 1996. These kids beat each other up. So it was something to see. It really was.
Yeah, it was great. I think between periods, Matthew went on with the broadcast and said he said that when they're on the ice together, they get pretty honest and pretty brutal with each other, which I thought was hysterical. The idea, and there's like a 5-year age difference, but the two of them barking at each other. I just hope they're healthy because they were. I don't see much Brady Kachuk. I didn't know that he was as much of a dog as he was in that game. I mean, I don't get a lot of Ottawa Senators hockey on my TV, but that was spectacular. The two of them playing off each other and barking at each other and the whole intensity of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Brady, Matthews, JT Muller, they're up in Canada playing, and we don't get a chance to see, some of our best U.S. players, unfortunately. But you got to see it there. And Miller fighting, I can't ever say his name right, Papreko for the kid from St. Louis. But yeah, they said it was great. You get excited playing for the team, the country, and these guys. Like I said, and the skill level that went along with it for the game was just an unbelievable game to watch, back and forth. And then, to win it in Canada like that, similar to '96 when we won in Montreal. Now it's back in Boston, a little more pressure on the U.S. team on the home ice. But again, Canada is always claiming it's their game, but there's no question U.S. is caught up and can compete at any level.
So tomorrow night, Cale Makar is going to be playing. He didn't do the first time. Austin Matthews should be healthy after taking Monday night off. When you look at this game, whether it's because of home ice or whatever the case may be, you look at the star power. Maybe Canada's got more of the guys like McDavid and McKinnon and Crosby, but what do you see as the key to tomorrow night?
I honestly, goaltending. I think we got him with Hellenbuck compared to Binnington. That's probably the big advantage. The defense, we stack up with them. Makar, though, that kid, what he did a couple of years ago, he won the Conn Smythe. If he has a game like that, sometimes there's nothing you can do about it when a guy steps up. I think back at 2002 when Joe Sakic put on a show in that gold medal game. So someone's going to have to step up on the U.S. team for sure, especially with the absence or at least the injuries of these guys, and hopefully they can pull it out.
Chris, what do you think the NHL teams are thinking as they're watching these guys go at it the way they are? I mean, it's a great advertisement for the sport. And I heard Jack Eichel say that this game will be like a Game 7 in the Stanley Cup. This is it. You lay it all out there. I'm wondering if teams are looking at it and thinking, well, wait a minute now. Let's not get carried away because we still have part of our season left, right? Yeah, no, there's no question. I think owners and GMs right now are cringing at this game after watching that last game. I'm sure of it. They're not big fans, the league of it's great, this concept they came up with, the Four Nations. But at the end of the day, you got Matthew Tkachuk, a good example. The last 2 years in the finals, won the Stanley Cup. Why risk it? Whatever his injury is, if it's something that could be injured more, I'm sure these guys in Florida are just Billy Zito's probably just telling them not to play. But yeah, there's no question in their hearts. But it's such a big game, at this level, and what they did that first game, put on a heck of a show. Everybody's talking about it across the country, even people who didn't watch hockey. They're like, "What the hell was that?" Like it was great.
When you look at this game, Chelly, do you look at it from the Blackhawk context of who might fit in free agency? And Mitch Marner, who had back in the first game of the Four Nations face-off, had the overtime going like, okay, future Blackhawk. Oh, what would it take for Brady Tkachuk to hit free agency? How long until then? Or do you just enjoy the tournament? Because it's impossible for some people to look at it and not imagine those guys at one point in time being traded or signed by the Hawks.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. Like, look what happened, Miller in Vancouver. He would have been a great kid to pick up just because of the dispute he had with Pettersson there. And it happens. Matthew Tkachuk, who would ever have thought he left Calgary. Brady, another one. I think he signed a long-term deal, but if he decides he wants to, get a trade. So it always happens. Those players, they say they're not available, and all of a sudden they pop up, and then hopefully we'll be able to be one of those teams that obviously we got cap space and we can land one of those guys and build around him and Connor and the rest of the guys, the young kids.
I don't claim to know everything about hockey, but it's fairly obvious that the defense for the U.S. has been phenomenal, and they're playing with the goalie. Like, the guys around them are playing great hockey. And I just don't know if that's enough, unless you got all your firepower, right? You need all hands on deck for a game of this magnitude.
Yeah, and if there's any advantage Canada has, it's their depth. Some of the guys, and the U.S., we don't have that luxury. More and more, it's been getting closer over the years, but I'm still shocked and I'll say it, I hope Billy Guerin and those guys aren't mad at me, but that Kane's not there.
Same here.
You know, I don't care what you say. He's done it. He's won championships. He's won silver medal. I'm just still can't believe with his stature and what he's done in the past that they didn't pick Kaner.
I thought the same thing the other night when they scored one goal. I know it was a nothing game, but still they could have used him, and they could use him tomorrow night.
Yeah, on a big stage there, he's done it, and it's one goal right on the power play. No one's better to this day still than Kaner on that PP, especially with the skill level that team has. And no disrespect to any of the guys that made the team, they all deserve to be there. But I think Kaner, out of what he's done, should have been on that team.
Great stuff, Chris. Thanks a ton. Really
Thanks,
fun.
Chris. Enjoy the game.
All right, guys. Take care. I will.
That is Chris Chelios.
He's so right too.
Yeah. That's he's on your bandwagon. Let's take a break. We're going to have Tony Granato on. We're going to talk to him. We'll go to Pride of Downers Grove and we'll break down that game some more. Let's talk hockey. Let's do that hockey. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Score.
So, Studs, did you end up finding the V. Stiviano stuff?
Can you tell me what your relationship with Donald Sterling is?
I'm Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm. Man. I'm Mr. Sterling everything. I'm his confidant, his best friend, his silly rabbit.
His what?
His silly rabbit.
His silly rabbit?
Yes.
Is that what he calls you?
No. I call myself that.
I see, okay.
I joke around and I make him laugh. I do things that some people find very silly, or I do things that sometimes people can understand our relationship. I'm his everything.
She gets it.
Barbara Walters' reaction. Sorry, go ahead, Layla.
No, that woman took down $1 billion business.
Barbara Walters' reaction to
"You're what?
I'm his silly little rabbit." You're what?
You're what?
What did you just say?
Right hand arm.
Mr. Sterling's right hand arm.
Man.
Man.
How is that not an obvious shirt?
I'm Donald Sterling's right hand arm, and then like a bunch of space, man.
Man.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is the pause is really what sells it.
You got to
I'm
go
Mr.
ellipses.
Sterling's right hand arm. Man.
Since we're talking about V. Stiviano, let us also make sure to mention that woman, although she did have the paparazzi following her around, she was walking around with that big visor thing.
Yes.
That was quite the scene.
COVID.
Way before COVID.
When she was a trendsetter.
Sterling's right hand arm. Man.
Man.
Hyundai dealers. This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. 670 The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app. WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on those dental implants. Do it today. Charlie McAvoy, Boston's defenseman, out for the finals of the Four Nations Face-Off. That is tomorrow in Boston. We got USA and Canada Part 2. We've got Tony Granato for you talking about it next. After the tournament, Blackhawks back on the ice Saturday, taking on the Blue Jackets in Columbus. The Bulls back on the court tomorrow in New York, 6:15 pregame, taking on the Knicks. Cubs handing the ball to Shota Imanaga as the starting opening day pitcher in Japan. That's March the 18th. This Friday, 1:55, Cubs baseball on the air. Cubs, Dodgers right here on 670 The Score. Tonight, 7:45 on The Score. Bulls hosting 10th ranked St. John's. DePaul, St. John's, Zach Zabin, 7:45 tonight, right here on The Score. This hour and the segment almost brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Do yourself a favor, save on those dental implants. Do it today.
I really think that was the vibe that we all got, was those players appreciated so much showing off our product to so many people that tuned in to see that rivalry game, which was, I don't know, it's got to be a classic game. Top 5 for sure in USA hockey history. That's a top 5 moment. You got the 80 Olympic team, you got the 96 win, you maybe got the women's win in 98. USA hockey's had some big events, but that one on Saturday night. And Thursdays is set up to be another one, not just for USA hockey, but for the hockey world. And it's a preview of the Olympics. I'm getting all sweaty here.
Buddy, you are looking fired up.
That's great stuff. Tony Granato joins us now. He, of course, does a great job with the Blackhawks, CHSN, and you heard him there on Turner talking NHL, talking U.S. national team, and the wonderful meeting this Thursday. Gosh, it should be a gas. Joins us on the Score Hotline, brought to you by Turo, your all-weather tire at Turo.com. Tony, good morning. How are you?
Hey, guys. Good morning. I'm doing great. Thank you very much. You know what? I took so much crap for that because the Canadian people are like, it's not even a championship game you're bragging about on Saturday night. But it didn't matter if it was an exhibition game or a preliminary round game or a street hockey game. That game was one of the most enjoyable 60 minutes of hockey that I've ever watched. And
it felt big.
It did. And anyone that tuned into it, you know, you're like, oh, okay, how are these guys going to be tonight? It's a non-meaningful game, so to speak, from the standpoint. It's not really the championship game, and it's, you know, guys playing in the middle of a season. Well, it didn't take long to show the intensity and the competitiveness and how much they cared about performing well and representing their countries and their teams. So it was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it. This, you know, especially perhaps because the NBA All-Star game was such a dud, and then you're looking at this and the way these guys are going at it, and, you know, 3 fights the minute the thing opens up, and it just feels completely different, and you can't help but wonder what are coaches in the NHL thinking as they watch it. I'm sure everyone's glued to it, but when you've been through it. You've been through it both, the coaching the U.S. and coaching in the NHL. What would you be thinking when you're watching your guys laying it on the line like that? It must scare you worrying about the rest of the year.
No, not a bit. What it does is it shows the pride and how proud you are of those players and of your sport to be able to understand how important it is when you get a center stage like that. We don't get center stage from hockey as much as I think we deserve. And it's probably a selfish thing from my standpoint, thinking that, you know, our sport is better than others for whatever reasons. I think that, you know, when you get an opportunity like that, you know, like you said, the NBA's an All-Star weekend, football's over, baseball's not really going yet. You know, what's going on in the sports world? Well, there's this hockey game, you know, Canada and the U.S. are playing. And to have that much focus on understanding that when guys get to play for their country and guys get to come together to try to show and prove and show our game off and compete, they're going to compete. And, so I think from a coaches and manager, I know owners probably get nervous. Oh my gosh, what happens if our guy breaks his hand? What happens if our guy, there's been 5 injuries already in this tournament that are to elite players for their own teams. I don't think they mind, and I don't think the league minds. I think they went into this understanding that that's part of the risk, but the reward of people being able to appreciate your game, set up the Olympics for next year. I think that's what this really does too. Has been so far sensational. And now you got the same 2 teams going again tomorrow night. So, can Canada rebound? Of course they can. I mean, they're elite. Can the U.S. be able to, duplicate what they did Saturday? Of course they can. So something's got to give. And to be able to lead into this game with what just happened, again, gives us a special opportunity to show, what the special parts of hockey are. In kind of a unique way.
And obviously you're speaking from experience, Tony. People know of your past as a NHL player and certainly as a coach, but let's go back to your amateur days, because did you not delay becoming a pro so you could represent Team USA at the 88 Olympics? So that was special enough to you to delay your professional debut, which I think is remarkable confidence, but also speaks to what you're talking about how different these experiences are.
Well, twofold. One, it lined up perfectly for me after my 4th year at University of Wisconsin. It was the Olympic year, so timing-wise for me, it was perfect. It was a decision. I watched the 80 team. I was 15 years old in Downers Grove, Illinois, watching on my TV with all my family as Mike Ruzioni and Jim Craig and Mark Johnson, all of them won that gold medal. So I got it. That's the first taste I had of what international hockey was all about. And then 4 years later, Eddie Olczyk and Chris Chelios, represented the United States in Sarajevo. And then I went to school after that. So in between those years, between 84 and 88, I was at college. And I did have a chance to sign pro, but was I ready to play in the NHL? I wasn't so sure, and I knew a year of experience playing 60 games internationally with other NHL draft picks, Brian Leetch, Mike Richter. We had a ton of guys that turned out to have great NHL careers on that Olympic team. I think having one more year to prepare to get ready for the NHL was important. But the opportunity, and one time, the first time you put your jersey on of your country, and the first time I put on my USA jersey it was only a couple years after the 80 team won at a World Junior Tournament. It's different than putting on an NHL jersey or a college jersey or your high school jersey. There is something that just runs through your body that's hard to explain. And I was fortunate enough to play on different national teams and as you said, Olympic teams. And that never changed from the first time I put that jersey on. You put that on, and the intensity and the pride that you have on knowing you're going to be able to go out and perform and compete and represent your country, it's until you're able to experience that, you don't know what that means. So all of these players that have gathered together over break, so to speak, in the NHL season, that are getting a chance to do it again, because most all of them have done it for the U.S. team, with the exception. The only one that hasn't is Jake Gensel. It's the first time he's been part of a USA team, which is amazing because he's an NHL superstar, but he was always, just outside the box, so to speak, as far as making a roster. They feel that same thing. That's why you saw what you saw on all 3 of the games, but especially in the game against Canada.
Yeah, it's so much fun to think about, what's on the line in a game like this. And, we talk about a guy like Connor McDavid. We talk about, Sid the Kid still playing for Canada. Could one of those guys, is this the sort of thing where one of those guys steps up and proves how great they are? Is this the sort of thing where, please, if the Tkachuks are healthy, where they together could influence the game? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is one of these big moment things, right?
No doubt. And, if Canada wins tomorrow, will the U.S. victory be forgotten? I don't think so. But the tournament will be remembered in the events of what led up to this championship game, to give either Sid or McDavid, if those are the guys that step up and have the big performance tomorrow or score the big goal. everybody's going to remember that. But there's so many things that come out of this tournament from a fan's perspective, from a new fan's perspective. How many Kachuk jerseys do you think were ordered after Saturday night's game?
You're right.
People learn to spell the name. Yeah.
Exactly. And the other thing too is this is something when you go to an NHL game and you're watching the guys skate around the rink. You're saying, okay, there's the Chicago Blackhawks, there's the Minnesota Wild. You don't look at them as, oh, that guy's American. Oh, that one's American too. Oh, he's American too. So you're seeing Brock Faber, you're seeing like Jake Gensel, Jack Hughes, Dylan Larkin. All these guys now are going to be more recognizable as American players. And for me, again, as an old U.S. player, that's cool because a lot of fans go to games and they just say, oh, they're the Blackhawks. They're probably from Canada. No, he's actually American. He grew up, in Illinois, or he grew up in Michigan or Wisconsin. And I think that recognition of understanding that's important too, because a lot of times I don't want to say USA Hockey's underappreciated, but they've come a long, long way on some of the decisions that they have made. And I think that's a real positive thing on how these Americans have kind of showed off where American hockey is today.
Beyond just how invested you are in the game, Tony, I think that don't you also have a couple connections? You've obviously probably coached a lot of these players, but Dylan Larkin, did I hear you talk about going fishing with Dylan Larkin at one point? And I'm sure back in Pittsburgh you did coach Crosby as well, correct?
I did. Yes, I did. They're both wonderful. I can't speak highly enough of what Dylan. The other night we got a chance to talk a little bit during the show, and then he was one of my favorites to coach. But having a chance to coach Sid for 5 years too, and see what he's all about is, I'm grateful for it because those are the when you coach players like that, you realize what they go through. Because I was a regular player that dressed up and played hockey and had fun going out and do it. The responsibilities that they have as superstars, especially from Sid's standpoint, being the face of the game and seeing how he's represented hockey, and to this day, he's still, like you said, if you looked at the game to advance them against Finland, you see the play he made at the end of the game to clinch it off. He made 3 or 4 plays during that game that solidified the chance for Canada to have the rematch against the United States. So he's still at an elite level. He's a sensational human being as well. But back to the Larkin thing. Yeah, we went fishing. He had muskie fish, so I took him muskie fishing last summer in Michigan, and he got a 49.5-inch muskie. So he was pretty happy with our fishing day.
Wow, guy can do it all. How concerned are you that injuries are going to play an impact in this game? I mean, we know that Charlie McAvoy has been hospitalized in Boston and is definitely out for the game. Hopefully, it seems like everyone else is going to play, but could that be a big impact? And what do you think about this idea that maybe Quinn Hughes will show up, but they can't use him unless they're down to the last 6 defense? It just feels like they should let the guy play. I mean, he was on the team. He had to back out of it for injury. I don't know. What about that impact? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they put the rules in place for a couple reasons. One, Tom Wilson from Washington, a big, tough, grinding winger. I'm sure Canada would say, okay, we're having a rematch against the United States. Let's get Tom Wilson out here to replace somebody else because he's a big, and he'll be able to, face off against Kachuk and tell him, hey, you screw around, I'm going to beat the crap out of you. You know what I mean? So there were rules put in place to prevent, substitutions as this tournament went on. From this standpoint, with all the injuries and illnesses that have gone through all the teams, I think the NHL potentially for the next tournament, because I'm sure this is going to, with the success that this tournament's had, this will be something that's on the regular schedule, and whether it be every 2 years or 4 years, they'll be playing this tournament again. I think they'll make adjustments to the roster size to prevent something like this from happening, where a team might get depleted as the tournament moves along. But I think, having Quinn Hughes be there and ready, because, the flu is going through some teams as well. There are guys that are banged up. They got to practice day to day. There's still guys thinking that they're going to be able to play, but until the game tomorrow, there's probably some decisions that still need to be made. But the Kachucks, knowing them, they're going to tape it up no matter what the injury is, and find a way to be out there and give it their all.
Tony, you do such a great job breaking down the Blackhawk games on CHSN, and then we see you in doing the national games for Turner as well. I couldn't help but notice you are a Blackhawk expert. You're sitting next to Paul Bissonnette the other night, and Biz has been critical of Connor Bedard, as Mark Messier was, and Connor Bedard has been open season on maybe being critical of the second-year star for the Blackhawks. What do you think about the way that he has been critiqued? Has it been unfair? And did you talk with Biz at all about what he had to say about Bedard?
I did a little bit, but for the most part, as a superstar, you're going to get critiqued. And this was a time that that 2 national games that those guys saw a little bit in there that they thought was worth pointing out. Was it a shot that was unfair, or was it a shot that was probably too aggressive on their critique? I think so. I see Connor every day. I see what he's done the year and a half so far in his career. I think that Connor, hearing that, look how he responded in those games. So I think actually, just like when he got cut from or didn't make the roster for the Four Nations team, what did he do? He went on a run that was unbelievable. And everybody's like, oh, man, maybe Connor should have made the Four Nations team. So I think he responded well. He handled it well. He answered the questions well. And as a superstar, you're going to get that. Sid got that when he was young. But I don't know about Gretz, if Gretz ever really had to deal with that. Until the end, Gretz had to deal with that at the end. I remember in Game 7 against Toronto to go to the finals in 1993, and Gretz played seven more years after that. 1993, the media in Toronto was going, Gretz is slowing down and he's skating like he's got a piano on his back, and he goes out and gets the hat trick, and we advance. So young players or superstars, when they hear something, I think that's a good tool to kind of go, okay, Mess made some points here. I don't think he's right, but some of these things I got to think about to maybe, try to focus on to help myself. So I think Connor probably took it that way. Mm-hmm. And again, he's got to face the media every day. And he answered those questions the next day about, hey, what do you think about all these guys critiquing you? And he goes, well, I don't really pay attention to it, but hey, they're paid to do what they need to do. And they said what they needed to say. So I think all in all, it was something that I didn't particularly like. But at the end of the day, I think it's been handled really well by Connor.
Just finally, on the way out, I'm curious, is one of the great things about this tournament that there are NHL rules? You know what I mean? You're used to this style of hockey. It's not the international rules. I would like to see the Olympics change. I don't mind some guys squaring off to start a game. I thought that was super cool.
Yeah, I did too, and I'm not a big fan of the fighting. I like the fact that it's still in the game because you need to protect the skilled players, and you don't like all the silliness that would happen if there was no fighting. I think there'd be a lot of different type of play that would lead to a more ugly incidents than just the fighting. So I'm all for the fighting when it's needed. And in that game, all 6 of those players, 3 on each side, made a statement that, hey, this is a game that, even though, like I said, when we started this, it was a preliminary round game. It didn't matter. 2 teams were faced off. The rivalry, the intensity, the importance of representing your country in the right way. I thought it was a great way to start the game and show everybody how much it meant to each team, country, and individual. But as far as the rules go, after the fights happened, the referees made one call. They called that cross-checking, I think, on Miller early in the game to say, hey, you guys can play as hard as you want, but no extra stuff. And then you saw how many big hits did you see in that game by Tkachuk, by McAvoy? I mean, it seemed like every time someone touched a puck, there was somebody in somebody's face. So the refs allowed that game to happen. Internationally, those refs would call that a lot tighter. So I agree with you 100%. That game was exciting as it was and as physical it was because the refs allowed that to happen. So it would be nice if that did carry over in international play. But let's not forget the 2 other teams in this really quick, because Finland and Sweden both had really good tournaments. Finland beat the Swedes. They came back and almost, miraculously tied that game against Canada. Sweden, lost 2 games in overtime and then beat the United States. So they had a good tournament. So when we do get to the Olympics, it's not just a 2-team race.
Right.
To see to win a gold. There's lots of other teams. There's a few teams that aren't even in this competition.
Right.
They'll be part of the Olympics. So I think it just builds for the excitement of what the next Olympics will be next year.
Tony, thank you. Great stuff. Really appreciate your time.
Thanks, Tony. Terrific stuff.
You guys too. Have a great day. Always a pleasure joining you guys.
That is fantastic. That's Tony Renato. I mean, come on, man. Don't you want to watch the game right now? Let's go.
Great insight. He does a terrific job at CHSN on the Blackhawks, and then breaking it down for Turner the other night. He was very entertaining, and also the insight's obvious.
Yeah, that was fun. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
There is no off season for.
It's the grand opening of Raymond Kia in Antioch. Our new lounge is over 4,000 square feet with multiple TVs and workstations. We also have 18 service bays. The best part is we have more space for basketball. And more Kia models. Right now, get grand opening savings like this. Come in today and ring it up at the grand opening of Raymond Kia on Route 173 in Antioch.
Mark Grody, I'm told that there is one additional piece of audio.
Yeah, Grody, don't go anywhere. I'm going to CJ Stroud you here, okay? Don't leave
really?
yet. I know you want to leave. Don't leave
No, that's
yet.
okay.
This is
I got all the time. As long as I'm off by 5:46, I'm good.
Yeah, you'll be good. Sometimes the listeners out there, they know that sometimes we will get audio sent to us for Grody's Bears Report by a third-party source. It happens all the time. You guys know this. And in this case, it was sent to us by Chris Emma, who I think you know. You said one time,
my guy.
Some people like Chris Emma. You said it.
I love Chris Emma.
But as you know, Grody asks remarkable questions during these press conferences. But sometimes the best questions are not about what happens on the field. Okay?
Okay. Good to see everybody. You guys doing okay today? All right. How are you? Good. Doing good. Thanks for asking. I appreciate it.
One more time, Timmy. Don't worry, we're going to hear it a good, healthy amount here.
Okay. Good to see everybody. You guys doing okay today? All right. How are you? Good. Doing good. Thanks for asking. I appreciate it.
The hesitation of I am good. And then damn. Wait, they're asking me how I am.
That touched him.
That
clearly touched
so
him.
Sweet.
Deep
It was a
down,
very sweet moment.
Mark Grody cares how I'm doing. That's lovely.
Man, thanks for asking.
Hey, man, I am a huge fan of common courtesy. Like I'm a common courtesy expert. If somebody says, "How are you doing?" I will say, "Well," and "How are you doing?" So I wasn't going to leave the man hanging. I am there for Maddie. I mean, it's very nice of him to look us in the eyes and ask us questions. Somebody's got to reciprocate, and I feel like that is my job. So thanks to Emma for getting that in.
Thanks for asking. I appreciate it.
That is just
Mark,
wonderful.
was he making eye contact with you when he said, "Thanks for asking"? I appreciate that.
His head popped back. Yes, he did. He made eye contact.
I love
with
that.
him.
That's so
his
sweet.
head popped back up because he's right. Because he wasn't expecting it from us. I think he gets the usual cold response.
It's his third year here. No one's ever asked him how he's doing.
Nobody's ever asked.
We can't be that cold as a media. I know that we're a force out here. I get it.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's us against them.
Hey,
but,
man,
a little humanity every once in a while speaks.
I'm not surprised that it was you. I'm not surprised that it wasn't Jason Leisure. You know what I'm saying?
It would never be Jason Leisure.
Or Mark Potash. Because Potsy doesn't care. He wants you to get right to the business.
Potash had to follow up. Are you sure you're okay after what's been going on with this offensive line? How can you say you're okay?
Listen, why are you okay?
Potsy's probably mad at me for asking him the question.
We don't ask them how they're doing.
Happened with Terrence Shannon. Okay, we were the laughing stock. Okay, hung a banner for a young man who set all kinds of records, and we don't have to tell the story. We hung it upside down, and I can't imagine what that was like for him. A lot of people at our place did a lot of things to make it a special day for him, and we messed it up. And for the character of that young man to come out and do what he did today, made a shirt if you haven't seen it. When life throws you, it turns your world upside down.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
I love the music.
Yeah.
Brandon Fryer thinks of everything.
Yeah.
Up Down by Florida Georgia Line, behind Brad Underwood talking about Terrence Shannon Jr. that turned a negative into a positive and turned the frown upside down.
But was it that bad? I mean, it wasn't good, but
it was bad.
Okay,
it was embarrassing.
I'm not going to argue that.
It was embarrassing.
He handled it fine. It wasn't like a life-altering moment. They just they raised the jersey, which I still think that somebody must have known they were putting it up upside down because they rehearsed that stuff. They like every time
you
I've
think it was
seen
a
that
conspiracy?
happen,
You're going full Dustin?
I'm not going full Dustin. I'm just saying somebody was having a laugh.
No.
I don't believe that you could actually do that, rehearse it, and then hang the thing the wrong way. I don't. I just think that somebody kind of hijacked it for a laugh. You get that going all the time with different things that go. Maybe I'm wrong. But it reminds me of like the goofy intern that put all the fake names on the pilots with the it's just so someone would read it.
I don't know what you're referring to.
I'm talking about the.
You don't remember that story?
But go ahead, finish anyway.
I don't remember the story.
There was an intern.
Whiteboard it for me.
There was an intern that there was a plane
that crashed,
and he thought it was cute to like
make fun of the names of the
pilots.
Oh, okay.
It was a huge story.
It was a big story.
Okay.
But
Wow.
it was just somebody. I'm not saying it was a conspiracy and there were 50 people involved. And I'm just saying somebody fouled up, or kind of purposely fouled up, thought it would be.
All right, regardless of that, Terrence Shannon Jr.
I brought it up.
That's okay.
Oh, no, it wasn't
went in
me.
a very dark direction. The T-shirt, proceeds from the upside down banner shirt will benefit the Don Moyer Boys and Girls Club. This is him making the best of a bad situation, and however bad is debatable, but he did definitely turn this into a good moment for Illinois basketball. Terrence Shannon Jr. is a rookie on the Timberwolves, starting to get a few more minutes, starting to get into the rotation a little bit more. Hasn't played a lot as a rookie, but went back to Champaign, and it was embarrassing Saturday night at the very least. And he now is these T-shirts are hilarious, and so
yeah, it's very funny.
It's a fun thing to get involved with.
Yeah, it's very funny. But I know it's an embarrassment. It was just kind of an error, and they corrected it. That's all I'm saying. I didn't think it was as big a deal as it was made out.
Sorry, I brought it up.
No. I'm happy to talk about it. I'm just saying I thought somebody was messing around.
I think it might be even more than messing around. I think it might be in protest, and maybe they didn't agree with the idea of recognizing Terrence Shannon Jr. And that's what might have happened
because of his legal woes when he was a
That was a big thing last year for Illini basketball. That was a thing. And listen, none of it. I wasn't there. I wasn't in Kansas. I don't know what happened, but he did everything he could. It seemed like, and the university did everything they could. They followed the rules, and what happened on the court is what happened on the court. He was a good player. And just in case. They didn't retire his jersey. They recognized his jersey.
Yeah, they do that a lot. They honor the number, and they have
honored the number.
More numbers up there than they could.
And Kofi Coburn had his also honored in the same way.
Earlier this season. And there are a couple different, I think I award the same number as D. Brown at Illinois. I believe number 11 perhaps. So they've done it before. Boy, they sure could have used Terrence Shannon last night. They lose to Michigan State, and then they lose to Wisconsin last night, lost to Michigan State on Saturday night. And then they didn't shake hands after the game. But I saw a couple of references to social media. This wasn't a poor sportsmanship gesture by Illinois. This was trying to protect, after they played against each other for 2 hours and exchanged, sweat and were bodying up to one another. They decided not to shake hands to spread the flu that is kind of really spread through the Illini roster and made it more difficult. So that's why they didn't shake hands after the game, and nothing else, according to Brad Underwood. And he explained it afterward, which I think should be adequate for most people.
Yeah. Whatever. But that's interesting. I thought it was more just someone having a laugh, but I guess I hadn't thought about that, Dustin. There you go. No. What do you think about the college football meeting about expanding the playoffs from 12 to 14 to 16 teams?
Yeah, I don't think it really needs to be fixed necessarily. They just want to get bigger. They think it will be better. It's be hard to top this year. The one thing I wish they would tweak was the way that they seeded the teams and the buys that were
I agree with that.
awarded. And
Yeah.
I don't think that's a big enough problem to lead to expansion. I think they've got a Notre Dame issue on their hands if they do expand and they're trying to increase the at-large bids, whatever the case may be. Notre Dame reminded people this year why it's a good idea to keep them in the mix. They're not only good for the sport, but it's good for the ratings, which is good for the sport. And they've got to be part of the conversation. I don't know that they were a big part of the explanation that I read, but they've got to be there.
The conversation was between the Big Ten and
Yes.
the SEC.
Yes.
They're trying to get ahead of this because the College Football Playoff Committee is supposedly meeting on the 25th, I believe. So they got together and they have talked about, and again, those are the two conferences, right? I think this has a lot to do with the SEC feeling that they should have had an extra team. And so they're talking about expansion, and the Big Ten's going along with it. And they feel like they're also apparently scheduling some games against each other. And they feel like they can tell college football, hey, we're going to do this now. Here's what we decided. And I will be very curious to see if there's any pushback at all against that idea, because they do have all the power and they have a ton of leverage. And you get this sense that they could be removing themselves if things don't go the way they say they should go.
Yeah, I think it's all about a bigger revenue stream. I just don't think it's necessary. I liked 12 teams. I like the way it's working now. Tweak it, save it, preserve it. I don't know if you necessarily need to expand it. I just don't know.
Well, I mean, they're not just talking about expand. I mean, they're talking about going from 12 to a minimum 14 to 6. That's a lot. 16 teams would be a lot.
Yeah, it'd be
and you'd be
expansion.
facing off against NFL playoffs right at that point, right?
Not a great idea.
Yeah,
Not a great idea.
Again, it'll be interesting to see if there
bigger isn't always better.
And wasn't it that they said they wanted 4 guarantees from each? So 8 of the pool would be.
That's the point. That's the Notre Dame conundrum.
Would be SEC.
Every time you guarantee an at-large bid to one of
Yeah.
these two major conferences, you're making it less likely that a team outside of that pool makes the tournament, which is not a fair tournament. That's a rigged tournament. That's a special interest being served tournament. And
I say just get rid of all the buys and add 4 teams in. Just no more buys.
Or just look at it objectively and don't when you have the 12 teams, seed them. And then
that you got to seed them, but
and then give award.
What he's saying is interesting because there's not enough evidence yet. But the buy didn't help anybody.
Hurt, right?
Right.
Potentially hurt everybody.
The buy doesn't really help theoretically because in theory it does because of health and rest and all the things. Realistically, when you're a team on a roll, you'd rather play. And the team that has to sit is not the same team because it takes a quarter and a half to start to regain whatever rhythm or tempo or continuity that they had before that. So the bye wasn't a good thing for teams this year.
Right. I mean, ASU is the perfect example. They were like the hottest team.
They were hot.
They were hot. They sat, and then it took a whole half for them to figure out, and they had their best player with the case of the flu, possibly. But here's the problem with the ranking them.
Yeah.
What happens then to the conference championship game? We get into the conversation we had where teams would actually not be playing guys.
You would rather lose it than win it. Yeah.
Right?
You're
I mean,
right.
so
You're
I mean,
right.
then what do you do with that?
I think the other element here, and we used to talk about this all the time, that when you had a break between the end of the college football season and the beginning of the bowl season, teams were different. Teams were completely different. They had matured differently. There were players that started these guys are college kids getting bigger, stronger, better. As some teams got different as that break took place.
Sometimes 6 weeks?
Well,
yes,
what's the goal? What's the goal of the tournament? Is it to make the most money? Then you expand it and you limit it to you make it so the Big Ten and SEC have easier access. If your goal is to find the champion out of the 12 best teams or 14 best teams or 16 best teams, then you'll do just that. You'll make it. You won't have as many automatic berths based on your third place finish in the SEC. but I don't think anyone can agree on what the purpose of this playoff is.
Well, I think it goes back to what you've always talked about, how there's two college footballs. There's the big time programs, and then there's the school. I would like to see it remain connected, right? I would like to see a team that has a great year be able to play in the college football tournament, so you determine if they're a great team or not.
It makes you wonder, with Boise State and SMU and even Arizona State to a lesser degree, but you wonder about their viability. Did you really ever think they were going to have a chance to win it all? Probably not. Does that mean they should be deprived the chance to prove that? I don't know. That's a good argument. It's a different kind of debate and conversation, but I think I like that idea more than I like the idea of the fourth best SEC team getting an automatic berth.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Because I like to see the crossover. I like to see how a guy from a Boise State, Ashton Genty, would play against a team like Penn State in that defense or something like that. That to me is more appealing and really more equitable and fair than just saying, well, you know what? Sorry, SEC fourth place team. Sorry, Mississippi State.
It is fascinating that there is this pushback, though, and I suppose we expected it, but that's exactly right. You just made the dollar sign. That's exactly right. That's exactly correct.
It's all because of that. And unfortunately, that's a reality. And we're getting texters 269. ND, Notre Dame is rigging its regular season to make the playoffs. These schedules are years in advance made.
I know. Yeah.
There's no way they're doing that. Maybe they're doing it moving forward, but heck, by the time they do that, everything will be changed once again.
Yeah.
Notre Dame has earned the right to be in the discussion for what they meet. They need to meet a criteria. They don't have a conference championship game. That's true. So you have to make it, but you don't want to penalize them or punish them for being independent.
It's a real interesting argument. I'll be very curious to see what happens when they take it all under advisement.
Yeah.
Because, again, I don't know that they can. It's working, but it's not working for the SEC.
They need to tweak it.
Last
Get
year.
better.
Yeah, I agree.
Get better. All right, right now, be the sixth caller to the Scores contest line, 312-540-0670, and you can win a pair of tickets to see Dierks Bentley with Zach Top and the band Lula on June 14th. It's a Saturday at Credit Union One Amphitheater. Tickets go on sale tomorrow or Friday at 10 a.m. Tickets on sale Friday at 10, 312-540-0670. Be the sixth caller and win a pair of tickets to see Dierks Bentley.
All right, we're going to bring in, I believe it's a Layla Wednesday. We'll bring in Layla and Marshall and Dan. We'll have a chat with them. Can't wait to find out what Dan decides to cherry pick today. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
The big news today is that Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has told the Blue Jays that he's not going to sign. I don't think they should trade for Vladimir Guerrero Jr. As of right now, you have given up a ton to get Kyle Tucker and to give up a ton more for a one-year rental of Vlad Jr. when you don't really have a positional fit.
You already mushed the Bears, and like the whole year seems to be... it has the backdrop for a lot of people that you were the one responsible for getting the hope up. It's been just referenced so many times. You've avoided that wrath for the most part. Or has it found you that you're responsible?
Yeah, because I'm not talking Bears and having my social media bombarded by both Chicagoans and people who are introduced to my particular brand of likability on the national stage. Yeah, I've completely avoided it. No, it's gone poorly. Because there was a lot of audio of me loudly proclaiming that Shane Waldron would be my first choice for Bears offensive coordinator. But it was under the guise of if they had to keep Matt Eberflus. Like I wanted them to fire Matt Eberflus. Listen, we all get things loud wrong, right? Some of us more than others. I'll point a couple of thumbs on that one. But, so I'll wear some of the mush powers on this, but Spiegs...
I would think long and hard about firing Matt Eberflus to retain Luke Getsy.
Oh, that's going back.
It's true. It's true. But I will say, listen.
Doing this to
I
him?
know. I didn't even do that one. I didn't do that one, Danny.
It's listen. We all have our misses, right?
Yeah.
Lawrence had Bryce Young as Drew Brees with mobility. Like
I'm not giving up on that yet.
You shouldn't. He's looked pretty good since he was benched. He's looked pretty good. I've been thinking about you a lot, and that take since he's been benched. He has absolutely looked better. Speaks, are you still enthusiastic? or has your enthusiasm waned?
It's been a tough year for me
I
too.
I gotta
buddy.
tell you,
it's been tough out
watching the heel turn that's gone on here.
No,
with this guy over the last 7 weeks has been amazing.
Yeah, it's true. Because I turned, Danny, I turned and I was like, I pointed a thumb though, Lawrence. Remember, I pointed a thumb and I said I was wrong. We should have fired Flus, and I was wrong in the offseason.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. We, of course, broadcast live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. And I want to thank them for their contribution. Thanks to Matt Anaya. He gets us twitching in the morning. And thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening on this Wednesday.
Had a lot of fun. I'm all psyched up for the hockey game now.
It's tomorrow.
Yeah, we got to get to that.
You got to wait another day.
And thank you to our executive producer. He's never looked worse. Good God, look at the poor state of the man. Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
Don't you know what adversity is all about? That's the game of life, not the game of basketball. You don't get down when things go wrong. You dig in and get tougher. Your whole life's going to be adversity. Learn how to deal with it.
72-year-old Rick Pitino.
And thank you, Brandon Fryer, for that.
What do you think about this young guy? He can hoop a little bit, huh? Just a little bit, huh?
Man, y'all better stand down. I'm the truth.
He's the truth. He said he's the truth. Yeah?
D-boy, no.
Anthony Edwards.
Anthony Edwards speaking truth to President Obama.
Oh, how about that?
Wow. That's confidence.
Hey, it's a Layla Wednesday. Layla Rahimi here. And Marshall Harris, he's right here. I can see him. Marshall.
Happy to be here.
And Dan's floating around somewhere.
Start spreading the news.
That's a bad.
Start spreading the flu.
I'm heaving today.
Oh, that definitely happened. Not you heaving necessarily, but people have started to spread the flu.
Well, that was the U of I game.
That was the Illinois
they
game.
They didn't shake hands afterward, not out of a lack of sportsmanship.
Because they wanted to
they
avoid spreading their germs any more than they had the previous 2 hours.
Holy moly, friends.
They
there
sneezed
has been
all over Wisconsin for a game, and then they wouldn't shake hands.
But there has been some sort of progress when it comes to contact and viral spreading. Like, that's an actual acknowledgement.
Not in Texas.
Yeah. But at least on the college court, that's for sure. But if we want to talk about viral spreading in Texas, that's a totally different social activity now, isn't it?
Wow. Well, I don't think the measles are spread recreationally. Like
no,
maybe
they're
some
just
other
in
things
the air.
are, right?
Yeah.
They're just there, and no one seems to be bothered by it. Okay.
After hearing that Anthony Edwards with Obama, it took me back to the movie Hustle. I don't know if you guys have seen it. With Adam Sandler's.
Oh, right. Is that the one where he's searching for a player?
Yeah. And Anthony Edwards in that movie, I was like, I bet this is what he's like in real life. And nothing has happened that is not further confirmed that he is maybe the most confident trash talker of all time. Anthony Edwards is
he's young,
a joy to watch and listen to. He's hilarious.
Better than Larry Bird at trash talk? Because that still is my absolute number one.
I hear you. I guess we just have a better documented version of everything Anthony Edwards has ever done. Like
more microphones around. Yeah,
more microphones around.
I mean, he had a good audience with the nation's #1 basketball fan.
True.
And Barack Obama.
The first fan.
Yeah, the first fan. The greatest Bird one is when Dr. J was on him. And he kept yelling at Barkley, who was on the Sixers at the time, get this old man, get someone better than this old man guarding me. And he apparently kept it up so long that Dr. J threw a punch at him. They got into a fight, and Barkley's trying to pull Bird out of the fight, and that means he's got his hands and Dr. J's pounding him in the face. Dr. J, he never fought.
And they were buddies, remember, because it was Larry and Julius who were both Converse together. I think,
back when Converse was the shoe.
No, it wasn't. That's why I had them.
I understand.
The low cut Converse All-Star. They were shoe deal partners on that and featured in the video game One-on-One together. One of the early video games to feature NBA players.
All you're reminding me of is how far we have come with our shoe comfort, our level of comfort. Because if you try to put on the shoes that they wore back in the 1970s and 1980s, now to do anything in besides...
You didn't like ponies?
I never had a pair of ponies, but no, I had Chucks.
Chuck Taylors. Who didn't?
The high top.
Yes.
And when I say high top, I mean in air quotes, high top.
It was
ankle
a sprained
prisons.
ankle waiting to happen.
Well,
I know.
Don't forget the Adidas Top 10s. That would be all the way, halfway up your shin by the time you got done lacing them up.
Even when Jordan went and put on, what was his the original Air Jordan 1s the one time, they had come so far in the time of his career that his feet were bleeding at halftime.
He had all kinds of foot problems.
Yeah.
He had
It's
a broken
amazing.
foot. He had that infected toe where he missed games. Remember that? Where they had to cut the hole in the shoe so his toe could stick out of it?
Yeah.
Those are not great times for the brand, if that's the case. That's not my favorite Larry Bird trash talk story, though.
But that was hilarious.
That's great. But the one against Xavier McDaniel?
Oh, yeah.
X-Men?
Where he's getting ready to inbound the ball at the end of a game, and Xavier McDaniel comes over to guard the inbound pass, and Larry says to him, goes, "Hey, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to get into Dennis. Dennis is going to give it back to me. I'm going to pump fake. You're going to fall for the pump fake, and I'm going to step over here and hit the three." It's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
Psychological
Is that trash
warfare.
talk or play-by-play?
But he told him. He told him, "You're going to fall for the pump fake."
Clairvoyance. It could be worse.
That's great stuff.
I heard you guys talking about the hockey. You guys are really hyped about this hockey.
I like the hockey. They do the hockey.
You worried about the Kachucks and all that?
hockey.
I mean,
Well,
Yeah, and I'm
Marshall,
looking forward
it's
to it.
February 19th.
Yeah.
We have no basketball or hockey in town. Baseball teams are in Arizona trying to figure things out. The Bears are waiting.
Combine
They're
next
preparing
week?
for the combine. There's nothing going on. It's a perfect platform for a sport that is often overlooked and ignored. So, yeah, we're ready for that hockey.
The timing of this, based on the competitive level, is a major key here.
yeah, it's a good.
That was brilliant timing on their part.
The non-NFL leagues are doing a good job of late of capitalizing on cracks in the NFL armor, but those aren't really cracks; they're just gaps.
Just lulls. They're
Yeah.
little lulls.
Little lulls.
Yeah,
Well, and
and-
also, it could be viewed as a risk in how much time the NHL took off. But it has paid off for them in a really big way.
Because this is better than the NHL. This is better. It's a
And
better
that's a different
product right
conversation,
now.
right?
But the fact that the NHL players are playing in it is
That's
what
why.
makes it so good.
You're right. You're totally right. And
If I'm a general manager, a coach, I would be like, oh my God, don't take a swing at him. Do not hit him. I think they're going at it because they don't like each other.
Yes.
To a point where it's almost going to damage their league when they get back.
I mean, in the
If they get
women's
that.
game,
or is it?
Well,
I mean, the
amping
stress
up?
level. If there's an injury, you're right. If there's an injury, it is a
Yeah.
big concern. But they don't seem to care, and I appreciate that part of it. The Four Nations Cup for the women has largely been a huge event, and it's nice to
Really?
see the participation for the men's side.
That's interesting.
At this level.
Yeah, if Connor McDavid suffers a season-ending injury tomorrow
my
night,
God.
Canada will have I think when you look at the Oilers' chances for the second half of the season, they'll be compromised. Not that will happen. I hope it doesn't happen. But you're right. There is serious risk involved when they play as hard as they are playing, and that's what makes it so watchable.
Meanwhile, you're wondering if the NBA players are going to try hard to do anything.
Oh my!
I don't wonder that.
is
I know
so-
better.
Well, but I'm saying in the future.
I
Look
don't
at
wonder
the-
that.
Look at the money at stake.
If there's anything that could ratchet up the
I mean, hockey
effort.
players are still getting paid quite a bit. You're talking about your most expensive players. in
Patrick
this thing.
Williams makes $18 million a year. He is a severe disappointment. His salary in the NHL would make him perhaps the top paid player in the league. There's no financial incentive for NBA players to play as hard in these exhibitions than to financially incentivize it. Why? They're never going to do that. Hockey's just different. It's just a different sport, different approach. I just think it's totally.
I also think, from what I've seen, that they're not playing dirty. I mean, outside of the fighting silliness,
No.
I do think a couple times there have been some hits on the edge that were passed up in favor of skill play.
It's respect,
which is okay. Like to me, it was like it looks like 85% of absolute flying around trying to kill people. There's a little bit of professional respect going on while they're also playing hard, which is okay. I think that's cool. But they're not like the elbows aren't coming up, sticks aren't really coming up. You're not seeing a lot of that.
You're not seeing the thuggery. You're
Hey,
not seeing
David.
the goon type mentality.
To your Patrick Williams point, Austin Matthews, the highest paid player in the NFL or NHL this season, 13.25.
Bingo.
Man.
That's a bench player in the NBA.
That's
so
a bad tip
Compare
in
it
an
to
NBA
baseball.
hotel.
That's like a sixth starter long reliever.
Yep.
But when you consider the fact that it is the most expensive players in the NHL, the highest
Right,
paid, who
right.
are often representing in this, I do think that's a big deal.
It is
And there
a big
is,
deal.
having been at international hockey competition, multiple times, I will say that there is an elevated level when you put on those sweaters. Like Sweden's gear is made by H&M. Like it's a cool point of pride nationally. There is a level that is upped. The Canada. The kids who grow up in Canada, you want to play for a keep. Like, you want to play for Team Canada. USA hockey is like grown leaps and bounds, especially thanks partially to the Hawks' success over the last 2 decades. And it's been really enjoyable to see that translate.
Maybe one
looking
day
forward to it.
Connor Bedard can play on that team.
Oh, man.
I'm sorry.
Man,
I'm
catching
sorry.
astray.
My bad.
But I guarantee you, he probably wanted to represent Canada at some point.
He did, but I think what he's learning from this, you heard him talk yesterday, if he wasn't ready, as a lot of people have said, then he will be more prepared for the
time.
Olympics and the next time he has a tryout. And I think he'll be an asset, and he'll learn from this experience. He's already, when he wasn't picked, been a different player since the point where he wasn't picked.
This is Michael Jordan sophomore year moment.
But why has there been seemingly an across-the-board effort by hockey people to say bad things about Bedard?
Well, I think because it's trendy. You just look. It's not dissimilar from what we're seeing with Tom Ricketts and the criticism and waves that's coming his way. Once one guy does it, it becomes more trendy from
Open
the guy
season.
in the same sort of position. So Mark Messier makes it easier for Biz to take a shot, just like Buster only takes a shot after Ken Rosenthal made it.
I just
cool.
think it's different between punching up and punching down. I think aiming up at a gazillionaire is different than a 20-year-old.
But when Jeremy Roenick did say something, I listened.
Yeah.
I mean that was meaningful to me just because of knowing his stature and all of this.
What do you got today?
Well, we are going to be busy with baseball talk. It's funny you say what you said about Ricketts, because we're seeing and hearing owners speaking from the same talking points regarding how little money they have and how hard their life is. We'll get some Jed Hoyer on the state of their roster. Nicholas Moriano is going to talk Bears with us at 11. High noon, 11:40. We've got the grocery list of NFL free agents, so we're going to head into the store and do some shopping. Have to get to the increasingly ugly situation in Baltimore with the lack of handling of the Justin Tucker scandal. And Megan Montemurro is going to join us from Cubs camp at 1:25.
Have a great show.
This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! Roofers and Waterproofers Local 11 provides quality value and service in all facets of the commercial, industrial.
I got screwed out of one of these by a marketing company.
You made a half-court shot?
No, but when I won the national Dick Vitale sound-alike contest, I was promised
Wait, give me your Dick Vitale.
I was promised. I've done it a million times. I was promised $500 and a lifetime supply of Windex. It was sponsored by Windex.
So what happened?
I cashed the $500 check immediately. The marketing company went bankrupt, and I was promised a lifetime supply of Windex.
And you're still here amongst us.
I haven't gotten a bottle.
You never even got your first bottle.
Never got a bottle.
That sounds like a lawsuit to
me. But you did cash that first check.
And every time I buy Windex, I am bitter. And
I would be too.
Do you buy the off-brand?
I should buy Sparkle.
The
You're
non.
Right. I should buy. I don't
know what Windex's biggest.
Windex is too good.
Yeah, Windex is. There's no replacing Windex.
I've never used non-Windex. I guess that makes
Windex
me bougie in my cleaning habits.
It is superior. But I did talk to Dick Vitale about it years ago.
What did he say?
He felt awful. He was there at the contest. It was on ESPN, the whole thing, and he felt so bad. Oh no, I had no idea. And so he's like, what can I do? Anything I can do? And it really genuine, because he's a doll of a guy.
You can buy me some Windex.
Hey, Dick, come on, give me a hookup, man. No, but he really genuinely felt bad.
Well, if you didn't make some kind of commitment to buy you lifetime Windex, then he didn't feel that bad.
No, what's he gonna do? I mean,
Somebody explain this to me.
Give me your dick one more time.
Whoa.
Your Dick Vitale. Yo.
Super Bowl Friday, baby.
Dan just left the studio.
Go get it, baby.
Understandable.
Yeah,
Dick
Vitale. Yes, I was talking about Dick Vitale. It's understood. Dan's gonna come back at some point. No, he says he's done for the day.
I know I can't spell. I know I can't read. I can't write. I have no math skills.
sexy.
Because you guys know how I feel about dressing up in general. No.
You used to do it every day.
You have to pay me to put real clothes on. That is the thing. If you're not paying me, I'm not putting real clothes on.
You're a radio man now.
Yeah, you really went there. Welcome.
No, but seriously, why am I going to be uncomfortable?
I hope he tells us to burn our pants. These things are driving me nuts.
Like when you get to the level of pants or no pants.
No, I'm never getting to that level.
The bare minimum pants fee.
I'm not doing
like if pants are involved, you're paying me.
Don't you hate pants?
So are you saying if they ask you to DH, you won't do it?
No,
Can you expand on that?
I play third.
You're saying you won't DH? It's exactly what I was saying. I play third.
Didn't need the translator for that, did he?
It's sort of like in Spinal Tap when he's talking about the amplifiers, and he's like, "Well, see, this goes to 11."
11, 11, most of 11.
Amps go up to 10.
Exactly.
Does that mean it's louder? Is it any louder?
Well, it's one louder, isn't it? It's not 10.
He's like, "Well, why don't you just, instead of it, you take 10 and you make 10 louder?
Why don't you just make 10 louder and make 10 be the top number and make that a little louder?"
These go to 11.
I play third.
The Bernstein and Harris Show, middays 10 till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Happy Hump Day. It is the Bernstein and Harris Show with Layla Rahimi in today, and we are here until 2 o'clock to provide you with your warm sports nest as we broadcast live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealer.
Sounds like a good time.
I think so. Why shouldn't it be?
Yeah.
There's Ray Diaz and the birthday boy, Studs, Trash Panda, Adam Studzinski, turns 34.
That was great.
30.
What is the age?
Where are we?
We need some clarification.
35.
Happy day.
35. You've grown.
35.
Well,
Wow.
no, you're just grown.
It's your Neil Anderson birthday. I'm trying to think. It's a Bears.
Anthony Thomas. Come on.
You're younger than I am. I'm trying to think. Let's look up all the all-time Bears 35s here.
I should have worn that jersey today, actually. I didn't think I had enough.
Oh, come on.
Is his nickname the Trash Panda?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
I used to produce pretty much every Saturday for Saturday Suckage with Rosie, and for a while Grody, who still was on the show almost every week, but his name is still in the open because I refuse to change the open. And then no one has changed the open since I left the show. But anyway, that doesn't matter. And there was a whole thing we got into because I was telling Rosie about how, I can't remember how we got on this topic. It doesn't matter. But I told Rosie about how we used to handle raccoons where I grew up. And it's basically you just shoot them. And
handle raccoons. Take a gun out and put a bullet in it.
Not handling. That's harvesting.
No, it's not harvesting. We're not eating them.
Well,
we're shooting them and then throwing the carcasses in the woods. Because if you have a nuisance, they're a nuisance animal. They're getting up in the garden. They're coming up on the porch, and you got to take care of the problem. Trapping them doesn't solve the problem. They'll come back. You got to shoot them.
Studs. My favorite baseball team is the Rocket City Trash Pandas.
See, and then that's how we got on to the. He's like, and so it just became my nickname on Saturdays, and then kind of carried over.
All right. Well, here's the list of everybody who's worn 35 for the Bears in honor of the biggest Bears fan at this station, who's wearing Bears colors today and turning 35 in alphabetical order: Neil Anderson, Lee Arto, Jonathan Banks, Dick Bassey, Kari Blassingame, Zachary Bowman. Of course, Zachary Bowman, famous for training camp interceptions. That's the Zachary Bowman Award every year. James Burton, for certain. Rick Caceres, great player. Bobby Jack Floyd. Roland Harper. That was Walter Payton's fullback. Jim Harrison, Fred Hartman, Mike Hintz, Ade Gimo, Todd Johnson, Jalen Jones, Raheem Mostert.
Yay!
A free agent, and yes, a former Bear. Ryan Nall. Jaquiz Rogers, Bill Steinkemper,
Rogers,
Paul
Oregon State.
Stern, and Anthony Thomas. So there you go. There's your 35.
My favorite 35 on that list is definitely Neil Anderson. But yeah,
that would be mine, even though I was a big Roland Harper fan.
I clearly got really excited about Jaquiz Rogers for some reason, but hey.
The A Train. The A Train's the best.
Well, no, of them, the most valuable was Neil Anderson.
A Train won Rookie of the Year.
I'm just saying, if you...
No, you're right.
I mean, Neil Anderson, pretty damn good player.
You're right.
You're right.
You got a little Farmio there in your tone.
Well, I'm going to have rainbow cone, even though it's cold out. It's Chicago. It should never stop you from having rainbow cone.
Actually, I agree with that.
You're making sure that you're using lanolin
For all of
on
our
your
Jewish
glove.
friends, be safe.
Marshall and I just completely different opinions at
No,
the same
like,
time.
what?
I'm
And
like, yeah,
the only
man.
good news about a rainbow cone right now is it's not going to melt.
No, I'll never forget when Jason was the honorary bat boy for a White Sox game, and all these players being so nice to him, and Jose Abreu was walking around the clubhouse, and Chris Sale, they're signing autographs, and he's just out of his mind. And then he goes over to say hi to Ed Farmer, and Farmer goes, "Okay, well, let me see your glove. Is this your glove? Is this your primary glove? You know, your glove is dusty. Your glove is going to get cracked. This is leather. Leather shouldn't crack. Make sure you get some shaving cream with lanolin. Make sure it's lanolin. Remember that and put that in your glove." And he's like, "What the hell is this weirdo doing?"
Are you serious? I thought it would have felt right at home.
I feel like that's good advice.
But the look on his face was just.
How old was he?
What? I think he was 8.
Oh my goodness!
Meeting Ed Farmer for the first time was a joy. It was so much fun. Like I don't know.
Your glove is cracked and dusty, and you must take care of it because it's like.
I just really enjoyed it.
That's how we should talk to these.
It was the same tone, and I loved it.
This is the way we should be talking to these MLB owners. Your organization is
Hey.
dusty. You might want to
Oh wait, is that one of the categories? Dusty.
No, stop whining. These owners are making me absolutely crazy, and they all sound the same now.
No, they don't. Some
thought
of
you
them are
liked-
like, "Hey guys, you want to come to the dark side where we spend money?"
But they also, if you're so miserable, sell your team.
They're not miserable.
Yeah, they are. They sound miserable.
They're just tired of people complaining about them.
But you heard the stuff we played from Ricketts yesterday. It's just like, this is a distraction. You shouldn't be worried about how much money I spend. Well, first of all, don't tell anybody that.
I don't know that he was complaining.
Yeah, I don't think he was complaining.
Please.
I think he was trying to control the message. He was trying to control the narrative. And I get it, and I understand it. Problem is, we're too smart to fall for that.
He's a victim of his own success.
This is
with him specifically.
Mark Lerner, the owner of the Washington Nationals, per the Washington Post. This is Lerner. He says, "Well, when Mike calls me and says we need to think about it for next winter, we'll talk about it. But there's no point in getting a superstar and paying him hundreds of millions of dollars to win 2 or 3 more games." He said, "You could get nauseous thinking about it."
Yes.
Sorry. You get nauseous thinking about paying a superstar player to win more games?
That's exactly what he did when he signed Max Scherzer to a contract that actually delivered, and they won the World Series out of the wild card. What is he talking about?
Exactly. He won just enough games.
He's won more recently than the Cubs have.
Yup. Indeed.
And he used to be known for spending money. That's the interesting piece of it.
Well, they all spent a little bit, and then they realized, wait a second. Oh, my God.
He and Artie Moreno, you remember, had the reputation for opening up the checkbook. Like, that was something they actually did. Oh, don't look at me about Artie Moreno.
Because he wanted to be a populist.
Don't you remember that Josh Hamilton deal?
Oh, sure. I also remember him. I'm cutting beer prices. I'm cutting all the concession prices because he's Mr. Fan-friendly populist.
But you know what?
And then he stopped.
It worked in Anaheim, though. It did. It brought more people into that ballpark. You have a lot of different entertainment opportunities in Southern California when you're playing next to Disneyland. And, they go after the adults now, too. That Dole Whip isn't just non-alcoholic. You can get the alcohol version at Downtown Disney. I'm here to tell you.
I'm just telling you like this. We talk about how bad these owners are. They obviously deserve a spotlight on them when they're complaining about things that really we can't relate to because we don't have the billions of dollars or the hundreds of millions of dollars or however you want to phrase it. There are still owners out here who want to do the thing and do not complain. My favorite Major League Baseball owner is from an attitude standpoint of just like, let's go get it. John Middleton.
Go get it, baby.
John Middleton in Philadelphia is like, oh, Bryce Harper, that's cool. Let's go get some more. I believe I'm quoting here directly. I want my damn trophy back is what he said.
What's funny is you bring up John Middleton, and he wasn't always known for being available. He wasn't always known for being out there and speaking on behalf of Phillies ownership. That was a shift from him over the last 10 years.
Well, yeah, that's because he wasn't the majority owner. Now he's the majority owner. He's the guy in charge.
Let's add to the list. Here is Brewers owner Mark Attanasio, as quoted by Bob Nightingale in USA Today. "Is it my job to win a World Series? Or is it my job to provide a summer of entertainment and passion and a way for families to come together?
Actually, my job is to provide a summer of entertainment and passion.
Right. We'll entertain. You try to win the World Series.
How about both?
Also,
both is good.
Right. How about accomplishing the latter by trying to do the former? The fact that an owner thinks of these as separate tells you all you need to know and gives away the game.
Give me that quote one more time. I'll
He
make
gives
sure I
away
heard
the
you right.
game. Here's the quote. Is it my job to win a World Series? Or is it my job to provide a summer of entertainment and passion and a way for families to come together?
Can you imagine if an NFL owner said, "Is it my job to win a Super Bowl or just to provide you with
exactly
a lovely fall experience?"
Well, exactly. The big difference is because
it's apple picking.
An NFL owner would get eviscerated.
But that the difference is when you're a Major League Baseball owner, you're just more concerned about especially in these times with the TV money doing what it's doing, filling up your ballpark. Over 81 dates as opposed to 8 or 9.
Yeah, but the best way to fill your ballpark is try to win the World Series.
You're right. You're right.
You know what the problem is that in every other sport, there is some sort of real salary cap. So they don't have this owner's blanking match,
Well, they're about to
urinating match, if you will. It doesn't become, what you're seeing is the fissure starting to crack because you may have had an agreement or some sort of understanding amongst you all at one point, but when you decided to let other people in and buy the teams when the money got big, because the valuation of the teams got big and it's only getting bigger, you can't control it anymore.
I'm wondering how much bigger it's going to get in the next 2 years.
Your guy who calls the trophy a piece of metal is supposed to herd you guys because he's not working for anybody else. He's not working for the good of the game. He's not working for the players. He's not working for the fans. So who's he working for then if it's not you guys?
When you said Fisher, I thought you were talking about the ownership of the Sacramento A's, because John Fisher is also one of these guys who ran his own team out of town.
But I remember when Jim Crane and Mark Cuban tried to buy the Rangers out of bankruptcy, and Major League Baseball said no. Like, they put a stop to that for reasons that I think don't make a lot of sense now in the past, right? Like, at the time, I think it made sense. But they did decide to do that. There was some sort of cap on it when they decided who was going to own a team. Well, you decided this, guys. So the game changed because you decided it could.
So Mark Ananasio says it's not his job to win a World Series. You've got Lerner saying that paying players and playing a superstar player makes him nauseous. You have Jerry Reinsdorf going, we're not going to be in any Ohtani, I'll tell you that. And the Cubs are crying poor and saying don't distract yourself by even worrying about it. So let's divide these teams up into their various buckets when we come back. Your categories are in it to win it, playoffs for real, but the division, hoping for luck, and grifting. That's next.
Baseball is back, Chicago.
A swing and a drive. It's got a chance. Cubs win the ball game.
Cubs spring training games return to the Score starting Friday. Listen in as your Chicago Cubs take on the Dodgers.
Swing and a miss. Beautiful changeup by Imanaga.
Coverage begins at 1:55 right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, official radio home of the Cubs. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment sponsored by Grand Appliance. Shop the President's Day sale at Grand Appliance for unbeatable appliance deals like
It's the grand opening of Raymond Kia in Antioch. Our new lounge is over 4,000 square feet with multiple TVs and workstations. We also have 18 service bays. The best part is we have more space for basketball. And more Kia models. Right now, get grand opening savings like this. Come in today and ring it up at the grand opening of Raymond Kia on Route 173 in Antioch.
How did the punch come about?
Started doing it in college, believe it or not. One of my coaches, Rodney Southern from Coppers Cove, Texas, played a team, and he just kind of put it in my ear and said they run like a triple option, and he goes, man, if you would have just swatted at the ball, you could have had 10 forced fumbles. I think that game I was playing safety, and I had about 20 tackles. and I just ran the alley left or right, and my guy was the option player, so I just ran by the quarterback and I just kept hitting the tailback, and he just kept saying, like, man, go after the ball. So at that point, I just kind of made it my thing, and I just started punching out football.
And so did Lovie Smith accentuate it, or who were the defensive coaches in the NFL who said, oh, you should keep doing that, and can you teach some of our other players how to do that?
No, Lovie just preached takeaways. He didn't care how you got the ball out. He just would preach takeaways. I think my unique ability to punch it out was, I think that was kind of different than anything he had ever seen. So he was just like, I remember Lovie would come up to me in games. It's like, hey, I need one of them little punch out things now. Come on now, buddy. I need you to punch out that ball. Come on, go get it for me.
Come on, big guy. Come on, big guy.
Come on, big guy. Come on, big guy. I need you that little punch out thing. I know you can do it. I'm counting on you, big guy. All right.
So did you have to, like, measure the value of trying to get that done and please your coach, and also make sure you wrap somebody up and tackle them so they don't get by you? Like, that's a tricky balance sometimes.
It is. The one thing I used to do in college is I would purposely take bad angles in college. And, man, I wish I could talk to some of my old teammates. I think Ricky Calais was one of them. He was a linebacker. And he would, he missed a tackle, and he's like, oh, don't worry, Peanut going to get him. And they would see me purposely take bad angles so I could sneak up behind the guy to kill the tackle, and I'd punch it out. Clearly, you can't do that in the NFL because everybody's fast. I can't curse, well, I'm not going to curse.
Don't curse.
I did not. I was going to say the SH word, but I just kind of just was like, well, damn. I can say damn, right?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I just said, well, damn. I got to figure out a way to punch it out and make the tackle at the same time. So my first game, we played San Francisco, old Candlestick, and it was a special teams play. I was a gunner. I was a dope gunner, too. So running down the field, and I don't know who the return man was, but punched it out, first one. He had that thing like a loaf of bread, and I just punched it out. And I was just like, oh, yeah, I could do this in this league. And I just started punching them.
Quit yelling. The Bernstein and Harris Show. Middays 10 till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Look, we're not going to be in an Ohtani race. I'll tell you that right now. I'll give you.
To play off what you said earlier, Layla, can you imagine an NFL owner saying that about a potential NFL free agent?
Let's take it to the NBA. Can you think about R.C. Buford or in San Antonio? I know he's a GM, but like even in a small market, saying our business isn't to win the NBA Finals. Your business was to win the NBA Finals. You guys were a dynasty. And you were a small market team. Memphis is excellent. Do you think they're going to say that? But it's all because they've got caps. That's the difference.
It's just speaking of cap, hearing all these people talk, it's amazing how similar these owners sound, how aggrieved they are with the idea of spending money. What, do you want me to win a World Series? What are we doing here?
Could you imagine if the Wirtzes said that in the dark ages of the NHL, in the dark ages of their franchise? Like, could you imagine if the Wirtzes said that before they won 3 Stanley Cups?
But I just want to point out.
They kind of did.
This isn't all owners, but it's way too many owners. Because if you're a fan of a team, you kind of want some of the owners to not care. You just don't want your owner not to care.
Yeah, like you want to trade with the Kings. Let's admit it. If you're in the NBA, there was a good stretch of 15 years where you really wanted to trade with the Kings.
Yeah.
All right, so who can we say for sure is in it to win it?
Yankees,
Mets,
Dodgers.
Dodgers.
Oh, yeah, let's do this. So
Yankees,
our
Mets,
categories
Dodgers.
are, can we get some
The
fun-
categories are in it to win it,
Ding,
playoffs for real,
ding,
but the division.
which could mean anything, really, but you know who you are.
You're like, well, we would, but look at this. What's
Or
the
it's
point
the
of spending
opposite.
here?
Like, oh, yeah, we don't have to do as much because division.
Right. Well, I mean, look, we can just make the playoffs. Our division sucks. Hoping for luck and
Me every day. That's me, by the way. I'm in category 4.
and grifting.
Maybe also me sometimes.
So the obviously the Yankees, the Dodgers.
I would
In
say
it to win
even the Red Sox and the Orioles. Right?
And occasionally the Giants and the Padres.
Yeah, Giants and Padres.
Here's the
I
thing.
think that's more playoffs for real.
Okay, let's do this.
Well,
In
okay.
it to win it. Yankees,
Yankees, Dodgers, Mets.
Dodgers. Mets.
Phillies,
the
Phillies, definitely the Phillies.
See, Phillies, yeah, Phillies.
I think Braves too, because they gave all that money to all those young players. They just
Astros.
gave it all away.
You don't
And the
make 7
Astros.
straight, but their payroll is not in it to win it. Their infrastructure is in it to win it.
I mean, it's been good enough, hasn't it?
But like, I would say that based on their spending, they're playoffs
They're in it
for
to
real.
the playoffs.
I would put
for
the
real.
Cubs in the second tier.
Playoffs for real?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think they're a firm. They're a firm second tier team.
They are playoffs for real.
But
they
also,
try. They
they're-
just haven't always made it.
But there's some division in there too.
But
Because they're trending toward the division because they're in a bad division.
All right, so the Cubs are like half in playoffs for real, half in but the division.
Well, let's go back to playoffs. Okay, I think
Guardians
who
are
do you have
playoffs
listed
for
right
real.
now in the playoffs, Dan? Like playoffs is their thing.
Playoffs. I'd say the Padres are probably there.
I think Padres are in it to win it. Think about all the money they spent on their infield.
Yeah, before their owner died.
Right, and then they
but
had
the owner's
Peter
dead now,
Seidler.
so
Right, yes.
that's why I might be with you, Dan. I might be playoffs because since then they've been just trying to like
and the ownership infighting, where
switch
they're
the
trying to
money around.
keep the widow from
No,
owning
they're
the
still,
team.
but they're still spending and they're still building an infrastructure and they still made a lot of aggressive trades. I argue that they're in it to
All right,
win.
so
it.
let's
Would you
go-
say
some more teams.
Arizona's probably playoffs for real?
Yes.
Yes.
Arizona, I would say Brewers are also in that.
They are because they've made it.
Listen,
Yeah, but that's not how they
Brewers,
run.
But the Brewers have been. No, the infrastructure matters here.
Yeah, but to hear what they say, though, when you hear that owner...
Okay, we'll hold off on that, but I got other teams for this category specifically.
Playoffs for real?
Yeah, I would say the Rays.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Rays. You can't. It's been too long, Dan.
Well,
it's been too long.
Yeah, and they're. I mean, frankly, they can't be but the division because the division hurts them.
And the Rangers in that category as well.
Now let's go to the bottom with grifting. Obviously,
Yeah, it may be easier at this point to start with the grifters and work our way back up.
Pirates, Rockies, Marlins,
White Sox.
No, White Sox are below that.
No, they're
no,
not.
the White Sox are not grifting. They're
Are the Nationals grifting at this point?
no, I think they're hoping for luck.
Okay, Nats.
I think
hoping
that
for
I think
luck.
the Nats are a perfectly good hoping for luck example.
I don't know.
I cannot.
So the Giants, are they hoping for luck?
No, the Giants
No,
are.
Giants are more. That's maybe but the division because they
Yeah, okay.
They
but the
spend
division.
because
Right.
of their division that they're in.
and there's like
You
a
know who else
glass
is in that?
ceiling.
You know who's in that? The Mariners are in that category.
But
right
the
there.
division?
But the division.
Yeah, because they spend because they're in a good division.
Also in that category, the Royals.
I would put the Royals
Yeah.
and I would put the Royals and the Reds.
Guys, Guardians are playoffs for real. Cleveland is playoffs
Yeah, I
for
put
real.
the Royals and the Reds in the kind of graduate from grifting into hoping for luck. Because
but the Reds spend. The Reds spend more in the offseason than the Cubs did.
And they made a managerial hire.
Well, they did more transactions.
Right. I don't think their payrolls were
hoping for luck. Blue Jays.
Oof. Yeah.
Hoping for something.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, I think they're
Mark
trying.
Shapiro, but you better hope to keep his job.
The Blue Jays went from spending because they're in their division to hoping for luck.
But the only reason they're not spending is because players are saying no to them. That's why they're not spending. They're offering contracts. Players are just choosing not to play there. Also hoping for luck.
Guys.
What?
We have some big news. We have a stud's birthday breaking news surprise.
Oh, what's the stud's?
Do you want to play the horn?
Oh, which horn?
I don't know. It's your birthday.
Oh, it's not good.
I think this is that level of horn because this isn't like a for sure that anything one way or another is going to happen.
It's a good step. It's a good step.
Give it to us.
Breaking news on the score is brought to you by Wildfire. Join Wildfire Restaurants as they celebrate 30 years of serving delicious food. It is delicious and creating memories. It's breaking because I'm wish casting here. Chiefs are not expected to franchise or transition tag Trey Smith per Pro Football Talk.
Huh.
All right.
So they're just gonna let him out there.
And the report, just so we're clarifying, the report goes back to a post by Nate Taylor in The Athletic regarding Trey Smith and the Chiefs. He said in his article, the Chiefs are not expected to place the franchise tag or transition tag on Smith, according to a league source.
Okay.
I like it. It's a step. It's an important step.
And later on in the show, we are going to be at noon specifically looking through that list of available guards and who would be a good fit. I noticed also that Brad Biggs gave us some more names in his latest edition of his mailbag that dropped today.
Yeah, and he also updated some coaching staff hires that we should probably get into.
The sneaky mailbag.
Yeah, it's all mailbags are sneaky.
Nugget bag.
Okay.
So back to this.
Wait, where are the Red Sox? Are they in it to win it or are they playoffs for real?
I think they're playoffs for
They're
real.
playoffs for real because last year, offseason, they were not in it to win it.
Yeah, they're playoffs for real.
Okay.
Is that the whole AL East we've taken care of now?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Okay, let's...
No, Orioles? Where are you putting the Orioles? But the division?
I think they're in it to win it. I mean...
No, they were, but now Rubenstein is making a lot of these teams. When you start reading the tea leaves and looking toward the future, especially with the work stoppage,
what the front office is saying, what the owners are saying, if the owner speaks,
and a lot of them sometimes when you actually hear from the owner, they're not really expressing a desire to keep doing what they're doing.
Well, yeah, because they're spending money, and the money keeps getting bigger,
and they don't like spending money.
I mean, I don't either, to be fair.
I don't either. I don't have that level of money to spend.
But if I had more money, I would spend more money.
But I mean,
I'd be like, yeah, I want this thing. Is this thing going to help me win? And if it's like a person and I'm a team, I'm like, yeah.
You think you wouldn't, but just based on I think you would. If you had,
I've been honest about it. I've been completely upfront about it.
I haven't heard any of that.
Yeah, no. If I win the lottery,
I haven't heard any of that. I didn't hear all of it. I heard a lot about most of it, but what I did hear, I did not hear any of that.
So if you win the lottery, hold on, back up. If you win the lottery, you're not spending any money.
I didn't say spending any. I said the only things that when I say like I wish I had all the money. Because there's never, no matter how much you make, it's never enough.
Absolutely,
ever. And there's people always want more. So at some point, you have to find a contentment and an appreciation and a thankfulness for what you do have. And the only times I say, man, it's when I'm traveling. I would love to have enough money to fly first class all the time and or private. And the other thing is I would order Chinese food a lot more.
Also, that's spending more money. I just want to be very factual with this.
I'm saying.
Okay.
And concierge medical care when I get older. Like those are
we all have our spends. But
that's really it. I'm not going to go out and buy fancy clothes. I'm not going to buy a fancy car.
My point is that all qualifies as spending more money.
But it does.
Good lawyer, good therapist.
Yeah, like with things that matter like that. But especially like concierge medical care, private travel, and ordering in Chinese food a lot more.
Okay. I would just make sure that everybody in my family's good and like you have a house, you have a place to stay,
estate.
You got property taxes to pay for, everything's good.
Insurance,
especially the thing you just talked about, the concierge end of life. Like as you get older, you need more.
Being able to
That's
pick
where
up a
people
phone,
are going broke.
Being able to pick up a phone and know that you're taken care of with whatever specialist you have to see. You know, if you need a dermatologist or a radiologist, and you've got the best of the best available to you, that is luxury in the modern era.
So we experienced some empathy talking about our relative budgets.
Yeah, I get that. I want to get back to this discussion only because I think now is when we can go division by division, because now we've narrowed it down. There's only a few teams that we're missing in the mix and assigning them.
Braves are playoffs for real.
We can go NL East. We can start there. So Phillies, we have in it to win it. Braves are what? In it to win it?
I think they're playoffs for real or in it to win it.
Yeah, I think they're on the low end of in it to win it. They're trying to they want to be seen as in it to win it. I'm not sure I'm going to grant them that.
But guys, when Tom Ricketts talks about infrastructure, and I'm using him as the example because it's fair, that's what I'm talking about. Like, there are certain teams who did absolutely invest in their infrastructure and their drafting and their scouting. Braves, Astros, like Cleveland, they did the right things. Like, if you really want to balance out your free agent spending, then you better go big in that department. And those teams did. So that's why I think they're either playoffs for real or in it to win it.
Okay, so Nationals and Marlins. Are they but the division, or are they Marlins are just at the...
No, Marlins are grifting.
Marlins are grifting?
Of course.
Are the Nats grifting, or are they just...
Nats are hoping for luck.
I don't even know if I can give them that much credit.
It's really disturbing when you see how many teams are probably really hoping for luck, but then like you can't categorize them.
No, I don't think these teams. I think the Reds are hoping for luck. I think the Pirates
they
are.
got Terry Francona, and like they do make.
No,
a
the
lot
Pirates
of
are
moves.
grifting. I lied. The Pirates are.
The
grifting.
Pirates are the poster child for grifting.
Yeah, they're grifting.
But at least they drafted Paul Skeens.
But they got to draft,
right?
Paul
But they're not
Skeens.
going to
That's the
keep
point.
him.
Yeah, they're not keeping him. I think that's a good metric for if you have a good young player, but you know you can't keep him past his first contract. You're grifting.
How do you feel about O'Neal Cruz?
I like him.
Yeah,
they're grifting.
Great talent, fun highlights.
And then we've already done the
Why
entire
am I defending
NL West,
the Pirates?
right? Say that again, Layla.
Why am I defending the Pirates?
Yeah,
I don't want to be a pirate.
Yeah, that's a good reason to defend the Pirates because you don't want to be the Pirates.
And like I say, it's not a joke, but the White Sox are not eligible for any of these categories.
I disagree. I think they're grifting. They're out here putting a product on the field and they expect people to show up. They're grifting.
We didn't
They're
even
not
talk
trying.
about the quote where they said they weren't going to do the team-friendly extension contracts anymore.
Yeah, that's dumb.
That's
But-
out there. Actually, it made sense after like Eloy and all. Okay, back to this.
Well, that was
NL
just
West
those
is
are
accounted
bad
for.
contracts. It was just for the wrong players.
Yeah, that's
Right.
what I'm saying. You
It
should
was
get
a good
those
idea.
The whole point is the Tampa Bay Rays will show you the way. Evan Longoria showed us all the way.
But we
That's
also
how the
and we
Astros
know
secured
now.
Jose Altuve.
But we also know now why the White Sox gave out that bad money, because they didn't have the mechanisms in place to know how good or bad their own players were.
Yeah, that's
so
fair.
disturbing.
That's fair.
Okay, so back. I feel so bad for James. I woke up this morning. I was like, I still felt bad for James Fegan having to deal with us just yelling at him.
That's
yesterday.
what he
asking
does. He's he comes in and does therapy for
No,
us.
I feel bad for James. Okay, so
I
let's
want to get
continue.
through with this because we're about to have to take a break. So in NL West, we're clear. Everybody's good in the NL West. And the final thing is, I think, the AL Central, where we had the Royals, the Tigers, the Twins. What do you do with them?
Tigers. I think Tigers are
Hoping for luck.
or maybe
But the
they're
division?
trending toward playoffs for
You
real.
can't call anyone here but the division because the division's wide open.
Well, yeah, we'll
in
see what the
Central.
Tigers do with Skubal, but if they start holding on to guys, then they're graduating to playoffs for real.
Twins?
Ugh. Hoping for luck?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, and that's everybody. I think
because they're getting sold.
There's a lot of grifters out there. There's a lot of, we can't do it.
Jed Hoyer spoke yesterday about their opening day starter and more. That's next.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score, always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by
Pretty cool. Chris Tannehill and Shane Reardon are in a tiny little love shack across the hall. Anybody watching on Twitch has just seen the bird flipped. My goodness.
Yeah, you can't cut that, can you, Tanny?
I
Yeah,
mean,
you felt pretty helpless there with that middle finger going up. Nothing you can do about that.
Tell you what, you drop.
I hate it here, dude.
We're in this tiny little room.
It would have been hilarious if Tanny tried to tackle him.
Dude, nobody's touching the control room today.
No, you guys look adorable in there.
I've been meaning to say something.
I've got a damn card table over here that I'm working on. Dustin's calling me this morning. Hey, the computer doesn't work that well. Can you have my back and tell them to get a different computer in here?
Computer doesn't work really well. It's like, you better be wearing a vest in there. It's very warm. You don't want to do that.
The schedule is thumbtacked on the wall up here. Just
Are you surprised the computer wasn't working on day one of the new rollout of the studio?
It sucks in here, dude.
Wait a minute.
A couple more weeks.
Was that Dustin reading a pick six question?
That
was so
that
good.
Katie's go-to.
Really good.
No, that was really good.
Are you surprised?
Yeah, the reflection is spot on. I hadn't heard that or hadn't gotten that.
Oh,
Wow.
no, I know. I should have done that. It should be in all of our Dustin impressions.
No, that's really good, and I like that Shane has sort of adopted your impression.
Right.
The more I hear it, the better it sounds.
Sure,
but-
he's like doing Dempster's version of Will Ferrell's Harry Carey.
Hey, it's Harry.
That's how it works.
Yeah, that's the bad one, by the way.
You guys, is there a Murphy bed in there that can just drop down so you guys can get a little rest during the breaks, perhaps? I guess not.
Mike Murphy's bed's
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
He got to
That's
mention
the card table. Yeah.
Got to mention in the speech last
Yeah,
night.
no, this is stupid. I hate this.
common man.
Middays 10 till 2.
Who is more likely to be buying expiring meat and day-old baked goods?
That's you, because you play bingo with your health.
On Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
I can't help it that I'll play bingo with my health.
Bingo.
I think that we got to get them there healthy, and then, of course, I think it was a kind of a no-brainer, really, that Shota would be involved in that. So I think, it wasn't really a tough decision. I don't think it was.
I don't think it was, at least. Well, if you're the one that made the decision, you would know if it's a tough decision or not.
Is Craig Counsell a dry martini?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I like it.
What
do
is a
too.
dry martini?
His sense of humor is
dry.
just extremely dry. You got to really be paying attention for what he finds funny. This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. I heard our colleague Rick Gregg over on WBBM this morning referring to Yoshinobu Yamamoto and Shota Imanaga in Tokyo going up against each other. Like, what did he compare it to?
Godzilla
and Mothra, I believe. And then we had some debate as to whether or not that would be the archetypal rivalry, because they were allies at one point.
But not always.
Right. I think in Destroy All Monsters, it was every monster for himself, with the exception of Godzuki and Godzilla.
They were allies in the World Baseball Classic.
Godzilla and Mothra?
No, metaphorical.
Oh, right. But I think the ultimate villain would be like King Ghidorah, right? With the three-headed Hydra dragon, because that was awesome. I remember seeing that for the first time. And like, oh, that monster rules.
Big extended metaphor day on the score.
Have you guys seen the newest Japanese-made Godzilla -1?
It's supposed to be incredible.
Dude,
it is incredible.
The story is
the story itself is so sad.
I'm interested.
I've never seen a Godzilla movie with like this kind of story. It was like sad.
It was sad. No, I'm saying it is a sad. I was like, I don't know what I thought I was gonna watch, but I started watching. You know what? I didn't finish it, Studs. I was at my mom's house.
Oh, you gotta finish it
because I don't have Netflix. Because
it is kind of long too.
And I got to a point where I was like, I don't know if I want to know how this ends.
Yeah, I was watching it. I was watching it like on a Saturday night. I just decided I like like Godzilla movies.
It's not like watching, is it?
And I was like, oh, this is not like any Godzilla movie I've ever seen. But I was very compelled, and I watched the whole thing.
That's why it's critically acclaimed.
I need a palate cleanser after the Iron Claw. That
this isn't going to do it for you.
That erased my whole vacation.
This is not going to do it for
you. If you missed my Iron Claws,
that's the wrestling,
yes,
that's biopic, right?
No, but it's not. Yeah, it's a drama based on the Von Erich family. If you missed my if you missed my review, which was oddly really well received, that's on the Monday show with Guff. So.
Is that the roided up Zac Efron?
Yes.
Okay.
But I mean, wrestling,
Yeah. No, I'm not.
He was wonderful in that. He played that role so spot on. It was incredibly accurate and brilliant. I can't go on enough about it.
You've seen The Wrestler, right, with Mickey Rourke? The
No.
Aronofsky movie. Oh, fabulous. It's a companion piece of Black Swan. So if you liked Black Swan.
Didn't see that either.
Oh, okay.
You didn't see Black Swan?
Guys, if we want to do a show based on the movies I haven't seen, it will be a 4-hour show.
Here is Jed Hoyer talking about Shota Imanaga getting that day one start in Japan.
Yeah, I mean, I think either he and Steele, they both deserve it, so to speak. I think obviously because we're going to be in Japan, it makes total sense to have Shota go in game one. I think it's going to be awesome, honestly. Like, I think they're starting Yamamoto. We're starting, Shota. I think that you look at that game we played in September, and the fan interest, worldwide fan interest, is going to be off the charts. I think it's an awesome thing just for the game of baseball. Dave Roberts and I were talking about that the other night. Just like, this is great for the game. And what better thing to have those two guys face off in game one, with Shohei, with Seiya in the lineup, and it's awesome. And I think like I said, baseball is going to benefit from this.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Sure.
I mean, it's the whole point of going to Japan and showcasing the game. It's nice to have some players that reflect that part of baseball. When you talk about who's starting in game one and some of the other players who will be featured. People are making a big deal of the fact that they're playing these 2 games and then going back to exhibition games and then restarting the regular season after playing 2 games. I don't think it's a big deal.
No, in fact, if you've ever experienced Asia jet lag, that is the way to do it. It's pretty bad.
Yes.
Like you're talking about a 14-hour time difference between here and Japan. That is not easy to get over.
And so the pitchers won't be fully stretched out. The players will be ready to go, but they're important. Now, I'm not going to lie and say they're not important games. Every game is important, although 1 out of 162 is very different than 1 out of 82 or 1 out of 17. I think the biggest thing for me is if you can find a way to just get a split, don't give up 5 home runs to Ohtani.
and don't get hurt.
And don't get hurt. That's the most important thing. Don't get anyone hurt.
Justin Steele also had some thoughts about Shota and day 1.
It's going to be very exciting. There's going to be a lot of exciting fans, a lot of exciting energy around that place. A lot of people that, call that place their home that are going to be playing in that game and stuff. So I'm just kind of excited to be a part of it and just, nothing but excited for them.
You opened last year. What's it like to get the honor of starting opening day and kind of going through that whole experience?
Yeah, it's a huge honor for starting pitchers, and I would say, any starting pitcher that's been in the big leagues would say they strive to be the best and stuff, and that's kind of what it is. With the season and stuff he had last year, he was definitely deserving of it. I mean, he came into this league right away and was dominating immediately, and I'd say the guys around here, me, JMO, guys that have been around him kind of saw it coming immediately, with how impressive he was in his bullpens and his day-to-day work and stuff. So, like I said, I'm just really excited for him.
There's a lot of opening days this year, opening day in Japan, opening day here against Arizona, opening day at Wrigley. Is it meaningful to you to be a part of one of those or any of those? Does it matter to you?
I would say it's just meaningful in the sense of, throwing the first game at Wrigley of the season is obviously very cool. And, I would say it's just cool for everybody, even the fans, just to be a part of the first game of the year at Wrigley Field. It's like kind of its own opening day and stuff. So, it would be cool in that sense. It's not something I would say has to be done or anything, but it's definitely cool in the sense of, kind of opening the gates to Wrigley for Cubs baseball for the first time this season. And it's, always special and stuff. So, yeah.
That's our guy, Justin Steele. He was a lot of fun when we got to hang out with him over at the Brick House Tavern and Grill. Brick House Bar and Grill, eating all
Brick House Tavern.
Brick House Tavern, the chicken strips and everything we enjoyed there.
Yeah,
so
I ate
good.
too much.
You did?
Yeah, I have a problem with portion control.
I'm telling you, best chicken tenders in Chicago.
Brick House is a lot of fun.
Best chicken, and I'm not a big chicken tenders guy. I don't care what you want to say about your national brands or anything else. The only place to me is a destination chicken tender is there.
And now they give them to us as gifts whenever we're there.
I know. I will take all of them.
They know we want them.
Bring me my weight in those chicken tenders. They're incredible.
No, I appreciate the nod. I think it is significant that Shota Imanaga was named this early in the season as the opening day starter. I think that says a lot about what he did last season. I think the timing of this does matter in that it's a compliment to his work. That's respect, and I appreciate them doing that right away.
I don't see this as being anything but a logical choice all the way around. He pitched well enough to earn it. They're obviously doing this in Japan.
Yeah, I don't care if they're doing it in Siberia. He's your best pitcher. And if your opening day starter is supposed to be your best pitcher, especially when this is sort of on an island and you're not necessarily worried about the downstream effect on the sequencing of your pitching staff, yeah, he's earned the honor wherever they're playing.
But to hear the one guy who would have been the opening day starter if it weren't for Shota speak so glowingly, it's nice as well.
That's Layla Rahimi here on the Bernstein and Harris show here on this Wednesday. When we come back, Bears reporter Nicholas Moriano has thoughts on what the team is actually doing right now. I know they're doing something involving the price of their tickets. That's next.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Nico Horner on new teammate Justin Turner.
Yeah, I got to be honest. It's one that really, really fires me up. I have so much respect for him and just as his offensive profile, but how much he improved at the major league level, and then the sustained success in an era of baseball when players so quickly are not giving opportunity after they're 31, 32, and for him to do it until he's 40 and just continuing to produce at such a high rate.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
as I'm talking to DJ Moore with other reporters about winning your one-on-ones, because Thomas Brown made a big deal about that. If you win your one-on-ones against Detroit, the first half won't be as atrocious as it was on Thanksgiving Day. So here's DJ Moore. What's the key to winning a one-on-one matchup?
Being creative, winning at the line, and then just going from there.
How gratifying is it when you win that battle and get the football thrown to you?
What?
How gratifying is it? Does it please you?
Man, when you win your one-on-one, it's a big play to be made because, you just got that one person to beat. Once you do it, you got grass to run.
The idea that Groats is now working on material in the Bears locker room. He's got everything he needs for a hot five over at Zany's this weekend. Let's go.
I would have loved to see Groats' face when he asked that question, too. Like, did you give him a look while you kind of leaned into it? Did it please you?
I loved the way he was gratifying. Do you think, again, he thought it was some promiscuous sexual comment?
I don't know.
That he's here. I want to hear that. Listen again and listen to how he takes the like he was appalled by me saying that. Go ahead. What's the key to winning a one-on-one matchup?
Being creative, winning at the line, and then just going from there.
How gratifying is it when you win that battle and get the football thrown to you?
What?
How gratifying is it? Does it please you?
Man, when you win your one-on-one, it's a big play to be made because, you just got that one person to beat. Once you do it, you got grass to run.
That's got to be a drop. What?
Seriously.
That's the fact.
The best part is that just from the beginning of the season, when I said, "Does it please you?" he understood what I was saying.
He was in on the bit at that point.
He did laugh, as you might have been able to tell. I don't know if you could. DJ Moore does have a cold, so that's why he sounded a little bit off, and he just gave that little courtesy laugh to me. Please, oh yeah, I remember.
A texter says that you earned a bear with that.
Oh,
and I agree.
Okay,
add that.
Right.
He gets a bear for that.
Someday I will reveal just how many bears I have. That is the biggest secret. Since I invented the bear system, it's really out of control. But sometime I'll let you guys know.
football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today.
Standing on the opposite sideline from him this year, I gained a tremendous amount of respect for not only the talent level that he possesses, but also the type of person he is. And this is going to be, really, I like to fancy it, the quarterback's offense.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
We are going to tailor this right around Caleb Williams. It will not be necessarily what you've seen from me the last 3 years. We're going to find out exactly what our quarterback does well, and that's really where we're going to anchor on.
Our first time speaking, we address things that won't work, doesn't work, to be able to lead teams and organizations to go win and win big games.
The voices of Bears head coach Ben Johnson and Bears quarterback Caleb Williams. That is via the Bears YouTube show 1920 Football Drive. We are the Bernstein and Harris Show here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Now, welcoming to our airwaves, Bears reporter Nicholas Moriano, who is on Twitter at Nicholas Moriano, and with us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline, circalasvegas.com, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. Nicholas, how are you?
Doing well. How about yourself?
It's good to talk to you, Nicholas. I always appreciate your takes. You did a great job at Senior Bowl. I think you were one of the first guys to notice Gray Zabel, and then everybody seemingly fell in line after that. Like, somebody's got to say that they were the one who first laid eyes on Gray Zabel at the Senior Bowl. Were you that guy? I think you might have been.
I mean, I guess I was that guy, so at least I could say that. If the Bears end up getting Zabel, you can, credit me right here for noticing her down in Mobile, Alabama.
I mean, we can at least start the rumor. Like, who's going to fight me on that? Yeah. First one to see Gray Zabel. But I do want to ask you about the news that just came out about the Chiefs not expected to franchise or transition tag Trey Smith. That's a report from Pro Football Talk. They disseminated it. What were your thoughts when you saw that and the likelihood of him possibly becoming a Bear?
Well, yeah, when you see something like that, I look at how the Bears would view that as well. Like, they need to be all in if Trey Smith does end up hitting free agency and is able to hit the open market. Like, that's a guy that would become a difference maker for this Bears offensive line, as many people know. But I just think that if you can get a tone setter like that at the right guard position, I mean, that not only makes Ben Johnson's job easier as a play caller in his first year as a head coach, but obviously Caleb Williams, who was sacked 68 times last season.
That's one position that they definitely need. There's several other on the offensive line. How do you see this offensive line being put together in terms of the number of new bodies needed, both as starters and reserves, if you look at what they had coming out of last year?
Yeah, I mean, just earlier today, I was actually talking to Olin Kreutz, and we were talking about, like, it could be 3 to 4 guys. I think it's going to be more around that 3 range, and specifically looking at the interior offensive line, but left guard, center, right guard are all realistic options for the Bears that they need to find people, whether it's through free agency or the draft, that they need to upgrade. They just did not get enough consistent play out of any one of those positions last season. So I'm at least thinking 3, and it's hard to overhaul, that many positions in one offseason with quality type of players. But for me, the number's at 3, and I would look specifically at that center position. You need to get that one right.
I've been trying to learn more about Dan Ruchar, the new offensive line coach, particularly because Chris Morgan had been in place for so long here, and trying to figure out what, in fact, Ryan Poles had done wrong with all of his chest-beating pride in this particular offensive line, the room and the depth and all that, and then it just sucked out loud. So I'm wondering, can this new regime allow them to learn from some of the mistakes?
I believe so, and, that's a hope. And for the guy like Dan Ruchar, I think just people I've talked to that, one, worked with him while he was with the Saints, I mean, he's highly regarded as one of the best O-line coaches and a good teacher as well. And I think the big thing, too, even with a guy like Morgan, who was previously there at the O-line coach with the Bears, it's like everyone just needs to be on the same page. Whatever type of system you're running from your run game, what you want is your run game coordinator, your O-line coach. You need to all be in cohesion there. And I think just at times, even with Morgan there, that clearly wasn't the case. And when you have 3 different play callers in one season, I think there's just some inconsistency there. So with Ben Johnson obviously calling the plays and then Dan Richard coming in to coach the O-line group, hopefully you just see more consistency. And so you see elevated play from, the guys that are currently here and obviously the ones they'll bring in next season or this upcoming season.
How do you see Declan Doyle fitting into all of this?
Yeah, look, as an Iowa guy myself, we'll see how Declan does, but I just see him being a huge asset for Ben Johnson. Someone, again, just speaking to people who have worked with him, not only at Iowa, but with the Saints, like he is somebody that will devote himself to the film room. Someone that I think will be like if Ben Johnson needs Declan Doyle to go and look at specific matchups for whatever game is coming up on the schedule or just identify things that the offense can capitalize on, that's going to be, I think, Declan's job to do that. Obviously not calling the plays, that'll be Ben Johnson's role, but Declan will be in the film room. He's a hard worker from what I've heard and someone that I think will identify some of those little details that you need to find in a specific matchup to exploit on Sundays.
How much do you think things will shift, change, however you wanted to, or just be defined by what we see at the scouting combine? I mean, it's days away, and it seems like every year at the scouting combine, we come away wondering about a guy that we thought we knew about, and then maybe being higher on people that we didn't know that much about.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it applies not only to the draft prospects, but also the free agency that will eventually happen there too as well. So I think we'll get a lot more clarity on Trey Smith if he's not getting tagged, like being someone that will hit the open market. Even, for example, a guy like Drew Dahlman, another guy that a lot of Bears fans I think are coming around to if you're trying to upgrade that center position. If he's someone that hits the free agency, like what he, would look at what the price would be on the open market, how he would fit for this Bears team that obviously needs a center. So I think there is a lot of clarity that could be gained, especially starting next week when the combine starts and we'll start to hear from, different people and things like that. But yeah, there's a lot to be gained, especially next week. And especially it starts with free agency and just getting some of those, just seeing if guys are actually going to be available. And it sounds like those two guys might be.
We hear so much about resetting the market, but I want to get a better understanding because the idea that you reset the market doesn't mean you're going to make $1 more than what's already out there. I mean, we could see some significant changes because of the bidding nature of how free agency works. Do people need to kind of prepare themselves to not be pigeonholed into an idea of how much a guy is going to cost?
I think that's a good way of looking at it. And look, every year, like everyone's going to be resetting the market, whether it's at Trey Smith at the guard position or Jamar Chase at wide receiver. And, sometimes those guys that are resetting the market aren't necessarily maybe it's not even justifiable, but that's just how it goes. Like every year someone's going to be resetting the market. But for a guy like Trey Smith, he's very deserving of what he's going to eventually, I think, will get this upcoming season in terms of pay. And, even a guy like Drew Dahlman, I think he's for the center for the Atlanta Falcons, like also a guy that's deserving for what he can do for a team. So yeah, the money is the money, and every single year you're going to see new guys just reset the market, even if they're not the most qualified to do so.
Nicholas, I also wanted to ask you about your evaluation of Senior Bowl talent based on what you then shift to look for at the Combine. Who are you keeping an eye on?
Yeah, the guy that I kept coming around to that just makes a lot of sense for Dennis Allen in that defense is the guy, Shamar Stewart out of Texas A&M. When you just look at his physical makeup, he's exactly what Dennis Allen's going to want out of a defensive end, a bigger guy who has a lot of physical traits, didn't have a lot of sack production at Texas A&M, but if you're looking to bank on upside, physical makeup, someone that could set the edge, but also has the capability of rushing the passer, that's just somebody that I think if, let's say, for example, the Bears end up trading down at that 10 spot, or maybe even they like Shamar Stewart there at 10, it just makes a lot of sense to me where if you're looking to get somebody that you can consistently count on opposite of Montez Sweat, that guy makes sense. And obviously, the guy that we mentioned at the top of the show, Gray Zabel, he played all three interior offensive line positions at the Senior Bowl. The Bears need upgrades at all three of those offensive line positions currently. So that's another guy maybe on early day two, that I would think Ryan Poles and the Bears brass has their eyes set on.
This might be a bit of a strange question, but just from a reporting perspective, what are the Bears doing right now? If we were up in Hallis Hall, if we were walking through their offices, we know that we've not gotten a press release officially naming the entire new coaching staff. We can just see how it's being pieced together sort of on their website. But what do we know is actually happening to get everybody up to proper speed?
Well, I think, Dan, they're still trying to solidify at this point who, the few spots on the coaching staff that are not there. Because it seems like every other team up to this point has at least released who the new coaches are. So I think it starts there, getting everybody in the room that they anticipate is going to be a part of at least this 2025 season, and then just starting to kind of get the groundworks of how everybody operates. Like, there are a bunch of new pieces for this new coaching staff, some retained from the previous regime, but I think there's a lot of that going on. Let's figure out who's actually going to be in the building this year and see how we all mesh together, because everyone's going to have different backgrounds, different philosophies from where they came from, and different ideas of how they can approach not only game plans, but just how you approach the day-to-day. So I think a lot of that's going on right now. And then obviously preparing for next week, the NFL Scouting Combine, how you're going to obtain information on these draft prospects and just the approach you want to go with.
Because I'm interested too, and I know this kind of sounds silly, but there are coaches who take over teams who say, yeah, my office is in the wrong place. That my office should be here. This person's office is here, and I want this room, these computers in this room. My quality control's got to be here. That there's some who really have a very specific idea of how they want their job to work and how they're walking down which hallways, and who's practicing where and when. So where cameras are, a lot of this stuff. We heard stories about Peyton Manning going to the Broncos. We're like, no, you're recording practice wrong. This is how we're going to do it. Is Ben Johnson getting that kind of power out the gate?
You know what? I would think whatever is going to make him do his job to the best of his ability. Like, if it's those little things like that, like, I'm sure that can get brought up. And even for coaches that have had, positions in higher roles that are almost taking demotions, like an Eric Bieniemy being the running backs coach, who was an offensive coordinator at UCLA, and then obviously his time with the Chiefs. Like, you want to lean on some of those guys that do have, that experience as well, and just different organizations. But for Ben Johnson, like, this is his show. If he wants something done a specific way, or sees a way that you can alter something in the building to better, have the team equipped to handle things, this is the time to do it. This is the time absolutely to, because once you get, after the combine, once you get like in season, like you're looking for more time to do some of those things. So if anything needs to be adjusted, I would think this is the time to do it now.
I know we talked a little bit about O-line. I know we talked a little bit about who you're seeing as far as the combine defensively. Give me some reason, and I can't come up with one, so I was wondering if you could. Is there any reason the Bears deviate from building O-line, D-line in the upcoming draft in their first few rounds? Especially having so many picks in the top 78 or something?
Yeah, I see it. I see it very difficult for the Bears to go a different route. And I know there are some people that are just fascinated about Ashton Genty out of Boise State. And I don't truly understand that, but I just feel like this would be a way for them to kind of go that route, to upgrade the trenches and really, solidify the needs that they currently have on this team.
Is the running back situation, I think we're all in agreement that DeAndre Swift is not the answer as the number one running back. Is the running back situation something you could see being solved more likely in free agency or in the draft? Because if you want a guy that's better than DeAndre Swift, at least Ben Johnson certainly knows what he is because he's coached him before.
No, it's a good point. He has coached him before. With this being such a deep class at running back, I would not be surprised at all if Ryan Poles looks to address that position it could be as early as day 2, but again, there's so many different, it depends on what they want too. So to be a compliment to DeAndre Swift, if I see him, how Ben Johnson would potentially see him, it would be more of definitely a Jahmyr Gibbs role than it would a David Montgomery role. So do you want a more physical back that could still provide some versatility? A guy from Iowa, Caleb Johnson, is somebody that can definitely do that. But I wonder also too, how does Ben Johnson view a guy like Roshan Johnson, who missed some time due to concussions? It's going to be fascinating. What they view is the current status of the running back group, but if they need to upgrade it in this draft class, they absolutely can. I just wouldn't do it with that 10th pick or with Ashton Genty. You could still get quality playmakers at that position later on.
You talked about your Bears offseason dream scenario. So can you tell us what it would be? Because I liked that tease a lot on your social media.
Yeah. So it was, and credit to PFF for kind of presenting the idea of it, but that offseason dream scenario is that Will Campbell from LSU, the tackle, drops to 10. You select him, but you also pair him with a guy like Trey Smith. So if you're able to upgrade 2 positions on the line, I think you're setting yourself up to succeed in 2025. And it'll be interesting how the Bears actually view a guy like Will Campbell. He's played all exclusively at the left tackle position his last 3 years at LSU, but could arm length be a factor why he moves inside? And if that's the case, you still leave Braxton Jones out there. You're still upgrading 2 guard spots, and then you figure out what you want to do at center. So I think any dream scenario, to be completely honest, is upgrading the trenches. And that's one offensive line, multiple defensive line and offensive line, because that's where we saw too many games lost for this Bears team last season, where they just could not stop the run or they couldn't establish a run game. So if you're looking to immediately upgrade this team, it does start in the trenches.
Do you feel like Drew Dahlman is a bigger upgrade in terms of need than a Trey Smith would be? Like if you had to choose between those 2 players?
That's a great question. I do think you need to get the center position right. And Drew Dahlman, and I've always had the belief that if you can get a veteran center with a young quarterback, I think that's going to do better, at least for this upcoming season. Long term, I guess you would see how that plays out. But I like watching film of Drew Dahlman these past 2 days. I really like what he can do. And he is a smaller center, listed at 6'3" to 300. But he's somebody that wins with quickness. That's kind of his superpower. He wins with quickness, is able to put himself in position to make blocks, and that allows everybody else to then work off of him. If you get a guy like that, the only thing that I would think Ryan Poles and Ben Johnson would need is just bigger guards next to him. With my conversation I had with Olin Kreutz earlier this morning, like him being a smaller center, he liked playing with big guards. You can stand somebody up and then have your bigger guard wash somebody down. So Drew Dahlman, if he were to be on this Bears team in 2025, Caleb Williams' job becomes a lot easier. So does Ben Johnson. So to answer your question, I do think that adding a guy like Drew Dahlman would be more of a higher priority than even getting maybe the top guard in this class in Trey Smith.
That's why I asked. It was really more for confirmation for me, because I've been leaning that way. I was like, I think Dahlman's more important than Trey Smith here. And thank you for confirming that for me. I feel better now about my decision.
I got you.
Nicholas, thanks for taking the time for us today. Much appreciated.
Thanks,
Nicholas.
Nicholas. Is Nicholas Moriano. Good stuff.
I feel much better about it, because I've been thinking about this for like the last week.
He is a good film guy, too. He was the first person I saw to point out Gray's Able.
Somebody else who watches a lot of tape is former NFL quarterback and former Bear, Jordan Palmer. And he was on with Rich Eisen giving his thoughts about the marriage that we're going to see play out between Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. So you will hear his thoughts. And also a little note, Caleb Williams' first big national commercial has dropped.
And it's hard to narrate, though, a lot of it. Like, you can't play it for radio.
I know, it doesn't work for radio,
so many visuals.
but we can describe. It's next on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's the grand opening of Raymond Kia in Antioch. Our new lounge is over 4,000 square feet with multiple TVs and workstations. We also have 18 service bays. The best part is we have more space for basketball. And more Kia models. Right now, get grand opening savings like this. Come in today and ring it up at the grand opening of Raymond Kia on Route 173 in Antioch.
He's that guy that can be very creative,
switch gears. Oh, they're blitzing us now first and second down. It's something they haven't done in the past. Oh, here's what we got to do, you know. He has an answer for it, and that's incredibly important, and not very many guys in the league do that.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds to me like what I'm hearing from you, Mike Martz, is that he's one of those guys that he just has it. He's got it. Like when somebody like you, who has done what you have done in the league as a head coach and as an offensive coordinator in multiple stops, including here with the Bears, that you can recognize a guy that has got it. You also said that his intelligence can be part of leadership, and that it doesn't, and you didn't say this is what I'm saying, it doesn't necessarily have to be an overbearing, crazy, loud voice in there as well. Is that kind of what you were getting at too, that his intelligence and his direction and the identity building can be leadership as well with somebody like Ben Johnson?
Most definitely. The big thing is players in the NFL, if they know that you know it, you can help them get better and help them win, they're all ears. Then you got them completely. And not, you know, the first few weeks or so, a guy gets with the coach, a player gets with the coach, they figure him out pretty quick, you know, and then they either listen to him kind of, or they're all in or they're all out. It's just that easy. And he's going to capture him right away because he knows what he's talking about. He's going to make them all better. You know, they're all going to get better because of him. I think he's a once-in-a-generation kind of coach. They just don't come around very often like him. You know, they got this one right. I'm just over the moon on this one. It's great to see Chicago have something like exciting like this happen to him, and that in the quarterback. And, of course, you know, we haven't talked about him, but I think Caleb, when they drafted him, of all the quarterbacks they've had some pretty good ones, but I think he could be just an absolute great player if they got it right with him, too.
West?
No, the radio. Hanging out with you, Dan, from 10 to 2 every day.
On Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The Bears.
It's Caleb's world. We're all living in it. I want to address this too. The 773 says, you guys, before you teased your guests and you said there was something about the Bears ticket prices. Yeah, they've increased their ticket prices
10%, which is a year ago was an 8% average increase. This time it's a 10% average increase.
So a 2-year increase of 18%.
I don't know
that's about right.
That's not how the math really works on that.
No.
But yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Because
think that's
that's
right.
1 year it's 8%.
Yeah, it's actually exponential.
But I believe all season ticket holders get a dozen eggs. I think that's now what you get to make up for the increase.
Are they regular size eggs or the extra large eggs?
Well, it doesn't matter. They're all $9. I have a Mariano's coupon for a dozen free eggs. That used to be worth $1.99.
Are you going to use it?
Hell yeah! Were you kidding? Free eggs?
I know what you're doing after the show.
Egg hoarding.
Same thing he does after the show. He goes to the store.
Yes. Well, probably later.
Grody does that too, by the way. Grody was talking about that yesterday during a break. That he also goes to the grocery store every day.
Sure.
You guys should go together.
I wouldn't mind.
Every day?
Yeah.
Yeah, Grody said he was very European that way. And I was like, have you been talking to Dan?
Yeah, I go every day. Sometimes I go to 2 stores every day because certain things are only available at... I can only get those
It's really like an increase of like 23%.
The dark russet potato chips are only at Jewel. Mariano's doesn't have them. So if I need those potato chips, I have to go there.
Yeah, thank you. 18.8% 2-year increase. Thank you. I don't have my calculator in front of me. I appreciate that.
Caleb Williams has been the subject of all kinds of speculation and discussion, including this exchange between longtime NFL quarterback and I believe current XFL quarterback development chief Jordan Palmer and Rich Eisen.
Caleb's going to be a superstar. I think this is the first, however you want to chalk up his rookie year on his standard. I met him as a sophomore in high school. He's kind of been unbelievable every year, right? Then this is the first failure year, right? Now, you look at the stats, and I don't think it was nearly as bad as everybody thought, right? But this was the first year that it didn't go awesome for him, really, since he was a kid. And sometimes when guys have a bad rookie year, high picks, I worry about them. Most of these guys have been around lead 11. Some have been around these guys since they were young. When Trevor Lawrence had a bad rookie year, never for a second did I think that was going to affect his confidence moving forward. When Bryce Young got benched, I did not predict him coming back and roaring back in the second half. But I said, I don't think this is going to affect anything big picture for him, confidence-wise. I said the exact same thing about Caleb Williams. I think he's going to be hungrier, driven. That dude, he's done some fashion stuff, and he's had painted nails. He's had things that we've talked about outside of football, but that dude works like anybody. That guy works as hard as anybody. I think Caleb and Ben Johnson and Ben coming in and taking, here's what's worked for Jared Goff, but now think about it, it worked for Jared Goff and some great pieces in that Detroit huddle, but now he's got a guy with essentially top-tier mobility. That's going to really change that. We haven't seen a Ben Johnson offense with a quarterback that's mobile, but we've only seen Ben Johnson offenses that are like top 5 every year. So I am going to be fascinated and to study what Ben Johnson's going to do. And he said in the press conference, he's like, I am not taking the Lions playbook and plugging it in here. We're going to look at what we got and build around it. And I've got buddies there that all rave about how creative he is, how open-minded he is. It is a big step going and being the head guy, and from a play caller, that is a big step that I'm interested to see. But in terms of the marriage between those two, I'm going to be fascinated to watch how good the Chicago Bears can get and how quickly.
Strong endorsement.
Ooh, like it.
We're all going to be... Maybe this is me being skeptical.
We're not allowed to get excited about people having high hopes for the Bears quarterback? If we can't get excited for it, what's the point? If they do suck, we'll worry about it then.
Okay. I'm not ready to go on this crest and fall that you guys are
Why does it have to be a fall?
Dan, historically, has it been a fall?
Always.
No. Like, give me, in this bizarro world where Dan is positive and you're skeptical,
I'm always skeptical, though.
No, but what were you going to say?
I understand why everyone is excited. I have been here 3.5 years, and there's been a lot of excitement.
Mm-hmm.
It has not paid off as of yet.
It's all we have.
Or you could just be pleasantly surprised. I'd rather be pleasantly surprised than disappointed.
The dude was the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah, I'm familiar with how that goes for a lot of teams. Are you? Do you remember?
Yeah, I also think he still could. The greatness is still not off the table for him. I've been very clear about this.
That's fair.
That it's most likely that he's very good, but it's still possible he's better than very good, and it's more possible than ever because they got the coach they wanted. If we can't be excited about this, what's the point?
No, you can be excited about it. It's the level of excitement maybe that's concerning me because I don't want to sit next to a guy to my immediate right come next football season who's ready to crack that window open and jump.
Oh, you very likely will.
I was,
but I don't have
what you just said. But I don't have to do that yet.
I do.
I'll
think
do that when I have to do that.
Schematically, I want to see a Ben Johnson offense with a mobile quarterback.
So when Jordan Palmer's saying this, I'm thinking, yeah, we all do. I guess is that skepticism?
No, but that's the point, though, is because all you've seen to this point is Jared Goff. You've seen pocket passer. You've seen dude hang out in the most lovely pocket created by one of the best offensive lines in the league, and I love that for them. But I do want to see how he creates this, knowing that, A, you don't have those tools right now in your toolbox. You don't have that offensive line. You are going to have to get creative, and that is the name of his game, is creativity, Ben Johnson.
And that's why I'm excited, Layla. I promise you. I am very much excited, just like a lot of people are, to see how this works, how this marriage turns up.
But the piece of this for me, too, is we heard so much about accountability in that press conference. We heard it all season.
Yes.
Who are they talking to? And until we figure out how that plays out in either the study of this offense, for example, the discipline and practice, then you have your reason for skepticism, absolutely. But you're going to have to prepare more because of those things. You're going to have to prepare more with how your studying is going, how your execution is going, because you don't get to sit back and just hang out in that pocket with the best O-line or one of the best in the league.
What's funny is you talk about accountability. That's the way I'm looking at this as far as being an accountable observer, right? And Dan, he preaches accountability too, right? So I want us to be accountable as observers and not get in over our proverbial skis in how we're viewing this. I want a truer lens. You refuse to give me that at this time.
I'm giving you as true a lens as I can today. Now, the true lens that I have is...
Is it okay if I call that lens short-sighted?
I am allowing myself to be excited about the possibilities because the actual football usually sucks.
And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to hold you accountable to those words you just said, and we can be excited about other things as well. You usually are the one telling us not to be excited because of how things have turned out. So it seems like you're trying to have it both ways right now. That's all I'm saying.
I think that the holding them to playoff expectations is reasonable, is objectively reasonable.
Yes, I
this
agree.
Team should make the playoffs. So if I believe this should be a playoff team, that opens all kinds of doors for possibilities about which I'm going to get excited. And if they are injured and bad and awful again, I'll deal with that then. But I know it's possible. I'm not saying that it can't happen. It usually does happen. But at some point, it may stop happening.
There's enough former...
I think that's a breakthrough right there, Layla. That statement he just said. He reasonably expects that it would actually stop happening.
I didn't think they would hire Ben Johnson.
Before, he didn't think that was a possibility. He thought it was a cycle that would never end.
I spent 2021 with Dan 5 days a week.
Yes, so you understand.
The offseason, we were really excited. Weren't we?
Yes.
We were so happy. Remember the guy who called in for Who's Your Guy about Justin Fields? And I was reading this thinking it was never going to happen, and then it happened.
I remember it vividly.
And then what happened, Layla?
But to Dan's point, though, and to your point, to hear this many quarterbacks, ball knowers,
ball knowers. I like that. I like ball studiers and ball knowers.
But you know what I'm saying.
Yes, I like that.
Speak this encouragingly.
Go get it, baby.
About Caleb Williams. That's when you get excited. It's not just us being excited. The guy who called in for Who's Your Guy. It's knowing how many experts are really excited about this.
And you also have Ben Johnson's agent telling us that the Bears are not operating the same way they have been the last 20, 30 years.
All positive things. I guess on the other side of that, because I try to keep a kind of equilibrium as to not seesaw one way or another.
That's no fun.
I've got Ross Tucker in my head telling me that they got the wrong quarterback.
Ross Tucker is valid, and I've spoken about how good Jaden Daniels is. That didn't mean that they shouldn't draft Caleb Williams.
No, I'm not saying they shouldn't. That's why I can't wait to see how it plays out.
Well, but look, that guy set your bar. Jaden Daniels is like, hey, you want to come for this? You want to come for the guy who set the tone for that quarterback class? Let's go. Let's rock.
Caleb Williams is now featured in a new TV spot for Topps, the trading card company. And there's a special line of cards that are signed cards, inscription cards. And to sum up the ad, it is almost in the style of like the training sequence for Ivan Drago in Rocky IV. It's a high-tech laboratory in which he is working on signing his autograph and how to do it.
It's that meets This Is Sports Center, the actual how they shot the commercial.
Yes, I think it's directed very similarly.
And also in the club. In the club video with Dre and 50 Cent.
And Jim McMahon is playing the supervisor of this effort in a white lab coat and his trademark sunglasses. Jim McMahon is sort of grimly looking over Caleb's work and critiquing it as he's practicing these inscriptions. And the first time Caleb sits down, he writes, "Best looking Chicago quarterback ever, CW18.
I just started training at the Topps Autograph Lab at the end of last season, and the staff here has been incredible.
Caleb's talent jumps off the card. He's got those 99s and 50s down. He's just not ready for the superfractors yet. Avoid the corners.
I think I'm ready for inscriptions.
So this
No.
is where he's signing that?
I like it, but no.
The I like it but no was GB sucks or Green Bay sucks CW18.
And then the final one was
he writes Chicago let's shuffle
Bears
CW18.
The old callback, because what else do
And
we
that's
have?
where
when we talk about the
gives
Bears?
him the nod.
Besides the callback.
Yeah.
I think he should have just written Bears.
No, it ends with Grody sitting there. It's not Caleb Williams at all. It's just Grody writing Bears.
It was a
Jim
nice
McMahon
commercial.
is funny in that.
Yeah, he's good. It's a nice commercial. I like it. It's cute, I think is an appropriate term to describe it.
Yeah, I like the fact that Caleb's acting. It's usually for your first one, you're not actually acting or doing like deadpan comedy like he's doing, but he gets the bit. He's playing along at the start.
Well, and so was Jim McMahon. Like, he was funny.
Yeah, but it's a big step up from the usual first endorsement, which is painful. It's like, hi.
This is linebacker Brian Arakpo.
Are you all-pro linebacker Brian Arakpo? Why, yes, I am. And this is the insurance that I say that I use for my car. Thank you, all-pro linebacker Brian Arakpo. So this is well advanced from that.
I like when it's like a random person, like, Frank Thomas? You also might say,
yeah. Frank Thomas at my gym telling me about my testosterone levels? Why, yes. I have a printout here of your testosterone levels, which I have been secretly sampling via this syringe. What? Frank Thomas has been invading my personal space and my bodily
what's that? What's HIPAA?
My favorite
yes,
is still Andre Dawson out of the Ivy, where he's like,
Oh,
"What
yeah.
year is it?"
Yeah, that was funny.
Like, I
State
say,
Farm,
"What
right?
year
I
is
think-
it?" all the time because of him.
One of the mini insurance commercials.
I don't know why that was so funny to me, but I loved it.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. High noon is next. I have 2 words for you. Blizzard machine.
As in, okay, that is one way to do it.
You and your soccer,
machine.
you football/soccer fans and your footy and whatnot. Well, I have the real World Cup to talk about.
And I have another thing, and I just lost my page, so I'll pull it up. I promise.
Yeah.
He has something. Next.
There is no offseason for Bears Talk on the Score. With Ben Johnson and a new coaching staff on board, there's a lot of key decisions to be made with the roster.
Bears still have to show that they're going to be aggressive in free agency. They have to.
I don't know if it's gas money or beer money. And the guy
Beer money, probably.
How did beer money birth such great moments in Chicago sports culture?
It's the funniest
so
thing ever.
many.
It's
so
it's
many.
the self-described like Bears super fan who like immediately asked who's the Bears all-time leader in sacks without missing a beat. He goes, Brian Urlacher. Like,
no.
And
You want to hear it, Layla?
Yeah.
All right, here you go.
Jose from Logan Square. You ready?
Ready.
You're a big Bears fan?
I'm here every year.
Every year.
2000. Everybody knows me here.
This is your first chance to win some gas money. Here you go. $10. What jersey number did Walter Payton wear?
34.
34. $10. Easy. You gonna keep playing?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I thought so. $20. Which Bears player holds the franchise record for sacks in a season?
Brian Urlacher.
Richard Dent. The sack man. The guy's name's the sack man, Jose.
You're right.
The sack man's his name.
Sack machine.
First of all, he says he just can't wait to say something as wrong as Brian Urlacher.
Sack machine.
And then he says, "You're right." That's the host of the game show who literally is holding cards with the answers on them.
I mean, I'd have probably said the same
So yes,
thing.
he's right. And then he says,
Not Urlacher, but you're
and his
right.
nickname was the Sack Man, and his response was Sack Machine. And it just became a thing.
They really got to bring that show back.
I started laughing in the hall of the hotel because right next to my room was the
Sack
big,
machine.
The big sign that said "Ice Machine," and I laughed every time I walked.
I still can't get over Theo Epstein pausing after saying 83 at the
I know.
parade.
I know.
Like, I don't think we talk about that enough.
She's 83, and then there's like the
Dramatic pause, and I was like, oh.
settle this then. Right there, out in the street, in front of the Palace Saloon.
Yeah, right. When? High noon?
High noon indeed on this Wednesday, the very peak of your work week. When this segment is over, your slide into the weekend has begun. And on this show, we began by calling out all of these whining MLB owners and the poor-mouthing NBA owners. The latest being Mark Attanasio with the Brewers saying, what do you want me to do? Try to win a World Series?
Yeah, actually, that's why you own a baseball team, sir.
You've got the learners in Washington, D.C. now saying, boy, you think about paying players and it makes you nauseous. And then you have the stuff that Buster Olney was saying about how Tom Ricketts clearly doesn't want to spend money either. Oh, poor you. All of these owners. Then we took all the teams and we classified them into the real divisions in baseball. In it to win it, playoffs for real, but the division hoping for luck, grifting, and the Chicago White Sox. We talked about the announcement that Shota Imanaga would be the opening day starter, talked to Nicholas Moriano, and heard more nice things about Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I get that international competition is big in sports. And we're talking about the four nations right now, and there's the whole soccer World Cup and all, and I get that. But did you know about the most important World Cup? The Pastry World Cup?
What?
Yeah. Specialists in chocolate, ice, and sugar had 5 hours, each team from across the world, to represent their country. They had to make a frozen dessert, a restaurant dessert, and they could have a special garnish added at the judging table and a show chocolate, where I guess you just create something amazing out of chocolate. This just sounds terrible. Sounds awesome.
I'm about to say, you're terrible, my terrible.
Who won?
They had 5 hours to pull this all off, and the creations they made, I don't even know what they are. They're so creative. Like, that's how you know it's good. When you don't even know what event you're at anymore because they're doing things that you can't comprehend, that's how you know it's good stuff. Japan won! And the French created some incredible, like, sculptured sugar rooster thing that looks amazing. Like, I don't even know how to explain this
sugar
stuff.
rooster thing, doo-dah.
That looks amazing. So, bronze went to Malaysia. Southeast Asia does have incredible desserts because of all the fruits. That was their highest ever result in the contest. They scored high marks in the frozen dessert, which they described as, listen to this, a harmonious blend of bright citrus, sweet apricot, and subtle spices.
That sounds good.
Doesn't it? Malaysia sounds pretty interesting, right?
But isn't this embarrassing for France?
No, because they were second. I mean, that rooster does look incredible.
If you ain't first, you're last.
Well, Japan.
That's what they say in the French pastry business, I'll tell you that much.
Actually, I think they could get on board with that. Think about the effort they put into just making croissants. So Japan's team put together a lemon, pear, marigold, and chocolate granita in the shape of a hemp leaf for their restaurant dessert entry. Hell yeah.
All right. Okay.
Now I'm
And for
hungry.
the frozen
Thanks, Layla.
dessert, they also went the apricot route. They had an apricot treat resembling a spinning top toy. Clever. Like, I don't know who these people are, these brilliant chefs, but I think you're doing great work for the world.
It was all for Studs' birthday, too. All that stuff. All had candles in it.
You know what else they
Happy
did besides
birthday,
that
Studs.
the cool rooster? The French had a show-stopping series of chocolate eggs that were filled with chocolate hazelnut soufflé mousse, topped with chocolate streusel, dipped in a citrus vanilla-infused clarified butter, and paired with a grilled vanilla ice cream. How do you grill vanilla ice cream? I don't even know.
Carefully.
I think I have diabetes now.
It sounds so good.
Wait, how do you grilled ice? What?
I don't even know, man. I don't even know.
That sounds like an oxymoron.
You're
fried ice
asking the
cream.
wrong person.
You've had
I've
like
had fried
Mexican
ice
style
cream.
fried ice cream,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Probably. Still an oxymoron.
Let's stick with the food theme. I like this. A salad cost Dodgers pitcher Dustin May his season and almost his life. And I did not know about this until yesterday. He said he was pretty close to joining the 2024 World Series run. He's a Dodgers pitcher until a complete freak accident required emergency surgery for a serious tear in his esophagus last July.
Oh, God.
Now, during the 2023 season, he had flexor tendon and Tommy John surgery. He was rehabbing at the Dodgers Camelback Ranch facility in Arizona, where they share a facility with the White Sox, of course. When he went out to dinner on July 10th, got a piece of lettuce stuck in his throat, which caused a serious tear in his esophagus. This is according to the Los Angeles Times.
What kind of lettuce was that?
Okay, so listen to what happened. May said after taking one bite of his salad, he felt lettuce stuck in his throat. Tried to wash it down with water. That's what we would all do, right?
Mm-hmm.
The right-hander recounted feeling a mega painful sensation in his throat and stomach for 15 minutes. And when it went away, he returned home thinking he'd be okay. I'm not a big panicker. I kind of chilled out. I was like, okay, I'm fine. I don't need to do anything. Meanwhile, May's wife, Mully, encouraged him to go to the ER to get checked out. May said he underwent basically a full abdominal surgery to repair the tear in his esophagus and explained the doctor said he had lettuce lodged in his throat that led to a highly uncommon food impaction, which perforated his esophagus tube.
Jeez.
Now he has a long vertical scar from his lower chest to his stomach from the emergency surgery. Here's the kicker. The surgery required 6 months of recovery, during which May wasn't allowed to lift weights heavier than 10 pounds. So for 6 months, he basically couldn't do anything. Quote, it was extremely frustrating. You can't plan for it. You try to prevent it. It just happened. It wasn't on my bingo card for 2024. Wow. He didn't begin minimal throwing activities until November, wasn't back to full strength until the New Year's. And now he's focused on preparing for the Dodgers opening series against you-know-who, March 18th and 19th in Tokyo.
Salad's bad.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I got from
That's
this.
the lesson.
I think we have proof right there.
Yeah,
Lettuce bad.
lettuce is murder. Dairy Queen has announced the sudden closure of 25 locations, and you may be able to snag your own Blizzard machine as a result. Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway is auctioning off the contents for 24 locations in Texas. Dairy Queen has around 4,500 locations.
I need to know the locations.
More than 500 of which are in the Lone Star State. Some have been in business for more than half a century. Dairy Queen items available vary by location, but include fryers, grills, tables, chairs, cutlery, and refrigerators. Buyers must bid for the complete contents of each location. You cannot pick and choose individual items. They also take everything. For example, rules for one location in Canadian Texas.
Oh, yeah, a lot of them are in the Panhandle.
A city in the Panhandle.
Texas stop sign. Mm-hmm.
Stipulates that the winning bidder must even remove the Dairy Queen signage from the building. The auction site handling the sale has advised buyers to bring their own help and tools.
It's crazy.
No, the emotional connection to DQ, like that's all there is in some of these towns. They call it the Texas stop sign for a reason.
I worked at the Dairy Queen that's in Petersburg.
Along with locations
Blizzard
like
machine.
Fritch, Texas, Dumas or Dumas.
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 North of Amarillo.
I should have known it was Dumas.
We had a friend from Dumas. We called it Dumbass.
You're right. Mr. Dumbass. They've ceased operations. They have locked their doors. All 25 of the closed locations were owned by the same franchisee who owns and operates other restaurants in the state, and they're not publicly commenting.
How dare he betray us?
All I know is my childhood Dairy Queen is still open in Northbrook, at Dundee and Finkston. That's still there.
I need to look into the locations
My
here.
closest Dairy Queen
Pretty upset, actually.
is Grace and Southport. That's our local. But soon, I believe March 1st, I think Scooters is open. So
Wait, what else is on? Where's this? I got to look into this story. I need to see all the locations.
Oh, here they are. Here they're Farmers Branch, Canadian, Fritch, Panhandle, Hereford.
Hereford.
Hereford? Olton or Alton.
Yeah, Alton.
Idalou.
Yeah.
North Richland Hills.
Yeah.
Hillsborough.
Hewitt.
Hewitt.
Yes.
Pflugerville.
Pflugerville's north of Austin.
Franklin. Longview.
Longview's where I used to live.
Wascom or Wascom.
Wascom, East Texas.
Carthage.
Also East Texas.
Rusk.
Mm-hmm.
Nacogdoches. Dieball or Deball.
Dieball.
Huntsville. Huntsville. Tomball. Jimmy
They're shutting down Jimmy Butler's Dairy Queen.
Yes. Cleveland.
Save the Dairy Queen, Jimmy Butler.
There's Cleveland, Texas.
Cleveland is north of Houston.
Huffman. Dayton, Sour Lake, and Buna.
Buna.
Buna. B-U-N-A.
Buna, yeah.
Buna. Okay, well, there you have it. There's all your closures. It's probably because everybody's got measles and they're dead. Don't forget, we have
Jimmy Butler's alive.
Dave Matthews tickets to give away before the end of the show as well for their June 28th concert. Coming up next, let's go grocery shopping with a list that Matt Bowen put together. Today, we're shopping for guards on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Do you want to be the best team in the NL Central, or do you want to be a team that challenges the Dodgers for the NL pennant? There is a difference there. If you have circled 2025 as the year to go for it because you have Kyle Tucker for one season, then you will put together a package to entice the Blue Jays to part with Vlad Guerrero Jr. He is a young star. You, at the end of last season, were a team that didn't have any stars.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I'm Marshall Harris with The Score. And
Pedro Grifol. He got a real doozy here. He cooked this one up. He couldn't wait. Here's what we're going to do. I've got an acronym, and we're going to play fast, said Pedro Grifol. Fearless, aggressive, selfless, and technically sound. So fasts. But he had it for you. And then here came new Jacksonville head coach Liam Cohen, not to be outdone.
It takes complementary football at all three phases to be great. Offense, defense, and special teams. How do we want to play the game? And that's fast. Fundamentally sound, attacking, situational masters, and tough, both mentally and physically. You see players in the room right here, guys that I've had conversations with already. It will always be about you. Always. It is players over plays. How do we make this as much about the players and making this about bringing out the best in you? That's what this is about.
Oh, no! And if you really go through that, it's like fast and mentally, physically. That's all over the map.
Fundamentally sound, attacking, situational masters, and tough.
Yeah, that's not.
That's Phasazmit.
That's fast.
No, it's Phasazmit. Fundamentally sound, attacking, situational masters, and tough. If we have the and in
yeah,
there,
add the and. I think the and helps it.
Phasazmat.
It's like, do you need to wear
close.
How do we want to play the game?
Do you need to wear a hazmat suit to do what's it called? Say it again.
Phasazmat.
Phasazmat?
No, Phasazmat.
Oh man.
Come on, man.
Poor guy. Poor Liam Cohen.
No, not somebody. Just tell him, hey, kid, come here.
Not
Duval.
Oy vey.
Okay. I had to.
He's 39 years old.
Guys, can I tell you?
That sounded like Count Floyd. Scary Duval.
Duval.
Do you know the origin?
Scary football team.
You know the origin of Duval, right? Like it is
Duval
the county.
Yeah, Duval. Did you grow up with county pride?
I mean, Denton County. I come from the county seat of the county. So
we were like,
no.
Lake County rules. Who's your favorite actor from The Shining? Duval.
It actually originates. You'll like this. It originates from
Lonesome
a radio
Dove.
drop.
Right.
DJ Eazy-E, then of 92.7 The Beat in Jacksonville, made it into a radio drop and popularized it. And then they took it. That's how it took
And
off.
he
Yeah,
stole-
he also stole someone's name.
Yeah, quick question. We could just steal the names of hip hop legends?
We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Oh, my. I wonder which is the cereal for me. Excuse me. Could you tell me where I might find the Burns ooze?
Sorry, Pops. They don't put nobodies on cereal boxes.
Oh, thank you, Sharpie. I ventured in to search for milk when the door snapped shut behind me.
Yeah, those dairy cases are death traps.
Ketchup? Ketchup. 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 I'm in way over my head.
That's got like a laughing Goldie Hawn go-go vibe to it that you're doing there.
Sock it to me?
Yeah, that's vintage there.
I don't even know what that means. I just know people used to say it in a certain
No, it's just
time.
whatever move you were doing was like an old late 60s go-go move with the head bob. So yeah, we're grocery shopping.
I have bad dance moves. It's a thing I do.
You know what?
Do the DAC.
It's good that we're grocery shopping and it won't be on an empty stomach, because if you know, don't ever go to the grocery store on an empty stomach.
But that's so much fun.
No, you end up getting way too much
that's
stuff.
That's how I come
I
home
might as well
with all
be
sorts.
drunk.
I come home with I've done that too. But I come home with all sorts of wonderful.
You live in a
things.
house full of other people. When
I'm
you're
like,
by
why did-
yourself, you come home with too much stuff. You're like,
Yeah, but with the other people,
Jar of lemon
they'll say,
curd.
what is that, Dad? It's an olive salad. What do you mean? It's like, but look, it's only $4. Of course I had to buy it. It's on sale. Oh yeah, then or like those tiny little pecan tarts.
We live in different worlds.
They're like little pecan pies, and they just need a home. They just need to be
sound like my
adopted.
Meanwhile,
mom.
like the onion I wanted to buy, I totally forgot about, like needed for the
Oh,
recipe.
you can't whiff on an onion.
My mom, the sweet tooth is real, and she'll. But I had to have. Last time I went home, I was like, no, get this stuff out of here.
Your mom know about that Trader Joe's?
She knows about everything.
If I get in the back and all of a sudden there's like a big old coffee cake there with the raspberry filling in it for $2.50,
It's like, why?
That thing's because it's coming home with me.
No.
Yes.
The carbs are bad. The sugar is bad.
Well, we're shopping for guards. That's what we're shopping for
Okay.
right now. And
I'm guarding myself from.
I noticed that Brad Biggs was asked the question, what is the plan B if Trey Smith stays in Kansas City?
He's not gonna.
He's not, but the if is, are the Bears going to be able to get him? Because there's going to be other suitors out there. So the names on his list, Mekhi Becton, Will Freeze, Aaron Brooks, short-term options, Kevin Zeitler, Zach Martin, maybe even Brandon Scherf. All right, well, there's a list, and I have here, as you can tell by the sound, Matt Bowen's free agent guards. Now, what Ray has done is he took all the Matt Bowen top 100, 500,
50,
top 50.
500
Top
would be
500.
amazing.
There's like 500 players in the whole league.
Hey,
That's
you
what-
better
He put up 5. I said 100, he went 5.
you
So,
better
like,
believe
it's
Matt
not
Bowen
just top
has a
5.
list of 500
course
players
he does.
he's scouting.
And then he's feeding them an 80-pound pork shoulder later.
and a giant pumpkin.
We're not allowed to talk about the Shane's Meat
Of course,
segment.
yes, we are. Yes, we are. We must confront it. We can't hide it. We have to face it. We must steer into the skid. So the number 2 overall on his list, and listed as the best team fit, Trey Smith for the Chicago Bears. And I think that is pretty obvious to everybody involved.
Given what we found out earlier today about Kansas City, that report that he's not going to be franchise tagged.
Not going to be transition tagged.
Yeah, you know those made up years that they just add to your contract magically?
Hey, man. You got to do what you got to do.
Calling him a powerful mover in the run game, block win rate of 75.1%, was 6th among guards, has the foot speed to mirror interior defenders, and the strength at 6'6", 321 to anchor against bull rushes. Bears GM Ryan Poles could make a splash move to rebuild the front for Ben Johnson's new offense. And after that, indeed, Will Freeze. And Bowen's best team fit is back to his old team, the Indianapolis Colts. Said it feels like the right move. before a right tibia injury ended his week in Week 5. He had career bests in pass block win rate and run block win rate. Fundamentally sound style, lower body mobility to handle power, can sustain blocks on contact.
To be fair, he did get to face the Bears' defensive front before he got hurt, so that helped his numbers.
It did. Can we play? I feel like since it's Studs' birthday and we're going over guys, are we allowed to bring in some Who's Your Guy drops or no? Is it breaking the rules?
Wait, why would we be breaking the rules?
I think because I don't think he's put them together yet.
I know we're always cultivating Who's Your Guy drops. It's a consistent thing, but I think the Who's Your Guy drops are sacred and they need to be put specifically in the Who's Your Guy, because if we do it more than just that 1 week a year, then it's not special.
I agree.
But if Dan's like Trey Smith, and then all of a sudden you hear Rafael Devers go, "I play third."
And you will.
Wow.
And you will, my good madame.
That's
yes.
the mash I didn't know I needed. It's like mashed potatoes
When you look
with
at
gravy.
I want to focus on. Oh yes, Studs.
No, we got this. The whole idea of this segment is we're grocery shopping, so we have to do. We're going to cultivate more drops like that as we go forward.
If you're grocery shopping like me, you end up with random stuff like jar of lemon curd and like
That's okay,
sun-dried
but sometimes that
tomatoes.
happens. Sometimes you luck into something. And if you're doing it like I do it, you're not missing the per ounce pricing.
Well, the per ounce pricing on Trey Smith, that's the premium stuff. If we're in the meats section, that's the top of the line.
He's the A5 Wagyu.
Yes, he is. He's listed as number 2 overall in those top 50 free agent guys, while Will Freeze is a drop off to number 18. Also, I'm trying to figure out if this is a short-term fix at one guard position and a stud at another position.
There's going to be a compromise.
Yes. I'm trying to figure out what are we prioritizing here? Is it Trey Smith?
Yes.
Sure. But you got to make sure that you have enough left over to get the guys you need to fill the other side of the center spot and the center spot itself.
Let's visualize
because you need 2 guards.
Let's visualize. When you hear Trey Smith, you think left guard, right? Obviously. And then when you hear that he can help with bull rushes, who's that going to help next to him? Who's got the problem with bull rushes? Braxton Jones
And Coleman Shelton.
Right, but see how that works
hopefully
in
Coleman Shelton's not the guy snapping the
Do you
ball.
know the picture of like the Lamborghini next to the dilapidated house, and they always joke that that's the Angels, and then when there were 2 Lamborghinis and it was Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout and the Angels, you just don't want the Bears depiction of the O-line to be like that.
Well, let me illustrate what we're talking about here and about one man's trash is another man's treasure when you look at the final name on the list at guard, and it's the number 41 free agent overall. So I'm not going to.
So that's top 50.
This is but this is the name, and I'm going to redact the name first when I read it. And they say best team fit for this guard would be the Giants. The Giants could fill their right guard vacancy with blank, a 2021 second-round pick, drafted as a tackle. He's had multiple injuries in his career. However, he has the tools to drive defenders off the ball in the run game and had a pass block win rate of 92% last year. He'd boost a poor offensive line in New York. Fill in the blank, Tevin Jenkins.
Well, the stat about missing 38 out of a possible 68 career games.
Yeah, you left that one out.
I'm sorry, playing in only 38 out of 68. You're still missing 30.
Mm-hmm. I thought that would give it away.
It was already given away.
Yeah, okay, but I thought that would.
But the pass block win rate is why I like him. It's why I still believe in him.
And it's why some team will actually pay a lot of money for him.
That's what I mean. Like if he were on another team, that's the kind of thing where the Bears would say, "Well, we're trusting our strength and conditioning people and our athletic training staff that this other team didn't know what they were doing
Especially
when it
now
came
that
to
they got
injuries."
new guys.
That's what I mean.
Well, also listen, we all know that change of scenery benefits certain players. And when you look at his traits compared to his tape, and unfortunately a lot of the tape is incomplete. That's the concern here, right? Is that another team is going to get the most out of him and maybe another strength and conditioning staff will.
The third name on the list at number 20 overall is guard Zach Martin. He said Martin brings the blend of size at 6'4", 315, and mobility the coaches want at guard. Last year, he played in 10 games due to a right ankle injury. Pass block win rate of 93.7% was 15th. And he hasn't gone to the Chiefs, saying with Trey Smith fitting in with the Bears, this guy Zach Martin could keep the Chiefs' interior strong.
I have a question. Do we feel this? Is how I'm going to share my feelings, right? And I want to see if those feelings are confirmed or denied, or I'm crazy, whatever. This presumption that Trey Smith, as a free agent, would come to Chicago and there would be is this riding on the coattails of the Bears securing Ben Johnson's services? Is there a more it goes from I don't know, maybe to they'll go out and they'll get Trey Smith. Are my feelings okay on that?
Well,
the Bears' cap space might dictate that more so than even the heck.
Well, they have the cap
but
space.
This is what Biggs says in today's mailbag, answering the question, what is the plan B at guard if Trey Smith stays in Kansas City? Now, we know he's not going to stay in Kansas City.
Well, we should note he can still sign an extension.
Right, he could, yes. He said what Biggs says is the question probably should be, what is plan B at guard if Smith remains with the Chiefs or signs elsewhere? More than half of the league projects to have in excess of $30 million in available cap space. The Bears can make some moves to create more, and so can a whole bunch of other teams. My point is, there will be competition for Smith if he reaches free agency.
Yup.
And that's kind of, I'm trying to protect myself against this idea that just because someone exists, you go out and get them because you have the money available to go out and get them. Other teams have also money to go out and get guys. And so I don't want us to get into this false sense of entitlement, if you will,
Well
in
said.
free agency.
So that the Bears just deserve to have whoever they want. If we're still at the grocery store, there's that last bottle of whatever, and you're staring down.
And you
the
can see it
person.
off in the distance, right?
Yeah,
You're walking towards
and you can see somebody heading over to it,
and then you pick up your pace a little bit.
Yeah, and sometimes you're diving and boxing out, or maybe conveniently putting your cart over here and say, "Oh, I don't know why."
I'm not going to those links.
Okay, but my whole point though is when we look at this list, you have to start with what's ideal.
Yes.
And then you go from there. You have to start with the traits that you know your team absolutely needs. He's going to be the highest paid guard in the league. We know that. Like that's established. It's just a matter of who wants to pay him.
Do we think it's $21 million? Is it closer to $25 million? These are the questions that persist
But
in
again,
my mind.
I think the metaphor is so rich in that regard because you don't have to buy the most expensive cut of meat if you have the time to cook a less expensive cut properly.
Sure, but
Sometimes a more flavorful cut, it just takes more investment, a little bit more time, and you end up with the same quality at a much lower initial price.
You don't want the time, Dan. You told me you want them to go do things this year. That's what you're
no,
implying when you say that.
Don't confuse them with the Cubs. Don't confuse them with the Cubs. The Cubs absolutely have to buy the best meat and cook it fast and rare.
Okay, but what I'm saying is you're not going to be happy if you look at the offensive line to start next season and let's just work with me here. Let's say they don't get Trey Smith and they get Drew Dahlman. Let's say they do get him, right?
I'd like that a lot. We're not doing centers today,
but they still have Braxton Jones and they still have Darnell Wright, and then they have a couple of rookie guards, highly thought of rookie guards, but rookie guards.
They're not going to start two rookie guards. There's no way they're going to start two.
Or
rookie guards.
you know what? I'll give you that. They
No
get
way.
like a bridge guy at one of those guard positions and have a rookie guard.
So here's your bridge guys then.
Yeah, let's go over
Now,
there.
now
One of them is a very well thought of guard.
Well, you've got Mekhi Becton.
Yes.
Right. Who
Give me Mekhi.
Exactly,
Who could
yeah.
go back to Philly. 6'7", 363.
Say it again.
Just entering his prime. 6'7", 363.
I don't even know what happens.
over all of us.
I don't know what happens up there. Like what occurs at that elevation?
You met Big Cat Williams.
Yeah, eliteness.
Yeah, you met Big Kitty Cat. That's what it looks like. That's what we're talking about. That's the size we're talking about there.
It's also equal to consistency because you can withstand a season.
Well, that guy was just a tank. Kevin Zeitler, a guard. Physical inside presence, the power to displace defensive tackles, and the movement ability to pull on gap schemes. It also makes one of your opponents a little less powerful at the offensive line if you get him away from Detroit. Number 38 overall, and the one above Tevin Jenkins, is another former Bear in James Daniels.
Yeah, he's coming off that Achilles.
Tore it in week 4, and his run block win rate before the injury of 82.7 was second behind only Quentin Nelson.
That's a good stat.
Yeah. And I love James Daniels because when he came out, he was also potentially a center. And I remember that first practice when I saw him, and I said, who has that giant, magnificent ass? And it was James Daniels.
That's what you said?
It's glorious. Yeah, it's absolutely glorious.
Now I know that you're a butt man.
For offensive linemen, hell yeah.
The problem with James Daniels' time in Chicago is unfortunately he had injuries, and he couldn't control those. Wasn't like one of them a season-ending pec injury or something like that. It was something, I forget what exactly it was off the top of my head. But
he still has injuries.
But the Bears though needed his services. Like that was a smart move to get him at the time, and he would have been a game changer for them when it came to just help.
I'm almost as curious to see if anybody else on this list besides Trey Smith eclipses the $20 million mark.
And a note on James Daniels. So he did have 1 year, 2020, where he only played 5 games, but his other years in Chicago, he started 10 games his rookie year, played in all 16, played every game and started every game in 2019, started and played in every game 2021 and 2022, that first year with the Steelers, only missed 2 games in 2023 with the Steelers, and then last year he had the injury. So he's been largely pretty healthy.
It was a pec injury. It was a torn pec in 2020. So the point being, like he was well thought of here, you know?
And he's a veteran.
He was a cap casualty.
I wonder, too, from last year, I know they may bring Matt Pryor back, but do you remember how well that Bill Murray was playing before his pec injury?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if they'll give him a look. I don't know how far he is along in his rehab, but it's for a guy who's appeared to have his arrow pointed up.
Right.
I would not mind if he gets another shot, if he's able to build his strength back up, which is the hardest thing to do after a pec injury, to get that mass back.
Right.
So, but there's your list: Trey Smith, Will Freeze, Zach Martin, Mekhi Becton, Kevin Zeitler, James Daniels, and Tevin Jenkins. And we are going to keep doing these little shopping sprees for different ingredients.
But to be clear, they need to walk out the grocery store with Trey Smith, to be clear.
And the little pecan tarts.
No,
Yes.
we don't need the extra stuff, Dan.
They're very
Eat
cute.
before you go to the grocery store, please.
I think the pecan tarts came in the form of drafting 2 punters over 3 years.
Oh,
there it is. Jed Hoyer had a lot more to say yesterday that we haven't played for you yet, including the thinking behind the signing of Justin Turner. So we'll do that, among other things, next on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by...
It's the grand opening of Raymond Kia in Antioch. Our new lounge is over 4,000 square feet with multiple TVs and workstations. We also have 18 service bays. The best part is we have more space for basketball. And more Kia models. Right now, get grand opening savings like this. Come in today and ring it up at the grand opening of Raymond Kia on Route 173 in Antioch.
Did anybody stand out as better than the rest to you?
I think right after that 3rd and 12, where Caleb hits Carter there for the first down, and they were playing zone. I think they only rushed 3 to Texans. I think D'Amico Ryan said, okay, that's enough. We'll go to man. Keenan Allen's not here tonight, and we'll blitz, right? We'll send more than it can handle, or we'll always send one more. And from then on, it's always a combination, a collective problem when you have 7 sacks. Obviously, going into the season, we have talked ad nauseum, Mully, especially me and you, about they are not building this offensive line, whether it be you take Gordon and Kyler Gordon, then you take Brisker, you take 2 secondary guys, and Philadelphia takes Cam Jurgens, who is now their starting center, right? And in the same draft, you take Velus Jones and there's Abraham Lucas, and he's starting at right tackle for the Seahawks. And I've been saying over and over again, at some point, you gotta you got to put some assets into this offensive line, right? And we talked about it even when they took Tyreek Stevenson. You wonder why the secondary is so good, right? To say they can play man in the front of the defense. Eberflus has a lot of options there when he calls plays on defense. Why? They take Tyreek Stevenson a year after they take Kyler Gordon and Brisker, and right after Tyreek Stevenson gets drafted, guys, the number one center in the draft who's starting at center for the Giants right now, John Michael Schmitz out of Minnesota, gets drafted, right? And then, of course, you do take Darnell Wright, but why not pair him with your starting center that year? Why not pair him with a starting center that year? And then this year, of course, the Roma Dunze and Olu Fashanu, who's with the Jets now from Penn State, argument goes down. And you keep thinking, okay, man, like eventually this may catch up to you.
Middays 10 till 2.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America?
I think he was definitely lumped in with like a bunch of hitters and like getting the ball in the air and launch angle and full side homers and all that stuff that's just become common lingo now. I think he was kind of a poster child for that, whether he wanted to or not. But there's so much more to his game than that. Like, I feel like he's as good as anyone in baseball situationally. He's got a backside line drive whenever he wants it. He walks. He doesn't strike out at a high clip. Like, it's just a really, really well-rounded offensive player and someone who can kind of do anything you ask at the plate. And that's kind of, that's the kind of offensive player I've always wanted to be and a lot of us strive for. And he's done it for a long, long time in big situations, big games, and it will be great to have him around.
That's Nico Horner yesterday on The Score talking about his new teammate, Justin Turner. Not sure what he has left, and I don't know what his look is going to be, if he's going to have that sort of like Ginger Baker bridge troll thing he's got going on.
I believe they call it a beard.
No, but it's more than that. When he has, I don't know. It's been like long, stringy, weird beard. It's making some kind of.
Have you ever had a
statement.
beard?
Hell no.
Can you grow one?
So. Yeah. I was like,
oh yeah.
Have you had a beard?
No, I can't. I got no connectors. I got no connectors. If I tried to look like Ray, per se, I would end up real patchy, like I had been homeless and somebody had come at me with some clippers in a mean and.
No, between Ray
facial
and,
hair is not a challenge for the women and the men of my family.
Wow.
But between
I'm talking about me.
Ray and Shane, pretty good representatives of letting it all roll, especially in the winter. Although Shane's a year-round guy. But I couldn't do it. I would say this. I would look like Charlton Heston coming down from Mount Sinai after he went up there looking one way, and then God talked to him, and then he came down with the tablets, and his beard got all weird. That's what I would look like.
Oh, and the Ten Commandments.
Yes.
I didn't know what you were talking about at first. Like
The Mount Sinai from the Ten Commandments.
Yes.
As opposed to Mount Sinai from Star Wars.
Well, when he said Mount Sinai, it all came together.
Oh, yes, that Charlton Heston movie. So it's not like the end of Unforgiven.
That's also me making fun of myself
Or
because I said
Tombstone, I should
Chewbacca
say.
from Star Wars. As opposed to like Chewbacca from down the street.
You know Chewbacca. He lives right over there.
Yeah, Chewbacca from Saved by the Bell. It's still one of the dumbest mistakes I ever made. Hey, since we're in a break here, content-wise, can I inform everybody of this?
Yes,
it's important news.
It is. NFL today, this is per Dan Graziano from ESPN. The salary cap is going up on a Wednesday.
Not a Tuesday?
No. $277.5 million is going to be the range to $281.5 million. That is an increase of more than $53 million over the last 2 years. Last year was $255.4. So whatever you thought the upper echelon was on the Bears estimation, which was supposedly going to be like $69 million, right?
I mean, a lot of other teams are in play for a lot of these other names we're talking about.
Correct. I mean, that is a significant increase. This is breaking news, and it is brought to you by Wildfire. Join Wildfire Restaurants as they celebrate 39 years of serving delicious food and creating memories. So good for Wildfire, but mostly, you know what happens when you have more money to spend? You have more Wildfire to buy, guys. That's how it works. So that is a huge number. Like that's going to make this a game changer for a lot of teams. So the Saints today are breathing a sigh of relief.
So when you look at like overall at this, right? And the fact that it's gone up $53 million over the last 2 years, it's gone up 20% in a 2-year period. That's telling you how the NFL is rolling right now.
That means business is good.
And it's going to get better. It's going to get better. Netflix is talking about don't pencil us in for some morning package. We want the big boy stuff.
Business is good, is what.
Yeah,
that
you
is.
need to stream a few more live events in my book. They did a nice job on Christmas Day.
The Beyonce Bowl was fine.
Yeah, the boxing match not.
But that's the boxing match was to get us ready for the Beyonce Bowl. That was the whole point.
The boxing match walked so Beyonce could run.
Yeah, that was the whole. More people watched Beyonce than they watched the boxing match, and they were ready. They got all the kinks, the bugs out of the system from the boxing match for Beyonce.
So here is Jed Hoyer about what went into the thought process of signing Justin Turner.
Theoretically, I think important. I think that just trying to, fortify the roster in any way possible. I think that you're always trying to think about what things can go wrong, how to get better in each area, and I think that's kind of how we spent the end of this offseason, trying to think about where we felt vulnerable, and I think that that's an area that we felt particularly vulnerable.
How much was it important for you guys to look at options beyond Michael Roach at first base to that extent too?
Theoretically? Yeah, theoretically important. Like I said, you're always just looking at redundancies. It's not an area we have a lot of depth in the minor leagues. Not an area we have depth on the roster. So I think when you start looking at different ways things can obviously go awry, that was one of them.
Theoretically, adding someone that has championship caliber backgrounds, probably a smart thing. You've always kind of tried to do that.
Yeah, always. I mean, I think that you always want to have, guys that taking the biggest at bats in the game, and can keep a slow heartbeat and can potentially teach young guys some of those skills. I think is always really important. You always want those guys in your clubhouse.
The reason for the theoretically is there was no official announcement when the reporters had access to Jed Hoyer.
Got to still get through that physical. That's an important element of the.
For a 40-year-old, sure.
I appreciate everybody getting the bit though. That was great. So theoretically.
Oh no, that's you've had to ask questions like that before, where you know that there's an answer that somebody wants to give but they can't say directly. I remember with Phil Jackson, that was always helpful with him saying, "Phil, let's just say that a player has an incentive in his contract to do something that might not always be in the best interest of the team." And they once they understand what you're talking about, they'll often play along.
Was it Arturas Karnisovas who famously recently said that he doesn't deal in hypotheticals? Yeah, because of the Cody question, right?
Well, sports talk radio is nothing but hypotheticals, guys.
No, I'm just saying different approaches from different people who lead organizations.
I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals.
Yeah, he was talking. I mean,
Sir.
what he was talking about made sense at the time, I believe. It was that
No,
press
it didn't.
conference.
It was a simple question. It was Cody Westerlund's question.
Yeah.
And the question was, were you offered a first-round pick?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Either
I remember that.
Either
you were or you weren't.
He tried to treat it as if it was a hypothetical question. It was
There was
not.
nothing hypothetical about it.
Because it wasn't the actual deal that got done.
So are the Cubs close to done with making moves? Jed Hoyer was talking about the difference between signing free agents and what can be done at the trade deadline.
Well, to be clear, I mean, I think there's the money at the deadline is only a third, right? So you're only taking on a third of the dollars at the deadline. So I said this the other day, wins are at a premium right now in the National League, so it's not like we're holding back a war chest to get ready for the deadline. I think that you want to leave a hair of flexibility. Hope that if you're winning that there's a little bit more there. But you can't. It's not like we're holding back to get ready for the deadline because that would be a foolish thing to do in a league where every win's going to matter.
That was nice to hear.
Yeah, interesting though about it's not like the war
chest. It's like, we ain't got no more money. You guys know the
right?
deal.
Like, yeah, sure you
No,
do.
but there were times where Jed would say something different at this time of year and refer to there were definitely times where people said, "Oh, if things are a certain way at the deadline, X, Y, and Z occur." Especially not this past season, but the one before. It very much was a wait and see until the trade deadline what they were going to do.
So he feels this year to let people know they only have a quote unquote hair of flexibility. Is that what he said?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, that's not great.
What are you giggling about over there, Dan?
Just some of the texters just being cute, saying, "Wait a second, Chewbacca coming down Mount Sinai with the 10 Commandments is a movie I would watch." What's he saying? Moses, what's up, man? What happened to you? He goes up Charlton Heston and he comes down as Chewbacca.
Something about the
Should have known
Millennium
that
Falcon.
Chewbacca was a dog. Here comes the 0-1 pitch on the way.
Coon just or is that Zach? That's
Well, he
Zach,
actually
isn't
was. No, that's actually true. The Chewbacca character was indeed based on one of George Lucas's dogs.
So the question is, are the Cubs done based on that? Chewbacca, are the Cubs done based on what you heard Jed Hoyer say?
I knew it.
I'm going to need more clarification. Interesting.
Elaborate. All right, I think that settles it.
Yeah.
I think Chewbacca Chewing Tobacco would be a great brand name.
Is that the Coom reaction right there?
That's a common one from Coom.
You say so.
There should be, because you know how people have done like the isolations of David Lee Roth vocals of like this squeals and yips and all the little things that he does and the squeaks.
AKA one of my coolest people of the 80s.
Yeah, Diamond Dave. Somebody should do a supercut of Coomer noises. Of just random Coom noises, chuckles, monosyllabic reactions, etc.
That seems like it would be interesting.
Okay. The Jed Hoyer awareness of budget and his painful, the way how he tiptoes around saying what we all know is true,
Which part?
All
Thanks
of it.
for asking, though. Here's the 3-1.
All the euphemisms, everything that he uses about what we have to spend in our resources.
Intelligent
and all
spending. I think
Yes.
this is exceeding, but I think it's worth it at this time.
The idea of flexibility, all the buzzwords that we now know mean not wanting to spend. Flexibility, intelligent spending, and the stuff that really told the tale about we need people to overperform. We need overperformance to succeed.
If not now, then when?
You had the contrast of Craig Counsell when he did spill the beans a little bit about what he thought the relative position was for the Cubs based on the Brewers last season. You remember back in September when he was like basically saying they've got a long way to go.
Well, that was factual.
But I think when you put it together based on what Jed has to say, then it paints a complete picture of where the team is.
Mm-hmm.
Still waiting for the 10 Commandments, Chewbacca, or at least your opinion on Jed Hoyer's comments.
What was that?
I don't think that was Chewie.
I don't know what that was. It certainly wasn't Coom. Let's play Ron Coomer or Chewbacca.
That's never a good thing.
Pretty sure that was Chewbacca.
Coomer.
Yes.
Right? Yes. Same thing.
I got a new chair. Dave Miska hooked me up with a new chair. I don't know who's standing in the hallway, but that's their problem right now.
Worst game ever.
They were sitting earlier, and now they're standing.
That very well could be, but right now we got a ball game, and I'm sitting in a nice new chair.
Hey, everybody. Somebody's got to ask Pat Hughes, when did you get in? Somebody's
that's right.
gotta do
That's
it.
right. Somebody has to do it.
When'd you get in?
Training camp can't start until somebody asks him officially.
Please
it's
do
not
this
official
for me.
until then. Hey, when we were talking about one.
When'd you get in?
one Justin in this segment, and there's another one that needs to be discussed in the next, because what is happening, or the lack of what is happening in Baltimore regarding all the latest gross news and the almost doubling of the list of accusers of Ravens kicker Justin Tucker for his aberrant behavior and these abuse of massage therapists. Everybody's pretending this isn't happening. Well, I'm not, because we got more news over the weekend regarding the list of accusers, and the Ravens, considering what they've said in the past, they've got an obligation to act, as does the NFL. That's next.
There is no off-season for Bears Talk on the Score. With Ben Johnson and a new coaching staff on board, there's a lot of key decisions to be made with the roster.
Look at the draft, get a downhill runner, pair him with DeAndre Swift, and give you that 1-2 combination.
So keep it on the Score as we follow the top storylines of a monster off-season for the Bears. We are Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
If your garage or basement floor looks gross, ugly, it's stained, it's cracked, what do? You call Comer and Cross for a quick and easy quote, and they can fix it. 1-800.
What if PCA's this good? If PCA is this good, you've got something. You've got something.
What if he's this good?
Because we know he's elite defensively.
And on the bases.
So can he be your Bobby Witt Jr.?
I'm not there yet. When people start talking about the Trey Turners and Bobby Witt Jr.'s, but that's an all-star at the least.
That would be good.
Just by the numbers, you would be talking, like if next year he could be a 4-win player, and I think I'd love to know what they say privately about what their projections are for him. But if he could be a 4-win player next year, and I don't think that's unreasonable at all over a full season, if his swing decisions are good.
Yeah, especially with his defense.
Yes. And the amount of WAR, if you're good at defense and base running, your WAR number, just by taking the field, has a high floor. But I'm daring to dream a little more on there, and I don't want to get out over my skis, but you see it. You see it. It's a hot month.
It is a hot month, and you do want to be careful about sample size. But for him to put together a hot month where then there were times when he didn't look like he belonged at the major leagues, like, it shows growth and development, and the Cubs should be proud of that. And so should he. Like, it's clear that he's listening, that he didn't let the frustration of like 3 strikeout games and some of the swings that you would see with PCA, just like, oh my God, like what did he think was going to happen? Did he guess wrong? He's a 2-WAR player right now.
Is he really?
Yeah, he's 1.9 on Fangraphs.
Pete Crow Armstrong?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
You've done a really, really good job.
Middays 10 till 2.
You guys have become the perfect match, man. It is so much fun to listen to.
Some ugly things are afoot and certainly have been in Baltimore. And it seems that Justin Tucker's issues, while they made headlines originally, are now just not really drawing the same kind of attention, certainly as Deshaun Watson's issues and various alleged crimes against massage therapists. So we now know about everything that had been, and apparently, looking at some old tweets, had been rumored for a while, if not openly discussed. It seems to be like a somewhat of an open secret about what the Ravens kicker and like Ravens all-time great had been doing around town his first couple of years in the league, and maybe more, because we only have, is it 16 now? I believe 16 accusers, all telling the same story about how they were treated by Justin Tucker. 16 female massage therapists who said he was sexually inappropriate with them during massages and intentionally exposing himself. There are there was contact involved, and the Ravens, this same Ravens team, is saying nothing. The league says there is going to be investigation, or they are investigating. Why is he still on this team?
The Ravens organization released a statement regarding the report about the 7 more over the weekend who came forward.
With the same story.
And the statement says, at least for the initial allegations, all they ever said was, we are aware of the Baltimore Banner's story regarding Justin Tucker as well as his response. We take any allegations of the nature seriously and will continue to monitor the situation.
Okay, well, what more do you need to, at this point, at least suspend him, put him on whatever list you need to put him on to make sure that he is something other than simply a veteran player in good standing with your team? 16 accusations. This isn't 1. This isn't 3. It's 16. How many do you need to act?
Well, the presumption of innocence is carrying a lot of weight in this whole thing.
Well, he's certainly not innocent. Well, there aren't 16 women all
that's what I'm
making
saying.
this up.
The stated presumption of innocent until proven guilty.
But that's this is in court. That's
right.
in court.
You're right. You're right. But it seems like that's what they're operating under. Is there an investigation underway that
Yes.
no one's telling us about?
Yeah, the NFL said that when asked for further comment on Sunday, the NFL said the matter remains under review of the personal conduct policy.
So, but is that an investigation?
That's not a formal declarative statement.
Well, regardless, it should an owner has it within their authority as a private business to remove somebody from their organization for this, and a lot of other businesses would do the same.
Yeah, you can cut him. There are steps that can be taken that are perfectly legal.
Yes, separate your team and your brand from this cretin. I mean, that just is so obvious, especially for a team that couldn't wait to pat itself on the back for their behavior after all the Ray Rice stuff. Remember that?
Well, why were they?
They couldn't wait to talk about how everything that happened, all the criticism they got after the Ray Rice thing, that they said, well, we have all these different these fail-safes in place. I want to say John Harbaugh even used the term zero tolerance to talk about some of this stuff.
Talking about the owner's zero tolerance attitude, and that's what the umbrella that they were working under.
Well, even that, if I'm remembering correctly, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that got way worse. They made the big moves with Ray Rice when the video came out.
Of course.
Before that, it was very yes.
Yeah.
The video, and remember, this is back when video wasn't as prevalent as it is today. So now we've gotten to the point where if someone makes an accusation, well, was there audio? Was there video? Like, that's the default standing. People don't believe anyone anymore. And so back then, people didn't. It's not that they didn't believe. They just didn't. They weren't being confronted with the reality of what that meant.
That was
the stated word versus the video and what it shows.
Right, but that video was some of the most. It's a disturbing picture.
But that's the
point. That stays with me. I vividly remember that.
Do you need video from all 16 of these women?
No.
Do you need that?
I'm not even saying
that.
But
he's saying the video is what caused the Ravens to act the way they did.
They weren't acting in the same way. Let me tell you something, Dan. If there was a video of this going on at one of these places, guess what? Yes, action would have already been taken.
But you don't need to have the attitude of pics or it didn't happen.
Yes, that's my point.
Then you're saying that all 16 of these women are telling the exact same lie?
I think somebody's waiting for something to do. Either the Ravens are waiting for the NFL to take action, or the NFL is waiting for the Ravens to take action. But either way, there's got to be some sort of responsibility being taken here. You're at critical mass.
This is Nancy Armour in the USA Today. Several women have provided corroboration of their experiences, and 2 different spas said they had banned Justin Tucker because of inappropriate behavior.
Now, to me, that right there, Dan, once someone has banned you from their establishment because of your behavior, that should be a telling sign. That should be a flexion point.
Of course course it is. And here's the John Harbaugh in 2022 responding to, interestingly enough, the Deshaun Watson suspension. John Harbaugh said, I respect what Steve Bisciotti's created here, really almost 10 years ago. We're kind of zero tolerance.
Right.
You've got to know the truth. You've got to try to understand the circumstances. But when we draft players, when we sign them as free agents, we just haven't dealt with it. That's Steve's decision, and I'm glad we have that policy. And yes, they have that policy because of how poorly they handled the Ray Rice situation. And here they are bragging about their zero tolerance. This is 16 tolerance. This isn't zero. This is now 16. When is it enough? When is it? 19?
I don't think
50, 60?
They have to investigate allegations.
Get him off the damn
they
team.
They have to, but they could at least say...
Get him off the team first.
They could at least say they're investigating and
let
review standard operating
even if you don't
procedure.
want to... Sorry, Layla. What I was going to say, Dan, in response to what you're saying is I'm not disagreeing with your stance, your opinion, but I think for this specific moment, what they should have done is put him on that commissioner's list
Whatever,
or whatever.
the exempt list or whatever it is.
And say, we take these accusations seriously, we will investigate. I'm not saying at that point, when the first accuser came out, kick him off the team, but you do need to understand as it mushrooms, not balloons, but mushrooms.
No matter how far you bend over backwards, there's 16 accusers now.
Yes.
They're corroborating their stories, and the spas are saying, yeah, we had to ban this cretin. So at the very least, make some statement to the public that he is not a part of your club in good standing. It's just they continue to insult so many people with this,
but maybe what's even more concerning, Dan, is how many people don't care about it and don't really. Somebody got accused of something, and they keep going about their day and not really worried about the level of justice being served.
So many people. It's insulting to women.
Yeah.
Is it so? Let's start there.
I'm not arguing against you.
The NFL talks all about how they care about women.
Oh, they sell all the pink stuff to take your money, and they show you the commercials of the girls playing flag football and say, "Oh, look, we're supporting all these girls playing flag football." Bull crap. This is where you define yourself.
The fact that there was active bans, that is an indication. That's not as strong. That's more strong evidence of what we saw with the reports about Deshaun Watson at the time. That says a lot. You're right. There was action taken to prevent him from coming into the business. But my question additionally is regarding timing. If we saw reports about this from people on social media as far back as 3 years ago, why is it taking now?
Well, somebody had to come forward. So victims have to come forward.
People were trying to come forward on social media. That's the point.
What? Did they go to the proper authorities?
I'm
not putting it on social media.
That's blaming victims, though.
No, it's not blaming victims. Somebody's got to come forward. You can't sit here and say there was a crime unless someone actually comes forward.
Whether it's a crime or not, they have come forward. There's 16 of them now.
Yeah, now I'm saying she was asking why 3 years ago did nothing happen. I'm saying anybody can put anything out there on social media about you, me, Layla, whatever.
Yeah, and they can make allegations.
And I'm like, okay, but somebody has to come forward and make tests.
Somebody's got to put their name on it,
yes.
or find the lawyer who's just like it happened with Deshaun Watson and was happening for years and years and years. We don't know how long this was happening.
I think we're all going to be disappointed if we're looking to the NFL and private business owners to be this voice of morality. It's not coming.
It's always accountability.
It's got to be forced every single time. No one is voluntarily giving up power, high ground, any of that stuff.
Yeah, I don't want to hear it from owners, GMs, coaches, any of the talk about accountability when they are still very happy to have on their website and as their representative this piece of crap. And that's what he is. Just an absolute piece of garbage. And it's an insult to any of their fans, whatever, whether it's men or women or anybody else. It's an insult to anybody who cares about that team that they continue to go out of their way to protect this guy. It's awful. And I hope more people care about it. And if they hear about it, they will. But they say zero tolerance. My ass. Next up, let's say nice things about the Bears in a segment we're going to call Complimentary Football.
Baseball is back, Chicago.
A swing and a drive. It's got a chance. Cubs win the ball game.
Cubs spring training games return to the Score starting Friday. Listen in as your Chicago Cubs take on the Dodgers.
Swing and a miss. Beautiful changeup by Imanaga.
Coverage begins at 1:55 right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, official radio home of the Cubs. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
College basketball is reaching its most exciting stretch. I might even get a new robe for next year, and we'll keep it here,
like a proper robe, like
a silk satin velour.
I was actually thinking more of the
Hefner.
like super thick hotel robe. Like like still at the Five Seasons.
Yeah, no, I'd probably get a.
I imagine your robe has holes in it.
No, I'd get a good terry cloth robe.
Okay.
Like an orange one or a blue one if I can find it.
I didn't bring this up last year, or maybe I didn't. I forgot, but I actually have a Bears robe that I would wear.
don't.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Is anyone surprised by that?
No. If we had to like fill out a ballot and write down the one person in this building who's most likely to have a Bears bathrobe.
Studs is top 3, and he's not 2 or 3.
Oh, come
I
on.
will say, I will say, it was gifted to me.
So?
I did not. I know. I know.
That
I
makes
didn't
the
go out and
point.
buy it.
That makes the point because you're like, it's a bathrobe.
Follow-up question. Do you have Bears slippers, my friend?
No, but I have bear claw slippers.
What is that?
So you do.
Of course you do.
What are bear claw slippers?
Because they look like an actual.
They look like bear, like actual bear. You
I
know,
was
like
thinking
feet.
the pastry, like pastry on your feet.
No. They actually look like a bear paw.
Oh, okay.
And you just slip your feet in them. They're
We
furry.
said
and
claw,
they're-
not paw.
They're extremely comfortable.
But the fact, it's just of course somebody would gift you those because they know you would love them. If it's got a Bears logo on it, you're in.
The bear claw slippers I specifically did ask for one Christmas though. I said to my mom, I want bear claw slippers, and because Homer Simpson wears them a bunch. That's where I got the idea from.
You can also get the moo for when he has to gain all the weight to go on disability. I'll take the moo.
I don't want to look like a weirdo.
Right?
Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
The one word that stands out to me is complimentary football.
This hour is brought to you by EOC Audio, Chicagoland's leader in audio, video, networking, and home automation, EOCaudio.com. I generally don't like the idea of complimentary football. I think that is
Complimentary football.
A passive, defensive coach's way of looking at the game to try to play into it. Everything does. Just go score all the points. Everything will be fine. Nothing has to necessarily complement anything else when you score every time you touch the ball. It makes it really easy, and then you don't have to screw around with field position and flipping the field and all that.
No one actually scores all the points every time.
No,
right?
but I'm saying that the idea should be just to do that rather than have to play into, well, if we'll stop them here, then this will bring the ball here, and then we can do this and this and this. And I think it's self-defeating. After the fact, if you want to say, hey, our systems all work together, great, but it's not a goal. The goal is to outscore your opponent by as many points as possible.
Yeah, there's also a lot of games where they won the turnover battle and still lost the game.
Yes, that's why the Bears coaches are not here anymore. But that's only one way to think about complimentary football. And I think we should change the spelling of the word.
Okay.
And rather than complement, it should be
complement. Yeah, the short I sound in there. I got you. And so if we're starting off talking about what we're complimenting the Bears on, I think one thing that we can compliment the general manager, Ryan Poles, on is he has built up not only assets, they're going to have a couple of second-round picks this year, but also cap space to go out and get the things that you need. And now that we know what the cap space situation is for 2025, or at least a range of it, you can start to kind of hammer out how much money the Bears will actually have to spend. Per Dan Graziano, the NFL informing teams today that the 2025 per team salary cap will fall in the range of $277.5 million to $281.5 million. That's way up from last year's $255.4 million. And that also means the cap will have increased by more than $53 million over the last 2 years. Now, you might be thinking, well, why is there a range? I want that hard number so I can know how much money my team can spend. Well, this comes from the memo that the league sent out to teams today, including the league's explanation of why that cap number is not yet finalized. As you know, the 2024 player cost and salary cap amount was reduced by $10 million per club due to a $9 million smoothing adjustment and an incremental $1 million being added to the performance-based pay. Now, the parties agreed that the NFLPA would have the unilateral right to cover up to 50% of the $9 million deferral in the 2025 league year.
Okay.
With any remaining amount being recovered in the 2026 league year. So that's the next 2 seasons. We presented a range of options to the NFL Players Association in December. However, we still have not been advised on how the union plans to reinstate that deferral for the 2025 league year.
Okay, but we have a general idea of where the cap is going.
Yeah.
So that's good. But it does mean the Bears will have more competition. Yet, we are complimenting Ryan Poles for at least having them in the flexible...
They're not the Saints.
They're not the Saints. They're in a flexible enough position.
Yeah, they're not the Pats, who I think are going to have over $120 million of available cap
Pats go
space.
buy a whole new something.
Lifestyle.
Yes.
Well, that's what they should do.
Yes.
Well, ideally, you're using that cap money to re-sign your own drafted and developed players to stay with you.
I have 5 things that I would like to compliment the Bears on.
5?
That just happened recently. I didn't even have to go back far. I could have, but I'd have more than 5 things.
Can I guess one of them?
Well, what if I said them, though?
Okay.
So, number 1, they changed their process. Number 2, they got Ben Johnson. Do you know why?
Because they changed their process.
Number 3 is what you said. So, guess what you said?
I said that they have cap space and draft assets.
Number 4, they partially changed their process because they listened to their players.
That's okay.
Managers listen to employees. Multiple.
I'm going to bite my tongue on that one.
But they did. Number 5, they cut or moved players who did not love football.
The one word that stands out to me is complimentary football.
See, there it is.
Was that yesterday at his press conference? Do we have? Is there anything that we grabbed from that?
I saw it.
You saw his press conference?
No, I saw the availability and I saw some quotes.
Okay, but you didn't actually see it. Did he roll out the hits principle again?
People put it in the replies.
You know, he played on the hits principle.
No, what I say, but
no.
did he offer it?
I
What are you
don't-
going to bring to the Dallas Cowboys?
The reports I saw, I heard some of that. I did not see him say that.
I haven't heard any of that. I didn't hear all of it. I heard a lot about most of it, but what I did hear, I did not hear any of that.
Actually works perfectly.
Sorry, the one quote that I saw, he did not mention the hits principle, but he hit on all the spirit of the hits principle. That's for sure.
But he didn't wrap it up. He didn't present it as the acronym.
Again, in the one quote that I saw.
Here's one quote from The Athletic, John Makota. New Cowboys defensive coordinator Matt Eberflus on defensive philosophy. Quote, "It's pretty simple. We take the ball away. That's what we do. We stop the run.
That's new.
Well, they took the ball away. They still lose.
We want to make exciting plays for our football team. That's really what we do. We all agree he's an excellent defensive coordinator.
Time out, Dan.
We all agree he's an excellent defensive coordinator.
You're saying you still lose, but that's not his problem anymore. His problem is just stopping people and taking the ball
reply
away.
is, didn't this dude kind of suck in Chicago?
Yes. And in Indianapolis, where he was apparently going to be about to lose his job before the Bears hired him.
They also weren't that great in the 7 years he was in Dallas prior.
Well, let me also compliment the Bears on this. Here's more complimentary football.
Complimentary football.
Bears, good job. Even though it's way too late, even though it's more than a year too late, good job firing that guy midseason.
You're talking about Matt Eberflus.
Yeah.
That's your big
The
thing.
fact they'd never done it before. Good job. At least finally snapping out of your torpor and realizing we have to get this guy out of the building as quickly as possible.
But they were late on that. We can all admit.
They were late and they almost didn't do it. But they did. So it's a begrudging compliment because that's what we're doing.
It is long overdue.
You know what? This is. I want to compliment them on what they did with the number 1 pick, but I don't know that I can do that yet.
Why? Sure you can.
Because I don't know if that's going to work out.
No, so wait, do you have more on your list?
Oh no, that was it.
Cap space?
Cap space. Because I'm not going to give credit where it's not finished business, if you will, and that's why I can't be like number 1 pick, great job. I will say great job in getting the number 1 pick. How about that? But that falls under the cap space and assets.
They also had help.
Yes. Great job getting Lovie Smith to remember where his heart is.
Okay, so when you said bite your tongue on listening to players, why did you say that?
I think players cannot be absolved of what happened last year. Is that fair? Okay. So that's why I'm not going to give players too much credit for saying anything because they were doing a lot of talking and not a lot of producing.
But they did listen. When they fired Shane Waldron, that in large part that was response to players pointing like, "Hey, get this guy out of here. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's making everybody miserable. Nobody knows what he's talking about." And all your captains saying that, and they're like, "Oh, okay, we'll fire him."
Yes.
The accountability piece was something brought up by players, and we're still trying to figure that out. Just still trying to define what exactly that meant for this team.
Also, you know what? You know what else I'll compliment?
What?
I'll compliment Ben Johnson on his opening introductory press conference.
Yeah, that was a surprise.
It was
an upset.
It was effective. It was an upset.
Oh yeah, the Bears had a major press conference where they didn't embarrass themselves.
I think the biggest compliment you can give Ben Johnson for that press conference is he sounded nothing like a Bears coach. That was my thought. He didn't sound like a Bears coach. He sounded startlingly competent.
Oh my goodness,
Marshall, we've been listening. I mean, you've been here and you've heard it. Like we've been here longer.
I get it. But it's just like that's sad that's what we're talking about.
Oh, it's an insanely low bar. Don't get me wrong.
It's. I'd rather step over it than try to do limbo under it. How about that? That bar.
Well, I think I'm out of compliments.
What?
Really?
How about this? How about this?
We have more minutes. I
got a
filibuster.
compliment.
Yeah, Ray.
So the compliment is this: since you're talking about that introductory press conference, remember we had a fear going into that press conference about how much mic time and camera time Kevin Warren would
Yeah,
take.
let's compliment Ted Cruz then for arranging and actually for the optics of the press conference also being good.
And frankly, the statements that Kevin Warren and George McCaskey both made to the media afterward.
Wasn't it 45 seconds Ryan Poles was at the mic before he handed it over to Eberflus? Like, I'll give compliments. We'll start with Ted Cruz. I don't know how much of an influence he had, but I'll give him a shout out. Ted Cruz doing his job. Okay.
Yeah, he's got the rep to earn the shout out.
Okay, that's fine. I will give Kevin Warren and Ryan Poles credit for following said script, and I will give George McCaskey credit for coming into the 21st century with us in his approach.
No, George McCaskey got to be a fan that day. He got to be a fan and an owner.
And if that's what he wants to be,
he even threw Joe Buck under the bus.
Yeah, that was. I can't compliment
Random.
that. That was weird.
I have another compliment.
That was a runaway.
look,
George McCaskey had a
Dan,
runaway meatball moment.
If we're doing complimentary football, I
don't care who they put on.
You're reaching into your bag.
Joe Buck's on. I turn the sound down.
Runaway meatball.
I want to compliment J.B. Pritzker and the leaders of the Illinois State Legislature for not budging on, to this point, the Bears' requests for all the public money they need to pay for the stadium that they're going to build and from which they will profit.
Meatball machine.
Okay. You know what? That's not bad. That's not bad. I know that. I know that took some deep searching for you to find that compliment.
No, it's not a direct compliment of the Bears. The point was to compliment the Bears, but I'm complimenting
So
somebody
you're throwing
for
shade at the Bears.
I'm complimenting
Got it.
somebody for standing in the way of their
You
greed.
couldn't get through one segment without throwing shade at the Bears in a segment that's literally called complimentary football.
It's just called complimentary football. So I'm complimenting something that had to do with football that kept the Bears from
that's fair.
reaching into my pocket and taking money I don't want them to take from me.
Well, upon reading the Matt Eberflus quotes again from his introduction to Dallas, I will also compliment the Bears on paying Andrew Billings, who apparently is the most important person on the team's entire defense.
Okay. Why? Because Eberflus saying the reason they were bad is because he lost Billings?
No, he said we stopped the run, and it's like, you stopped the run when you had one man up there.
And they didn't
You
stop
needed
the
him
run.
on that wall.
They didn't stop the run. I think that is a gross mischaracterization of what happened. Because the teams were running
Yeah,
on
if they
them.
had stopped the run, they would have been better.
Yeah,
Are you kidding? The first half of the Arizona Cardinals game wouldn't have been burned into my memory.
How about the last play of the first half?
Oh, the 1,000,000-yard run
Yeah,
from Mercado?
whenever it was pointing at each
Mercado?
other. Are you tackling him? No. Are you?
Or DeMercado,
No.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they were just like, no. I think he just scored. Oh, okay. Is that bad? I don't know.
To be honest, I was surprised Eberflus got hired in this cycle because of that fact, because of the decline of the Bears' defense. I thought he would once again be a defensive coordinator. I just didn't think it was going to happen in this cycle.
Dallas, they go with who they know, obviously.
Also,
Obviously.
I have another compliment.
He was, people liked him in Dallas, so I get that. Good DC.
Good DC. Okay. I would like to compliment Kyler Gordon for bringing it.
Okay.
He brings it.
Out of this season, and I know the players don't want to highlight individual accomplishments because it was a bad season. He deserves his flowers for having an outstanding year.
I would also like to compliment TJ Edwards for playing better for being the best linebacker on the Bears team. I'll compliment him.
And
for
I
that.
did compliment him personally and directly for
saw him?
for his. Well, we mentioned to him.
Oh, yeah.
For his
willingness to show up every week,
availability, and
Yes.
professionalism and punctuality in a way that has set him apart from some others who have done that particular job while on the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, I want to compliment him on his vacation choice if he's made one. Get out of here, TJ. Go enjoy some sunshine because you earned it. My goodness.
I would like to compliment the beat writers of the Bears for holding the Bears'
Yes.
feet collectively to the fire.
Good. That's a good one.
Check me out, man.
Who said that?
That was
Akeem
Akeem Hicks.
Wow. It was always something going on with him.
Those were unnecessarily contentious interviews about the Bears.
Yeah, just
That's all fake news.
always had an axe to grind. He didn't want to be asked about Khalil Mack.
What was his issue with Khalil Mack?
Because I guess Akeem Hicks, in his mind, if he's coming on a radio show,
Should
he
be all
is
about
to
him?
answer questions about Akeem Hicks and
Morning,
nobody else.
Akeem. How are you? Morning, Akeem.
Did you miss me?
You know what's funny is typically players don't like talking about themselves, and the only way you can get them to open up is when you ask about the other players on the team.
But he don't want to talk about his teammates.
Like try asking Modest Buzelis about himself. Impossible.
Huh. So you're all out of compliments, right, Dan?
I think so.
No, I'm not. I would like to compliment the Bears DJs, for example, Jay Illa and Jay Funk, for their excellent choice in music during games and before games. That is actually something that will make or break me, as you know. I love music. So I appreciate that they play good music during the games, because a lot of teams don't.
I would like to compliment the Bears YouTube channel for providing us with entertainment on occasion.
I love the Bears YouTube channel. That's not even me needing to compliment them. I do it all the time.
No, I'm just saying I'm using this moment to throw out the compliments, because I don't know how often we will do complimentary football, but seems like it's going to be few and far between. You know, that's me being pessimistic. Seems like maybe not as regular as we would hope.
Hey, Layla, I'm glad you mentioned DJ J Funk. He's doing my wedding.
What?
Fun fact, yeah.
Really?
Funk fact.
That's a great choice by you.
Seems like a cool guy.
Yeah. They really do a great job. Like, I'm not just blowing smoke there. I think they're two of the best in the game. So.
The person that we were working with that works with all these DJs, she brought him up immediately, and she's like, "Oh, I don't know if you know who he is." I'm like, "Yeah, I know who he is. Yes." He's free. Yes.
Have you picked out a first dance song yet?
We're deciding between two songs.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Are you going?
There's nothing there's no argument. We're just deciding.
Are you choreographing a dance?
No.
You sure?
Do you need a choreographer?
No.
Are you a dancer?
At weddings,
You have been known to cut a little rug?
I have a reputation.
Okay.
I like
this. I like this.
I have a reputation as a strong wedding guest. Let's put that out there.
You nailed the assignment.
A strong wedding guest.
People like inviting me to weddings because of my performance at said weddings.
Okay.
Oh. That'd be a dancing performance then, right?
Could just be an energy guy.
It's not just the dancing; it's the whole
positive
I like
vibe
to
guy.
bring it. I like to bring it. You know,
good vibes guy.
Are you a guaji guy at weddings? Is that what it is?
What?
Guaji.
Guagi?
Oh, guagi.
Yeah.
Go up and get it, guy.
Yeah.
I don't know how that would apply to.
Well,
things
moments call upon you to go up and get it.
That's
like,
right.
Like the bouquet toss, for example.
Well, that works too.
I've never jumped up for the bouquet.
What? That is not surprising.
Or the throwing of the garter, which I find a little weird.
Speaks is so disappointed. Speaks is disappointed in you, Studs. No Goagi from you.
I don't. Well, I mean, if you're applying it to the general term of just bringing it at weddings, then yeah, sure, I got Goagi.
I'm retired from my specialty now, but I can't. But
what's your specialty?
Maybe one more time in my life I could do, but during the traditional.
You're catching someone in the Dirty Dancing montage.
No, but during the horror, during the traditional horror, they were the traditional men dancing with men, as they do in the ancient traditions with the Russian style dancing, with the legs and the arms and everything.
Is there video?
And the lifting of the
Oh,
chairs.
yeah. Well, no, the chairlifting's for somebody else. But if you need somebody to get out there and bring it back in the day with all and wreck my knees for the rest of the night.
Did you see the very wholesome video of Joel Embiid doing the horror at a wedding?
Yes.
And having the best time?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's hard to not have a good time. Because you don't really have to know how to do anything unless you're doing the actual stuff.
Joel Embiid knows how to party.
I've been I've been at an NBA wedding before, and it was a thing. It was fun. When we come back, Megan Montemurro on the Cubs beat has the latest from Mesa on the Score.
Baseball is back, Chicago.
A swing and a drive. It's got a chance. Cubs win the ball game.
Cubs spring training games return to the Score starting Friday. Listen in as your Chicago Cubs take on the Dodgers.
Swing and a miss. Beautiful changeup by Imanaga.
Coverage begins at 1:55 right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, official radio home of the Cubs. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment sponsored by Chicagoland Roofing Council. Hey, Chicago, if your commercial business needs a new roof or has persistent leaks.
It's the grand opening of Raymond Kia in Antioch. Our new lounge is over 4,000 square feet with multiple TVs and workstations. We also have 18 service bays. The best part is we have more space for basketball. And more Kia models. Right now, get grand opening savings like this. Come in today and ring it up at the grand opening of Raymond Kia on Route 173 in Antioch.
These 26 players got here because of the will to win. The fact is that they never gave up on anything. And if they take that attitude each and every day, you can't erase an 8-game deficit. You can't erase 9-21 in one game. But you don't have to do that. All they have to do is win today. And to a man, they have to go out with the idea of winning today. If they can do that.
Did he just give us both TW and Wentz? Let's go! White Sox! Yeah!
That was the moment that it all came together.
TW and Wentz.
Yeah, let's bring that back. I got to make sure that we got
Our models win, and that is whatever is necessary today.
Today!
Right now.
Wentz!
Whatever is necessary today.
Our models win, and that is whatever is necessary today.
No, that'd be Wint. That's not win, Coach.
That may be one of my favorites. Like, of the oldies, that is my favorite goodie.
Let's go!
We are joined in
TW.
studio by Illinois football coach Tim Beckman. What is an Illini fan? What is it fair to expect? Short-term, long-term?
You'll never say or ever get a number. I mean, this is the game of college football, and there's so much that's involved in each and every football game. But I want to see consistency. We were not that at all last year on the football field. Let's get better every game, and our models win, and that is whatever is necessary today. And we're taking one day at a time to get ourselves better.
How have you been received with the coaches?
Wint?
Yeah.
Win. W-I-N.
But the today
whatever
makes it
is necessary.
How have you been received by these coaches in Illinois?
I just love the fact that you called him out on it.
You're such a penis.
Well, and his boss is sitting next to him. Mike
Wouldn't
Thomas,
it,
the
wouldn't
AD,
it be
was.
Wint?
Well, because
he was saying whatever is necessary
Today.
but not whatever is necessary today.
But it didn't work for me.
Wentz, none of the stuff that he did works for anybody. That's why he's not going to be here anymore.
Is this draft strong? Where is it weak? Where is it top heavy? Where is it deep?
It all depends. Dr. Seuss.
He is Dr. Seuss. I wasn't going to call him out, Emery. I'm glad you did.
Spitting bars over here. We're talking
exactly.
I don't know about calling
Who
bars.
said Chicago rap is dead? You got, boy. You right there with Common.
We don't encourage that.
Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Obviously, we've played against each other for a while. The only off the field encounter I've had with him was at Bueller's wedding a few years ago. But I mean, yeah, he's been a really good player for a long time, and I think that he's someone that we can really learn a lot from. Just his experience, and he's just such a pro at what he does. That'll, I think, really impact this group, especially from a position player standpoint and an offensive standpoint, and he's somebody that you definitely want to have on your team.
Dansby Swanson, right on. A really good player for a long time. I think that is an absolutely perfect way to sum up his new teammate, Justin Turner. Here to talk about that and more regarding the Chicago Cubs is somebody who is on the beat every day with them, Megan Montemurro of the Chicago Tribune. You can find her on Twitter at @M_Montemurro. And she's with us now on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline, circalasvegas.com, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. Hi again, Megan. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, Megan. We were trying to figure out how to interpret Jed Hoyer's comments regarding spending either at the deadline or now, whether it came to trading or trying to figure out the team he wants on the field. What were your takeaways from that yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing, and, you know, you talked about this too when we talked to him after they didn't sign Alex Bregman, is, you know, clearly the team is not going to be allowed to go over the competitive balance tax threshold. I mean, I think that's pretty clear. You know, they went over it last year, which was something they didn't want to do because of the penalties then that come with having to sign somebody that received a qualifying offer. And so I'm not surprised. I mean, you know, the thought was that if they trade Cody Bellinger, that salary would be fully reinvested in the payroll this year. But, you know, there's still a decent amount, I think maybe like $25 million-ish after the Justin Turner deal, still below that first threshold. And so, yes, on one hand, it does give them a lot of wiggle room in season to make a move and add to the team. But on the flip side of that means they need to be in contention at the trade deadline, which has not happened the last 2 years. Really, it was giving the team more of a shot to stick together more than anything. So they're going to have to play well enough to actually make that useful and take advantage of that. So I think it's definitely notable. Like, this is a team that certainly has a chance to win the division and really honestly should. When you look at some of the moves or lack thereof within the division. And so I think it's certainly interesting. I think just in general, Jed talking about it more, especially I thought the Bregman conversation that he had with us afterwards about how, you know, he had to go to ownership and really make the push for why they needed to spend on a player like that was really interesting.
I'm looking at this, Megan, and I'm trying to figure out how much pressure Jed Hoyer has on himself. I mean, he's been open and talking about this being kind of a potential last run if he doesn't get an extension. And what are you noticing about in your conversations with him, how he views this year and that pressure that has to certainly be there?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been interesting because, you know, he's talked about how he really hasn't changed how he would operate even if he wasn't on an expiring deal. But I mean, I think you look at what they did with trading for Kyle Tucker and what they gave up to get a guy like that. I mean, that is a very aggressive move. And that was, you know, probably the biggest move he made in terms of acquiring talent since he took over as team president. And so I think it's really interesting. I think there is a sense of urgency. Like, you know, this team has had talent to get it done, and they just have not been able to pull it all together. And so, I mean, on one hand, obviously he can only operate within the constrictions of whatever the budget is annually. And so, you know, the expectation though is like you have to make the playoffs at some point. I think it's fair to say that they need to, given what they do have on the team right now. You don't go trade for potentially just 1 year of Kyle Tucker to not make the playoffs. So I think there's definitely pressure to win this year.
Last year at this time, Craig Counsell was asked about the Christopher Morel experiment at third, and he said, "Look, we're not really here. This isn't the minor leagues. This is the major leagues. This is a place where we're here to win. Anybody's playing a position for us is here to help us win." And it sounds like something in his tone changed when asked the same questions about Matt Shaw. When he basically said he's going to get a lot of runway or he's going to get first crack at this, it doesn't sound like it's being presented or framed the same way as the situation with Morel. Am I reading that right?
I mean, I think the difference between the two is, at that point, Christopher Morel had some big league experience. And I think it was more of a situation for Counsell, getting eyes on him and seeing okay, for himself, can this guy play third base and be a regular and be reliable at that position? They knew that he could do offensively. It was, we need to figure out where defensively he can help us. I think with Matt Shaw, you can't go in with that same level of expectation, I guess is the right word. He hasn't proven it. He's only played, I think, about 35 games at even AAA. And so, they're fully expecting that there will likely be some growth spurts that come with that transition from AAA to the majors. I mean, they saw it last year with Pete Crow-Armstrong and Miguel Amaya. You have to have some safety net in the sense of you can't expect this guy is just going to go and ball out, even though obviously he's shown at every level so far he's been a fantastic hitter. So I think it's just a different level of expectations and outlook for what you can expect and what you can project. And so, they really want to see Matt Shaw go out there and prove that, he deserves to be the everyday guy at third base. And there's certainly a great opportunity in front of him.
I also want to ask you about the comments that were made regarding Seiya Suzuki's communication with Craig Counsell. What did you think of why that was brought up, and then how they want to use that in a way that's going to be productive? I found that all pretty interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was really interesting too, because obviously when there's a language barrier, communication is huge, and Craig coming into the organization and even, talking to players in spring last year, so many of them, credited Craig for just how honest he was, how much he communicated. And Craig acknowledged he needed to do a better job, that sometimes you take for granted or don't realize that you need to put in a little bit more effort when there is that language barrier. And obviously, there inherently is going to be potentially some communication issues when you have a player who maybe isn't in a role that they want to be in. Suzuki has made very clear that, he likes playing in the outfield, that he believes, he's an all-around type of player, that he doesn't want to be pigeonholed as a designated hitter. And on the flip side of that, the Cubs can't trust him really to be that guy because of the issues he's had with fly balls in right field. And so, yeah, I thought it was a really interesting, honest, discussion from both sides to bring it up and be like, this needs to be better this year. And as much as, Suzuki conveyed to us when we talked to him on the first full workout day that that's still his goal. It's still how he views himself as an outfielder and not a DH. He also acknowledged I'm going to, play where they tell me to. And the reality is that if everyone is healthy, that there really isn't much playing time for him in right field, unless an injury pops up. And so I think it'll be really interesting to see how he handles that over, the course of the season. I mean, he hit so well as a DH last year that, for the Cubs, you have to roll him out where he helps the team the most.
What's your understanding about the availability for both the opening series in Japan and when they come back, when they finally start the season, roughly a week or so later, of both the middle infielders, Nico Horner and Dansby Swanson? Is Dansby going to be ready even for those first two games? And is Nico going to miss much time, a little time?
Yeah, I mean, the expectation for Dansby, really, just the buildup was more about intensity, that they just wanted to make sure everything was feeling good at the onset of camp. But he's still been doing everything. He's been making throws. He's able to do cage work. Nico Horner's in a very different place. He's still going through the throwing progression. He still needs to get into the flow of hitting. So I think, for him, Japan is much more questionable because it's, a week or so sooner than, the second domestic opening day. And it's something he's acknowledged too, where, he's not fully sure if he'll be ready to. And obviously he would love to be part of the Japan trip and experience all that. But something that's been a common theme is, whether it's Craig Counsell or Tommy Hotovy, those are just 2 games. They count obviously for the standings, or they count as regular season games, but it's a full season and they have to prepare beyond those 2 games. So there could very well be a roster that they use for those 2 games that maybe looks a little different when they open again against the Diamondbacks on the road. So they're certainly not going to rush anybody just to have them back for those.
I don't know if this is the kind of thing that sets off Craig Counsell, but some managers don't want to be asked about batting order at this point. And some just say, don't bother me. It really doesn't matter. I know Joe Madden used to call them lineupistas. And he's right, because the batting order over 162 does not really matter. And yet, at least finding who those first 3 are, who the 3 players who need to get more plate appearances than the other players are. Any indication of that? Have you asked?
Yeah, he's not a huge fan of lineup batting order construction questions. It has come up. He pretty much acknowledged that, right now, he views Ian Happ probably as the leadoff hitter again. And without getting into specifics, it seemed some combination of Kyle Tucker and Seiya Suzuki in the 2 and 3 spots, depending on, the look they want to go with. But he also didn't rule out too, when he managed Milwaukee in those last couple seasons, Christian Yelich was a leadoff hitter pretty much regularly for the Brewers at one point. And so that maybe Kyle Tucker becomes eventually a guy that they try out at the top of the lineup. So it definitely sounds like there'll be flexibility, and obviously some of that too when you look down the rest of the lineup. If Matt Shaw is pretty much the everyday guy at third, you're probably not going to introduce him to major league hitting, in the middle of the lineup. And so there's a lot of different considerations, obviously, that'll be weighed. But, it seems like it'll likely probably be some combination of Happ, Tucker, Suzuki in the top 3 spots.
Megan, outside of trading for Kyle Tucker, what do you think was the most significant Cubs move, either attrition or addition or subtraction this offseason?
I think probably the most interesting one, and also the hardest to really know what they can fully expect, would be Matthew Boyd. He pitched so well those last 2 months for Cleveland after coming back from Tommy John. And if they can get something to that level, obviously he was really good, but you're essentially replacing somebody like Kyle Hendricks, who obviously he had a really high note finish to his Cubs tenure last year, but generally that number 5 spot in the rotation was a challenge to navigate at times for the Cubs. So, you bring in somebody like Matthew Boyd, you have maybe some potential intriguing options as well in the rotation. Ben Brown, if ultimately they want to use him as a starter to begin the season, Colin Ray, Javier Assad's obviously a little bit behind because of his oblique injury, but I really think Matthew Boyd is a really intriguing option for them. And I know, a lot might be made of now they're going to have 3 lefties in the rotation. But, all of them just present a lot of different looks, whether it's arm slot or just the mix that they use. So I think Matthew Boyd, if he can stay healthy and build off of what he showed last year coming back from Tommy John, I think he's a really interesting arm for them.
Megan Montemurro, thank you as always.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Megan.
Thank you, Megan.
That's Megan Montemurro. Next up, when we come back, we were having fun yesterday with the silliness regarding Terrence Shannon Jr. and his upside-down jersey at the ceremony down in Champaign. Well, he found a way to make it something good, which is very cool. That's next.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score, always live on the free Odyssey app.
And now a word from our sponsor, BetterHelp. When you get involved in a relationship or a friendship,
They were 15-5 over a 20-game span. That's all with Trevor Lawrence and Doug Peterson. 15-5 over a 20-game span. And then things fell off the table and they lost 9 of 10. But Trevor Lawrence can win games and put up points and also knows just how to do whatever he has to do as a quarterback to win games. And he was really, really good last week. So I understand your fear, Lawrence, big time.
I'll keep crunching the numbers and see if I can come up with a Bears win on this one, but it needed to at least be said. So, okay, now that we've done some game prep and everything else, what was your favorite thing that you remembered about that trip? Because I didn't ask you that. We asked you about how the whole thing, but what was your favorite part? What would you recommend to a Bear if they were like, hey, Croats, Bears, where should I go and hang out? What should I do?
Guys, I swear to God, I did not hear anything that happened the last 30 seconds.
Dave
did it again. I'm not playing radio here.
That's
This cat
better.
just did it.
That's better.
This cat just did it. Come here, you. Come here, Dave. You want to be on Twitch? Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, bring him up.
The evidence.
Let people see
Here he
Dave the
is.
cat.
There's DTC right there.
There he is.
Bad boy. You're a bad boy.
Every time you say DTC, I think of ITC and Inside the Clubhouse, and I'm insulted for them. You know what I
I
mean?
think of OPP.
Oh, but are you down with that?
Yeah, you know me.
Shane's down with it. Yeah.
So
We asked
that's
Bruce
the-
who he has
that's
on.
what the streets say.
Bruce, who do you have? Who will you have this week on Inside the Clubhouse? Have you?
What have you
What did you ask,
today?
Lawrence? I'm sorry.
No,
man.
it doesn't matter. We run out of
I
time.
thought you really-
We asked about Dave the cat.
Yeah, DTC did it again, didn't you, Dave? So now I do think Dave knows what he's doing. Yeah, he does know what he's doing.
He's crafty like that.
They smell great. Caller 6 to the Scores contest line, 312-540-0670. Will win a pair of tickets to see the Dave Matthews Band perform live at the Huntington Bank Pavilion at Northerly Island on Saturday, June 28th. We will have more tickets to give away in the next couple of days on this show, but that's caller 6 right now to the contest line.
I loved the way Terrence Shannon Jr. handled his banner being hung upside down in Illinois.
Just the sheer confusion on his face when it happened. Everyone's sheer confusion on collective faces.
One of my favorite phrases is take your broken heart and make it into art. That's Carrie Fisher, you know. She's the one who came up with that.
What about take these broken dreams and learn to fly again?
Well, that also works. And Terrence Shannon really acted in a way that speaks to those things.
Is it broken wings or broken dreams?
All of it.
Broken wing, right?
I think it is broken wings.
I don't know.
He had some fun with what happened, and I thought that he had the perfect response. He decided to create a T-shirt, and the T-shirt says, "When life has you upside down, turn it around." And the words upside down are indeed upside down.
Cute.
And he said that he thanked Game Day Spirit in Illinois for helping me bring this idea to life, because if you buy the T-shirt, it's going to proceed and benefit the Don Moyer Boys and Girls Club based in Champaign. I just thought that was a brilliant way to look at it all.
And Brad Underwood thought it was cool, too.
Everybody here probably knows what happened with Terrence Shannon, okay? We were the laughing stock, okay? Hung a banner for a young man who set all kinds of records, and we don't have to tell the story. We hung it upside down. And I can't imagine what that was like for him. A lot of people at our place did a lot of things to make it a special, special day for him. And we messed it up. And for the character of that young man to come out and do what he did today, made a shirt, if you haven't seen it, when life throws you, turns your world upside down.
I'm not going to tell a story. I'm going to tell a story. I'm going to now tell a story.
You kind of went Farmio again.
A little bit there, but he's like, we don't have to tell that story. Well, here's the story.
That's the most Brad Underwood statement I've ever heard. We don't have to tell the story. We hung it upside down.
So that's the story.
We had a banner. Banner got hung upside down. That's the story.
I want to point out that Brad Underwood's season right now is headed towards that direction of upside down. They are struggling. They got blown out last night. 3 of their last 4 games are against ranked opponents. Do you know who they play Saturday?
Uh-oh.
The Knicks? Oh, no, wait, that's the Bulls.
Closest thing to that in college basketball.
Ice.
Who would be the scariest opponent they could face?
The scariest? Alabama.
No, it's Duke.
Yeah. That's scary, though.
It's scary. Have you seen Duke play lately?
You are so antithetical to where you went to school based on the fan base.
They're not scary. They're Duke. They're just
Cooper
annoying.
Flag is scary.
Not really. He's really good. I wouldn't say he's scary.
All right,
man,
just forget. I strike the comments
Marshall,
from the record.
haven't you been on a field of play or a court or something where the team that you're observing walks up and you're like, oh no.
Yeah.
Like that's how I feel.
Yeah.
Like there are certain teams where they walk up onto the field or onto the court and I'm like,
that's what I'll tell you. Like,
this is over.
When you watch Bruce Pearl's teams play, they're scary. Like they play like they want to take bites out of your head.
No, but the sheer size and athleticism and like the relaxed nature of walking onto the field or the court, I'm like,
All right, I take it all back. No one's scary. They are a team that is hard to deal with. How about that?
I'd like to know about the other stuff.
They're really good. Yeah. And they'll hit every shot.
I don't know why I asked you about Duke. I'll never do that again.
I don't know what happened there, folks.
Dan
Before the
once
play,
told
I
me-
don't know exactly what that was, but we'll find out.
Dan once told me that he didn't know the extent of the fandom of people who didn't go to Duke.
What do
And
you
I'm
mean? Like people who would root for Duke who didn't go there.
So I would say out
Yankees,
of
Lakers,
100,
that makes
Cowboys,
no sense.
out of
to me.
100 friends I had in Texas, I would say 25 of them rooted for Duke basketball.
That's just bizarre.
Why is it bizarre to you?
It's just weird. Like, why would you adopt like this little private school and be a townie stand?
You're
for
right.
them?
Because they're
Little
good at
Duke,
basketball?
you know, nobody's heard of it.
Yeah,
It's a
but
very
it's like-
avant-garde basketball
No,
school.
I understand if you're like a
Why are you
state,
talking about Duke like it's Davidson?
because if you're a state school townie, I get it. If it's all you have to root for, and you're in Oklahoma and you root for Oklahoma, but for somebody to randomly be a fan of some snobby elite private university
Because it
it's
embodies
just
who they
weird.
are or who they want to be. How about that?
Okay,
You're being purposefully obtuse.
That's
I'm not.
okay.
I'm
No.
not. I always found it weird.
No, he has a no. It's not purposely obtuse when he has a giant blind spot, and he understands that giant blind spots exist. He just doesn't understand that in this moment he has the.
Or
blind
has it
spot.
become a thing?
Davidson is the comp here. You're 100% correct.
Of course I'm right.
Or has it become a thing where people like love Stephen Miller and Richard Nixon and Richard
You're
Spencer?
doing that to yourself
Did you say
right
Stephen
now.
Miller?
I'm saying, it's like, if you want to see what embodies Duke,
You're doing this to yourself right
it's
now.
the cruelest human being in the history of U.S. government.
Obtuse.
I'm saying. And by the way, it is broken wings. Take these broken wings and learn to fly again, Mr. 1985.
All
Learn
I
to
know
live
is
so free.
It's actually called Susu Studio, okay?
The Illini have
kidding.
some trouble
Kidding.
coming up.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
they're sick. Aren't they all sick?
They're
yes,
all
Brad
sick too.
Underwood talked
yes.
about that, yeah.
Yes.
Brad, the
tough.
problem with Brad Underwood though is he has like a case of Tom Coughlin face whenever he's coaching. He does have he will get like blustery looking.
That's his default setting, yes.
Yeah.
I enjoyed covering Brad Underwood last year on their run to the Elite Eight.
He's
I found him
entertaining.
to
Yeah, I
be,
mean, Brad
joyful.
Underwood looks way meaner than he actually is.
Exactly.
No, when he's just chill and it's not a game and he's talking about practice and stuff, I'm like, well, you're awfully subdued.
No, but he just
Are you sure you're Brad Underwood?
he just looks mean. Like
He has a game face.
He looks like if he's a cop that pulls you over,
you're in trouble.
He's gonna take you and find a reason to shoot you.
It's all those years spent at Western Illinois.
Let's not do that.
I do
No,
find
I'm just
his
saying.
in-game demeanor entertaining and effective.
Well, it must work. And he actually, by all accounts, is a really nice guy.
He's done
Nice
really-
guy, great recruiter.
It's a heck of a hire for Josh Whitman. Like,
Questionable coaching
let's-
decisions in game.
Yeah, I mean there is the
terrible
yeah.
tactician.
Dan actually made Andre Curbelo transfer.
Did not. I said that
I don't
I
know
would.
that.
I said I would immediately if I were him,
Dan-
and were he, and he did. I
Dan
didn't
walked in
make
with
him do anything.
Dan walked in with a play drawn up on the back of our rundown, and I was like, "Oh, this is good." And then you went off, and you were very angry, and then you proceeded to go off, and then you were like, "If I'm Andre Curbelo, I transfer," and then he did.
Transition next.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Nico Horner on new teammate Justin Turner.
Yeah, I got to be honest. Like, it's one that really, really fires me up. I have so much respect for him and just as his offensive profile, but how much he improved at the major league level, and then the sustained success in an era of baseball when players so quickly are not giving opportunity after they're 31, 32, and for him to do it until he's 40 and just continuing to produce at such a high rate.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6.
In their last game, Jordan Love threw as many interceptions as DJ Moore caught touchdown passes.
Amen.
Bears! That was glorious. Because everyone's like, oh, I want the Packers to have Jay Cutler. I want the Packers to, have mediocre. I want the Packers to have a quarterback who can tease them. No.
It's over.
No, that's too good for them. They don't deserve to go from Hall of Famer to Hall of Famer to a dude for 8 years. They deserve to go from Hall of Famer to Hall of Famer to socks. Because if you have socks, then you've got to figure out your way out. And you've got to, mortgage draft picks, and you've got to be desperate, and you've got to take a bunch of swings, and you've got to go for Band-Aids and stopgap measures. And after last night, I think sucks is back on the table for Jordan Love. They deserve it. They deserve it. The whole state, the whole fan base, my whole paternal side of the family. Nephew Jack, I was just taunting him via text.
Just a nice kid.
Just taunting him via text last night. It was glorious. He's like, oh, well, I'd rather learn by the end of the year if he's not going to be the answer, so we know we have clarity of whether or not we need to move on.
He's scrambling.
I'm like, yeah. That's the type of thing the Bears fans have been saying for 25 years.
Celebration!
Oh my God, it was so good.
Yeah.
Who is the backup
Who is
quarterback?
that? Yeah, that's what I was hoping you'd.
Sean Clifford.
Oh, Sean Clifford,
the big red dog.
Oh,
bring him in.
Yes,
it's Clifford time.
Okay.
There's controversy in Wisconsin.
Now, Danny, on behalf of the listening public here, there's many of them. Do you feel like this could be mushing Jordan Love being bad? Like, there's some people already pointing this out in text and in Twitch, and I certainly felt this way when you told me what the lead was going to be today. Do you have any thoughts of that possibly being on the table right now?
Listen, I'm powerful. I don't think I can make a guy not colorblind. He throws to the other team.
Football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
I've got one more thing to say, and it'll only take me a second. I've got 2 words that I want you all to remember. They're very important. And if I leave you with anything, I'm going to leave you with these 2 words. And those 2 words are... I'm Batman.
Oh, they're not complimentary football then. Okay, fine. Thanks to Nicholas Moriano and Megan Montemurro. That's a mellifluous pair of names for joining us today. Thanks to Layla for sitting in on this Wednesday.
That was a very Duke word you used.
Ray Diaz, Adam Studzinski, Brandon Fryer, Connor O'Donnell, Matt Anaya, Jenna Duddleson. Thanks to all that they have done as well. So now it is time for the afternoon folks to join us, Matt Spiegel and Mark Grody on the Spiegel and Holmes show. Hello.
Marshall, who came up with complimentary football? I remember it happening.
Well, what happened was we were talking about it. When we started talking about it, I was like, oh, that would be a great segment. Talk about complimentary football, but just compliment with... Let me tell you something.
And you did.
There were 3 of us. One of us was real stingy with the compliments.
Really?
I'll let you guess which one of us was stingy with the compliments.
Layla, what's wrong with you today? What's wrong
I'll
with
tell you what's wrong with me. I am unqualified and I'm turning into Bernstein. Ah!
Uh-oh, somebody said that?
I mean, a lot of people do, yes.
Well, yes.
So I figured I would just lean into it, you know?
We need them. We need those people that say that as much as we need the people that don't say that.
Marshall actually explained himself, though, in a way that made sense. At first, you were like, I'm going to bite my tongue. And I was like, no, don't bite your tongue. Say why. And you made it make sense.
Listen, I'm trying to be positive here. It's the dark ages, as you know, of Chicago professional sports. It is but seriously,
It's a dark year.
It's dark ages. It's
Dark.
been
We
several.
just started
It's been
this
several
year.
years, Mark Grody. It's been several years.
We talk about the Bears specifically.
We're talking about Chicago professional sports.
Just like things have been bad. I'm just saying, like the last calendar year
Cubs,
has been like every
White
team
Sox,
has been particularly
Bulls.
bad.
Who are you pointing? If I was like, give me something.
Like, where's the hope? Like,
Yeah.
who's the? I mean, back-to-back
They told me-
84 win seasons for the Cubs.
They told me the generational talent was being drafted.
83. My bad.
How dare you
83
do
and
that to
79. See, the
us,
math
Money?
problem.
No, but
it's a math problem.
Mark, they told me, a generational talent has just been drafted, and watch this. Oh, I'm not even talking about the Bears. I'm talking about the
Dark,
Blackhawks.
yeah.
What are they doing?
Nothing.
Okay, the Bears get the number 1 overall pick.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
Something.
Lost 10 in a row. That's
Exact-
something.
Listen, I'm not talking about what could
I
be
understand
at this
what
point,
you're saying.
Spiegel.
I was like, I guess not taking objection.
No,
I was
it's
nitpicking the idea that it's the dark ages.
Look,
You were
when
stirring the
when was the last time it was
pot?
this dark, all sports considered?
We're talking to Mike Valenti today at 3 o'clock. Our
Okay.
colleague from
Love
97
him.
won the ticket. I love him as well. And one of the things I want to ask him about is every team in Detroit is better than every team in Chicago right now. Have we ever lived that?
Take a victory lap, Valenti.
I mean, Pistons over Bulls, Tigers over White Sox and Cubs. Tigers just made the playoffs.
I understand.
Obviously, the Lions being what they are. The Red Wings are better than the Blackhawks because they exist.
What I need you to understand when
when's
you-
the last time Detroit had us bested in every possible way?
So the reason why Detroit gets that honor is because they have teams in all 4 of the big 4 sports. If you go around the country right now and look at the big 4 sports for all teams, most cities are going to be able to say that in comparison to Chicago.
You think every city has
Not
this
every,
beat?
not every.
Most
but
cities.
most. Like Miami, no, because the Marlins exist. You know, so but you know,
Marlins have had some decent years the past few years.
Dallas,
just
no,
picked
I'd
up a
argue
great
just
broadcaster. Dude, sorry.
Yes,
Yeah, they
we know.
did.
Had to plug the broadcaster.
The nephew, we
The
call
nephew,
him.
the nephew.
Can I just say,
The nephew.
Layla, I FaceTimed with my nephew, Jack McMarlin, this morning, and he was walking a backfield, watching BP, feeling that you get when you're the broadcaster. Like, I can go anywhere, talk to anybody, ask any question I want, learn about any aspect of this entire operation.
Yes.
That I want.
Full
Yes.
access, baby.
Where do they do spring training?
Yeah, they should just do it in Miami.
Right, like that's
a
my
good question.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Port St. Lucie because it's a fun city to say.
Sure.
It's also a very common location for all of that.
Right.
Like Jupiter.
Bernsey-
Everybody's in Jupiter.
I always love thinking about Dan Bernstein. And was it your high school friends or your college friends? You'd go to spring training and wake up on top of a dugout. I remember
Jupiter,
that
by the
story.
way.
Oh, that was senior year of college. Yeah, it wasn't. You're mixing a couple of stories,
Oh.
but it
I
was.
like it, though.
It was the senior year trip from Durham to Key West via the ACC tournament in Charlotte.
Okay.
Where we took in one game there. We were going to stay for the whole ACC tournament before going to Key West, and we're looking at each other. We were watching like NC State and Georgia Tech. Like, let's get the hell out of here. And we didn't have any hotel rooms because we were going to stay there longer. So we just started driving down 95. And getting through Florida, so we stopped at Vero Beach. Like, hey, let's go to Dodgertown tomorrow. Who's playing? The Mets are playing there tomorrow. Cool. And we ended up sleeping in our car in a parking lot and going to Dodgertown. That was the day I got to hang out with Vin Scully. And then the next day, we drove to Fort Lauderdale to watch the Yankees against Deion Sanders' Braves. And that's when Faye Vincent came by when we were sunning ourselves on top of the dugout.
The late, great Faye Vincent. Brought up Faye Vincent when he passed away a couple weeks ago as the last of the
Commissioners.
the last truly objective commissioner in any sport.
Who cared about the actual sport
That's
itself?
the name of his book was The Last Commissioner.
Yeah, There he is. He's the last one who wasn't just simply a pawn for the owners, pretending to care about the sport overall. Oh, by the way, you'll hear from Rob Manfred a little bit later on today.
Awesome.
Oh, good.
That's going to be a treat.
But to the earlier point.
Yeah, Jupiter, Florida.
I apologize. I wasn't trying to be pessimistic. I was just trying to be objective in saying that it's bad right now, and I don't know a time when it's been darker. But you know what? I'm hoping that there's light around the corner, and the Bears seem to be able to give us an idea that could be possible this fall. But quicker than that, if the Cubs can come around and make a playoff run, and we'll have something positive to talk about.
The beautiful part about it is, and everybody knows this listening, that I think it was the 2002 Chicago Bulls, their motto was anything can change in the blink of an eye. And then when it does change in the blink of an eye, all is forgiven so fast. And Detroit, the Lions are such a great example. People stopped going to Lions games. They got good, and now it's people when I went to Detroit this year to cover the Bears Lions, people on the streets, packs of people around the stadium at 8 o'clock in the morning, not even just tailgating yet.
It's incredible.
So my point is, and we've seen that happen in this town too. So while things do suck right now, when it changes, the Cubs had 100-loss seasons prior to 2015.
They can do that again.
And yeah. And then they did that, and it's all good. Who cares? Like, the 100 losses actually become a fun story because they're like, oh, man, it was so bad. And then we were all there, 15, 16, and 17, all years in which the Cubs went to the NLCS. And now here we are with the Cubs problem because they set the bar too high. See how I went right into a baseball topic there? But point is, things can change, and then we're all good and nobody's mad anymore.
Mark Grody, everybody.
How you doing?
2018 even had a different vibe because the Bears were good.
What's that?
2018 had a different vibe.
It's a perfect
because
example.
The Bears were good.
Oh, man, that is such a great example because the previous years to that sucked, and it was horrible. And then 2018 comes, Matt Nagy comes skipping into town with all his fancy trick plays. Oh, and an elite defense. An elite defense led by Vic Fangio. How'd you let that guy go? And we all loved it, and nobody gave a crap about the previous years. It became funny. John Fox became a funny punchline. Mark Trestman became funny. It was all of a sudden all good.
Oh, man, this is so
don't
good.
even know.
Hey, Mark Grody, I was realizing...
I thought you'd like that, Marshall, because that's an optimistic state of mind that I have. Anything can change in a blink of an eye. Tyson Chandler, Eddie Curry, Jamal Crawford. What?
Bernsey, I realized this yesterday. No, I realized this yesterday. Mark is starting to sound more like Les.
I did accept yesterday, Bernsey, because Lawrence loves doing this. What radio tree did we come from? I think I did come from the Grobber tree. I accept that. A little bit of Bruce Wolf in there because I interned for Bruce Wolf. Sure. But I accept that I am attached to the Les Grubb. He is my radio.
You are a branch of the Les Grobstein tree.
I don't know, buddy. It's all just a pain in my ass. And if they were playing in my backyard, I'd pull the shades on them. I don't know. Everything's falling off my body. I can barely get out of bed. I can't be in on time. I got a doctor's appointment. I don't know what you're talking about, buddy.
Is that your radio father?
Well, I mean, people have said as I've gotten older that's
maybe it happens to all of us.
Who are we all becoming?
Top of the hour here on this Bears Victory Monday is brought to you by Duke Go.
KMA Grody on his best day will never be me. Wait, what was that? Duco?
Duck.
Duke
It's supposed to be Duck
Go.
Duke Kim.
Maybe
you're thinking about
Duck Goose.
That's sad.
A lot of people think it's Duck Goose. I used to win that game all the time.
My favorite was still transition.
It bothers me.
We played it at Mather High School.
My favorite was the transition though, where you would the 5 a.m. transition when you would be in on Mully and Haugh with Les.
With Les, yeah, I always did
and then
that.
you're asking if the Bears are going to put AH on the side of their helmets for Arlington.
It was some pretty hard trolling. Yeah, Les was talking 3 hours in the overnight about fending off people about Arlington Heights, and I come in all happy and showered and coffeeed up. I hear they're just going to slap some AH. It's not going to happen, Grody. It's that you who like to stir things up is never going to happen, and you know it.
Dump them.
That's it.
That particular exchange was like one of my. I was howling. I was laughing.
Oh,
so
we
hard.
had so many, like, and I don't expect people to have been up that early because it literally was 4:30 in the morning.
That's why we always replayed it in the afternoon.
right.
We figured people didn't hear it.
Which wasn't
Let's
always
go
good.
back.
Oh, it wasn't always healthy for me either. Usually Les got the brunt of it, but occasionally I would too. But yeah, first words coming out of our mouths in the morning, that was something. That was something to behold.
I like that, though.
Yeah, no, it
I'm
was
not
fun.
even so sure I know what you're talking about.
I think you
Got a
do
good
know.
fight going. All right, I have baseball trivia for you people. You ready?
Here we go.
Kyle Tucker last year, 56 walks, 54 strikeouts. He did not qualify. There were 3 qualified hitters in Major League Baseball who walked more than they struck out. 3 qualified hitters who walked more than they struck out.
Soto.
Judge.
Juan Soto, 129 walks, 119 strikeouts. He is one of the 3.
3? Okay.
There are 2 others. Kyle Tucker might have ended up the 4th if he had played enough to qualify.
I suggested Judge.
Not Aaron Judge.
The intentional walk, man. I thought for sure.
Well, I think I'll look at the stats, but yeah,
Jose Ramirez?
Not Jose Ramirez.
Ohtani?
Ramirez walked or struck out under 100 times, but did not walk enough to get there.
I think has he done it before though? He might have.
Probably. I think so.
I was injured.
I think he probably
2 years
has.
ago.
It
Maybe.
wasn't anybody local, was it?
Was not anybody
Okay.
local. Kyle Tucker is your local connect.
Right. Outside of the.
Otani, 81 walks, 162
Luis
Ks.
Arias.
Luis Arias, no. Only 29 Ks, but only 26
he likes
walks.
to hack. He likes to hack.
Exactly, only
He likes to
26 walks for Luis
Right,
Arias.
but I thought sometimes because you're dealing with
Sure.
with a possibility there because both numbers are so low.
Yeah.
So they're variable.
Yep.
I thought that was a good guess. I thought I had it.
It is a good guess.
Darn
but there are 2 others. One is my favorite player in the game.
Reds?
No.
No.
Favorite player in baseball. He can play anywhere and did so last year. Playing Mookie Betts, 61 walks, 57 strikeouts.
We should have gotten that.
How about that?
Yeah.
I was mouthing it to Speaks.
You were?
Yeah, I didn't want to be an answer hog.
So Soto and
Soto
Mookie.
and Betts are 2 of the 3. Kyle Tucker could have done it at 56-54, and the third is a batting average guy. He was Nick Madrigal's roommate at Oregon State.
David Eckstein.
Hey, are you guys ready to play categories? Because it's
At Oregon
Stephen
State.
Kwan.
Stephen Kwan, 53.
How about that?
53 walks, 51 strikeouts. That's it. So Kwan, Betts, and Soto walked more than they struck out. Kyle Tucker did as well, although he did not play enough to qualify.
Really good question.
And so that used to be. Is it Joe DiMaggio who in his career has more walks than strikeouts?
Ted Williams.
I don't
Barry
know.
Bonds?
And Frank Thomas had a few of those in there too.
Yeah, he did like a walk, didn't he? Even when we didn't want him to walk.
Before it was cool.
Right. You're right, Dan.
But I
You're
have,
right.
I have the list here for the categories. It won't take long. I
Okay.
promise.
By the way, these are players. Hold on one second, Marshall. Players with more walks than strikeouts in their career: Pujols, Helton, Chipper Jones. Wow. Gary Sheffield. Wow. Yes, Frank Thomas in his career. Barry Bonds by 1,000.
By a billion.
I said Barry Bonds.
By 1,000.
You did.
I did. Thank you, Layla.
Yeah.
Pujols?
So,
Witness?
yeah,
Number
Pujols.
one.
Yeah.
It's
He's like the
pretty
first
long
person
list.
I think of.
Pretty long list. But there you go. That's all who's doing it in MLB these days. So,
Are you ready
Good
now?
stuff, Speaks.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for that. Thanks for that presentation.
Speaks, are you
You
ready
and now
now?
Marshall's turn.
I should have done it in a PowerPoint. Marshall,
yeah. Are you ready
The
now?
floor is yours.
Yeah.
Categories. Y'all ready to go?
Yeah.
Oh, man. We're just going to shout
It's
them
gonna-
out. Yeah.
This is going to be great.
Shout
You ready?
out style.
No. We
Here's the
go around the
category.
room. Go around the room.
Okay.
Here's the category.
Producers too, or
Here's the category. All right. I'm so glad I don't have to do this because I'm the one administrating.
I'm scared.
White Sox pitchers. Go.
Mark Burley.
Jonathan
no,
Cannon.
current White Sox
Drew
pitchers.
Thorpe.
Oh my God.
Martin Perez.
Wait, no,
Cannon.
no, it's just we go one at a time.
Oh,
around the room.
sorry.
I only know.
Drew Thorpe.
That's one.
Cannon.
My
That's-
turn.
Yo,
Cannon.
You said around. You're in the middle.
You're right. You're right.
He's
You're right.
already almost out. Go ahead.
You're in the middle. Does it go after?
Isn't Mike Talkman going to do some pitching this year?
Probably.
I'm out.
You're out.
Oh, my
Layla,
God.
you said
Out.
Cannon?
I said Cannon. Yeah.
Okay, Dan. White Sox current
Oh, yeah,
pitchers.
Dan.
Davis Martin?
Yes.
Good guess.
Yes.
Good
might be
job. All right,
looking.
back to you.
How about Jake Eater? Jake Eater.
Jake Eater's on the list.
Thank you very
Is
much.
he on the 40 man?
Yes, he is.
I think so.
Hot damn. Okay, what did I say earlier? Martin Perez.
That's a catcher.
All right.
No, Martin Perez is
That's
not.
racist.
Oh. Isn't there a Martin Perez
What?
catcher?
Go ahead, Dan,
is.
you're up.
I'm like,
I'm up again?
Yes, yes.
Tukey Toussaint.
No, he's
Nope,
gone.
you're gone.
See
All
ya.
right, down
Gone.
to the two. Down to the two.
Is Jordan Leisure still on the roster?
He is.
Yeah.
A starter?
All right, Layla, it's just you and.
Is he's a starter? I thought this was Sox starters.
It's just
No, it's
pitchers.
pitchers.
It's just pitchers.
I'm
The number
I told you it was
five,
gonna be quick.
the number 5 starter for the White Sox is a challenging
down,
thought.
Speaks.
I might have
What you
one
got?
more.
I'm sure I know who it is, and I just can't think of it off the top of my head.
I got one more. Should I just hop in?
Yeah, go.
Sean Burke.
Sean Burke is on the
Thank you
list.
very much.
You are the
Dang
winner.
it.
Congratulations.
I better be. I'm hosting it and run beginning March 16th.
The reason I wanted to do this category is
Inside
just
the
to
Clubhouse is a
illustrate.
great show.
I wanted to illustrate how little we know of these people.
Oh, it's
who
an excellent-
are suiting up for the White Sox.
because
It's
they don't want us to
ridiculous.
know about them yet.
I did that at one point. I think
No,
we
it's
did.
because we don't want to know about them.
That's true too.
I think I did the entire White Sox roster as a category at one point last year.
Jairo Iriarte.
Oh yeah, they got Iriarte. That's right. He can throw.
Yeah, what are the answers to this question, by the way?
I've got them.
Do we care to go
Nick
through the
Nastrini.
Who did we
Nick
miss?
Nastrini's on the list.
Nick Nastrini.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's bad.
That is
And it's
grim.
going to be a rough year.
Yeah, it really
And
is.
the idea that the White Sox can't possibly lose as many games as they did last year, I am open to anyone who would argue that that's not necessarily the case.
I don't think that they can.
Okay.
It's
But-
really, really hard to do what they've done.
It
Nobody
is.
ever did it.
It
Nobody
is.
ever did it.
It is.
I think just I hope that they. You know what? This is a great topic. It's a good White Sox topic, so I'm not going to blow
Yeah,
it.
don't blow the transition.
Whoa.
I have a
okay.
thought. I have a
Content
love it.
hoarding.
That's right. Hey, man, it's that time of year, Dan. It's that time of year.
I know.
A texture says Prelander Baroa.
Yes.
I saw that movie, wasn't it? Prelander. There can be only one McLeod.
No, there could actually be like
Freelander.
6.
There could be 6 McLeods in this one.
Prelander.
That's what the guy yells. There can only be one. It's like, actually, I'm checking the bylaws. No, there could be 4 at a minimum.
It's Christopher Lambert was in
okay.
Prelander.
It's tough.
Then they all go home.
They meant to trade for Postlander, bro. They got the wrong guy. They did it
Usually,
again.
the same guy does both pre and post, and sometimes the fifth.
His middle brother, Midlander, is a little bit better of a player.
Here's what's coming up on Spiegel and Holmes later on today. The aforementioned Mike Valenti from 97 won the ticket. Will do Ben's Vision with us at 3 o'clock. Paul Pabst, our colleague from the Tailgate on the Score and the producer of the Dan Patrick Show, is going to be swinging by. He'll be in studio. Bruce Levine is going to join us, I believe, from Sox Camp this afternoon. And we've got a wide, from Cubs Camp, as I mentioned, now. And we've got a wide array of topics for you, including the off-season calendar beginning in earnest today, whether people know it or not. We'll do that next. Thank you to Layla and Marshall and Bernsey. Shane and Tanny are here. Tanny's Open kicks us off next on The Score.
Hey, Chicago, it's your favorite groom, Tony, here to tell you that the producers of Tony and Tina's Wedding Chicago invite you to another unforgettable experience in their new show, Wedding Italiano. From a delicious 4-course meal to our amazing dance band and great interaction with our lovable cast of characters. And the legendary Frankie Avalon will be there to sing all his greatest hits. This is happening June 6th and 7th at the Event Center at Rivers Casino. So get invited. Tickets available at riverscasino.com.
So the Donahos invited us to dinner.
Hang on, honey.
There was a plan that was emerging.
It's the grand opening of Raymond Kia in Antioch. Our new lounge is over 4,000 square feet with multiple TVs and workstations. We also have 18 service bays. The best part is we have more space for basketball. And more Kia models. Right now, get grand opening savings like this. Come in today and ring it up at the grand opening of Raymond Kia on Route 173 in Antioch.
There was a plan that was emerging to surround Wrigley with bollards. Just surround it, just as far as the eye can see.
Nothing let the fans in.
Nothing but bollards. But if they're not big enough they're big enough to keep cars out, but they need to be small enough, to your point, to allow the fans in between them.
Yeah.
It's a tricky balance with all the bollards. The bollard balance must be precise.
Betwixt.
And as far as those local people go,
Yes.
I did get a tip as to one of the local people who's kind of stopping it.
Yeah, because Rob Manfred said they're working with the local people.
Yeah.
I have a guess.
Well, okay.
Oh, go ahead.
No, you can go ahead.
Well,
Go ahead, Grody.
Bears.
Is it former Alderman Tom Tunney?
It is former 44th Ward Alderman Tom Tunney.
Oh my goodness! Time for some garage action, Grody.
I don't even know.
Tom, do you have any bollards? Can we access any bollards?
I don't care about your. I see you, Spiegel. How the hell did your band get written up in the Tribune anyway? It's not even a real band.
Yes, it is. How dare you, Tom?
I don't get it.
What don't you get? What's not to get?
I just always who cares about one-hit wonders from the 70s? Garage action.
Tom,
how are the cinnamon rolls going, Tom?
Yeah.
And they're delicious. You're not getting any, Grody. You should have never had the Cubs job in the first place.
That's terrible.
I just think of him as roasting everybody. Like
Everybody.
just being, that's the bit with him here now at the Score. See, now it's politically correct. He's now just roasting everybody at the Score.
God, he's got mean thoughts for Tributosaurus.
I'm going to be up the butt every day. I'm going to be up the butt. I see Grody.
Oh, no.
Thank God he retired.
For reference. Yeah. There's a lot of people listening right now. What the
I'm
hell?
going to be up your butt every day.
Tom Tunney.
Tom
folks.
Tunney. Tom Tunney had strong words. He stood in the way of the Ricketts family and Wrigley Field. I don't know if he'd stand in the way, but he's not in charge anymore.
They should use him instead of the bollards.
The bollards. Am I right that the last All-Star game was 90 at Wrigley? They haven't had an All-Star game at Wrigley, or am I missing one?
No, you're absolutely correct.
Yeah, okay.
It's because of this bollard
Because
issue.
of the bollards.
Yeah.
situation. Okay, I guess maybe we shouldn't be making fun of bollards.
Yeah.
This is what has kept the All-Star game away from the North Side since 1990. And the American League won that year by a final score of 2-0. Bob Welch,
Texter,
your starter in the
there we
American
go.
League.
Thank you.
Just
Texter
for you
going.
speaks.
Thank you. Texter going punk rock here. Never mind the bollards. Here's Rob Manfred. I appreciate that.
Hell yeah.
I appreciate that very much.
Have we tried just putting cops out there with their bikes? I know. Or
They can move those.
The sanitation trucks.
Yeah. Oh man, those trucks. Those trucks.
Get the salt out of here. And the trucks. What are you looking at, Shane? Get him a guest, will you?
Oh my God. Of the Score is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on the Score.
We need to hear this, apparently. What are we listening to? Because
What have you?
I'm told that this is a surprise of sorts from Cubs camp.
Craig Counsell was asked about his media obligations this season.
Are you talking about the Chicago Weekly show? Is that your station?
I don't know. No. Odyssey owns it.
Don't you do a radio show? I do a radio show, yeah. We're going to do that show this year, yes. I enjoy having fun with those guys. And then I've gotten to know the Spiegel guy, who I know is a huge Cubs fan and huge baseball fan.
Spiegel guy.
What's his first name?
You're supposed to know that.
Matt. Sorry, is that offensive?
Do you know his partner, his new partner that replaced?
I don't. I met him at Cubs convention, but I don't know his name.
That was great. The Spiegel guy.
Matt, is that offensive? No, it's not offensive.
Why was everything so difficult for them when they were all going around in a circle trying to figure out what was happening? And Bruce basically disowned us. Just said that's an Odyssey station.
He just said he doesn't own the station.
Is that your station?
I don't know. No. Odyssey owns it.
Yeah, right.
I'm on that station, but I don't own that.
He does not want to represent the Score. That's what I heard.
And it's not my show, but I'm on that show.
You guys are doing that Score thing on me, aren't you?
When's the first Craig Counsell?
We're going to do that show.
I kind of want Bruce as the Spiegel guy. I want that as like a ringtone.
Oh,
you know
that's
what I mean?
that is awesome.
Oh, is that beautiful?
Spiegel guy.
Spiegel guy.
Spiegel guy.
Spiegel guy.
Spiegel guy.
Spiegel guy.
What's his first name?
That one surprised me, Max.
That's a good job.
I like it. He's getting to know you. Like 1 year, starting to feel it a little bit.
Do you know his partner, his new partner that replaced?
I don't. I met him at Cubs convention, but I don't know his name.
What are we doing here? You should know his name. You have to ask Billy Russo what his name is?
Sorry, is that offensive?
What are we doing here?
The official adventures of
Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons 2 to 6 on 670 The Score.
You know what I'm going to do tomorrow when I see Craig Counsell? I guess it'll be Friday. I have to walk over there and say, oh, look at that. It's the Counsell guy. Craig, right? Is it Craig?
Perfect. Actually, better. Go Craigers.
Craigers?
Yeah, a little condescending.
Well, actually,
Go Craigers.
I'm the one who usually gets called Craig by very
true.
famous Cubs greats. You know, that's usually what happens to me.
I think maybe you go Walter White and go, say my name.
I am the one who knocks.
Yes.
Yeah, why not?
Fear me. I don't know if he said that, but that's something Walter White would say.
He is
Good morning, Bruce and Craig.
Yeah, that's right. Billy Williams, the great Billy Williams, calling me Craig for some reason.
What was going on?
Good morning, Bruce and Craig.
Nobody knows why.
It's hilarious.
Shane, do you remember why he called me Craig?
Well, I think we figured out there was either a Craig in the open, somebody else named Craig, or Tanny,
I know, I
maybe in
remember.
the promo before.
It was my fault. It was a Hank Aaron anniversary of some kind.
That's it.
And it was Hank Aaron at the 715th home run, and I was going through my rigmarole of everything that was involved when Hank hit the home run, including Craig Sager interviewing Hank on the field after he hit that home run.
Okay.
That was the last thing I said, and Billy was like, I guess I'm talking to Craig.
Okay. He was like hoping to hear a name. Oh, good. It's Craig. Huh?
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Go
Last
Craig.
name I heard was Craig. Here we go.
That's funny. I hadn't thought that you would be seeing Craig in a couple of days. And you said you'll be interviewing. Is there a manager? They probably don't start the pregame interviews yet. Yeah,
no,
we're not.
I will bum rush the media session and make my presence known with authority.
Wait, hold on real quick, Mark. You didn't think that he'd be seeing Craig, but you knew he was going down to spring training?
I didn't think about it.
I guess I'm just putting it together.
Okay.
Like right now. That, you can actually respond to this man
Good.
face to face about the hilarity that took place yesterday.
670 The Score is where you are. He is Mark Grody. He is slowly morphing into Les Grobstein on our watch. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show here on The Score. Shane is here. Tanny is here. Lots going on. Mike Valenti in about 30 minutes for Ben's Vision as we look at Ben Johnson. Bruce Levine later on from Cubs camp. And Paul Pabst will be joining us in studio a little bit later as well. But Groats, we are officially there. The NFL's off-season calendar has technically kicked off yesterday with the franchise tag window now open. The combine starts on the 24th of February, so that is a week from 2 days ago. So I guess Monday is another way to say that in human English form.
Perfect. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So the combine will be going. The franchise tag window closes on March 4th, but already you could get some players being given the tag by their teams. And we don't have any official tags as of right now, but we know that Javon Holland, the safety of the Dolphins, could be tagged. T. Higgins, the wide receiver from Cincinnati, could be tagged. The quarterback from the Minnesota Vikings,
Sam Darnold,
who just had a terrific year, could be tagged. All of these people could be tagged and then traded, or tagged and then signed to a long-term deal. The Bears don't really have anybody that would potentially qualify to be tagged. I guess free agents to be, as of right now, anybody that they get tagged, there's really nobody that makes sense.
Really is nobody that makes sense, and there is almost zero talk that I have heard coming out of Haugh Hall in terms of that. Usually there's a name or two that will bounce around. It does not appear the Bears will be using any of the tags on any of their players this year.
But there is one player with great Bears relevance that could or could not be tagged, and it doesn't look like he's going to, and that is the guard of the Kansas City Chiefs, Trey Smith. This in The Athletic today. Trey Smith is expected to be the most coveted offensive lineman in this year's free agency. The Chiefs are not expected to place the franchise tag or the transition tag on Trey Smith, according to a league source. Well, I read that today in The Athletic, and I go to myself, I go, bam! And I think Trey Smith is available. Mm-hmm. And I think the Bears should ready themselves to pounce, as we've all been talking about. And no tag means that for sure he's not going to be there, right? Not so fast. Next paragraph. Instead, the Chiefs should do their best to keep one of their best players by offering Smith a 4 or 5 year contract. Smith entering the league in 2021 alongside center Creed Humphrey. Two have become best friends. Last year, the Chiefs signed Humphrey, the league's best center, to a 4-year contract that included guaranteed money in 25 and 26. Brett Veach and Andy Reid should offer Trey Smith a similar contract, one that makes him one of the league's highest paid guards. So what do you, co-host of Take the North, think about this possibility? No tag makes me think it's a possibility, but I guess if they have a good relationship, they can just go offer him a deal.
First of all, I think that Kansas City will do what it has to do to keep Trey Smith, because they'd be crazy to let that guy go unless they think they can build or rebuild their offensive line with what they have and adding other players. How cocky are they about it? But the Chiefs are in a weird spot because despite getting to the Super Bowl, there's kind of this feeling of a changing of the guard, and maybe the Chiefs ain't like they may have to go under a little bit for the next, or maybe they don't if they continue to keep their guys and be a little bit creative. So I still have in the back of my mind that he'll end up back with Kansas City. As far as the Bears are concerned, they got to go all to the wall to get him. And I do believe they will. And maybe this is naive of me to say, but the Ben Johnson hiring changed everything in terms of the way I look at the Bears and the way they do business, what happened there, Kevin Warren's part in it. Go for the best guy and bring that guy in. Will they continue to do? Because this ain't good enough. Like, the celebration was real. The approval rating was 99% for Ben Johnson. And doing business differently, keep doing business differently. Go after this man, and I think they will.
It's interesting because if Ben Johnson says, I'd like to do this. This is, if we need to run the ball and this guy's going to help us run the ball and he's an ass kicker and he's going to redefine the culture of our offensive line and reinvigorate the room and show everybody how we want to play, and this is what I want. I do think that Kevin Warren and Ryan Poles would follow suit and follow behind him.
I think you're right, or does. And this is a question I keep asking about Ben Johnson in certain positions. Or does Ben Johnson think, oh, don't worry, we don't need Trey Smith. Give me Zach Martin or Makai, give me second best, because I can work with those guys. I'm Ben Johnson. I can make players better. So that's the only caveat. I think it's more take the top end talent like we're talking about. I think Ben Johnson would probably be most interested in Trey Smith out of those guys. I only named a few of the interior guys, for example. But we still don't know about Ben Johnson completely. does he have it in his head like a Theo Epstein? I can do it my way, man. You don't have to go. Give me John Lester. I'll grow this team. I'll make this team better.
After, especially hearing Brian Baldinger the week of the Super Bowl talk about Trey Smith in a variety of ways about what he is as a person, what he is as a student of the game, what he is as a lineman, and all of that. And really thinking about it, he had risen to the top. Trey Smith of like any player I have ever wanted for any team in this town because of what he signifies, what he is, and what it could be like. And it's exactly what the Bears need. It is unbelievable how much they actually need that guy. And then the Super Bowl happened, and they made him get double team help to deal with Jalen Carter, and that Eagles defensive line completely and utterly dominated the Chiefs.
I don't think he had a good playoffs in general, according to some of the stuff that I was reading, like the real evaluators of offensive line. Like, I think he kind of struggled in the postseason.
The Super Bowl made me a little hinky.
Yeah, he's not coming in hot necessarily.
The interior of that Eagles line, not just Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Another guy, Melvin something. You don't even know his last name. Don't pretend you know his last name.
I know Henry Melton.
No, it's Melvin was his first name. Taddy, don't pretend you know his last name.
You should know his name.
Melvin Douglas is the former actor.
Say my name.
Is it Melvin Williams? Is that who it is? You don't know if I'm right or I'm wrong. Don't pretend you do.
Let's name Melvin. Melvin Eli. Go.
Was it Monty Williams? You don't know.
But anyway, to your point, you do have to look at that. I didn't even want to bring that up, Spiegel. I'm glad you did, but it wasn't not in my head because, and it's not necessarily even fair. That's when the competition is stiffest. That is when players are at their most banged up and tired. So I suppose, wow, I'm just rattling off excuses here for Trey Smith.
Listen to you.
But the body of work is good.
Yeah, here's how much I think you don't know Melvin Williams' name. His name is actually Milton Williams. Okay, that's how much you don't know his name.
More like Milton Bradley, who never should have been on the Cubs in the first place.
More like Milton Berle. So did you see the Saturday Night Live movie? It's called Saturday Night.
I did.
With what's his name? Is Milton Berle?
It was
the guy.
The guy.
It's
We're doing great today.
Yeah, the guy who was in.
I forget. Oh! He was in the one where he's the music conductor.
Yes,
he's the music conductor.
Right.
G.E. Smith.
No,
that's the Saturday Night Live bandsman.
I was like, that would have been weird to cast him as Milton Berle, but you said that's the first name I thought of. You guys can Google it up.
I'm surprised you haven't seen it, Tanny. That disappoints me just a little bit.
I just finished the SNL book, and if it's anything like the chapter about Milton Berle, if they included that stuff in there,
are you talking about
I'm going to avoid this movie.
His Coke can? Is that what we're talking about?
Use your imagination. You're probably right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he only took out enough to win.
I heard
that's the reference.
I did hear some of that stuff was the exact details was a little fabricated, but I don't think the story about
J.K. Simmons.
It's J.K. Simmons.
J.K.
Simmons as Milton Berle. Oh my God!
They did put it in this movie. The part that was in this book.
It's so
no
good.
Thanks, I'm good.
Oh no! It's so good, and he represents old Hollywood. He represents like old comedy in the SNL movie.
In the book, it's referenced that it was one of the biggest mistakes of the show's history is putting that guy on to host a show.
Well, I guess he was difficult. He was difficult.
Very
leading
difficult.
Up to it. Yeah.
So anyway, it's a great thing. But anyway, Milton Williams.
Oh yes,
is the defensive lineman who, among others, had control of Trey Smith. So yeah, I'm a little bit hinky about it. But today being day one of the franchise tag, look, I still want Trey Smith, and especially because the Bears have a lot of money. They have a lot of money, and there's more money coming to them courtesy of the league, and there's more money coming to them courtesy of you. We're going to cover that in the 5 o'clock hour. It is Spiegs and Grody here on the Spiegel and Holmes show. When we come back, nuggets learned while game prepping, including a potential endorsement war brewing with a brand new Chicago Cub. We'll do that next on The Score.
Baseball is back, Chicago.
A swing and a drive. It's got a chance. Cubs win the ball game.
Cubs spring training games return to The Score starting Friday. Listen in as your Chicago Cubs take on the Dodgers.
Swing and a miss. Beautiful changeup by Imanaga.
Coverage begins at 1:55 right here on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score, official radio home of the Cubs.
and always live on the free Odyssey app.
We're officially less than a month away from the madness, so it's time for some college hoops. I'm Kate Constable, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM network. I'm targeting...
That's exciting, Coach. We appreciate your perspective, and thanks for joining us from a really cool room at your house in Florida. I love the
well,
decor.
you know what? Here, come here. I'm gonna see. Let's see what we got here.
Let's go.
Okay,
behind the scenes with
on.
Lonnie.
Let's go on a trip.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see what we got in the room.
House tour.
Can you see that now, or do I have to turn the camera? Can you see it?
Let's see. Oh yeah, now we can. Yeah, when you turn it toward that. Yes.
Okay, that's me, our trainer Jimmy, and our attorney Nick Christian. Look, we caught a few fish that day.
Oh yeah, just a few.
This is at the White House after the national championship at Miami.
Awesome.
Hey, here we go. You'll like this one. This is after the last road playoff game that the Bears won, the last road playoff game.
Lonnie, I had that jacket.
Yes, there you go. That's when I was working with Fox, Carissa, Tony Gonzalez, Colin Coward. That's when I was a player, okay? The last time the Dolphins won a playoff game, there's that picture. That's Lamar Smith, our running back. That's before our first Super Bowl, Jimmy and I. That's my man, Ricky Williams. This is when I was at Dallas assistant coach of the year. I don't know. What else do I got around here? Let me see. I got some of Pat Riley and Don Shula. I got one right here. Lawrence will like this one. Where's Spig? Spig's okay. Here we go. This is a good one here. Me and Coach Shula.
Oh.
See this right after we won the Super Bowl. That's our whole staff. Tony Wise, Norv Turner, Jimmy. We rented a boat and we took off for about a month to the Keys. No, it was like a 2-day trip. I'm kidding. Okay.
That is an
like a month.
Epic photo right there.
It absolutely is.
That's when I was riding a Harley. How about that, Lawrence? And the only problem was the way we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's Zach. That's Jason Taylor, Zach Thomas. The problem was all the players started buying Harley Davidsons, and everybody started riding them to the games. And I said, you know what? This is crazy. And so I said, hey, that's it. No more Harleys to the games. We are done. I don't want to see guys riding those damn things. So we put an end to that. But yeah, it was getting contagious. It was getting a little bit crazy down there in Miami.
As it tends to do.
We got a lot of stuff. We got a lot of stuff here. A few footballs, a few helmets, a few Super Bowl trophies. Pits. Yeah. So we're good.
Just a Super Bowl trophy. Just hanging out in your office.
It's a trophy.
My wife Jan just yelled, "Stop the tour! You're wasting." Sorry, people.
It's fine. Lawrence, everything's fine. Matt, everything's fine. Shane, Tanny, everything's fine.
Afternoons on the Score.
They said the only off-the-field encounter I've had with him was at Bueller's wedding a few years ago.
Mark Grody walked in today and said he'd been thinking a lot about Dansby Swanson, talking about Justin Turner. And that reference right there. Why was Dansby talking about last time I hung out with him?
Just the way
Bueller's wedding.
He just brushed by it. Like, I think Bueller's wedding must have been a thing, man. Like the way Swanson just swiped it, like everybody. Oh yeah, man, it's been since the Bueller wedding, man. Which
dude,
was
let me tell you,
something.
I was getting after it at the Bueller wedding.
Right. I think the next time you have Swanson on, oh man, you don't even want to know about the Bueller wedding, man. Stuff happened.
They said the only off-the-field encounter I've had with him was at Bueller's wedding a few years ago.
Oh man,
dude.
that was something.
That it feel like for some reason he seems like Walker Bueller, like the type of guy that would have like just
a rager.
I don't know why it feels like that, but just the way he said that, bro.
Well,
it's Bueller time, man.
First of all, Walker Bueller, Vanderbilt guy, Dansby Swanson. Vanderbilt guy. So I can only assume it was all Vanderbilt dudes.
Bro.
Carson Fulmer had to be there.
Jay
You know what I'm
Cutler
saying?
in the house?
Yeah.
Bro. See, I think
man.
you're putting it together. I bet Cutler and his team were there as well. Whatever
you should
that
have seen David Price getting after it at Bueller's wedding, man.
All the Vandy guys were there. Oak Park Vandy for some reason.
Oh, yeah. He was at the Bueller
Shout
party.
out.
Tell you what, Jason Veritek was there.
Chris Williams.
Oh, yeah. Former Bears offensive lineman.
Who's the wide receiver that Cutler threw to there? He also threw to here. There's also a Bear.
That he threw to?
Yeah. There's a wide receiver at Vanderbilt.
Oh, yes, Earl Bennett.
Earl Bennett.
Oh, Earl Bennett. Yeah, I got an Earl Bennett. Thank you.
Bueller's wedding, man. Earl Bennett and David Price.
Oh, you saw Bennett?
Oh,
Bennett went upstairs.
Nomar Garcia Parra. And
Nomar brought the tequila, brah.
All right, I'm looking at InsideWeddings.com at Mackenzie Marcinek and Walker Bueller's wedding photo here together.
I want more on the Bueller wedding, bro.
I don't.
I do. I gotta have it. I'm
uncomfortable.
Next time Nico's on, I want to just like.
You don't know that Nico was there?
I might like.
What makes you think that Nico was invited to Bueller's
why
wedding?
wouldn't he? What? He's not good enough to go to the Bueller wedding? It's a place where you got to be top of the. You're elite.
Well, Dansby's connected because of Vanderbilt.
Yeah.
And Justin Turner's connected because they were Dodgers teammates. What's Nico's connection to Bueller's wedding?
Well, I don't think
you saying he knows Mackenzie Marcinek?
I don't think it's necessarily exclusive. That's what I'm saying. Like,
oh no, I think it is.
It's a thing,
That's the point, man.
Oh, really?
It's like the Catalina wine mixer. Like not everybody gets invited.
Okay.
To Bueller's wedding.
It's up in the hills.
Yeah.
Can you make it to the Bueller wedding,
Man,
bro?
I think it's a thing.
Yeah,
So,
I bet Dylan Cease was there for some reason. Like, I feel like Cease, bro, I'm there. It's totally sick. I was at the Bueller wedding. Sick.
Slider.
I will say that Walker Bueller is not following Nico on Instagram, so he probably wasn't there.
Okay.
Yeah.
But Nico could find out about the Bueller wedding through friends. So that's what I would like. I would like to know more about the Bueller wedding.
That's sick. Nice. Okay, I'll fix that.
See, that's Dylan Cease
That's
right
what Dylan
there.
Cease said about Bueller's wedding.
He was totally at Bueller's wedding. 100%. I'll put money on it.
That Dylan was there?
Reach out to Dylan Cease.
All right, we'll find out.
Find
Shane,
out.
if you could reach out to Dylan Cease.
Were you at the Bueller wedding?
Yeah.
Sick. Hell yeah.
I'm betting that's a no. So I'm doing prep for these ball games this weekend out there in Mesa. And I'm reading about some of these guys, right? Reading about some of the Cubs stuff. And you know what I was doing? I was looking on the website that CM Punk loves so much. I was over there on the Wikipedia. And I saw this nugget that Justin Turner, who Dansby Swanson was talking about, who he interacted with at Bueller's wedding.
Bueller.
Justin Turner is the most endorsed Major League Baseball player, according to, Wikipedia. That nobody has more endorsements.
Seems wrong, doesn't it, Grody?
It's a newer type of thing.
Turner was the most endorsed MLB athlete in 2024 with 20 active deals.
Surprised, not surprised, I think.
Up from 8 in 2023. So we got 12 new deals? Is there any way that Wikipedia is correct on this?
Wow. I mean, he was pretty famous for a long time in his Dodgers days.
He was.
Like, he was a thing. There's no doubt.
Yeah, you put a beard on someone, then just immediately they become more marketable and likable. You know what I mean? It happens even like around here all the time.
That's what I'm saying. Suddenly, everywhere, You know, Justin Turner in June 2024 signed on as a brand equity partner for something called Beard Club, stating, quote, "As someone who takes pride in my beard, grooming has always been a significant aspect of my routine," unquote.
I don't want to hate this guy already. This is not a Beard Club show. This is not a Beard Club
Dude.
city. We endorse the beard guys here on the Parkinson Home, the Spiegel and Holmes show.
You should look up to him. You should look up to. He was one of the like. He still had a long beard when everybody didn't have a beard. Like it was him. And did you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And after.
Who was the San Francisco?
The closer, Brian Wilson.
That's him. Because wasn't he one of the original? Wow, look at the beard on
He
that
was
guy.
nuts. And then there was that Red Sox team. There's a whole Red Sox team with like Johnny Gomes and guys
Napoli
like that. Napoli. All those guys were beardos.
David Ross had one.
Yeah,
Beardos.
it was a Duck Dynasty thing. Is what it was. Like, don't we have to go back to Duck Dynasty, or do we have to go before that to like the Charlie Daniels Band and things like that?
No, I mean they were the anomaly. I think they were the. Well, maybe not. Maybe that was the first wave of it.
That
would
Red Sox
have been like
team?
ZZ Top. No. Charlie Daniels, ZZ Top.
ZZ Top.
Kenny Rogers.
Yeah.
Like they all had big beards.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we got to trace this back.
And the guy named Beard doesn't have a beard.
Yeah, but that's right. Frank Beard and
Does not have
ZZ
a
Top
beard. He's the third
did not
guy.
have a beard.
Crazy.
It's an excellent point by you.
Unbearded. Unbearded.
Billy Gibbons.
Is that?
It's one of the other guys who did have one. But Shane, to be clear, beard guys is what we are about here.
Yes,
Weirdos.
this is a Beard Guy show and a
Long
Beard
time.
Guy station.
Okay.
Beard Guys with a Z.
Okay.
You can get it at any local retailer that has hair care products.
Okay, good. See?
That's where
There
I
we
get
go.
mine.
Beers, I'm more of a Bears guy, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Bears, beers.
I don't believe that there's any way in hell that Justin Turner is the most endorsed Major League Baseball player.
Yeah, like I said.
Can you write your own Wikipedia entry? Is that what's happening
Maybe,
here?
but why would he want to do that necessarily? I don't know why he's a made man, right?
Yeah.
Like Justin Turner's, he's good to go. He's 40 and he's still making millions. He's fine.
And I also learned about 2 of the new Cubs having Cub family ties. So you know this stuff is always going to find its way to the broadcast, right, Brody?
Plenty of room.
According to Matthew Boyd, his late grandfather, John Boyd, grew up in downtown Chicago, was a diehard Cubs fan. And Carson Kelly, the new Cubs catcher, both his parents were Chicagoans, grew up in Chicago. He was born in Chicago and a Cubs fan. These are the important things that you learn along the way.
7 Bears for that, by the way. That was very good. From here, perfect. Fans of the Cubs, 7 in the offseason.
I didn't know Cubs fans could get Bears.
Only in
the Cubs players.
Only in the Bears offseason. Well, I really do sound like Robber. Only in the Bears offseason can that happen. I just made up that rule just now.
Yeah.
So if you are, if you want to bring up players that are from here on the Cubs or the White Sox,
yes,
I'll give them Bears for a
you
while.
will.
But
Okay.
then it gets erased once this is in chalk.
So how about Nicky Lopez, the former White Sox, hopefully future Cub?
Okay, and
how many Bears does he get? Or Mike Talkman, our guy that we talked to last week.
Talkman gets
as a football guy.
I'm going to give him 8 Bears.
Oh
for
my
sure.
goodness!
I mean, he was very serious about. Like he took it serious. He wasn't just like, oh yeah, I love the Bears. I love Walter Payton and I love all those. I love Jay Cutler. Like he was right on top of it.
He also looked down on other football fans like Nico. You know what I mean?
And Justin Steele too.
Right. So does that up the Bears count or lower it?
That's interesting. That's pretty gutsy on his part. We're just going to keep it right where it is. 7 Bears.
He's Mark Grody. I'm Matt Spiegel. It is the Spiegel and Holmes Show. Groats is in today and tomorrow as well. Friday, there's a ball game in this time slot. Coming up next, Mike Valenti, afternoon host at 97.1 The Ticket for Ben's Vision as we examine Ben Johnson's last 3 years as offensive coordinator in Detroit.
The Score is Chicago Sports. Chicago Sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey guys, if you could benefit from a little extra in the bedroom, you know how to help yourself, don't you? Blue Chew is your answer. Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew is an online service. Delivers the same active ingredients as drugs you've heard about, like Viagra and Cialis. Do you know we found this, Anthony?
It depends on what this is.
So Big Ant,
yeah,
you've got the photo in your home. The time you sacked Tom Brady.
I do have that photo.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what? Take us back to the date. What was the date on that game?
It was at Kinnick Stadium. It was a home game while I was with the Iowa Hawkeyes.
1990. Those are locations. We're looking for dates.
Yeah, I thought it was something that was meaningful. I mean, if I had a picture in my home, I'd remember the date. Regardless,
it was in the 90s.
I've been asking you for the VHS or the DVD of this for a long time, right? And Aunt had told me, maybe my parents have it at their house, but I have no idea. I had never seen this clip on YouTube before.
This is Iowa football against Michigan football when Brady was the quarterback at Michigan. Aunt was at Iowa.
Yeah. And so we've tracked it down for you. And so the Score audience, I believe for the first time, can hear you taking down the legend, the GOAT, Tom Brady. And, even though you bus-tossed me earlier in the show, I will do something nice for you and something to uplift you. I guess it's an apology for me not doing my job as well in the first segment. But here we go for our listening audience. Ant's big sack of Big Tom Brady.
You are looking live at Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City, Iowa on a rain-swept Saturday afternoon. A year ago, the Hawks forced. Now let's take a look at our Chili's starting lineup. Tom Brady, 15 of 26 for 208 yards a week ago. Brady couldn't find an open man. He's going to be sacked from behind at the 24-yard line by Skip Miller. And Anthony Herron receives credit for it. Real tenacious job by Anthony Herron, number 99. Good job in the secondary, apparently, for the Hawkeyes. There's Herron. He beats the block of Backus and stays on his feet and chases the quarterback down. Almost knocked the ball away from Brady.
Wow! Is that cool? That is Brent Musburger and...
It sounded like Fouts.
I'm trying to place
I've
the
already
analyst.
forgotten.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I think, because it's not Gary Danielson.
Right.
It's not Todd Blackledge.
Right.
Fouts is a pretty good call. I think that is Dan Fouts.
Yeah, I think that's a good call.
Tenacious job by Anthony Herron.
Or
apparently by Skip Miller.
We don't know.
Right.
So
Could
we
have
have
been that guy
there's
too.
no way to know. Skip might have done it, but Ant got credit.
Skip Miller, the whitest of white guys you've ever met, or me. It could have been either one of us.
Sacked by Skip Miller.
Brady.
No, I'm sorry. It was someone darker than that.
Right. The complexion a bit different than the guy I mentioned a moment ago.
Come on, Brent. Come on, man.
It was a rainy night.
Sack.
It was a rainy night.
You love a rainy
Kinnick
night.
Stadium. Yeah, a rainy night at Kinnick.
Man, you almost knocked the ball away.
Gotta get that ball out next time, man.
I know.
Next time you get a chance.
I recall
you
a clip of me on the sideline screaming at someone about that as though they should have gotten the ball out. That's what it looked like. I remember the clip afterwards, watching it back. First round pick, Jeff Backus, by the way, the guy I'm beating around the corner there, as a side note. But then I get to the sideline. There's a clip of me screaming at some teammate just because I'm just, so overcome with the fervor of the moment. And I get I almost had the ball out. Like,
It's in your scouting report. Bad guy. Bad
Exactly.
teammate.
WSCR Chicago, WBMX HD2 Chicago, and Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! Get comfortable being uncomfortable.
It's time for Ben's Vision.
Our mission starting this spring is to win and to win now.
Projecting how the Bears roster will take shape under new head coach Ben Johnson.
Ben's vision is going to be principle.
These are the type of players that I need. That's the vision.
If it doesn't fit Ben's vision, are you willing to move on from certain guys?
Really enjoy hearing Ben's vision.
Current roster, free agents, and the draft.
Our entire organization's fired up about Ben Johnson and his vision for winning football.
Ben's Vision.
This offense will be calibrated with Caleb in mind. This is not simply a dropping of a previous playbook down on the table and starting there. No, we're ripping this thing down to the studs, and we're going to build it up with him first and foremost, and then with the pieces around him next.
With Spiegel and Holmes on 670 The Score.
That's right. Ben's Vision is the segment and is the conceit. Mark Grody, the head coach, needs to be the philosopher king of the football organization. Something I don't believe the Bears have had since Mike Ditka, frankly.
In terms of a coach with that much power?
Yep.
Well, Dave Wanstead did have some GM power in his time as well, which eventually he did not have. But yeah, like this probably is that. I mean, we all assume that that's going to be the case, or at least have heavy say in what is going on.
And that is the conceit of the segment. So we thought in terms of talent evaluation and procurement, let's talk to our friend Mike Valenti at 97.1 The Ticket about how the Lions have done it. Did Brad Holmes, the GM, allow Dan Campbell to drive the bus on certain players? And did Campbell, in turn, then allow Ben Johnson, when it came to the offense, to provide his own vision?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. And look, for a long time, the Lions were compartmentalized, and it wasn't a singular vision. And what you've got here is everybody rowing the boat, same direction, and it comes from the top. Brad Holmes does not believe in need. And if you look at how the Lions have drafted, I mean, hey, they need D-line help. Yeah, great. They took Jahmyr Gibbs. Hey, they need, a pass rusher. Well, good for you. We just took an off-ball linebacker. It begins and ends with the evaluation. Now, look, a couple of the picks fell into their lap, right? When Jalen Waddle gets taken by Miami and you end up with Penei Sewell, it's a no-brainer. My dog could have made that draft pick. But what Ben Johnson is going to bring is this. The reason I led with that is, okay, the way Ben operates, everyone's playing a role, but it begins and ends with the run game. And that should be music to the ears, not only of Bears fans, but Caleb Williams. Because far too often watching last year, you just threw the kid to the wolves. And he didn't play with structure at USC. And then you allowed him to not play with structure last year. And I thought he did a very commendable job surviving it. Right? He didn't go out there and throw 27 interceptions. You know what I mean? So what Ben is going to bring is, A, he's a perfectionist. He demands accountability. He may not look like a fiery guy. He's a red ass. And I mean that in the best possible way. He will absolutely get along with Chicago and that attitude and the way it works. Structure is going to be important. Now, I am fascinated. This is the one thing I won't be able to answer for you guys today. I am fascinated because, look, he got Jared Goff to play his way. But how much of that was that Jared Goff is good, but he's limited. He's typecast. He is a certain type of guy. I am going to be fascinated to see what Ben Johnson's vision for Caleb will be. We know it'll come off the run game. We know it's going to be a ton of pre-snap candy, tons of play action. But Caleb unlocks things that, frankly, Ben Johnson couldn't do here. You know, we always have a joke. We call it mobile Goff season. Anytime he would rush for, 4 or 5 yards, you're like, look at the wheels on this cat. But with Caleb, that's a different deal. So you're going to get absolute command position from the head coach. He is not a mild-mannered guy. Lose whatever you think about that. He will cuss guys out. He is going to demand accountability. He is going to spread the football around. He is going to make the quarterback's job easier, but it will begin and end with the run game. So when you talk your roster construction, it is going to be completely, obviously, I don't need to tell you, Speaks, completely remade up front because that offensive line stinks.
Yes, and as this is great stuff and a great starting point for conversation in terms of the background of it. I will say, to answer your unanswerable, and we'll be following it, Caleb's favorite quarterback of all time is Aaron Rodgers. So just like Aaron Rodgers had his skill set kind of harnessed and helped by Mike McCarthy, and then, of course, Matt LaFleur after that, Green Bay's always run the ball. They've always run the ball, and I think Caleb will have an appreciation of that. With that in mind, before I get to some specifics on the O-line, should I expect the Bears to trade away DeAndre Swift like the Lions did?
You know, DeAndre is such a polarizing player when he was here. I mean, I loved him when he was available. And then you had some of these moments where you're like, wait a minute, you look like you're non-functioning. How are you out here? I think here's the best way to do this. To me, deep running back class. I don't need to go down the list, but it is a deep class of running backs. I think for a year, DeAndre will have some familiarity with what's going on, add a young back to it, mix and match, and get it rolling. And plus, Speaks, here's the thing. If you trade DeAndre away, what do you get? You're going to get a sandwich. You know, you've already got a ton of cap space. You're good to go there. I probably keep him around because the way Ben wants to do it is going to be multiple backs. And DeAndre, even if it's specific to the passing game, can play a huge role in that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Sandwiches are good, by the way. Don't besmirch
They
sandwiches
are
on my watch. Caleb Johnson out of Iowa. You as a Big Ten guy. I mean, that one of the kind of running backs that makes sense. I'm thinking DeAndre could be a veteran version of Gibbs in terms of Sonic. They need a Knuckles.
Yeah, you do. I'll tell you one thing. Both Ohio State backs, Quinshon Junkins, Travion Henderson, there's a load of backs this year. But those two really jump off the screen to me. You know, Johnson's tough with Iowa. Watching Iowa, you're one eye open anyways. You're fighting a coma watching him play. I don't know how much of him is going to be usage and how much that translates into the explosive factor in the NFL. I worry about a guy like that. But you're not going to be short on backs. But I'm telling you, Quinshon Junkins would be the guy I'd use.
All right.
They didn't not a ton of usage in college, right? He got the split carries here. He played the 1 year at Ole Miss. So you're not drafting a guy with 1,000 career carries. He's got a little bit of speed. He's got juice. Jumps off the screen, power. He's a complete package to me.
All right. Mike Valenti from 97.1, The Ticket, helping us out here. Look, I'm wondering if Cole Kmet is a great fit or if they need another tight end because of how much 12 personnel Ben likes to run. Yep. The Lions very high on running two tight ends. The Bears were very low last year. Will Ben want his Will Ben want his Sam Laporta? Is Kmet more like his Brock Wright in this design?
Listen. But you're going to sign 17 tight ends. I hope you're ready. You're going to draft all of them. You're going to sign all of them. He's great at personnel and attacking. And look, Kmet to me can be a Laporta-like tight end. Kmet has a lot of tools, and you just haven't had things in place to fully unlock all of it. But I wouldn't be shocked in the least if you go after a tight end, whether it be free agency or draft. No, you're absolutely making that conversion. I would be flabbergasted if the Bears didn't look completely different offensively. And it's going to begin and end with O-line, tight ends, personnel, running the ball, setting up throws. I mean, you're talking about, God, with Goff, they were throwing almost 37% of pass attempts for play action. That you're making your quarterback's life easy, and that's what Ben Johnson has been great at. But make no mistake, this is something, Speaks, I think you and listeners are really going to enjoy. Are you a Curb fan at all?
Sure, of course.
Okay, he is Latte Larry. He's going to operate the Spite Store, and the opponent will be Mocha Joe. Like when the Cowboys had this thing where Dan Skipper reported eligible and the refs screwed them. Ben Johnson spent the entire week designing how many ways can I bleep you with offensive linemen. He was throwing passes to linemen. He had Penei Sewell on a reverse. He will spite people. He will blow the doors off people if given a chance. So understand, any slight, the culture of the Lions, any slight, oh no, we're going to kill you. And I do. I think it's something the Bears need. For far too long, they've lost their edge. They just haven't been a serious franchise. I'm hopeful for your sake, and I'm hopeful for Ben's sake, that he doesn't go the way of Cliff Kingsbury, where it's brilliant OC, terrible head coach. Right? We've seen that a million times. This guy's the goods as a play caller, and as a guy who commands accountability, especially from his quarterback. it's the recipe when you got a guy like Caleb.
This is why we're hoping that it's different. We just lived through Matt Nagy, who was a play collector and not a play caller, really.
Yeah.
And also only had the Andy Reid offense in his bag. It's all he had. And year after year, week after week, it was, stubborn on stubborn. Ben has coached all the different positions. He seems to have a lot of different schemes incorporated into what he's done over the last 3 years, and he's a slave to the run game. But this personality bit about him being the right kinds of petty for a competitive sport, that is music to Bears fans' petty ears, because we don't like that Detroit has risen up and is better than us, Mike. We don't like this at all.
Shouldn't. Yeah. You shouldn't. And believe me, I understand it. Here's the other thing. What I'll say is this, right? You bring up the Andy Reid offense and all that stuff. When you really look at it, year after year after year, Reid has lost coaches around him. And, and then Eric Bieniemy went on to be an absolute joke. That's because Andy calls the plays.
Yes.
Right? So, that whole, Chiefs offense thing is not a thing. It resides with old Big Red. With Ben Johnson, here's what I'll tell you. The biggest compliment I can pay. It's like a route tree. But everything he does, he's got 3 or 4 things underneath it. Oh, they ran that trick play earlier in the year. Yeah, well, it just set up these 3 other things. His sequencing is really largely brilliant. And week to week, and it very Patriot-like. There could be a week where they want to cut the ball loose 38 times. There'll be another week where you swear Caleb plays for Air Force Academy and throws it 12 times.
Good.
He's flexible. He goes with it. But the run game is where it will begin and end. But make no mistake, he'll use that run game to bait you in, and he'll run 7 straight play actions. He's an evil genius with offense. He really is.
I am advocating, Mike, for the 35-year-old Kevin Zeitler, the guard of Detroit, who's now a free agent, to come over and sign a 1-year deal, give him 2 if you must, and let him teach the young offensive linemen that they also draft or sign how to do things Ben's way. Does that make sense?
I like it. Yeah, it does, because it's going to cost you about 10% of what a Trey Smith would cost you. I don't know where the league has gone, Speaks, but when did we arrive at guards making $20 million? The Robert Hunt experience. I'm not into it. With Zeitler, listen, they felt his loss in the Commander game that they lost. He blew out his hammy and didn't play in that game. Just a rock solid vet. He had a really good year for him. I think you're spot on with it, because you're going to be able to allocate that money to other places. And I'm just not a believer in paying a guard $20 million.
Wow.
So yes to Zeitler with you.
I'd be okay with both. Maybe I'm crazy, but I mean,
you're not crazy. You want to win.
But we want it. They need 3 new interior offensive linemen, and what I'd struggle with is if you want to draft a center. Tell us about Frank Ragnow. You know what I mean? I'm trying to figure out what the profile is for positions that are hard to scout from our perspective.
Yeah, the problem with Ragnow is if he's not the best center in the league, he sits at that dinner table. He's an absolute warrior. I mean, the guy plays with an inoperable toe. He played with a torn pec. He's just football guy. He's a warrior. You're not going to find, Ragnows don't grow on trees. The other problem is, and you're seeing, look, I'm originally from New York. I'm a Giants fan. You're seeing what drafting a center can happen. The Giants took arguably the best center in the draft in John Michael Schmitz.
Yeah.
He has been a piñata his first 2 years in the league. It takes a couple years. It's very hard to find a Creed Humphrey or a Ragnow where you plug and play. That to me is where you could just invest some money in that spot. Mm-hmm. Because you need someone to help your young QB with the checks, the protections, and candidly, what you're doing offensively now is going to be night and day from whatever the hell the Thomas Brown show was last year. That was watching you guys was something. You guys deserve battle pay. I mean, that was my God.
It was a grim existence. I'm not going to lie, but this is what we get. It got so bad that I think we might end up getting taken care of. What are your concerns about Ben taking over, if any, in terms of the full operation?
And I'll say this because there's no slander. It's just the same 2 concerns I have anytime you've got first-time head coach and young quarterback. I think it's a different thing when you're sitting in that different chair. So can he make that transition that a lot of DCs and OCs have failed to make, where you're like, wait, these guys are spectacular. What's the problem? But the other thing is what we kind of started with. Okay, You had Jared Goff, who flourished with structure. If Ben forces him into that kind of game, is that best practice? Or do we see another, Crayola in the box here where all of a sudden you go, whoa, I didn't realize you had that to your game. I think those are the two things. Because look, Caleb, for as good as Caleb is, he learned a lot of bad habits at USC. If you think the Bears' offensive line is terrible, guys, go look at what Lincoln Riley put in front of this kid. Every play he was playing backyard football. And I think that's damaging. I think that hurts a kid. So those would be the only two concerns.
Yep.
But make no mistake, those are universal. But you know what I like about it? Look, he said up front, I'm going to be choosy about where I go. I want the organization I go to be on the same page. I want that organization to be able to look me in the eye and admit mistakes, right? These are things that are real. So he's going to get command of the kitchen. And yeah, it's going to be on the front office. You've got to get players. I think you're close. I do. I think the O-line, don't be shocked if you get another playmaker. Like the one thing when you start doing your show going into the draft and you're doing positions of need, throw it in the garbage. Because if Ben Johnson's getting his way, the way Brad Holmes did it here, they're taking the best available player and they'll figure it out later.
Well, that's an interesting question because they just got Rome Odunze as a number 1 pick at wide receiver. DJ Moore's locked and loaded. Keenan Allen probably gone as a veteran free agent. They need a third wideout. I find myself thinking about Cooper Kupp as a slot guy. I don't know if he's a fit for what the offense is or what kind of wide receiver what kind of extra wide receiver weapon does Ben Johnson go, yep, that's what I need at this point?
Yeah, probably a slot machine. That's been Amon-Ra St. Brown's, greatness here. The ability to operate in space. You can't jam him. You can't cover him man-to-man. It would have been a younger Keenan Allen, candidly, right? You couldn't cover the guy, elite route runner, that type of guy. But look, the beauty of where football's gone now is you don't need just one player. It's opened up these middle rounds to where I'm going to use 3 backs. I don't need to take one in the top 10. I'm going to use 4, 5, 6 receivers. Go in the middle rounds. Go grab a guy. It's all profile. Speed's going to play a role, but it's all got to be players that have high IQ. And I'll tell you the one thing the Lions have always done, and I'm going to be interested to see if Ben rubs off on the Bears organization as far as one thing the Lions focused on with draft picks was the RAS scores. And I know we're nerding out. We've probably just lost 96% of your audience. I apologize. But when you're looking at who the Lions would take, it always ended up being one of these guys who had a top 10 RAS score at the position for relative athletic score. And that, to me, is the recipe to success because every guy the Lions take, they're versatile. They are an athlete first. And they're weapons. I mean, that's how you end up where you line up against the Lions and you're like, what the hell am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah.
There's dudes everywhere.
I hope I did a nice job pretending I knew what RAS scores were during that moment.
Okay. I know.
You're dragging me. You're dragging me along, Valenti. You're a king. This is what I need.
Next week you'll have Bill James on and nerd out on the White Sox, right? I apologize.
Why would we bother? Last thing, I think I don't remember the last time, if ever, that we were in a state like this where not only are the Lions better than the Bears, but the Red Wings are better than the Blackhawks. The Pistons just swept the Bulls. The Tigers are better than either the Cubs or the White Sox. Like, I don't know. Has this ever happened? I got to do the math on it, but it's got to feel pretty good.
No, but we just went 10 years where I'm pretty sure Detroit had the lowest winning percentage of any 4-sport town. I mean, we went through 10 years of hell. I also, listen, candidly, don't count the Cubs out. I think the Tigers may take a step back this year. The Pistons are fun, but let's be clear. This is the worst Eastern Conference in history. Half the teams don't even try. I mean, hello, Bulls.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi.
The hockey thing, look, it's year 6 of the Yzer plan. I'm not exactly sending him an edible arrangement because we're contending for a playoff spot. But yes, it's more a statement on the disastrous state of Chicago sports at large. But the Bears are going to be fine.
Yes.
They're going to be okay, and I think the Cubs are going to win that division.
Shane, send Mike Valenti an edible arrangement. He can send it on to Yzerman if he wants. It's up to you.
Repurpose.
Yes. Thank you, Mike. You're the best.
You got it, Speaks. No problem. Take care, guys.
Appreciate it. That's Mike Valenti from 97.1 The Ticket. Mark Grody, not here earlier when we taped that interview, but here now and listening, which I thought was a really nice touch by you.
I was focusing. I was taking notes like I was in a 300 level class at ISU.
It's good stuff.
Sitting there. So that was fantastic.
There's some stuff in there.
A lot of stuff. I have at least 5 bullet points here.
We're going to react to that and continue the conversation about Ben Johnson's vision as it relates to the Bears and what we just learned there from Mike Valenti. Paul Pabst will join us in studio top of the hour, but keep listening to Speaks and Grody on Spiegel and Holmes.
The Bernstein and Harris Show, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on 670 The Score.
Bears reporter Nicholas Moriano.
I was actually talking to Olin Kreutz, and we were talking about, it could be 3 to 4 guys. I think it's going to be more around that 3 range, and specifically looking at the interior offensive line. But left guard, center, right guard are all realistic options for the Bears that they need to find people, whether it's through free agency or the draft, that they need to upgrade. And it's hard to overhaul that many positions in one offseason. I would look specifically at that center position. You need to get that one right.
Bernstein and Harris, middays 10 till 2.
It's the grand opening of Raymond Kia in Antioch. Our new lounge is over 4,000 square feet with multiple TVs and workstations. We also have 18 service bays. The best part is we have more space for basketball. And more Kia models. Right now, get grand opening savings like this. Come in today and ring it up at the grand opening of Raymond Kia on Route 173 in Antioch.
He's that guy that can be very creative, switch gears. Oh, they're blitzing us now first and second down. It's something they haven't done in the past. Oh, here's what we got to do, He has an answer for it, and that's incredibly important, and not very many guys in the league do that.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds to me like what I'm hearing from you, Mike Martz, is that he's one of those guys that he just has it. He's got it. Like when somebody like you, who has done what you have done in the league as a head coach and as an offensive coordinator in multiple stops, including here with the Bears, that you can recognize a guy that has got it. You also said that his intelligence can be part of leadership, and that it doesn't, and you didn't say this is what I'm saying, it doesn't necessarily have to be an overbearing, crazy, loud voice in there as well. Is that kind of what you were getting at too, that his intelligence and his direction and the identity building can be leadership as well with somebody like Ben Johnson?
Most definitely. The big thing is players in the NFL, if they know that you know it, you can help them get better and help them win, they're all ears. Then you got them completely. And not, the first few weeks or so, a guy gets with the coach, a player gets with the coach, they figure him out pretty quick, and then either listen to him or they're all in or they're all out. It's just that easy. And he's going to capture him right away because he knows what he's talking about. He's going to make them all better. They're all going to get better because of him. I think he's a once-in-a-generation kind of coach. They just don't come around very often like him. They got this one right. I'm just over the moon on this one. It's great to see Chicago have something exciting like this happen to him, and that in the quarterback. And, of course, we haven't talked about him, but I think Caleb, when they drafted him, of all the quarterbacks they've had some pretty good ones, but I think he could be just an absolute great player if they got it right with him, too.
You know that? That's right. I know that's right. That's Stacey King.
The friends of the program are my friends, and they are friends for life.
Afternoons on the Score.
But make no mistake, this is something, Speaks, I think you and listeners are really going to enjoy. Are you a Curb fan at all?
Sure, of course.
Okay. He is Latte Larry. He's going to operate the Spite Store, and the opponent will be Mocha Joe.
So let's turn to our resident Curb Your Enthusiasm enthusiast, Chris Tannehill. Tell people about the Spite Store and how Latte Larry works.
Well, it's a very popular show. I'm sure I'm not the only one that could enlighten the audience. I've never seen the show, actually.
Take it.
A couple seasons ago, there was a coffee shop named Mocha Joe's, and
so far this tracks.
Yeah, Shane, you might want to help me out on the specifics as to why Larry felt the compulsion to avoid going to Mocha Joe's. Like there was something wrong. There's something he didn't like about the coffee shop. It doesn't matter. Okay, you asked me. He didn't like Mocha Joe's coffee shop, right? So out of spite, Larry opened his own coffee shop right next door called Latte Larry's, and it was the plot point of the entire season is him building up his own coffee shop out of spite.
Just out of spite for Mocha Joe.
Season 10, huh?
So when the Lions played the Cowboys,
what else you got from me, Shane, on that season 10?
I never claimed to be a
no, but you got it right there, and Speaks wanted to know.
It just says season 10,
what else you want to know?
1.
Yeah.
So anyway, thanks guys. That was plenty. That was great. It's great. All right, that's great. Obviously, it was great.
When did Parco get here? What's up, Parco?
It's just a
battle of impressionists in there this week.
yeah.
Oh,
you guys have Valencia. You
wins.
guys have Valencia, but you don't have me on?
So when the Cowboys played the Lions in the playoffs a couple years ago, and the Cowboys got the refs to say that Taylor Decker, the lineman, didn't report as eligible when in fact he actually had.
We know all about that.
Yeah, the Lions got all pissed off. And when the Lions beat the bejesus out of the Cowboys this past season, during that game, Ben Johnson tried throwing a touchdown pass to Taylor Decker. He ran a hook and ladder to Penei Sewell. He let the offensive tackle Dan Skipper run routes as a wide receiver. And they ran a flea flicker to the tight end Sam Laporta for a touchdown. All out of pure petty and spite.
It's beautiful.
For the Cowboys having done things. So as they're beating the hell out of the Cowboys, he rubbed it in over and over and over with offensive lineman plays.
Do you think the reason he was doing a lot of those plays against the Bears, then not spite, but showing off? The pass play to Penei Sewell, the bum rush. I mean, like
the stumble bum.
That's what I meant. Stumble bum.
Yeah.
I mean, like 3 or 4 plays.
I think he was actually absolutely showing off in his job interview.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Because now we know how much he wanted the job and how long he's been wanting the job. So that provides clarity that he was showing everybody a little something.
So the fact that there were probably multiple instances, that's the one Valenti was referencing, but of Ben Johnson being petty and or spiteful as a competitive guy.
Yeah, something else really important here on our way in. Adam Harris texted me, reminding me about the specifics of the Mocha Joe Latte Larry. So I just want to clear this up for the listeners. I know it's important.
You tell Adam Harris. Okay,
I thought he passed personally. Larry got upset because Mocha Joe's coffee wasn't hot enough, and he didn't like the scones served at Mocha Joe.
The scones were too dry, right?
Are we good like that? Are we good now?
That's enough, Mark.
That's enough.
And the tables wobbled at Mocha Joe's.
Okay. There we
Shout
go.
out to Adam Harris.
Thank you, Adam Harris.
We'll go looking at cats someday, Adam. We're both cat lovers. And he actually said to me,
Let's go look at cats?
Yeah, let's go look at cats. I was like, absolutely, we'll go look at cats someday.
Where?
You guys
like
going?
at people's houses?
Like to a shelter.
Like
go
Rick's
hang out
Cabaret
and pet cat. Well, maybe. Who knows? We'll see.
Actually, how about at Polecats? Don't they have cats over there?
Polecat Tony?
Tommy?
Tommy. Yeah, it's actually Tommy.
Polecat Tony has passed. Polecat Tony passed.
Speaks, look at me. One of the things that I did write down on my chart right here.
Thanks for listening.
Yeah. I did, to your point about the spiteful Ben Johnson, I wrote, red ass, good, because there wasn't really
anger accountability with the predecessors to Ben Johnson. Like, you never felt like Eberflus was in the midst of a 10-game losing streak in either of his 10-game losing streaks. When Matt Nagy was here, we wanted him to show something, some accountability for the bad that was going on, whether it was getting on a player or going off in a press conference. It doesn't sound like Ben Johnson is necessarily the go-off in a press conference guy, but low-key don't mess with him.
Yeah.
He said he cusses guys out. Now, I don't know that George will care for that, but that Valenti said this is a guy who will cuss people out. I think, like, if he's being earnest about that, if it really happens, it sounds silly, but that's a good thing because we haven't seen that from Bears coaches, the coaches that I've covered over the last 6 years.
No, I totally agree. I totally agree. You want that. You want that anger, that edge, and that accountability. And if you got that mixed with a play caller of that kind of magnitude, that's pretty special stuff. How about the tight end thing?
Oh, yeah.
Buckle up on tight ends. And you do a search for things like that Lions fans have been saying about the tight ends over the past few years. Like, there was one time where they had 10 tight ends. Like, and that tight end room is always absurdly packed. Like, and he's a former tight ends coach who knows how important the position is. This Bears roster, there's going to be an overhaul. They're going to find a way to get rid of Gerald Everett. And if they can't cause the money, then he'll be like the 5th tight end. Like, there's going to be so damn many new tight ends on this Bears team to go along with Cole Kmet. Get ready for that.
And moving, perfectly from that, the tight end. Yes, that was one of the things that I starred during that interview. He also said, and this definitely goes with what you just said, that look out, Ben Johnson, if he has the say in the draft, he wants best player available. And Valenti in the interview said playmaker, which could completely throw off everything that we are all thinking with the number 10 overall. Think about Jahmyr Gibbs when they drafted Gibbs, and we were all in shock. And look at the dumb Lions. And look what they did.
The whole NFL world was like, "Can you believe how stupid they still are?"
So in other words, the people, and there are people out there who would love it if the Bears took a chance on Ashton Genty, the running back out of Boise State. Like, I'm not saying that's going to happen, but that sort of stuff, if we are going to believe that about Ben Johnson, is in play. I still have, and we'll get to this later, I still have the Bears going with one of the lines, which I will reveal a little bit later on.
Oh, listen to that. Listen to that tease a little bit later in the show.
I also have vision.
Sounds like Mark Rody's going to be on the clock a little bit later on.
Might be on the clock. I'll be giving a vision. I'll be giving all sorts of things. But
yeah, playmakers.
That enlightened me a little bit. Like, I was like,
I don't know. How are you going to feel? How are you going to feel about that if in one of those three top, what are they, 3 in the top 41, right?
Yeah.
One of those 3 in the top 41, they end up taking an offensive playmaker?
Oh, man. I mean, like, I think
wide receiver?
People would be disappointed if you didn't take an offensive lineman, let alone an offensive playmaker. But yeah, you do. I mean, they do have 2 second-round picks. You should be able to get value.
And they might get another 3rd if Ian Cunningham gets the Jaguars GM job. Yeah, Shane has been hot on the idea of Cooper Kupp. And I have not been, but then Valenti's answered, like, yeah, I could see him wanting a slot machine. That's what Amon-Ra St. Brown is, what Keenan Allen used to be. This idea of putting Cooper Kupp into that slot and then letting Rome Odunze be a guy on the outside and letting DJ Moore be all over the place, it's a bit more intriguing.
I think he's looking for security, right, Mark? I mean, Keenan Allen was the blanket last year. When he would scramble, he'd look for Keenan first. You wish it would be Cole. You wish it would be Rome. You wish it would be DJ over Keenan. But they're going to let him find that security again. So if a slot guy and someone of that stature is his comfort, why not give Cooper Kupp, what's he going to get, $6 million? $7 million?
But it's the trade. You got to trade for him first. You got to trade for him and then sign him is the idea.
Yeah, no, of course. I'm talking about what the contract will be and what he's getting now.
Yeah, no, he'll get a lot more than that, I think.
I've been the one wanting to, and I understand that the realism of money and all of that, although the salary cap going up. I said keep Keenan Allen. I was saying this towards the end of this season because I saw the chemistry build between those two. I saw the comfort, and
And then we heard Caleb Williams on the St. Brown podcast saying that that's the best player receiver he's ever played with. I understand he's only 23 years old. He's had 1 year in the NFL and 4 in college. But to say that, it's like it confirmed exactly what I was seeing with my eyes. So I don't know if it's that player or that type of player. So you got to listen to that stuff. Like as much as we all want to see Roma Dunze and that development of a young player, and we will right now.
Yeah, this is the
right now, Caleb Williams is really like comfortable with guys who know exactly what they're doing, and that's Keenan Allen.
It's a fascinating time, and I'm really pleased that we've settled on this as the segment, because I think that's what we're trying to get inside is Ben's vision and Ben's idea for what he wants, and we're basing it on what he did for 3 years in Detroit. It's not just like, oh, this is what he did there with who he had there. It's they slowly put this together. They built this thing together, and he was a big reason behind it. So the RAS scores, having looked up the relative athletic score, which is the score that scales athletes on overall athleticism from 0 to 10, 5 being average, 9 being the 90th percentile, etc. And that is something that they used in Detroit, to Mike Valenti's notice. They must have also just picked better, because Ryan Poles has been using RAS scores a lot. Ryan Poles is a big fan of the RAS scores. And I can think of some of the athletes that he has taken who haven't panned out as football players, Velus Jones Jr. So you got to make sure that somebody is a football player first, as well as a relatively athletic player as compared to his peers.
I agree with that. What a great example the Velus Jones is, because
that's an athletic freak, an athletic marvel, and you're like, we'll find a spot for him. No. In the NFL, they got to be football players.
I remember that camp, and all we could say, oh God, this guy's fast. Look at him. When he get on the field, it was a difference maker. And then once the game started, it was like, oh, this is a problem. Another thing that he said that I thought was great was that Caleb, this is what Mike Valenti said to You Speaks, Caleb unlocks things that Ben Johnson couldn't do in Detroit.
Right.
Like with Jared Goff. And we think we know that Ben Johnson really liked Caleb all along.
Let's touch on that as we continue the conversation when we come back. Also, I want to get into something that I enjoyed over the weekend that I believe should become a societal norm. And I learned this from my friend, Societal Norm. All of that upcoming before Paul Papston Studio Top of the hour on The Score.
There is no offseason for Bears talk on The Score. With Ben Johnson and a new coaching staff on board, there's a lot of key decisions to be made with the roster.
Get a center. I'm not losing sight of this. Find one who's good. The guys who are great at that, they don't leave their teams.
So keep it on The Score as we follow.
When you're talking about what do you take out of this game, right? What do you take out of the positive out of this game, the game that you lost? It's that you had a quarterback making plays, making throws, leading you down the field, late in the game, doing the special. And guys, go through all the games, because I did it today, and I'm not going to bore the listeners. But he's done it a lot now. He did it against the Titans. At the end of the first half, he got a field goal. Against Houston, at the end of the first half, he got a field goal. He let him down late in the game. He got a touchdown, right? Against Indy, he let him down. He got a touchdown. The defense didn't give him the ball back. He got a field goal. At the end of halves, guys, at the end of games, if you go through every one of the Bears games, Caleb Williams is doing the things we talk about that quarterbacks have to do to win football games. He's elevating his teammates. They talk about him being a multiplier. Guys, look at the offensive line he had on the field at the end of that football game against Washington. DJ Moore is hurt on the sideline. I just told you about how he threw the ball to DeAndre Carter. Against the Panthers with 55 seconds left, 5 plays, 65 yards, a touchdown in the first half, right? Against the Jaguars. Same thing, touchdown, first half. Against the Washington, he brings them down at the end of the game. He scores. You guys, you go through every game at the critical moments. We talk about 2 for 1. You got to score at the end of halves, and you got to score at the end of the game. And that falls on a quarterback and his arm and his ability to make plays in the pocket. I'm telling you guys, if you go through the games again, if you go through all of the Chicago Bears games, every game he's made a play in those situations. He's had drives to score points. So the Chicago Bears, if you're talking about what do you take positive out of this football game, if you go back and look at what they've done, at what Caleb Williams has done, at what Ryan Poles has called doing the special, guys, they have that going on right now. They got to get that Hail Mary fixed, and they got to get it fixed during the game. We got to start a little earlier. We got to score points. We got to get the ball moving. Can't let them move the ball up and down the field, even though you kept them out of the end zone. But if you're talking about what we've been talking about for years around here that we need a quarterback in critical situations to make plays. This guy, Caleb Williams, now, he has done that to start this season.
I just want to say, it's always great to be on Chicago. If not the current city I'm in now, or New York, it is my favorite city.
I mean, this is very much some Mick Foley type stuff that you're doing right now, Richard. This is the greatest city, Chicago, Illinois.
Just gave myself some cheap heat. Thank you, guys. Be well. Chicago's the best.
The city of Chicago. Afternoons on the Score.
So, Mark Grody, you were talking about that moment in the Mike Valenti interview. He was talking about how Ben Johnson should be excited about Caleb, who unlocks some things. What's the phrase exactly?
Unlocks things that he could not unlock in Detroit. With I don't know that Goff's name was mentioned, but obviously that's the insinuation. Could not do the same things with Jared Goff that, in theory, he will be able to do with Caleb Williams.
Unlock me!
This is going to be backdrop for a big storyline for me come training camp and the beginning of Bears season, is that the Bears have a chance to do right by Caleb Williams in the way that they did not in year number one, which is to simply ask him to function within an NFL offense that prioritizes the running game first. Like, go ahead and take advantage of what should be a decent defense. Go ahead and prioritize the run game, as all good NFL offenses, barring maybe the Browns, excuse me, the Bengals, maybe the Chiefs, like. And even the Bills ran the ball. Lord knows the Ravens and Chargers and Eagles and 49ers and the Packers all run the ball. Yeah. Go ahead and prioritize that. Run the ball and let Caleb hand the ball off a lot. Use play action. And when it's time, like they said actually they were going to do last year, to unleash the special, then you can see the special. This offense way too damn often functioned by asking Caleb to be special and save their ass. So now they can actually do it the right way. And thankfully, they've got an offensive visionary who knows the run game has to come first. If Jared Goff could do what Caleb could do in off schedule, then you might have even more special stuff than what the Lions did. Go ahead and do it this classic NFL way.
You needn't look any further than the Bears-Detroit game on Thanksgiving Day at Detroit, where it was just Jahmyr Gibbs here, David Montgomery there, Jahmyr Gibbs, just marching down the field, explosive plays. That was extraordinary what they were doing to the Bears defense that day, but that's just a somewhat of a look at it as well. I think all of this, Speaks, goes into the category of another thing you guys were talking about in the interview, and that is structure. Yeah. It's a good reminder that, and I didn't watch every single snap, obviously, of Caleb Williams at USC. Went back and watched a ton of it, but he had, as he said, as Valenti said, there was very little structure happening at USC. He was allowed to do, in a lot of places he shined is when the structure broke down. But this ain't USC, this ain't college, and to not have that sort of enough structure around you last year, again, you had the wrong coaching staff for the right quarterback, which is just such a sin that it's got to get better.
He is Mark Grody. I'm at Spiegel. It's Spiegel and Holmes here on The Score. Look, I over the weekend, I saw The Brutalist, the movie The Brutalist, directed and produced and co-written by a guy named Brady Corbett. Anyway, me and the wife, we try to see every movie that's nominated for Best Picture before the Oscars come. So it's a nice little push. So went out to see The Brutalist. Unlike you, Mark Grody, I did not see it at home with your parents.
Okay, that's fine.
That's how you saw it.
I'm just a better son. That's that. I value my parents.
I saw it in a movie theater with my wife.
Oh, that's nice.
And it's a long movie, and there's an intermission. And I gotta say, it should become the societal norm. And my friend Societal Norm also agrees. Any movie over 2 hours needs to have an intermission.
Which is most of them nowadays.
What a beautiful thing this
Just say you're old with a small bladder. Just say you're old with a small bladder.
That's not just
say
that.
Your prostate's not healthy.
It's not just that. I checked my prostate before I came in and during the Valenti interview.
I was going to say, you did it, right?
Maybe don't get the normal pop when you go.
It's funny you mentioned this because we went to the Landmark Century Mall Theater, and it was the biggest Coke Zero I've ever seen.
Unbelievable.
It's outrageous.
I love the Coke machines at movie theaters now, at least the fancy ones, where there's like 8 different types of Diet Coke. You get the lime Diet Coke, the raspberry Diet Coke.
But here's the thing. The intermission for the movie theater is not just to relieve my troubled bladder, okay? It's not.
Oh, troubled bladder.
You restock on the drink if you want. Or you go second level on the snacks. Instead of at the beginning of the movie deciding, I need everything I'm going to enjoy for this entire movie. We just got popcorn and the soda. And intermission was like, would you like something sweet now? I was like, why, yes, as a matter of fact, I would. We got the Reese's Pieces right then. And they served them chilled at the Landmark Century, which was lovely. So you got the Reese's Pieces chilled. But what an incredible... Discuss the first half of this think piece of a movie.
You're not breaking down tape when you're watching a movie, dude. You're watching the movie, and then old school, you're breaking down tape when you leave.
No. For adjustments at the second half there?
I'm not looking for halftime in movies.
We need a seal here and a seal there. No, we absolutely were breaking down the first half. You've never seen a movie with me, Shane. We'll break it down.
I did that, too. I was like, what the hell is this movie about? I don't understand any of it.
What do you expect in the second half? But my God, I loved intermission at the movies.
Okay.
Discuss Discuss amongst yourselves.
I didn't need it. I was enjoying the movie. I'm
You were
into
at
it.
home.
I'm trying to figure out what's going on. No. This was not. This was at the theater.
Oh.
Where the Brutalist.
Spiegel said you were at home.
Yeah.
I thought you were at home.
No.
Oh, you went to the theater?
I mean, he said that you immediately commented on loving your parents, and that's why you watched it with them at home.
Oh, I did say that.
You
Well,
did that
I
immediately.
do watch a lot of movies with them. This one was okay. I messed it up.
That's okay.
Accept it.
But don't
it was at the theater.
Didn't you need? You had an intermission. Did you use the intermission?
I think. I did.
Of course you did.
Why not? Of course.
Of course. They're going to give it to you. You might as well use it, right? Who wouldn't?
Yeah.
So you're saying you liked it,
Just
right?
in case.
Can't take those intermissions with you when you go.
Are you guys with societal norm on this one? I mean, this is a no-brainer.
No.
I got to tell you, so most movies are too long for me nowadays in the theater.
Talk
Especially
about
if
old man
Like
here.
even if you're going to see a kids movie, it's like 2 hours sometimes now. Like
Yeah.
I don't need that, So I'm cool with it. The last long movie I saw like that was Killers of the Flower Moon, and I got to tell you, could have used that intermission in that movie.
Really?
I know
I like that
it's
one
a
at home.
heavy movie,
Yeah.
So like having that intermission helps with that, and like Speak said, the refill.
The refill.
Because like I am at that age where it's like you got to go to the bathroom before the movie starts if you get there. Because now, like that's another thing about the movie thing where it's like, well, they say it starts at this time, but really it's a half hour after that.
Correct.
Because of all the previews that you don't need.
You got to
Like the
go.
Madonna show.
You got to go to the bathroom and help your addled bladder deal with things. You go right before the movie, and you could go at the intermission. If you're a movie theater owner, and I know you're not, Shane, I'm aware of that. Okay, it's not your fault that you don't own a movie theater. But either way, you love the intermission. I bought more. I went and I bought more
intermissions. How many do you get?
I bought more
It's like a
snacks.
vowel?
I bought more snacks.
I'd be intermission anxiety guy. How long is the intermission? They should have like a clock. Like put a scoreboard up there.
They
you know?
did. They did.
They did.
On the screen.
Oh, love that.
They had a countdown for the intermission.
Last movie I saw with intermission, I think, was Hateful Eight, and there was no countdown for that one. So
Can't do
that
that.
helps.
Was
Yeah.
there an intermission
here's
for
the
the
thing.
Irishman? The meeting?
Ooh, I don't
Yeah,
think so.
yeah.
No,
You
yeah.
saw that with Danny, right? At
Yeah.
that really
I did.
uncomfortable
Danny and I
theater
went,
on
I
Clark.
think, to that same theater.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Did
Yeah.
he do the popcorn trick on you?
Where you put the straw through the butter or the straw through the popcorn?
No, he's talking about a different popcorn.
It should be
trick.
bigger than a straw, theoretically.
Well,
So
theoretically.
here's the thing. When I was much younger than you guys, and that's still the case, we had this website called runtopee.com. And you type in what movie you're going to see, and they
Yes.
tell you the prime times to go to the bathroom.
Oh, that's
the
amazing.
original intermission.
That's really
That's
nice.
so good.
But you're still missing some of the movie. It's just
But
what they
according to the
decided.
movie, they say you don't need that.
This is why you don't need it.
Like
do
when
want-
they sing Gravity in Wicked, you don't need that one.
I agree.
How dare
I was
you?
kidding. Great movie. I saw it opening night.
I thought it was a wonderful movie.
Wonderful. I love it.
Yeah. Me
What
too.
is the go-to Spiegel snacks? What do you have to have at a movie? Is there anything?
Yeah, I need the popcorn with the butter,
Okay.
and I know it's surprising. And then I need something chocolate that I dump in.
Oh,
Dump
like
into it.
M&Ms. Yeah.
Ideally, chocolate peanuts, and you let them melt a little bit into the popcorn business, so it all kind of blends together. Can do that with M&Ms or peanut M&Ms,
Yeah.
or in this case, Reese's Pieces. That worked out beautifully.
Right,
as well.
right. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Texture says he saw Addled Bladder at the Rave in 2002. Yeah, man, I'm sure they
It's
were
a hot
great.
show, man.
Yeah.
You know, we went after that to the Bueller party, man. We went to the rave.
The wedding? The Bueller's wedding?
No, there's a Bueller party, too.
Oh, dude, Bueller's
the Bueller
wedding.
party. It was sick.
Who else was there? You know who was there? Paul Pabst was there at Bueller's wedding.
He's down with his sickness.
The encounter I've had with him was at Bueller's wedding a few years ago.
Dude, Bueller's wedding was sick.
Oh, my God.
We'll
the
talk to
Bueller
Paul
wedding.
Pabst all about it next on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio.
So that's what we're seeing from Caleb is too many just flat out wrong drops for the concept, which is what makes me think what some of the reports you're hearing about Shane wasn't big on, hey, this is the drop you have to take. It's what you're comfortable with. It's a horrible way to approach quarterbacking, especially with young quarterbacks in the NFL. We need to dictate the feet, because what the feet will also do is it'll get your eyes there on time, which is like a whole different like hour-long discussion on we want your eyes there at the correct time, because if your eyes are there early, which is some of the things we talked about, hey, Rome's open on the shot play, we don't throw it. Why? His eyes are there too early, so he feels like he's covered. But really, if we would have taken a 7 instead of a 5 and our eyes would have gotten there a little bit later, he would have seen Rome pulling away. Those are the little intricate details of what makes a quarterback really great that Caleb just doesn't have yet. And I don't want to blame Caleb because I don't think he's been coached on these yet.
So who currently in the league, to your eye, has the best feet in that regard?
Yeah, name the top guys and they have it. The hardest thing right now in the NFL is like when we see Patrick Mahomes, we see Josh Allen, what we see are the 4th and 1 touchdown runs. That's what, hey, cut to JB. JB's pumped up, right? They just beat the Bills, or the Bills just beat the Chiefs. What we miss are all the 1st and 2nd down boring football plays where Josh Allen takes a 1 skip, he throws the option route, it's 6 yards. Now instead, you flash forward to your favorite quarterback. Instead of taking a 1 skip to the option, he takes a 3 hitch, and then it's broken up. Those are the boring plays. If you really want to talk about it, though, and this is why I think this hire would make so much sense if you could get him, the absolute best growth guy that we've seen is Jared Goff. Jared Goff, when it comes to playing on time with his feet, is as good as it gets. If you can get Caleb to be 80% of Goff's feet and decision-making with Caleb's talent, it would be Mahomes-ish if you could get him there. Right now, Caleb's currently at let's call it 10% of doing the right thing with his feet.
And still gonna break every Bears rookie record available. And that's where I think
that's the exciting part about it, though, is to me where it's like he's still so successful. And it's like and in my opinion, and granted, I do this for a living, right? So it's a little bit different when I view it, but this is the lowest hanging fruit. Like, this is the easiest addressable topic for a quarterback. If we were talking with Fields, it was more biomechanics. Hey, how can we get him more rotational? How can we create accuracy through a proper delivery? That's a PhD level. The footwork thing, you give me a bad 7th grader, Dan, we can get his feet right. You know what I'm saying? So it's like Caleb can do it and do it in a hurry. And that's what I think should be most exciting going into this offseason for Bears fans.
Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Spiegel and Holmes Show Flashback.
He's Paulie Pabst from the DP show. Ryan Bates, folks, has an arthritic condition in his shoulder.
My mom has that. That's what my mom has. If you have the same condition as my mom, and she's calling me all the time, she's texting me, she's out in Orland Park. What do I do? Who do I call? I don't know, Mom, but I'm worried about Ryan Bates' shoulder right now. I love you. I'll see you on your birthday, but I got to get Ryan Bates' shoulder fixed up.
Will you excuse us for 2 seconds? I'm so worried about it. It's a dog thing.
Rondale,
So silly.
he's
Sorry.
got a virus. Is very ill.
Arthritis. We think it's arthritis. It has hips.
Texters wonder if the Bears should maybe just start your mom at right guard.
She can backpedal a little bit. I don't know if she could hold her ground in the tight situations.
Human beings that large should not run as fast. And if you like people just abusing other humans.
She's not a Kelsey type. I don't think she could do that type of play.
Had some issues at the combine, right? Like didn't want to work out for everyone, right? Wasn't that there was a thing with the character issues, right?
Right. She's the offensive lineman there wearing bifocals. She drove up in like a Hyundai.
There was one Scott that liked that a lot. It reminded him of himself.
Fired up about that.
When the time is right, hopefully I'll either upgrade the ride or take care of my camera.
Did your mom do a lot of hanging with Laramie Tunsil pre-draft?
Yeah, I can't confirm or deny that though. But she's more of an edibles type.
Perhaps you remember your first edible.
Dave Wanstead, Ryan Bates with the arthritic shoulder condition. That's what Paul Papp's mother has. Arthritic shoulder condition, and she's not available to dress.
Not available, but Coach, she's a grinder. She would go in there and pass block for you.
I know she would. She's you definitely got her genes.
You scouted her, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Coach, didn't you try to redshirt Paul's mom like Aaron Donald?
No, not Paul's mom.
There was one room with the light on at Pitt.
That's right.
And it was Paulie's mom in the weight room.
Hey,
throwing weight.
Paul, these guys, it's tough to get any, you can see it's tough to get any serious work done here, but
As we bring out the Chicago offense.
Caleb Williams, the real USC.
DeAndre Swift, Georgia.
Paul's mom, Roll Tide.
Oh my God. I had forgotten just how much that day when I worked with Paul Pabst that we worked his mother's arthritic shoulder into like a variety of situations, like the depth of bits that it ended up being a part of. We've gotten on tape, Paul, and Paul joins us right here in studio. We've got Dave Wanstead scouting your mom as an offensive lineman.
Yeah, that was a thrill for her, but what a terrible son I sound like. I was making fun of my mom's hip, saying I prefer the Bears' hips to be healthy than hers.
Yeah.
Terrible son.
Well, I mean, that's the price of doing business. Everybody's content when you get into this business.
I like that Ryan Bates was the biggest issue for you, too. Like, I love that as a simpler time when all we thought with the Bears going into the season, it's the big Coleman Shelton, Ryan Bates competition at center, and then the Bears are going to be fine.
Yeah, Maddie, that was week 3. I think that was late September, and our biggest concern was, are they going to get to London on time? That was the biggest concern.
My goodness, it's crazy what a year we've had. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show. It's Spiegs and Mark Grody, and that's Paul Pabst, executive producer of the Dan Patrick Show.
Yeah, I think so.
And also host of The Tailgate here on the weekends on The Score, and Chicagoan in town, hanging out. Has a new place in town. He's told me that we're going to give the address out.
Yeah, everyone's welcome
on air, and you're having a party, right? It's a winter party.
Yeah, I'm inviting everyone in the building. And Mitch left, so he didn't make the cut.
Nice.
But yeah, I'm the only guy who goes to Chicago for his February week off and enjoys this. Everyone else is going to Cancun, going to Florida. I want 2 degrees. And I want to get pizza.
Well, this is the way. You just had some pizza. You just had some Aurelio's out there.
I grew up on Aurelio's. I grew up in Glenwood, Illinois, and we used to go to the Homewood Aurelio's, the original, when we were kids. And it's still the place that every couple of years I come back to. I try to go over there.
There you go. See, your favorite pizza is the pizza you grew up on.
And you can't be objective about it.
No. And you shouldn't be expected to be objective about it.
I grew up on PCE's Pizza Cottage. Remember the Pizza Cottage? Like out in the suburbs, the western suburbs. There's a couple of those.
Like LaGrange?
But no, like Itasca, Addison, Roselle, But yeah, PC East, that was my place.
Yeah,
Delicious,
and I grew up on a kind of pizza that you can only get in Trenton, New Jersey. These tomato pies, but the closest is Armand's.
Armand's is good.
And Armand's pizza reminds me of the pizza of my youth, and so that's my go-to.
I know we got other things to get to, but
we do, Paul.
Being a guy who's from Chicago and lives outside of Chicago for a long time,
yes, sir.
There's interesting anger around pizza discussions in Chicago because my friends who have never been to Chicago, they go, "I'm going to Chicago for the first time. Where do I eat?" And I tell them the places that the new people to Chicago should eat, the traditional deep dish places that they're a bit touristy, if that's not a bad word to say.
No, it's okay. It's delicious pizza.
It's still great pizza.
It's great pizza.
It's more for the Chicago experience of that as your first time.
So you can say you've done that.
100 because Chicago does deep dish like no other city in America.
You got to remember, you're talking to a guy. I live downtown now, right, or in the South Loop. So I avail myself of all things downtown. Shane says that I act like a tourist from Ames, Iowa. I'll tell you, Shane, you know where we went on Saturday?
Cindy's rooftop?
No. Keep guessing. This is good. I had Ruben and my nephew. No, almost went there. No, not a restaurant. But
Ed DeBevick's?
No, a Chicago attraction.
Wendella Tours?
No.
The Bean?
Dicka's? Keep going. You're getting there.
He went to the ice skating rink at
Harry
Millennium Park. Maggie Daly Ribbon. Skating ribbon.
No, this is good.
The Billy Goat? The William Goat?
No.
You went to
further out into the lake.
You went to Buckingham. You went to Monroe Harbor.
We went to Navy Pier.
You went to Navy Pier.
We went to Navy Pier.
It's lovely. It's lovely in February.
Navy Pier is exhausting.
It was outstanding.
Oh man,
it was perfect for our needs.
Oh man,
yeah, went to the Children's Museum. Did the flyover thing again, which is absolutely awesome. And Christine hadn't done it. It was phenomenal. Spent $50 on candy at It's Sugar.
Awesome.
You know what I mean?
It's sugar. Like it's so blatant now. It's like we're not going to mess around. This is where you come for sugar.
Right.
Sugar.
Here's your shovel.
Sugar. Come on in.
Here's your shovel. Go ahead and fill your little container.
Before we move on, I heard you guys talking movies.
We're never going to move on.
Oh, by the way, I'm sorry.
This is what we're doing.
I need a moment.
What are we moving on from?
I meant White Cottage. That's the name of the. Does that make any more sense to you? Okay. All right. Go ahead, Paul. What were you going to say?
I heard you guys talking movies. A question for the room.
White Cottage. That's racist.
What was the movie your parents or somebody took you to way too early of an age?
Oh man,
improper.
I have a good answer for this. I saw Risky Business with my mother.
Okay.
Yeah.
With your mother?
With my mother. I saw Risky Business with my mother. And when Rebecca De Mornay, when there was like a train scene on the Chicago, on the L. There was love on the L, and that was a very awkward moment between me and my mother.
Wow.
I had a very responsible mother. She did not approve of things like that. Did not happen on her watch. Very strict.
Nothing.
Nothing. But I guess I could add that the movie I first saw that I shouldn't have seen was Porky's.
Well, what age were you?
Probably 12ish, 11.
You're on the cusp of
10,
being
between 10 and 12. It was woo for where I was.
Yeah.
Some of the things going on in that movie. Woo. Oh man.
All right, I got one. I was 6 years old, and we were in Calumet City, which is shaky already, and we were living down in that area in Dalton, and my dad took us to a movie, about 6 of us, my cousins, and we saw Jaws at age 6.
Okay.
I wouldn't get
you were a little young for that.
A little young. I was 6. I wouldn't get an in-ground. Our neighbors had a above-ground pool. I wouldn't get into an above-ground pool where I could see the bottom. There's no sharks.
Have you watched the video of the guy, was it from Ecuador, and his son who got swallowed by a shark? I don't think it was Ecuador.
It was a whale.
It was a whale.
It was more of a whale.
It was more of a whale situation.
Did you complete the process?
Yeah.
What's with the process?
The whale did not complete the process.
Spit it like I guess whatever a whale's form of spitting something out.
Didn't make a football move.
Yeah, upon review,
it was not a football
the whale
move.
did not make a football move.
Not a football move.
I agree with that. Much like Des Bryant, the whale did not. He is Paul Pabst.
More like Des White.
He is he's executive producer of the Dan Patrick Show. How was Super Bowl week? How was New Orleans and Super Bowl week and Radio Row and the whole schmear?
New Orleans is built for the Super Bowl. It's a city that's open like 23 hours a day. You could eat, drink, do whatever you want, but it's also kind of spread out. And you can go places to eat, you go places to drink. They have a huge convention center, tons of hotels. They're built for events that are party events. It's built for that. It didn't feel like anything gigantic was going on. There's lots to do there. It's a lot different than the old days, though. The teams are so secluded. You didn't see the Eagles players very often. You didn't see the players. No one goes out and parties like the old day, but New Orleans is built for this. I've heard a couple things that New Orleans is going to get in the rotation more often, where not 9 or 10 years, more like every 5, New Orleans could be in play.
And do you think they should in terms of the way it's set up?
Zero doubt. In late January, early February, it's 70 degrees. It's 50 at night. It's built for it. They're a perfect city for that.
What was the best guest interaction that you guys had this particular time around? And yes, I'm asking as a guy who hasn't been to a Super Bowl radio row in far too long.
It's you know what was the one that stood out to me. I talked to Jalen Carter of the Eagles at media night
before he got sick.
Yes, before he got sick, or I helped. He's one of the biggest humans I've ever seen, and I've seen Shaq in person. But he's bigger, and he's not just a huge defensive tackle. He's like fat jacked, where he's like big but not heavy and not huge, and just a gigantic guy. And I remember thinking, like, man, I kind of wish the Bears would have got this guy.
Well, that's the thing.
And it's tough to see it because at the time I understood the offensive line pick. It's the right strategy, but when I saw Jalen Carter and saw what he does to people, you're like, wow, that guy's nuts.
Do you think that entire thing is aged poorly or not?
What, Jalen Carter?
Yeah, because they didn't have the Eagles' infrastructure. Like, it's a nature versus nurture thing. It's like, would he have been the pro that he's been these last couple years in a Bears infrastructure that was clearly chaotic?
And also there were bad things going on with Jalen Carter. It's not like it was nothing happening with him. And some of the stuff ahead of the combine, some of the workout that he had where it was like everything had fallen off the table. So he was not physically right nor mentally right. So at the time, of course it's aged poorly. I mean, of course you would like to have that player over Darnell Wright.
Yeah.
And God bless Darnell Wright. But that player is better. But at the time, I didn't have a problem with it.
Yeah, Mark,
I didn't have a problem.
I think you're right because it's easy to hindsight say they should have taken the player who became the Pro Bowler. The strategy was to take a good offensive lineman, and it looked like the right move, and it still is a right-ish move.
It still might be the right move. We were talking about that today, I think, or actually we were talking about the podcast. The possibility of, sorry, I did the podcast today,
you're
so there's conflating. There's conflating.
I understand.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like, where did I say this?
I'm Dan Wiederer.
We talked about it today, Dan.
Yes.
That it's not out of the question. Like, Dan brought up the possibility, could Darnell Wright become your left tackle? Now, in theory, you look at it and say, well, he's been pretty successful at right tackle, but not successful enough that you say, oh, you're too comfortable there. We can't move you. So that's one interesting thing to look at potentially once the OTAs hit.
But, Matt, there's one thing. When we're getting close to the draft-ish, it's still a ways away, but for Bears fans, this draft is a biggie. 3 picks in the top 40.
Yep.
If you go back and look at last year's draft, that draft still bothers me, and it bothered me day of. And it's not against the players that they drafted. Rome Odunze, I loved him in college. I think we all loved him. He's going to work out. He's going to be a very good wide receiver for the Bears. But Brock Bowers was on the board, a once in 10 years tight end. And I don't care that you already have Cole Kmet. Didn't the Bulls get Michael Jordan because the Clyde Drexler was taken?
Yes.
Sam Bowie.
Yeah, we don't want a redundant player. Brock Bowers was the pick there, and
especially in a league that has multiple tight ends.
Right, and then you take an offensive lineman from Yale. No offense, I watch Yale games. I go to them. I live out there. That's a project pick. That's a risk pick. That's a
it's a gluttonous pick.
Yeah, it's a luxury pick for a team that can afford to develop an offensive lineman. And then, as good as Taylor is, the punter, taking a punter in round 4 is what the Chiefs should be doing, or the Eagles should be doing. That's a luxury pick. The Bears went with 3 picks that didn't really. They had too much downside when they could have taken safer offensive linemen from the Big Ten. And that's when you look at this draft. The last draft bothers me more now when I look at it.
Well, you know, we're asking Ryan Poles to learn from his mistakes, and we're trusting that he can learn from his mistakes. And I'm okay with it because there's a lot of good that he's done, too. There are a lot of good picks that he's had. But there's a lot of conceptual stuff that is problematic. You're right about that draft. You're right about those picks. And also, his offensive vision was dog crap to allow it to be left up to Matt Eberflus, who had no offensive philosophy whatsoever, and then chose Shane Waldron. And for Shane Waldron to come in here, and they clearly built from the outside in.
Yep.
And expected that was going to work, that they were going to scare teams with their rookie quarterback and 3 wide receivers into respecting the run.
Yeah,
and that's not how it works.
We were on, I think I was on your show in August, and we talked about having blinders on, and the offensive line will figure itself out. We talked ourselves into it. But if you look at Ben Johnson's now with the Bears, and when he was building the team, they were building the team with Detroit, they got Penei Sewell. And then they had that draft a couple years later where they took Jahmyr Gibbs about 10 picks earlier than he should have been.
What is going on?
Remember how much they got critiqued, Mark?
Sure. Oh, I was one of them. What the hell are they doing? Ha, ha, ha. Look at Detroit.
Yeah, they took a middle linebacker a round too early, and people were making fun of them, but they stuck with it. And Sam Laporta on an offense that didn't score touchdowns. That draft got crushed.
Yeah, well, we were just talking to, I don't know if you listened to the interview that Spiegel did with Mike Valenti, and he said, look, hey, Ben Johnson's a guy who is going to want a playmaker somewhere, and basically saying not ruling out that pick, that 10th pick in the first round.
Oh, man.
Now, I'm not saying that they're going to go Ashton Genty, the like top running back in the country, that there are pockets of people who are like, get that guy, but I'm all of a sudden ready for anything. Ideally, offensive line or defensive line.
Right.
I'm more about the defense right now, but I'm kind of wondering. I mean, we got to figure out what Ben Johnson is thinking. Maybe we'll get a better idea next week at the Combine. We'll see. You'll be there? Will you be at the Combine?
Combine, not the Combine,
Not
but
the
we are. The Dan Patrick Show is going to be at the draft for 4 days.
Oh, nice.
4 days in Wisconsin in April. Jealous? Jelly? Toast jelly?
We're gonna be there. I don't know if it's official yet. Is it official yet? Can we talk about it?
I don't think so yet, but go ahead.
All right, yeah. So yeah.
No, hold on. When I was in Green Bay for the finale, that town, like all anybody talks about, like going into the gas station. Oh yeah, we're getting ready for the draft around here. We're volunteering. Like the whole town is just crazed about it.
Yeah, if you go on to like Airbnb or VRBO and try to find something anywhere near Green Bay around draft time, it's a stretch. It's a tough putt right now. They're very excited and they're jacking up their prices.
Yeah, imagine if the Bears were based in Kankakee and there's no other teams around, and how would a focal point would be. I went to a Packers game about 10 years ago, and as much as a Bears fan I grew up on and taught to hate the Packers, you had to respect their game day experience.
Oh my God, it's a lovely experience.
Yes.
I've been there a few times. One of the times I was there was Jay Cutler's first game as a Bear. Dan McNeil and I doing the show from a bar on the Monday morning after that Sunday night game when Jay had his first game as a Bear.
Interceptions.
I think so.
Why you have to bring that up?
I'm sorry.
Too soon, Grody.
Trigger. It's a trigger,
Is
Paul.
that the game where he threw the ball into Johnny Jolly's stomach? I might be mixing it up with another Cutler disaster.
Urlacher broke his wrist that game, didn't he?
I think it's and
what a great game to attend.
Yeah, it was great. It was great.
Early
But I tell you what, everybody inside the Lambeau was an absolute delight.
Yeah,
every single person was like as nice and as kind as they could be, just all happy and very excited to be Packers fans.
You know, and I didn't like the game day experience is great. I went to the Packers Bears game here. I actually went to the tailgate because I couldn't get tickets, so I just hung with my friends at the tailgate. But if Packers fans, you don't feel like you're going to get punched in the face if you're a Packers fan going to Soldier Field. It's like an enemy that you're not going to go too far with. But
a Packers fan going to Soldier Field, you don't feel like the Packers fan would get punched in the face? I'm afraid the Bears fans are a little more aggressive than the Packers
Bears fans would punch Bears fans in the face.
I've seen things.
I guess I was on Waldron Deck that day, and maybe everyone was in a good mood. But
Waldron Deck's a different, that's a nice vibe,
it's
the Waldron
foo-foo.
Deck. Yeah, absolutely foo-foo. You're not going to get the fights there.
And it hates wide receivers.
It's more after the games in the parking lot.
It just doesn't run the ball, Shane. It doesn't run the ball.
Shane, what's the bar in Chicago you're most likely to get punched in the face at?
Probably a Wrigleyville bar from some frat boy, like Sluggers or something like that.
Or like the store on Halstead back in the day?
Back in the day, maybe. Yeah, a Winnetka frat boy. Some North Shore kid whose parents Ubered him down to the game. He had beers in the bleachers, and he tries to hit me in the batting cage. Yeah,
right. Got to get back to Lake Forest.
Obviously. No, I mean, I would never hit anyone.
North Shore Winnetka frat boy.
He's not from Winnetka, and he wasn't in a frat. Okay.
There's no reason to clear that
Everything's
up, Spiegel.
fine.
Let it hang.
I mean, that's usually what we do. That's what we do.
We don't need context. I don't like
Context is overrated.
context.
Well, Paul, what bar are you most likely to get punched in?
Did you get punched in the face at a bar, Paul?
Oh, yeah. I used to be, when I got out of college, I moved to Chicago. I was living at North Sheffield. I was working for Hub at Pro Football Weekly. And to make ends meet, I was a bouncer, air quotes, because I couldn't bounce anybody. I was a doorman at Sedgwick's, right by Gamekeepers.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And I got punched in the face once. The guy came, or I was grabbing his friend and trying to pull his friend off someone. And this guy came from the back and did a roundhouse, hit me right on the button. Ooh. And I did the woo, like a spaghetti, woo, and went down. And I had a white Sedgwick's T-shirt on. And there was a brawl kind of around me between the bouncers and the other dorks. And I got up and I was like out of it. and there's little marks from people stepping on my shirt. So I didn't do too. I was 0 for 1 that night. TKO.
That stretch of Sheffield over there, that's like where all the Big Ten bars are.
Yeah.
Sheffield's.
Well, yeah.
Like
but
Kirkwood's, right? And River Shannon, Vaughn's.
Yeah. And every school has its own bar over there. I forgot you worked for Hub Arkish, our guy at Pro Football Weekly.
Right out of college.
And hearing that, so were you there when Eric Edholm was there?
Just before.
All right. Were you there when Jeff Agrest was there?
He was. I think he took my job.
I
think when I left, I moved to New York, and I think he was hired.
So you're never making the top 20.
Yeah. Now he's just in here leaving us all off the top 20.
Actually, I left by choice, which opened up a job for him.
So there you go. So maybe you will.
I'm in the top 17.
Maybe that's how that'll work. That is outstanding. How about now? Favorite places to hang out here in town?
Boy, I'm telling you.
What will Yee be doing tonight?
Uh-huh.
Does Yee have plans, or will Yee be just hanging out at home?
I'm a free. Actually, I'm going to the DePaul game versus St. John's
tonight. Yeah, 8 o'clock tonight on the Score.
It's a good team.
Yeah, DePaul, St. John's.
Not DePaul. Are you sitting courtside?
St. John's is a good team.
I would say I'm row 9.
Oh, okay.
I'm more of a row 9
there
guy.
There were tickets.
I saw that. Did anybody grab them?
There were floor
Nobody
tickets.
responded.
Honestly, I would have gone if it wasn't 8 o'clock. That's too much.
I'll see if I can change it.
If it was like a 6:30 game, I would have taken.
Oh my God, you're the kind of guy who wants intermission in all your movies.
Yeah,
My God,
not really. I just on a school night, like 8 o'clock. That's too much for DePaul.
You
That's a commitment.
You don't go to school. Yeah. You're not in school.
And then
what are you talking about?
Saturday, I got the doubleheader. I'm going to Bulls in the afternoon, DePaul again on Saturday night.
You're going to DePaul twice. You're here for a week.
Did someone say you had to do that? Did someone like when you got here, like, hey, just so you know, you have to go to 2 DePaul games.
You lost your fantasy league, didn't you? That's punishment.
Chris, when they're in the tournament in 2 years, bring this back.
We are DePaul, baby.
I'm in early.
Mark Aguirre's not walking through that door.
Yeah, well, Terry Cummings might.
He might.
Yeah.
Mark Aguirre might walk through that door.
I'd set up with Tommy Kleinschmidt.
Hey, Rod Strickland, Kenny Patterson might walk in that door.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
You're in Chicago for a week. You're going to see DePaul twice.
There wasn't a third game.
That's the only reason he's not going 3 times.
In a squad scrimmage I can hit tomorrow?
Yeah, well,
that's
we'll let you know. Here's Paul Pabst. Listen to the tailgate on the weekends here on The Score. Listen to the Dan Patrick Show, but only when you're not listening to The Score. That's right. For God's sakes. Thank you for getting that right.
Paul.
Paul, good to see you, man.
Anytime.
Here's Paul Pabst. That is Mark Grody. He's on the clock.
Oh, yes.
Next.
Do this. Bears.
Mully and Haugh.
It's the grand opening of Raymond Kia in Antioch. Our new lounge is over 4,000 square feet with multiple TVs and workstations. We also have 18 service bays. The best part is we have more space for basketball. And more Kia models. Right now, get grand opening savings like this. Come in today and ring it up at the grand opening of Raymond Kia on Route 173 in Antioch.
From the 630, which one of you guys has been smacked or punched in the face most recently?
Who are these people?
Like Chris Rock. Ray said he's got a story. Ray said he has a story about getting smacked or punched in the face.
Smacked in the face. What did Will Smith do to you?
Okay, so I was punched in the face. This was like, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago.
Okay.
I was working at an auto parts store, and I got sucker punched. And my jaw got fractured because I didn't see it coming. I had to get my mouth wired like Kanye West. I couldn't eat for the whole summer. I was on like Kanye West, Insure for breakfast, all that whole thing, liquid diet, man. It sucked.
What'd you do to deserve it?
Nothing. I worked at an auto parts store as a cashier.
So did you sell some bad windshield wipers?
No, the guy came in for like a Sprite on a hot May day, almost June. And I thought it was
Give the
weird.
man a Sprite. Give him a Sprite.
He didn't say anything. He gave me $2. I had to turn away because that's the way the registers were set up. Had to turn away, put the money in the register. Sucker punched.
That is so terrible.
Wait,
Ruined my summer.
I don't understand. What was the end game? Did he take money? Or
He ran out. He took this is the end of the story.
Took the Sprite?
He took the whole till, and ran out the store.
Oh, I see.
that's a robbery.
Yeah, that's
my son. Yes.
Some call that a robbery.
I like to punch him in his face.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I like to punch
Didn't
him in
even
his
take
face.
the Sprite, man.
Oh, man. No, the Sprite was a ruse, Ray.
It was.
Yeah. I think
And it was for less than $200.
it sounds like that might still be able to happen to you if you don't realize that it wasn't about the Sprite, man.
Oh, I know.
Through the wire. I'm so sorry. Wow.
Wow.
That's the Diaz difference. If I've ever seen it.
I was really hoping Ray did something that earned it, but no, not likely.
Oh, man.
Wow.
That is amazing. That makes the whole week of radio worthwhile.
The score.
Mark.
Now on the clock. Mark Grody hosts radio shows here at The Score. Today's co-hosting Spiegel and Holmes. But he also famously has done an off-season Bears show called On the Clock, now going on year 3? Is that right?
This will be year 3. Yes, we did it because the Bears had the number 1 picks So we thought that would be a neat thing to do.
Sure.
Because of the
Because they were on the clock.
Right, because they were on the clock. So,
Now they're not.
not on the clock.
But you don't care.
They are the number 10 overall pick. On the Clock is back this year. We pushed for it. We got what we wanted. We signed the dotted line, and it's a brand name.
All
That's
right,
what
good.
Parth and I decided.
All right, that's great. So I'm not going to quibble with that anymore. I'll leave that to
Stop
Shane.
with the quibbling.
I won't quibble. This is quibble-free the rest of the segment.
Good.
If you were on the clock, which you are and appear to be, you seem to have thoughts on where the Bears should go in their draft pick.
I do. I have gotten to the side of understanding that an offensive lineman would look really nice at number 10. I am down with a defensive tackle is where I am right at this very moment for the Bears at number 10 overall. I'll even get more specific with you. I would like Mason Graham out of Michigan. I know, maybe won't be there, maybe will. Mason Graham out of Michigan, 6'3", 320, 46 tackles, 3.5 sacks over 3 years. He is a 3 technique.
I'd love Mason Graham, too. I don't think he's going to be there.
Maybe, let's just give it a little
like,
time.
I love Abdul Carter. He's not going to be there. Like, I think those are the two best... if you consider Travis Hunter a defensive player, then they're two of the 3 best defensive players, and obviously Travis Hunter is both. But I would love if Mason Graham is there. That's an insta draft.
Yes,
I agree with that.
Yes. You take that guy, you put him in, and you're not going to have a problem with him in theory for the next 6 to 7 years. Walter Nolan would be another guy out of Ole Miss, 6'3", 305, 74 tackles, 6.5 sacks, a 3-year starter. Wins as a rusher with his athleticism and plays to the strength and the ability as able to beat up blockers when singled up. So just a little
that's
taste.
another
A little taste.
interior defensive lineman from Mississippi.
Correct.
And there are a couple. There's another Michigan one
There is.
too. Kenneth Grant.
Yes.
So there's a pile of interior linemen. So you're wanting need and you're wanting defense.
This is a really good year for interior defensive linemen and defensive ends and edge rushers for that matter. We know how much this defense, this 4-3 defense, it's been starving for a 3 technique that hasn't arrived yet. Trevon Dexter did nice things, but he's not. And think about it. Think about it through the years. It's a really hard position to get, like that interior lineman who can do damage, who can get to the quarterback. When Akeem Hicks was here, what a difference maker he was as a defensive lineman. When Tommy Harris was here as a 3 technique, it was only like 3 or 4 years where he was great. Mongo. And I'm having trouble thinking of Bears like defensive linemen of the past.
Ted Washington.
That's a good one. Keith Traylor, I suppose. The Fridge, like we're going way back now. I didn't want to have to dance into the 80s, but William Perry was very good at the position. Obviously, Mongo, Tim Flanagan. I mean, like he's probably a middle guy, but think about it. That is such a hard position to nail down in this league, and there's a lot of good ones.
You give Akeem Hicks some love in that regard?
Oh, I did. Yeah, that's the first guy I mentioned.
Okay,
appreciate you listening too. Yeah.
I deserve that.
Yeah, the first guy.
I deserve that so much.
I loved Akeem Hicks, the player,
Yeah.
and the guy. I mean, I loved Akeem. I love talking. One of my favorite people to talk to.
Let me ask you a question. How about Akeem Hicks? Did you mention him?
You know what? Akeem Hicks would be great. What's Akeem Hicks doing these days? Is
Not
Akeem
radio.
Hicks probably,
not showing up for radio
Is
hits.
this Haugh? Check me out, Haugh. Don't you ever ask me about Khalil Mack again. Don't you ever ask me about Khalil Mack again.
All right, so you feel locked and loaded on the defensive line. What if I told you? What if I told you?
Yes.
That they need a defensive end as much or more than they need a defensive tackle. I think that actually puts you in a good spot.
Then I guess they'd have to go draft Abdul Carter out of Penn State.
I don't think they're going to get Abdul. He's not going to be there. But by the time they get there, by the time they get to that spot, you might be looking at the very best edge rusher. You might be whether it's Mike Green from Marshall or one of the 2 Georgia guys. Jalen Walker is one of the Georgia guys, and there's another one. There's 2 of them. Michael Williams. So you could have those guys and a defensive tackle. Probably not Mason Graham is what I'm guessing, but it's a fascinating thing. It is because we talk about Ben's vision. We're really getting to Dennis Allen's vision.
Yeah,
here.
this part is. Yeah.
Because this is a Dennis Allen 4-3 defense, not a Matt Eberflus, Rod Marinelli 4-3 defense. This is a slightly different tree, a slightly different lineage. And for an upcoming Ben's Vision, we should probably tilt it and do a Dennis Allen's Vision and get as inside the mindset of that guy's defensive vision as we possibly can.
And my best guess would be if Dennis Allen could name a position, he'd be like, "Yo, yeah, we need that 3 technique." And of course, I mean, for the last 2+ years now, I guess since Ngakoue was the last guy that they went out and got in the name of rushing the passer this side of Montez Sweat.
Yeah, before since Robert Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, finding that guy. So I would imagine. I mean, I'm just guessing right now because we just don't know. Like, what does Dennis Allen think, and what is the number one thing he needs to operate this defense? It sure felt with Matt Eberflus that it was that 3 technique that they tried. Justin Jones was the first guy to come in, and he was fine.
Yeah.
And then Javon Dexter comes in, and again, fine, but not the guy who you put in there to make that whole thing work.
See, when you have a quarterback, that's when you want there to be a big run on quarterbacks in the top 10. You know, you want all those teams chasing up there so your pick just gets better and better and better. And unfortunately, there's only a few that are going to go up there. Probably just 2, and Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders.
Well, let me ask you this, Spiegel, here, since we were talking about the possibility that Ben Johnson, if he is able to impose his will a little bit, that if he did want best player available, which and we mean that to the true spirit of it, doesn't have to be alignment. Would you go with that? Or do the Bears, Spiegel, the question is, do the Bears have to draft an offensive lineman or defensive lineman? Or would you be like, all right, if you want to go crazy and draft the best receiver that's available or the best running back that's available?
That would be very hard for me to stomach.
Right, but that's what Ben Johnson might impose. Would we sit back and say, okay, this Ben Johnson, he's a genius. He knows what's up. All right, they went out and got Ashton Genty. Okay.
That's the only one.
You would.
That's the
you
only
would do
one.
that at 10.
I wouldn't do it.
Okay.
I wouldn't do it. But I wouldn't do it. I want O-line or D-line.
Okay, you answered the question.
But that's the only guy. Like, I don't want a wide receiver. No way in hell.
Can't do another young wide receiver.
I couldn't talk myself into another young wide receiver.
With you
on
that.
But I would listen to the possibility of running back.
I would too.
If they're convinced that he's the guy, maybe I could get talked into that possibility, especially if they spend a lot of money on the O-line and the D-line in free agency.
Yeah.
So we'll get there, but it's a really good question. Only that guy and that spot other than the line, and I don't even really like it that much. Mark Brody has been on the clock. He will remain on the clock. Woo! He will not be on the line, though, next segment, because you're right here. You know who will be on the line?
Ooh.
Bruce Levine.
Love Bruce.
Our Bruce Levine from Cubs Camp on Cubs and White Sox stuff alike next on The Score.
There is no off-season for Bears talk on The Score with Ben Johnson and a new
all the sentences I could have predicted today.
One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Daisy, or our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh! Like that? Was she run over like that?
What was that?
That was a basketball game when they're giving a tribute to his dog.
Play that again.
One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Daisy, or our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh! Like that? Was she run over like that?
So it's a basketball game. They're giving a tribute to the dog. A steal happens, and the guy just dunks it on a fast break, and the color guy's like that?
It's so mean. Was she run over? And he doubled down. It was like that. Was she run over like that?
In case you didn't understand what I was trying to say.
Apparently it was a cat.
How does the guy also forget the name of his beloved pet? Herbie, one more time, right at the beginning, he forgets the name of the pet.
One more gone but not forgotten, and that's our sweet Daisy, or our sweet Lucy. At the age of 12, she was run over in our driveway.
Oh! Like that? Was she run over like that?
If you think it's a person to begin it with, then that makes it even worse.
That's why I thought it was a child. I thought it was a 12-year-old girl.
No, it was a pet.
At
Or else
first,
we
yeah.
wouldn't do that.
Oh my God!
Doesn't that strike you, Ranger, as something that Ostrowski would do?
Oh, say something like that? Yeah, because he's just a bad
I love
guy.
Joe
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah.
I love him so much because he allowed the beautiful, and Joe's going to join me in the next segment, but the beautiful thing about Joe and like the whole like nighttime crew, he was the bad guy so that I didn't have to be.
You know what?
It's so great.
You delegate that really well.
Being the bad guy?
No, yeah, you delegate that. You be the butthole so that I can be the nice guy.
Well, sometimes I don't have to. Sometimes Herbie has stuff that he wants to say.
Oh.
And then he says it.
Herb's a top 5 bad guy.
100% Ostrowski would have done that. 100%.
It was only a dog or a cat or whatever.
Prince. Bruce Levine.
Just had a text from Bruce Levine. Hi, Bruce. Noted baseball aficionado, been around town for a long time.
Score Baseball Insider.
Bruce, I really do appreciate the way you communicate upfront, transparent, direct, and you've been doing it for years. Happy to come on your show anytime. It doesn't matter if you're in Chicago or New York or LA or whatever. Like, I enjoy talking to you, and Matt, it's good to talk to you today.
Thanks, Gabe.
Covering the Cubs and White Sox for more than 30 years.
Can I ask you a question about that?
I'm going to go through my speech.
Yes, sir.
Take a look at it.
With the idea that...
And the essence of Bellinger, I think every team wants it on their vanity. Bruce, you step on my lines once more, and I'm telling you, you're the back of the group.
Bruce Levine.
Spiegel guy. What's his first name?
With Spiegel and Holmes.
Is that your station?
I don't know.
On 670 The Score.
I think we'd all be a lot better off if Bruce owned the station. Don't you, Margaretti?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I felt like you would have had our back then.
What's your first move, Bruce? If you did own the station, what's your first move as king and ruler?
Make my bosses give them both big raises.
Well done, sir. That was
because they treat me so well and they give me so much autonomy in my job.
There you go.
This has been a paid political announcement.
You trying to get upgraded out there in Arizona? Trying to get to the penthouse?
I'm just a happy reporter in spring training covering the White Sox and Cubs. And the Spiegel guy, that was fun yesterday.
Yeah, well, Counsel leans into any awkwardness that he possibly gets near. He's comfortable leaning into it, isn't he? So
he really is. There's no real malice in him, though. I mean, in some ways, he's not tuned in to what we're tuned into. He shows up to do his radio appearance and shows up with the media to talk to us on a daily basis. But I don't think it enters his mind as to that we are a key element to his day. He just knows it's a part of it.
It's been cool to hear players talk about Justin Turner. Nico Horner on this show yesterday talking about the professionalism of the at-bats and stuff like that. What does Craig think, and what do you think he makes of their offensive talent at this point, Bruce?
Well, I think he feels solidified and fortified by having a veteran who's won before around, and that he will try to get the very best version